Europe, England dominant in Turkey in Asia, the position of both underwritten by Germany, and Russia nowhere. This was certainly a more attractive prospect for Habsburg militarists than to play third fiddle in a conservative league of emperors. In February 1880 Hamerle told Bismarck that his object was the permanent blocking of Russia with British assistance. Hamerle was counting on a consistent energy in British policy, instead it was abruptly reversed. The British general election of April 1880 was the only one ever fought on issues of foreign policy until the election of 1935. It is a sad comment on democratic control of foreign affairs that the policy which followed the Liberal victory of 1880 was unsurpassed in feebleness until that which followed the Conservative victory of 1935. Gladstone's triumph came from the merging of two separate currents of opinion. Ostensibly it was a victory for the ideas which he had preached since he had emerged from retirement to attack Disraeli in 1876, a victory for moral principles in foreign affairs, for the concert of Europe instead of the balance of power, and for trusting Christian Russia instead of bolstering up Turkey. In reality, however, it expressed the usual British distaste for an active foreign policy after the crisis had passed. There was an exact parallel in the opposition which drove Castlereagh to suicide in 1822 and in that which overthrew Lloyd George in favour of the do-nothing Conservative government of 1922. Gladstone wanted a more virtuous foreign policy. The electorate, and especially the Liberal Party, were opposed to having any foreign policy. Gladstone believed that the concert of Europe would do good, the electorate thought that it would save money. Though Gladstone did not share the illusions of the electorate, he pandered to them by his insistence on the expensiveness of Disraeli's policy. As a result he succeeded only in negation. He abandoned Salisbury's Turkish policy, withdrew the military consuls from Asia Minor, and compelled Turkey to fulfill the promises of territorial concessions made to Greece and Montenegro at the Congress of Berlin. There his policy ended. It could only have been carried further if there had been an Anglo-Russian agreement, possibly with France as a third party, to dismember the Turkish Empire. No one wanted this. Both Queen Victoria and Granville, the Foreign Secretary, opposed any exclusive deal with Russia. The Tsar distrusted Gladstone and was estranged from the French by their refusal to arrest Hartmann, a revolutionary accused of planning to blow up the Tsar's train. Besides, the party which favored a forward policy in Central Asia had now carried the day at St. Petersburg. This involved conflict with Great Britain, whatever her government, and the Russians needed security at the Straits against a British attack. By the autumn of 1880 they were again eager for an agreement with the Central Powers. Hamerle was still reluctant, though the British change of policy had cut the ground from under his feet. In September 1880 he tried to extract from Bismarck an extension of the Austro-German alliance to cover Romania in exchange for tolerating a deal with Russia. Bismarck refused. Instead he brought Russia and Austria-Hungary together by cheating them both. To Hamerle he made out that the agreement was designed to control the extremists at St. Petersburg. When asked by Hamerle whether he had faith in Russia's intentions, he replied, "At any rate more with the treaty than without." To Saburov he said the opposite, "The only power which would be inclined not to keep an engagement is Austria. That is why, with her, a triple alliance is better than an alliance between two." And he even suggested that, with Russia as partner, the Austro-German alliance would be virtually undone. Saburov wrote to Jayers, who was now in charge of Russian foreign policy, "It seems to me that we have there the most eloquent funeral oration on what was done at Vienna last year. 3. The basis of agreement was the Austrian belief that Germany would automatically support her and the Russian belief that she would not." In March 1881 Hamerle finally gave way. A new delay followed. On March 13 Alexander II was assassinated. His son, Alexander III, was a narrower man, overbearing and autocratic, and with none of his father's emotional attachment to Germany. Family ties with William I meant little to him, and monarchical solidarity still less. Almost for the first time since Peter the Great, Russia had a ruler who was Russian and nothing more. but for the moment the Russian government was in confusion and unready to strike out on a new line. The negotiations were at last brought to a conclusion, and the League of the Three Emperors was signed on June 18, 1881. The new league had little in common with the League of 1873. That had been a last gesture of conservative resistance. But Metternician fear of upheaval was no longer enough to bring rulers together. After all, it was 90 years since the execution of Louis XVI, more than 60 since the defeat of Napoleon. The memories of 1848 were fading. They counted for something with William I and Francis Joseph, for nothing with Alexander III. Even Marx's International, fear of which had played some part in the League of 1873, was dissolved. There was social and political unrest in plenty, but its consequences were different. Both Napoleon III and Bismarck had used foreign war to distract attention from domestic opposition. Formerly only a strong government could risk war, soon there would come a time when only a secure government could remain resolutely at peace. Bismarck regarded the League of the Three Emperors as a triumph for conservatism, but he was alone in this view. For the Russians and Austrians alike it was a move in foreign policy. Metternich had been able to tide over the differences between Austria and Russia for more than 30 years merely by playing on the fear of revolution. Bismarck had to offer them both concrete advantages. The Treaty of 1881 was therefore a practical agreement about the Near East, without even a monarchical flourish. Its only general principle was a pact of neutrality if one of the three empires was involved in war with a fourth power. Since there was no immediate likelihood of a war between Germany and France, this was straight gain for Russia. It was a promise that Germany and, still more, Austria-Hungary would not join England. The only limitation was in regard to Turkey. Their neutrality would apply only if there had been agreement beforehand. This was an unnecessary precaution. The Russians had no intention of going to war with Turkey. Further, the three powers recognized the European and mutually obligatory character of the rule of the Straits and would insist that Turkey enforce it. This was the essential security against a British expedition to the Black Sea which the Russians had been seeking all along. It was the one thing that mattered to them. Since a Russian garrison at the Straits was impossible, this was the next best thing. The Russians gained still more. The Austrians promised not to oppose the union of the two Bulgarias and thus cut themselves off from England, for whom division of Bulgaria had been the essential achievement of 1878. In return the Russians recognized Austria-Hungary's right to annex Bosnia and Herzegovina, a concession that they had been ready to make ever since 1876. The League was a victory for the Russians and perhaps for Bismarck. Germany was freed from having to choose between Russia and Austria-Hungary in the Balkans. Russia got security in the Black Sea in exchange for a promise of peaceful behavior which her internal weakness compelled her to keep in any case. It was not so easy to see the advantage for Austria-Hungary, as Hamerle insisted. By supporting the Russian interpretation of the rule of the Straits, she committed herself to an eventual breach with England, yet she owed her Balkan position to the cooperation with England in 1878. She got in exchange merely Russian promises which she regarded as worthless. Andrassy and Hamerle had made the alliance with Bismarck in order to secure German backing against the Russians. Instead Bismarck had used the alliance to force Hamerle into an unwelcome agreement with them. He was indeed hard put to it to discover practical arguments with which to persuade Hamerle, and a curious result followed. To justify the League, Bismarck had to invent Italy as a great power, and then had to take his own pretense seriously. In February 1880, when Hamerle had argued that England should be brought into the Austro-German alliance in order to keep Italy quiet, Bismarck had answered that Italy was of no importance. A year later he was arguing that the great use of the League of the Three Emperors was to prevent an alliance between Italy and Russia. When the League had been made, Hamerle continued to press for greater security against Russia. Bismarck would not give this. As a substitute, he had to offer Austria-Hungary security on her Italian frontier. This theoretically would free Austrian troops for the defense of Galicia. Thus the League of the Three Emperors, which was a pact of friendship with Russia, led in a roundabout way to the Triple Alliance, which was implicitly a pact against her. There was, of course, a deeper element. The association between Italy and Central Europe was the oldest in European history. It shaped the Middle Ages, when every ruler of Germany called himself Roman Emperor and many took the title seriously. It provided the double basis for the empire of Napoleon. National Italy had been essential to the victory of national Germany. The Italian alliance had been decisive in the War of 1866, and, but for Italy, France and Austria-Hungary might have united against Bismarck in 1870. Even later it would have suited the two powers to come together in order to dismember Italy, Austria-Hungary for the sake of the Pope, France in favor of a federation of republics. Still, this was a remote and speculative danger. It was more to the purpose that Bismarck was now engaged in building a conservative system, like Metternich before him, and, just as he himself had tamed the national revolution in Germany, so he wanted the Italian monarchy to become respectable. But he took a long time to arrive at this position. At the Congress of Berlin the claims of Italy had been ignored, and she had been treated on the same level as Greece or Turkey. Austria-Hungary acquired Bosnia and Herzegovina, Great Britain acquired Cyprus, the French were encouraged by everybody to take Tunis. Only the Italian representatives returned from the Congress with their hands clean and empty. In 1878 Bismarck had wished to keep France contented and pacific, Salisbury had wished to associate her with his Near Eastern policy. Therefore both had pointed to Tunis as the most suitable object of French ambition. It was often alleged later that Bismarck at any rate had encouraged France in order to estrange her from Italy, but this, if it existed at all, was certainly a secondary motive. His overriding concern was that France should act as a great power in regions where she would not run against Germany. I want to turn your eyes away from Metz and Strasbourg by helping you to find satisfaction elsewhere. Imperialism, in fact, was a means of enjoying the sensation of greatness without the trouble and expense which this usually involved. The French hesitated a good deal even over the small trouble and expense involved in acquiring Tunis. They disregarded the advice of Bismarck and Salisbury, and were concerned rather that Tunis should not go to anyone else than that they should acquire it for themselves. Unfortunately, the Italians did not accept this self-denying ordinance. There were already Italian settlers in Tunis 20,000 or so against 200 Frenchmen, and Italian capitalists played railway politics there. The French were determined to have no European power established in the neighborhood of Algiers, and the Italian rivalry pushed them reluctantly into action. A French force occupied the country, and on May 12, 1881 the Bey signed the Treaty of Bordeaux, accepting a French protectorate. The Italians were helpless. Bismarck gave France the benevolent neutrality which he had always promised, and though the Liberal government in England at first thought of issuing one of the high-sounding protests which were its sole diplomatic weapon, even this was abandoned when Gladstone insisted that they could not object to the French taking Tunis while themselves retaining Cyprus. Besides, as he added with characteristic ingenuity, I do not see that it neutralizes Malta more than it is neutralized by Malta, for Italian dreams of empire were harshly dispelled. The violence which had found an outlet in clamor for Tunis now turned to republicanism and, what was worse, to agitation against the Pope, an agitation which threatened to discredit the monarchy in the eyes of the European powers. The Pope indeed seriously contemplated leaving Rome if he could not get his temporal power restored. Long ago, in 1825, Charles Albert had flirted ambitiously with radicalism and then, himself endangered, had been glad to accept Metternich's protection. Now the Italian monarchy, which had been ready enough to ally itself with the revolutionaries for its own aggrandizement, belatedly discovered its monarchist principles. In October 1881 Humbert, King of Italy, paid a begging visit to Vienna. A long road had been travelled since the proud days of Cavour. The Italians proposed to Austria-Hungary a mutual guarantee. They made out that they were threatened with attack by France. The real object of the guarantee was, however, internal to secure the monarchy from republican upheaval or from the intervention of foreign powers to restore the temporal power of the Pope. The Austrians certainly wished to prop up the Italian monarchy, and they welcomed Italian neutrality in case of war with Russia. But a guarantor needs assets, and Italy had none. It was clear against whom the Austrians would guarantee Italy, but against whom could Italy guarantee Austria-Hungary? Humbert left Vienna once more empty-handed. Hamerle had died suddenly just before Humbert's visit. Kalnoky, his successor, was a stronger character. As a high conservative, he was reluctant to abandon the Pope, and, though firmly anti-Russian, counted on holding the Russians in check without assistance. The Italian pleadings therefore went unnoticed in Vienna. In February 1882 Bismarck suddenly brought the negotiations to life again. As so often, his policy was reshaped overnight by an abrupt alarm, this time the alarm that he might not be able to keep Russia on a pacific course despite the League of the Three Emperors. In November 1881 Gambetta, the great radical patriot, had become Prime Minister in France for the first and last time. He hoped ultimately for alliance with Russia and England and, rather less remotely, for reconciliation with Italy. These, he intended, should end the preponderance of Germany and make possible a negotiated settlement of Alsace and Lorraine. Bismarck was not alarmed by this prospect. He himself looked forward, in an obscure way, to reconciliation with France. But the advent of Gambetta had a marked effect on Russian politics. Panslavs and conservatives were fighting for the favor of the new Tsar. Gorshakoi, still theoretically chancellor, was dying, and Ignatieff hoped to succeed him. An alliance with France was the Panslavs' strongest card. In January 1882 General Skobelev, picturesque hero of the Russo-Turkish War and himself a Panslavi, went to Paris on a mission of display. The visit achieved nothing. Gambetta had already fallen before Skobelev arrived and, in any case, did not respond to his rhetoric. Moreover, on the way home Skobelev stopped at Warsaw and extended his Panslav appeals to the Poles. This outraged Alexander III, and Skobelev fell into disgrace, carrying the Panslavs down with him. In April 1882 Jers, a conservative of German origin, became Russian foreign minister. In June Ignatieff disappeared from public life. All the same, the Skobelev affair shook Bismarck's faith in the Russian conservatives. It caused him an alarm perhaps more genuine than that of August 1879. On February 17 Skobelev delivered his most violent speech in Paris. On February 28 Bismarck urged Kalnoky to revive the negotiations with Italy. These negotiations were conducted on a curious basis. Austria-Hungary would alone benefit from Italian neutrality, yet Germany had to pay the price for it, and the treaty was very much of Bismarck's making. The Triple Alliance was concluded on May 20, 1882. Austria-Hungary and Germany promised to assist Italy against a French attack. Italy, but not Austria-Hungary, made the same promise to Germany. Each of the three would assist the others if one or both became involved in war with two great powers and would remain neutral in case of war with one. In practical terms Italy promised to remain neutral in a war between Austria-Hungary and Russia, and to fight in a war between the Central Powers and a Franco-Russian alliance. The reward for Italy lay in the preamble. This declared that the object of the treaty was to increase the guarantees of general peace, to strengthen the monarchical principle, and by that to assure the maintenance of social and political order in their respective states. Finally there was a separate declaration that the treaty was not directed against England, a watered-down version of the original Italian proposal that England should be brought into the alliance. The Triple Alliance looked formidable and elaborate, its real aims were modest. Ostensibly it welded Central Europe together and recreated the Holy Roman Empire at its most grandiose so far as foreign affairs were concerned. In practice it merely propped up the Italian monarchy and secured Italian neutrality in an Austro-Hungarian war against Russia. The Austrians paid little in return. Kalnoky would not allow the Italians any say in the Balkans and therefore did not ask their aid against Russia. The sole price for Austria-Hungary was a vague approval of the one Busch-Royce, February 28, 1882. Grove Politic, 3, number 548. Italian monarchy and therewith an indirect repudiation of that support for the papacy which had been traditional to the House of Habsburg. The price was paid by Germany. She promised to defend Italy against France and, since Italian assistance was worthless, got nothing in return. In plain terms, Bismarck undertook to defend Italy in order to meet the Austro-Hungarian complaints against the League of the Three Emperors. Even this was better in his eyes than pledging support to Austria-Hungary in the Balkans. Besides, he knew that the French were not intending to attack Italy, and therefore he did not regard the obligation as onerous. The Italians knew this also. Recognition as a great power, not protection from France, was their real need. The Triple Alliance gave them this. It bolstered up the myth of Italian greatness, and therefore staved off internal discontent for almost a generation. There was one striking omission in the original alliance. Though humiliation over Tunis played only a secondary part in driving Italy over to the Central Powers, the Italian politicians certainly wanted backing for their imperialist designs in the Mediterranean. In 1882 they did not get it. But just as the Austrians thought that the Austro-German alliance would gradually draw Germany into supporting their Balkan plans, so the Italians counted that the Triple Alliance would gradually involve Germany in their Mediterranean schemes. So long as Russia was peaceful and Italian neutrality therefore of academic interest, their hopes were thwarted. Once the peace of the Balkans was disturbed, Italy had something of value to sell and then Germany had to pay a real price. Two other alliances completed Bismarck's system. In June 1881 Austria-Hungary made a secret treaty with Serbia, virtually establishing an economic and political protectorate. The Serbian Prime Minister complained that Serbia would stand in the same relation to Austria-Hungary as Tunis to France or, one might add, as the Boer republics to Great Britain, and Milan, the Serbian ruler, smuggled the agreement through only by assuring his prime minister that it did not mean what it said, while assuring Hamerla on my honor and in my quality as Prince of Serbia that it did. Milan was only concerned to collect Austrian money and the title of king, which he assumed with Austrian approval in 1882, and Serbia became a Habsburg dependency until the end of his reign. Though the treaty with Serbia was hardly in keeping with the spirit of the League of the Three Emperors, it was not a direct breach of faith with the Russians. They had treated Serbia coldly in 1878 and were ready all along to recognize Austro-Hungarian preponderance in the Western Balkans in return for their own preponderance in Bulgaria. Romania was a different matter. The independence of Romania had been the great achievement of the Crimean War. In 1877 Romania had been dragged into war on the side of Russia. Her only reward had been the loss of Bessarabia. Certainly the Romanians wanted support against a new Russian expedition to the Balkans, and the Austrians were anxious to supply it. But the Romanians were prouder and stronger than the Serbs. Besides, they were already alive to the Hungarian oppression of the Romanians in Transylvania. They insisted that Germany should be a party to any alliance between themselves and Austria-Hungary. Bismarck accepted the condition and himself promoted the alliance, which was concluded on October 30, 1883. Austria-Hungary and Germany undertook to defend Romania. Romania undertook to fight if Habsburg territory adjacent to Romania was attacked. A cumbersome definition of attack by Russia. This was a clear defensive alliance against Russia, impossible to reconcile with Bismarck's repeated assurances to the Russians that he was committed only to the defense of Austria-Hungary, and the pledge to Romania was the most telling argument used in 1890 by the opponents of the reinsurance treaty between Germany and Russia. Bismarck had now completed his repetition of the policy followed by Manteuffel in 1854, and he could justify himself in the same way. It was less dangerous to promise support for Austria-Hungary than to allow her to fall into the arms of the Western powers. Still, fear of the Crimean coalition had carried him into strange courses. As things turned out, the alliance with Romania caused no trouble. Russia's route to Bulgaria and Constantinople was most wisely a route by sea, as the failure of 1878 had shown, and it suited the Russians, too, to treat Romania as a neutral area, at any rate until the mounting tension of 1914. Bismarck himself used a simpler argument. He believed that great wars occur only between great powers and, so long as he could maintain a peaceful balance among the great, his extensive promises to the smaller powers, such as Italy and Romania, did not trouble him. All the same, Bismarck's system was something of a conjuring trick, a piece of conscious virtuosity. Once started on the path of alliances, Bismarck treated them as the solution for every problem. He scattered promises so as not to carry them out. He promised to fight on the side of Austria-Hungary in order to make her friendly to Russia, and on the side of Italy in order to secure her neutrality. Perhaps the only promise he took seriously was that of diplomatic support for Russia against England at the Straits. His two great creations, the League of the Three Emperors and the Triple Alliance, were in direct contradiction. The League was based on Austro-Russian cooperation, the alliance was in preparation for an Austro-Russian war. The League was an anti-British combination, its most practical clause designed to close the straits against the British by common diplomatic action. The alliance was specifically not directed against Great Britain, and both Austria-Hungary and Italy hoped eventually for her support. There can be no doubt where Bismarck's own sympathy lay. The League was an affair of the heart, the alliance of calculation. His deepest attachment was to the old Russo-Prussian friendship, founded on the partition of Poland. He disliked the Austrians from his days at Frankfurt until his death, and he thought that the British were only concerned to get others to pull their chestnuts out of the fire. For that matter, he preferred the sensible politicians of the French Republic to the restless, scheming Italians. Obviously Tsardom was a more conservative force than the dual monarchy, and the Third Republic than the unstable Kingdom of Italy. His diplomacy was an insurance against the subversive forces in Russia and France, not against their official governments, against Panslavism in the one, and the advocates of revenge in the other. His references to the French nationalists are well known, and he said much the same about Russia. The emperor is himself well-intentioned. His ministers are prudent and inclined to a conservative policy. But will they have the strength to resist the pressure of popular passions, if they are once unchained? The party of war is stronger in Russia than elsewhere. The result was paradoxical. Bismarck claimed to be the apostle of stability, and presented his system as a league of peace. In fact, by the Triple Alliance, he associated Germany with the restless powers and, implicitly, against the conservative ones. So far as Europe was concerned, Russia and France asked only to be left alone. The Russians had no ambitions in the Near East after the Congress of Berlin, their only interest was security. The Balkans were economically a matter of indifference to them. They wanted the straits closed against British warships, and they needed free passage for their grain trade. Though the best way to secure this would have been to control the straits themselves, they knew that this was impossible, and therefore accepted gratefully the diplomatic combination which Bismarck offered them. The strategic threat in these years came from England, not from Russia. Salisbury's declaration at the Congress was not repudiated even by Gladstone. The economic challenge from Austria-Hungary was even graver. The Austrians would not limit their economic sphere. They pursued a civilizing mission of economic imperialism, a program that could not be stopped by any political division. Above all, they pushed on the Orient line, until it reached Constantinople. As Kalnoky said to a Belgian inquirer, "We do dream of conquests. The conquests to be made by our manufactures, our commerce, our civilization. When a Pullman car will take you comfortably from Paris to Constantinople in 3 days, I venture to believe that you will not be dissatisfied with our activity. It is for you Westerners that we are working." This program, however attractive to a Belgian economist, was bound to alarm the Russians, especially when it threatened the national development of the Balkan peoples in whom they were sentimentally interested. The same situation was true for France and Italy on a lower plane. The French asked only not to be invaded again by Germany. The Italians were the disturbing element in the Mediterranean, as the Tunis affair had shown. Without their political interference and their railway politics there, the French would not have moved. For that matter, the Italian agitation for Trieste was a more serious and a more practical threat to German interests than the French resentment over the loss of Alsace and Lorraine. Bismarck's choice of Austria-Hungary and Italy against Russia and France was, in large part, the repetition of the choice that he had made earlier in German affairs. Then he allied himself with the German Revolution in order to tame it, now he made foreign alliances in order to take his allies prisoner. He controlled his allies, he did not cooperate with them. There indeed was the deepest element. In international affairs, as in domestic politics, Bismarck disliked equals, he sought for satellites. Though both Russia and France wanted to turn their backs on Europe, they both remained independent great powers, fissile. Too big for Bismarck's net. His system was a tyranny, and it did not console others that it was a tyranny imposed for their good, in favor of peace and the social order. An international order needs common principles and a common moral outlook, as well as treaty obligations, if it is to be effective. Metternich's system had been based on a political conservatism that was still a genuine force. The monarchical solidarity to which Bismarck appealed counted for little even among crowned heads, and he himself had done most to prevent the rise of any democratic substitute. In the autumn of 1879, when Bismarck was taking the first steps in his system of alliances, Gladstone was conducting his campaign in Midlothian, and Bismarck's aims could have been achieved only if he had accepted the principles of national freedom and equality which Gladstone preached. As the Congress of Vienna did before it, Metternich and Bismarck both achieved systems, and both systems faced the same dangers: a Balkan war between Russia and Austria on the one hand, a French attempt to reverse defeat on the other. But these dangers had changed their order of importance. Metternich's system looked west, it was directed primarily against a revolutionary upheaval inspired by France, and fear of this revolution restrained even Russia in the Near East for nearly 40 years. Bismarck's system looked east. French revenge was not a serious danger unless there was an Austro-Russian war. Waterloo came after 25 years of French victory. Sedan confirmed half a century of decline, which many Frenchmen had obscurely sensed. The majority of Frenchmen realized after 1871, as they had not realized after 1815, that the greatness of France lay in the past, a greatness to be preserved, not to be advanced. They were determined to achieve in the Third Republic what they had wanted ever since the end of the Terror in 1794, to enjoy the fruits of the Revolution. With a stable population, a rich and fertile land, an egalitarian society, and a great past, France asked only for a quiet life. The Third Republic rested on a partnership between the peasants and the professional middle class, both devoted to the rights of property and therefore seeking security. The peasants, once the mainstay of the empire, had learnt that the empire meant war. Now they let the town lawyers run the state and grow rich on the proceeds, so long as they kept clear of war or social upheaval. The town workers had perhaps wanted both in 1871, at the time of the Commune, but within 20 years they, too, made a limited peace with society and became the enemies of an adventurous policy. Like the Habsburg monarchy after 1866, the French wanted security, but, unlike Francis Joseph, they would not obtain it at the price of putting themselves under German protection. The lost provinces, Alsace and Lorraine, were no doubt the principal stumbling block, and Bismarck himself, with rather primitive cunning, often lamented the mistake that he had made in 1871. The real resentment went deeper. Though the French had no hope of defeating Germany in a new war, they would not admit German supremacy. They accepted defeat, they would not accept its consequences. As a result, any French politician who seemed to be heading for war with Germany was ruined, but so, though more slowly, was any politician who aimed at reconciliation with Germany. It would be wrong to exaggerate the decline of France. In 1871 her population was still as great as that of Germany, and her industrial resources not far behind. Bismarck's precautions against France were more justified than those of his successors, they were also more skillful. Far from trying to isolate France, he worked to draw her out of the isolation which she had imposed upon herself. He said to Courcelles, the French ambassador, in 1882, "I want appeasement, I would like to be reconciled. We have no sensible motive for seeking to do you harm, we are rather in the position of owing you reparation." He made much of the French at the Congress of Berlin, accepting without demur the conditions they laid down for attending, and after it, he assured them, with perfect truth, that the object of his system of alliances was to prevent a war between Austria-Hungary and Russia rather than to guard against French revenge. He offered the French more positive consolation, he would support them everywhere except on the Rhine, a policy he applied when they took Tunis. Bismarck's patronage was perhaps too blatant. Every Frenchman realized that Germany stood to gain if France turned her ambitions from the Rhine to the Mediterranean. Yet it is a wrong emphasis to suggest that overseas expansion was checked principally by the advocates of revenge. Those who preached a new war against Germany were even more unpopular than the colonizers. De Rold, the ablest of them, was persecuted, hunted, and ultimately exiled. Colonial enterprise was tolerated only so long as it involved little effort. Gambetta said, "In Africa France will make the first faltering steps of the convalescent, and colonial policy had to be kept on that level." As soon as serious trouble arose, the colonial enthusiast was driven from office. Ferry, the greatest figure of the Third Republic between Gambetta and Clemenceau, had his career ruined with the terrible epithet, the Tonkinois, the man who had involved France in expense for the sake of Indochina, pearl of imperial possessions. French colonial expansion was, in fact, the result of weakness, not evidence of strength. There was a more practical danger for the French in pursuing a colonial policy, it brought them into conflict with other powers, and this, apart from weakening them against Germany, was unwelcome in itself. Bismarck repeatedly told the French, no doubt in all sincerity, that, when he encouraged them in Tunis, he was not thinking of winning Italy over to his side. She came over all the same, and it was small consolation to the French to be told, as to Italy, she does not count. The effect on French relations with Great Britain was infinitely more serious. Though Napoleon III never wholly lost British sympathies, the Liberal alliance wore threadbare in the last years of the Second Empire. It revived after 1871, and especially after the consolidation of the Republic in 1877 revived, that is, as a matter of sentiment based on similar institutions and similar principles. There was no longer any attempt to offset the coalition of the three northern courts. The French were resolved not to act against Russia, their only friend on the continent, and the British had lost interest in the balance of power. Most Englishmen had by now accepted Cobden's doctrine that events on the continent were not their business. Whatever happened, Great Britain and her trade would not be endangered. The few Englishmen who still thought of the continent at all regarded the balance of power as something that worked itself without British intervention. In previous generations the doctrine of the balance of power had been a spur to action. The balance had to be maintained by throwing British weight first in one scale, then in the other. Now it justified inaction. Since Germany and France, Austria-Hungary and Russia would always cancel each other out, there was no need for the British to do anything. Palmerston, the last exponent of the balance of power, had welcomed the aggrandizement of Germany just before his death in order to control those two ambitious and aggressive powers, France and Russia, and his expectations seemed to have been fulfilled. The British could turn their backs on Europe as never before or since. Between 1864 and 1906 no British statesman had to contemplate, however remotely, the problem of sending an expeditionary force to the continent. British policy was conditioned solely by extra-European interests. Someone has said that 9 English traditions out of 10 date from the last third of the 19th century, and this is certainly true of foreign affairs. It was only in these years that Russia and France came to be regarded as the traditional, the eternal enemies of Great Britain. Though there was a long-standing rivalry with Russia in the Near East, popular hostility to Austria was deeper and more consistent as Gladstone, ever old-fashioned, bore witness in his rash, though true, remarked during the election campaign of 1880.4 with France, friendship had been the rule ever since 1815, hostility the exception. France was the only power with whom, during this period, the British made an effective written alliance. It is true that France and England were still the only colonial powers. This did not necessarily make them enemies, it often made them partners. The disputes over Pacific Islands in the time of Guizot were dwarfed by the cooperation between Napoleon III and the British in Syria, China, and Mexico. For most of the 19th century, England and France represented Europe to the outer world except in remote Central Asia, and this gave them a common mission. The two countries drew together whenever France was pacific and contented in Europe. They were estranged when France threatened to renew her dreams of European hegemony. After 1875, France was certainly pacific, though not contented, and friendship with England followed. The Liberal Alliance expressed the sentiment both of the Gladstonian liberals and of Gambetta and his followers, who dominated politics in France. Though conflicts arose outside Europe, conflicts aggravated by blunders on both sides, there was enough common sentiment to ensure that these would be settled finally by negotiation, not by war. This was not understood by continental diplomatists, whether German or Russian, who were thus led into blunders even more fatal. England and France had been more often allies than rivals during the 19th century. Even in the Mediterranean, Greece, Turkey, and Italy bore witness to it. The Egyptian crisis of 1840 had been the only serious exception. But there was here an approaching conflict of outlook. The British, established at Malta and Gibraltar, judged the Mediterranean solely in terms of sea power. They wanted to see it ringed with independent states, not to add to their own possessions there. They wanted to keep other great powers out, not to get themselves in. Though the French shared this outlook on the European side of the Mediterranean and were indeed the most consistent supporters of Turkish integrity, they saw things differently in Africa. There they hoped to take up the tradition of Bonaparte's expedition to Egypt in 1798 and to found a new Roman Empire, which would console them for the loss of their empire in Europe. Already the rulers of Algeria, they regarded themselves as the ultimate heirs of the other derelict Mohammedan states in North Africa, Tunis, Morocco, and Egypt. They were cautious, even procrastinating, in applying this policy, and worked cheerfully with the British so long as it was a question of keeping others out. They began to jib only when the British tried to reform these North African states and thus to make them genuinely independent, a parallel, though on a smaller scale, to the conflict between Russian and British policies at Constantinople. The cleavage was first shown in 1880, when a conference at Madrid, summoned on British initiative for the reform of Morocco, was wrecked by French opposition. Still, this was not a decisive issue. The British were content if Morocco remained independent, though unreformed, and the French were content so long as it remained unreformed, though independent. A more decisive issue followed. Egypt was vital to both countries, vital to the British government for reasons of imperial strategy, vital to the French because of tradition and prestige. The Egyptian question had been created by Bonaparte when he led his expedition there in 1798. The British had answered by expelling him without establishing themselves. The pattern had been repeated in 1840, when the French had treated Egypt as their protégé. The British had defeated the protégé, but had again left Egypt independent. The Second Empire took a more cautious, though more effective line, that of financial penetration. Egypt was fertilized with French money, and the geography of world power was revolutionized by the Suez Canal, Napoleon III's most lasting memorial. Though the British had steadily opposed the canal for obvious strategical reasons, they became the principal users of it as soon as it was open. In 1880-80% of the ships passing through the canal were British. Here was a stake in Egypt which it was impossible to repudiate. A stake increased when Disraeli acquired the Khedive's shares in the canal in 1875. Still, the British declined Bismarck's repeated promptings to take Egypt in exchange for a Russian control of Constantinople. They saw well enough the offense this would give to France and, besides, did not relish the turmoil that a general partition of the Turkish Empire would cause. So long as their navy dominated the Mediterranean, they were content with a stable Egyptian government, giving security to the canal. Egypt, however, did not oblige them. In April 1876 the Khedive could no longer pay the inflated interest on his loans. Egypt was bankrupt. The French government was determined to protect the bondholders. The British wished to keep an eye on the French for the sake of the canal. In Salisbury's words, "You may renounce or monopolize or share." Renouncing would have been to place the French across our road to India. Monopolizing would have been very near the risk of war. So we resolved to share. An Anglo-French financial control was therefore established, and Egypt tottered on for some 3 years. In April 1879 Khedive Ismail attempted to escape from this control. The British might not have objected, they would have been satisfied to get the French out of Egypt even if they went out themselves. But Bismarck organized a protest by the other European powers. Unless he was simply concerned to protect the interests of his private banker Bleek-Roeder, he can only have wished to keep Egypt going as a topic of possible conflict between England and France. The two countries were forced into further action. They induced the Sultan, as theoretical overlord of Turkey, to depose Ismail, and the control was re-established on a firmer basis. Opposition inside Egypt shifted from the Khedive to the army officers and a few Mohammedan intellectuals, who launched the first nationalist movement, and by 1881 this movement conquered the country. Anglo-French policy fell once more into confusion. Gladstone, now in power in England, had preached the doctrine of national freedom elsewhere. On the other hand, he was outraged by financial irregularity, just as he had been turned against Turkey by the bankruptcy of 1875, which he called the greatest of political crimes. Granville, the Foreign Secretary, feeble and evasive as ever, would have liked to persuade the Turks to restore order in Egypt. This was the one thing that the French would not stomach. They had to resist a precedent which might be applied to Tunis, and still dreamt that if Egypt fell to pieces it might pass to them, not to Turkey. In January 1882 Gambetta, during his brief ministry, tried to launch a bold policy of Anglo-French intervention, much to Granville's discomfort. The scheme was again wrecked by Bismarck. Though he may have wanted friendship between the two countries, he certainly feared a creative alliance under French leadership. In any case, Gambetta fell at the end of January. Freycinet, the new prime minister, agreed with Granville that a European conference should meet at Constantinople to discover some means of dealing with the Egyptian question. None was found. The French would not have the Turks, the other powers would not have anyone else. Meanwhile, the nationalist movement in Egypt began to turn against Europeans there and even to threaten the security of the canal. In May the British and French governments agreed to stage a demonstration by sending naval squadrons to Alexandria, but, since they had neither a common program nor a mandate from the powers, the ships were not to do anything. The French began grudgingly to admit that a Turkish intervention might be the least of evils, but they would not agree to this until they got a satisfactory pledge that the Turkish troops would be withdrawn again. In July, with nothing settled at Constantinople and nationalist riots increasing at Alexandria, the British admiral lost patience. He bombarded the forts, and the French ships withdrew in protest. Freycinet now at last acquiesced in an Anglo-French occupation of the canal zone, but when he proposed this to the chamber he was defeated by a striking majority on July 31. As so often, French public opinion would tolerate the defense of imperial interests only so long as it involved neither expense nor the diversion of forces from Europe. The British continued to negotiate ineffectively for a Turkish force, but before agreement could be reached, a British army under Wolseley had landed in Egypt and defeated the nationalist forces at Tel el-Kebir on September 13. The Turks were told that their assistance was no longer needed. The British had become masters of Egypt. They had acquired their share of the partition of the Turkish Empire, while Russia was as far off Constantinople as ever and the French without the shadowy compensation envisaged in 1878. This was an extraordinary outcome, arrived at without plan or deliberation. The British had never intended to occupy Egypt and now assured the powers that they would leave as soon as order was restored. Gladstone said on August 10, 1882, that an indefinite occupation would be absolutely at variance with all the principles and views of Her Majesty's government, and the pledges they have given to Europe, and with the views, I may say, of Europe itself. Granville promised withdrawal in a circular to the powers, and this promise was repeated 66 times between 1882 and 1922. But the condition was the restoration of order, and this condition was never fulfilled to British satisfaction. There was soon a complicating factor. The British had to take over the financial control which had broken down, and their representative, of the financial house of Baring, took a pride in the work for its own sake. Hence there grew up the myth of Egypt as a British venture in imperialism. Absurdly enough, Cromer devoted himself even at the sacrifice of British interests to the interests of bondholders and investors who were mainly French. Yet the occupation of Egypt destroyed the Liberal alliance for more than 20 years. Though the French welcomed the defeat of the nationalist forces, they were humiliated by their failure to take up Bonaparte's legacy, a legacy which, in reality, he had himself lost. At the outset the British would have accepted a joint occupation, and the French, by rejecting this, had caused their own humiliation. This made them the more bitter against the British, and the Egyptian question dwarfed everything else in French policy. All the same, it is wrong to speak, as so many do, of an Anglo-French conflict over Egypt, as though both parties aimed at the same prize. The French did not imagine that they could acquire Egypt for themselves. The Battle of the Nile had settled that for good. The height of their ambition was that the British should fulfill their promises and withdraw. Failing this, they wanted compensation, something to show that they had had rights in Egypt and should be paid for surrendering them. The dispute was legalistic, not a struggle for a real prize. The British Navy controlled the Mediterranean, and their army controlled Egypt. They had the prize and they could not be deprived of it, unless the prickings of conscience induced them to give it up. This was their weak spot. Their strategical position was strong, their moral position was shaky, and this counted for much with the British public, and even with British politicians. The British have always been anxious to show that, in defending their own interests, they are serving the interests of everyone else. Besides, they had to deny that Egypt was theirs, so as to give no excuse for the partition of the Ottoman Empire elsewhere, and, on a more technical plane, they needed the consent of the powers, on behalf of the foreign bondholders, if Cromer was to reform Egyptian finances. The British government had to pose as the mandatory of Europe, though France opposed the occupation and Russia opposed its policy everywhere. The goodwill of Germany and her allies was decisive, and Great Britain became dependent on the Triple Alliance. But the dependence was of a limited kind. The British needed votes on a commission, not armed backing, and though they would have been morally embarrassed if all the continental powers had voted against them, no doubt they would have stayed in Egypt just the same. Still, the disruption of the Liberal Alliance created a new situation in Europe, even though it was not followed by a war between England and France. Bismarck might dislike an effective alliance between them, recovering the leadership of Europe for the West, but their good understanding had suited him well enough. The British had ensured that the partnership would not be anti-German, the French that it would not be anti-Russian. Now the conflict over Egypt threatened to reopen the Eastern question. The Austrians were quick to calculate that the British, needing their votes in Egypt, would be more forthcoming in opposing Russia in the Balkans. France, on the other hand, freed from British restraint, seemed on offer as the ally of Russia. There was a preliminary alarm in the summer of 1883, when Bulgaria broke away from Russian tutelage. Even the Pacific Jeers felt the blood mount to his head and thought of intervention, which must have provoked an Anglo-Austrian resistance in its turn. But the Russians could not contemplate a general war. They swallowed their humiliation and let events in Bulgaria run on for another 2 years. Bismarck took his precautions during the crisis. He extended his alliance system to Romania in order to content the Austrians, and he put himself out to appease the French. He exaggerated the danger of war to them and, more remarkable still, held out the prospect of restoring an independent Poland in case of war with Russia. This was a startling echo of old themes the last time, incidentally, that the Polish question was mentioned in discussions between the great powers until after the outbreak of the First World War. Poland would have been an impossibly high price to pay for French friendship, but Bismarck soon came to believe that it could be got for less. Though he had certainly counted on French resentment after 1871, he had also expected it to die away, and his hopes were not proved altogether false. Since the French politicians did not want a new war with Germany, they inclined towards good relations if only on a temporary basis, and some thought of making them permanent. Gambetta, at one moment the advocate of alliance with England and Russia, at others believed in Franco-German reconciliation. The question of Alsace and Lorraine would, he thought, lose its bitterness with the passage of time and be solved in a way to satisfy both countries. He, and Ferry after him, seriously considered meeting Bismarck, and such a meeting would have been a clear symbol that what Bismarck called the good days before 1866 had been restored. Since 1877 there had been hardly a breath of ill temper between Germany and France. But good relations were not enough. Bismarck needed cooperation and entente, if not an alliance in order to keep France away from Russian temptation, and cooperation in international affairs is best achieved at the expense of someone else. Egypt seemed to give this opportunity. Germany and France could cooperate against England. France would be forced into dependence on Germany, as Austria-Hungary had been forced by fear of Russia in the Balkans, and Bismarck would be free to work off his long-standing resentment against the British. The analogy with Austria-Hungary was not on all fours. The Austrians believed, with justice, that the existence of their empire was threatened by the Russian plans in the Balkans. The French were exasperated, but not threatened, by the British occupation of Egypt. The Austrians faced war with Russia under certain circumstances. All their policy after 1878 assumed this, and therefore they had to be on good terms with Germany. A war over Egypt was never a serious possibility. Certainly the British would fight in order to stay in Egypt, but the French and still less the Germans would not fight to get them out. If the French ever fought a war, it would be for Alsace and Lorraine, not for Egypt. They were prepared to offer Germany good relations. They would only use Franco-German cooperation in order to get on better terms with England. Still, the cooperation of 1884 and 1885 was seriously meant and seriously conducted on both sides. The French were glad enough to embarrass the British on a diplomatic plane. More than this, Jules Ferry Premier and Foreign Minister was the greatest colonizer of the Third Republic. Though he stumbled on colonial policy by accident, he then took it up as a means of reviving French energy and giving her a new imperial pride. In his first ministry he had led France to Tunis, in his second he brought her Indochina and Equatorial Africa. Bismarck, too, wanted a conflict with the British for reasons of domestic policy. He disliked their parliamentary democracy and, especially, Gladstonian liberalism. He disliked, still more, the admirers of England in Germany. Moreover, in 1884, the Reichstag elections were approaching, and on every such occasion Bismarck sought to win a docile house by raising the cry, "The Reich in danger." Sometimes from Russia, sometimes from France, sometimes from the Social Democrats. He was already playing the card of the social peril for more than it was worth, and in 1884 his foreign policy forbade him to simulate danger from either France or Russia. Only England remained. A harmless colonial conflict with her might help Bismarck towards winning the election. There was an even more pressing consideration. Bismarck had long been taking precautions against the death of William I and the Gladstone cabinet, which, he alleged, the new emperor would appoint. It would cripple Frederick William's feeble liberalism if Germany was on bad terms with England when he came to the throne. Herbert Bismarck, the bullying chancellor's bullying son revealed this to Schweinitz in 1890, when we started colonial policy, we had to face a long reign by the Crown Prince, during which English influence would predominate. In order to forestall this, we had to launch colonial policy, which is popular and can produce conflicts with England at any moment. Though domestic needs pushed Bismarck towards colonial ambitions, this is far from saying that they were imposed upon him by public opinion. Of course there were Germans who desired colonies, romantic historians who wanted the right to be an empire, and not merely a national state, trading houses in Hamburg and Bremen who wanted imperial backing for their African trade, adventurers who hoped to obscure their shady past by appearing as the founders of empire, all those who sought a substitute for the traditions which Germany lacked by aping the traditions of others. In a parliamentary state these various currents might have diverted the trend of German policy. But Bismarck's Germany was a managed autocracy, not a parliamentary state. Bismarck took up the colonial impulses in 1884 and exploited them, pulling a wry face and making out that they were driving him on. He threw them over without difficulty the moment that they had served his turn, and after 1885 colonial considerations played no more part in his policy than they had done before he had acquired colonies at all. If it is absurd to suppose that Bismarck allowed a few colonial enthusiasts to divert and injure his foreign policy, it is even more absurd to believe that Bismarck, who used to condone German ambitions in Europe, himself succumbed to ambitions overseas. Of course Bismarck, like every junker, had an insatiable hunger for land on the cheap, but it had to be very cheap indeed, and any price which weakened Germany in Europe made it too dear. France and Germany were essentially continental powers, colonial ventures were for them a diversion of energy, as the French turned to colonies only when they could do nothing else. With Russia and England it was the other way round. Both adjoined Europe rather than belonging to it, both asked nothing of Europe except to be left alone. Hence concentration on world policy was with them a sign of strength and security. Bismarck saw things very differently. He said, "My map of Africa lies in Europe. Here lies Russia and here lies France, and we are in the middle. That is my map of Africa." This sentence defined the greatest difference between Bismarck and his successors in the reign of William II. He thought solely in continental terms. They imagined that Germany could go over to world policy before she had secured the mastery of Europe. Hence, in the end, they failed in both. Bismarck was never distracted by colonial issues. His colonial gains of 1884 were a move in his European policy. He was seeking a reconciliation with France, and to prove his bona fides needed a dispute with England. Strictly speaking, the Great Scramble for Africa was not launched by any of the great powers. Leopold II, King of the Belgians, touched it off with his International Association of the Congo, founded in 1876, a capitalist venture in piratical style. De Brazza, the great French explorer, entered the competition on the north bank of the Congo. The British, anxious to keep an open door to the Congo basin, answered with a characteristic venture in imperialism on the cheap. In February 1884 they recognized a Portuguese claim, dead for centuries, to control the mouth of the Congo. This, they supposed, would enable them to thwart both Leopold II and de Brazza. Here was a fine topic of Anglo-French discord, and Bismarck welcomed the chance to take part in it. His hands were free elsewhere. He had had a slight alarm in the autumn of 1883 that the Russians might raise their price for renewing the League of the Three Emperors, but this turned out to be no more than a domestic intrigue. Saburov in Berlin trying to overcall Jayers, his St. Petersburg chief. Saburov was disavowed, and the League was renewed on March 27, 1884 without alteration. On April 24 Bismarck proposed to Courcelles the establishment of a League of Neutrals against England, on the model of the armed neutrality of 1780. On the same day, the German consul at Cape Town announced that a concession in Southwest Africa was under German protection. A confused negotiation with Great Britain followed. The British had no idea that Bismarck wished to enter the colonial business, and, since German tariffs were lower than the French, they preferred German colonies to French if Africa was to be partitioned at all. Bismarck wanted a grievance, not colonies, hence he had put forward a claim on the doorstep of Cape Colony, and he never supposed that the British would give way. Moreover, he put forward his claim in a provocative and offensive way, and, to strengthen his grievance for the future, warned the British against opposing German colonial ambitions in a dispatch which was never communicated to the British government. The British, however, did not provide Bismarck with the quarrel that he sought. Weighed down with their Egyptian troubles, they were in retreat elsewhere. On June 21 they recognized the German settlement in southwest Africa. On June 26 they abandoned their treaty with Portugal. They even promised the French to evacuate Egypt by 1888, if it was by then orderly and if an international conference could settle its finances. This conference met on June 28. The French refused to sacrifice the interests of the bondholders. Though Bismarck made out that he intended to support the French, he really thought that Egypt was too dangerous a topic for conflict with the British, and left the French to wreck the conference single-handed. It broke up without result on August 2. Bismarck at once trumped up new grievances in southwest Africa and renewed his invitation to the French to join a coalition against the British. As he told Schweinitz, he hoped to revive the continental system of Napoleon III, though, of course, this time the Berlin decrees would have a different significance. This Continental League reached its highest point in September. The three emperors met at Skiernie-Weiss from 15 to 17 September, the last display in history of the Holy Alliance and, incidentally, the last time that the rulers of Central and Eastern Europe saw each other face to face until the conquerors of Germany met at Potsdam in 1945. The Skiernie-Weiss meeting was primarily a demonstration of conservative principle. The only practical topic discussed was the extradition of political offenders. Still, since Bismarck emphasized that it was not directed against France, it could only be directed against England, so far as it had an international character at all. On September 21 Bismarck again aired to Courcelles the idea of a maritime league against England. She must get used to the idea that a Franco-German alliance is not an impossibility. It is sometimes suggested that Bismarck raised this ghost in order to extract colonial concessions from the British, but, since they were ready to give him everything he wanted, this explanation does not work. It is more likely that he was playing genuinely for agreement with France. A maritime league was not so absurd as it seems in retrospect. The British Navy in 1884 had prestige and not much else. It had made little attempt to keep up with technical advance, from the ironclad to the torpedo, and a combined Franco-German fleet would have outnumbered it. On paper British sea power was more precarious than at any time since the mutiny at the Nowhere in 1797, and a naval scare, blowing up in the summer of 1884, began the first timid step towards building a new fleet which was to revolutionize the maritime balance of power in the next 10 or 15 years. In 1884 British security depended on the French reluctance to follow Bismarck's promptings, rather than on naval strength. Ferry noted in October, Bismarck's manifest tendency is to push us forward, promising to follow us. Our policy is to wait and not to take any step without the support of Europe. The French exploited German backing in order to wreck new schemes of financial reform in Egypt which the British put forward in the autumn of 1884, but they evaded Bismarck's suggestion of a conference at Paris on Egyptian affairs which should dictate terms to England. How much more then would they have evaded a war, even with Bismarck's moral support? Bismarck might say to Courcelles, "I want you to forgive Sedan, as after 1815 you came to forgive Waterloo." Lyons, the British ambassador at Paris, made the sensible comment, "The patronage of Bismarck overthrew the Freycinet cabinet. It is not strengthening Jules Ferry III." The most practical demonstration of the Franco-German Entente was a conference which met at Berlin in November to settle the affairs of the Congo Basin. Though this was designed by Bismarck as an anti-British gesture, it failed of its purpose and even threatened to bring Great Britain and Germany together. The British, far from wishing to monopolize the outer world as Bismarck imagined, wanted only fair competition and low tariffs. The French were the real monopolizers. When the conference recognized the international association as a neutral, free trade zone, the British had obtained all that they wanted. It was the French who had been defeated. This did not deter Bismarck from staging another colonial conflict with England over the partition of New Guinea, a conflict which ran from January until March 1885. The topic of dispute was, no doubt, chosen in order to exasperate the British colonists in Australia, as Anglo-Picania had been chosen for its effect on those at Cape Colony, and, since a new Reichstag had been elected in the autumn, Bismarck's policy can no longer be explained by his domestic anxieties. It was rather the effect on France that Bismarck had again in mind. But at the end of March Ferry, and with him Franco-German cooperation, ran into disaster. Ferry's real concern had been the completion of the French Empire in Indochina, and not Egypt or West Africa. This had involved him in war with China, and French forces were defeated at Lang Son. The defeat was exaggerated by his enemies in the chamber, and he was overthrown on March 30, just when he was within sight of peace with China. Though he had called on German mediation, this was not known at the time. Later Ferry's fall came to be regarded as a display of French distrust of Germany. In reality it was simply the result of a lost battle, much as the death of Gordon shook the Gladstone government in England. Certainly Bismarck did not at once draw the moral that Franco-German cooperation had failed. He assured Freycinet, Ferry's successor, that German policy had not changed, and on May 10 again spoke to Courcelles of his plans for a maritime league. Meanwhile the Continental League against Great Britain had really been displayed in a new and more menacing way. On March 30, the very day of Ferry's fall, a Russian army defeated the Afghans at Panjshir, and therewith threatened Afghanistan, which the British regarded as India's essential buffer state. The dreaded crisis in Central Asia seemed to have opened. Russian power there had long been expanding. Apart from the inevitable tendency to encroach on remote, derelict neighbors, the Russians were seeking a weapon to use against England in case of a new crisis in the Near East. As Giers put it, they wanted to secure a defensive position against the hostility displayed by the English government towards us since the Crimean War, and the only defensive position they knew was a threat elsewhere. It is not clear whether Bismarck had encouraged the Russian advance. Later he assured William I that he had done nothing to increase the chances of war. 3 On the other hand, he knew of the Russian plans and spoke of them with approval to Courcelles. And it is obvious that the Russians would not have moved so provocatively in Central Asia, if they had not had the security of the League of the Three Emperors. But even this security was not enough for them. Gladstone's government had been humiliated by its colonial disputes with Germany and France and, still more, by the death of Gordon at Khartoum. The Panjshir crisis gave it a last chance to restore its crumbling prestige. The expedition which had been designed to rescue Gordon was withdrawn from the Sudan, forces were mobilized in India, and on April 21 Gladstone moved a vote of credit for £11 million. The British could not strike a decisive blow against the Russians in the mountains of Afghanistan nor, still less, in the Far East, where they prepared to move against Vladivostok. The time had come to exploit Salisbury's interpretation of the rule of the Straits and to attack Russia in the Black Sea. A British invasion of the Black Sea had been the main anxiety in Russian policy since 1878. Bismarck had claimed to offer them security, and, in this crisis, justified his claim. He overcame Austro-Hungarian reluctance to quarrel with England and brought in France as well. All the great powers Germany, Austria-Hungary, Italy, and France warned the Turks that it would be a breach of treaty obligations to open the straits to the British. The Turks were glad of the excuse to escape trouble, and evaded the British request. All the same, the European protest at Constantinople was the most effective display of continental solidarity against Great Britain between Napoleon I's continental system and the Nazi-Soviet pact in 1939. Paradoxically enough, it defeated its purpose. Once the Russians were convinced that the straits would remain closed and the Black Sea secure, they lost interest in being able to threaten the British in Afghanistan. They were willing to compromise there. They agreed to arbitration on May 4, and the two countries settled the broad principles of a Russo-Afghan line on September 10. Great Britain and Russia did not oblige Bismarck by engaging in a fundamental conflict far from Europe. The Franco-German Entente ran on longer. In May 1885 Bismarck trumped up a new dispute with the British in order to please the French, this time in East Africa. This was a more sensitive spot for the British, since East Africa might open a backdoor to the valley of the Upper Nile, which they had just left in the hands of the Mahdi. Freycinet, new to office and warned by Ferry's failure, hesitated to be pushed forward against the British, and Bismarck professed to be disillusioned. On June 1 he told the Prussian ministers, "The French will never become even dependable defensive allies for us." Still, Bismarck had often drawn back before, and at almost the same time, he said to Courcelles, "Let us keep quiet until the autumn. Then we shall see." But the European situation changed profoundly in the following months. In June Salisbury succeeded Gladstone, and at once expressed his anxiety to cooperate with Germany. 3 In France, the elections, due in October, produced a flamboyant nationalist propaganda, which tied Freycinet's hands. The decisive event was neither in France nor in England, it was in Philippopolis. On September 18 there was a revolution in eastern Rumelia. On September 19 Prince Alexander of Bulgaria proclaimed the union of eastern Rumelia with Bulgaria. The eastern question was reopened. The Austrians needed British backing. Bismarck could no longer afford to estrange them, and as early as September 28 he was belittling the colonial disputes as window dressing for an abortive entente with the French. The Continental League vanished almost before it had begun. It had been a serious essay in European politics all the same. The policy which Bismarck followed between 1882 and 1885 rested on two assumptions: that the Continental powers had no serious conflicts with each other and that both France and Russia had conflicts with Great Britain so fundamental that in order to win them they would put themselves under German protection. Both assumptions were false. The Balkan rivalry between Russia and Austria-Hungary was postponed, not solved. Even the Pacific Jeers came away from Skier News convinced that the Austrians meant to cheat Russia of her preponderance in Bulgaria, about that there can be no illusions. Jeers was right. Kalnoky told Bismarck that Austria-Hungary could not agree to a partition of the Balkans, because of her railway interests, and Bismarck could only comment, "He carrot." Though the Russians were glad enough to make gains in Central Asia on the cheap, their overriding anxiety was still for the security of Crimea and the Ukraine. And if prestige was to be considered, what were Merv and Penjay, villages of Afghanistan, compared to Constantinople Tsargrad, the city of the Tsars? Later on, the Russian position changed. As they pushed on with the Trans-Siberian Railway, they saw at the end of it an imperial city, Pekin, which could be a real substitute for Constantinople, and then they became anxious for a continental league. This was not true in Bismarck's time. As for the French, even Bismarck could not have believed that they would be consoled by a few kind words. He complained that they would not play Le Grand Jeu in Egypt. 3 The only great game for the French would have been to reverse the verdict of 1870, since this was beyond them, they would play no other. Courcelles, repeating Gambetta's phrase, defined their policy. Be pacific in the present, reserve the future. The British had no inkling of what was afoot. They supposed that they had really given Bismarck cause for offense. Queen Victoria wrote, "Mr. Gladstone has alienated all other countries from us, by his very changeable and unreliable policy unintentionally no doubt, and this explanation seemed to be confirmed when the change in Bismarck's policy happened to coincide with Salisbury's advent to the Foreign Office." Moreover, colonial questions were a serious matter for the British, therefore they, and Anglo-Saxon historians after them, supposed that they were serious for Bismarck also. They even came to believe that they had treated him badly. Sanderson, for many years the leading figure at the Foreign Office, wrote in retrospect, "We countermanded some projects, but in other places we had already gone too far and could not go back." In fact, the British drew back everywhere and Bismarck secured everything that he had claimed. In the course of 1884 the Germans acquired Southwest Africa, the Cameroons, and East Africa. The British took only St. Lucia Bay, a key point indeed, since it cut off the Boer republics from the sea. But the Germans could hardly complain of this, unless they intended to take the Boers under their protection and so to challenge the British Empire in South Africa, its most vital point. Some British statesmen had more sense than to believe that Bismarck had quarrelled with them for the sake of African deserts. Salisbury, and after him Eyre Crowe, thought that Bismarck was trying to force Great Britain into the Triple Alliance. This may have been true later. It was not true in the days of the League of the Three Emperors and of Franco-German reconciliation. At that time the purpose of the Triple Alliance was to persuade Austria-Hungary and Italy to do without British friendship. More, it was actually used to support Russia at Constantinople and France in Egypt. It was a weapon, though an auxiliary one, in Bismarck's continental coalition. British security rested on two factors which they had come to regard as axiomatic and self-operating: naval supremacy, and the balance of power in Europe. Both were perhaps shakier in the early 80s than the British imagined. All the same, they turned out to be good enough. The British themselves began slowly to improve their fleet. France and Russia steered clear of the Continental League. Egypt and Central Asia were not enough to make them accept German hegemony in Europe. The struggle for mastery in Europe was postponed, not abandoned. This alone was the meaning of the age of imperialism. The continent of Europe would unite against Great Britain only after it had been conquered by one of the great powers, whether Germany or another, and the British could have said to Germany what King Charles II said to his brother James, Duke of York, "They will never kill me to make you king." Before it, was a fair-weather system. Though designed to prevent an Austro-Russian conflict in the Balkans, in fact it worked only so long as there was no conflict. It gave Europe an impressive semblance of stability between 1881 and 1885, and was perhaps even of some real use to Russia during the dispute with Great Britain over Penje. But it could not survive the strain of new Balkan troubles. These troubles came on the great powers unawares. Neither Austria-Hungary nor Russia had even the vague ambitions with which they speculated in the Near East 10 years before. The Austrians looked forward to the opening of the Orient Line and hoped that the remnants of Turkey in Europe would somehow gain economic strength. The Russians had only the practical anxiety to keep the straits securely closed. For understandable reasons of prestige they desired to maintain the political influence in Bulgaria which they had gained in 1878 and which indeed the League of the Three Emperors accorded to them. If their ingenuity had been able to make Bulgaria as subservient to them as Serbia became to Austria-Hungary, no one in the early 1880s would have objected, but the task was beyond them. Their only concept of liberation was that Bulgaria should be ruled by a Russian general. Moreover, the rivalry at St. Petersburg between the Foreign Ministry and the War Ministry was extended to Bulgaria, where the Russian diplomatists backed the conservatives and the military backed the liberals. The two parties played off their patrons against each other and gained for the tiny Congress Bulgaria a surprising independence. Russian resentment was concentrated against Alexander of Battenberg, the Prince of Bulgaria whom they had themselves nominated, and when Eastern Rumelia proclaimed its union with Bulgaria in September 1885 the Russians announced themselves as the leading advocates of the status quo ante, that is, of the Congress settlement which had in 1878 enshrined their defeat. The Austro-Hungarian government at first took the same line, and Bismarck was ready to support whatever was agreed to by his two imperial partners. In October 1885 it looked as though the League of the Three Emperors would have its way and would authorize the Turks to reconquer Eastern Rumelia. This scheme was wrecked by British opposition. Salisbury would have welcomed a Turkish intervention in Bulgaria to restore the Berlin settlement. When, instead, the Turks appealed to the powers, he drew the conclusion that Turkish strength was no longer to be counted on. A Turkish intervention would have been a blow against Russia. An Austro-Russian intervention would bring on a new Eastern crisis and shake the Ottoman Empire. Moreover, he was facing the first general election under household suffrage and feared that intervention by the reactionary powers would offend what Bismarck called the communist radical electorate. He said to Waddington, the French ambassador, "It is the policy of the Congress of Verona, but we Occidentals, who are governments of public opinion, cannot associate ourselves with the crushing of the young Christian races in the Balkans." And to please the French he offered Turkey an agreement envisaging eventual British withdrawal from Egypt. Old themes were stirred, the Holy Alliance on the one side, the Liberal Alliance on the other. Both combinations were too shaky to last. The French would not be pushed forward against Russia. The Austrians were increasingly tempted to side with England and to bid against Russia for control of the Balkans. In November Serbia, Austria-Hungary's satellite, demanded compensation for the unification of Bulgaria and followed this up by going to war. She was defeated by the Bulgarians within a fortnight. Kalnoky, the Austro-Hungarian foreign minister, ordered the Bulgarian army to halt. He was much pressed in Vienna to console Prince Alexander for this humiliation by supporting him at home against the Russians. On the other hand, Bismarck insisted that Austria-Hungary should do nothing unless the British were first committed, when in doubt abstain. A compromise followed, first proposed by Salisbury, now supported by Kalnoky and finally accepted by the Russians in April 1886: personal union of Eastern Rumelia and Bulgaria. It was much the same compromise as had heralded the unification of Romania 25 years before. The compromise made Bulgaria. It could not save the League of the Three Emperors. The Russians would not swallow Prince Alexander. In August 1886 he was kidnapped by officers under Russian instruction. When he returned to Bulgaria in September, the Tsar ordered him to abdicate, and he disappeared from history, causing a brief stir only in 1888 by proposing to marry the sister of William II. A Russian general, Kalbars, was sent to take over Bulgaria, but the politicians proved even more obstinate than their former prince, and in November Russian relations with Bulgaria were broken off. It seemed the prelude to invasion. Kalnoky had long repudiated any partition of the Balkans such as Bismarck had advocated, and he was being harassed by a campaign in Hungary, under Androssi's leadership, for war against Russia. To avoid anything worse, he had to pledge himself to resist a Russian protectorate of Bulgaria. The Austrians had little confidence that they could fight Russia alone. They turned to Bismarck for support. Bismarck refused it. He had always insisted that the Austro-German alliance was purely defensive and that Germany had no interests in the Balkans. If Austria-Hungary wished to oppose Russia, she should obtain British backing. This was the core of the diplomatic situation. Bismarck was committed to preserving Austria-Hungary as a great power. Salisbury, who had returned to office in July 1886 after a short-lived Gladstone government, was determined to keep the Russians out of Constantinople. Though he may have lost faith in its strategic value, he felt committed for the sake of public opinion. A government that acquiesced in a Russian occupation of Constantinople would, he thought, share the fate of Lord North's party. It would be the ruin of our party and a heavy blow to the country. Both Bismarck and Salisbury had an irrefutable case. If the Germans declared their support for Austria-Hungary, Russia would not attack her. If the British fleet entered the Black Sea, Russia would not invade Bulgaria. But equally, whichever moved first would draw on herself Russian hostility and resentment. Germany would be threatened on her eastern frontier, the British would be threatened in India. Randolph Churchill, Chancellor of the Exchequer, asked, "Who will support us against Russia in Asia, if we have secured peace in the Near East and so directed the enmity of Russia solely against ourselves?" Each therefore began to make excuse. Salisbury argued that, though the fleet could protect Constantinople, it could not help the Austro-Hungarian army in Galicia. "We are fish. Moreover, the fleet needed security at the straits if it were to enter the Black Sea. In other words, Germany must repudiate the diplomatic support for the closing of the straits which she had given so emphatically in April 1885. This, too, Bismarck refused. He intended to support the Russians' interpretation of the rule of the Straits in order to console them for his refusal to promise neutrality in a war between Russia and Austria-Hungary. The most that he could offer the British was that Germany would keep France neutral. This offer did not interest Salisbury. He had not yet accepted the inevitability of French hostility, still less of a Franco-Russian entente, and indeed in November 1886 the French held out to him the prospect of their support in Bulgaria if only he would end the British occupation of Egypt. 2 Drummond Wolff was sent to Constantinople to negotiate with the Turks for this very purpose. The British tried to turn Bismarck's maneuver against himself, they in their turn offered to protect Germany against France. Bismarck, however, made France his excuse for inaction. The patriotic revival in France which had begun during the general election of 1885 reached its height in the summer of 1886. It centered round the inadequate symbol of General Boulanger, a soldier distinguished only for his management of a black circus horse. Boulanger had no political sense, and Boulangism no political program. In practice it could only offer France certain defeat at the hands of Germany. The cautious, middle-class civilians who ruled France meant to avoid this disaster, yet they were to some extent the prisoners of nationalist agitation. They certainly could not revive Ferry's policy of cooperation with Germany. It was even difficult for them to compromise with England over Egypt, except on very favorable terms. The advocates of revanche pushed them towards Russia, yet the last thing they wanted was the dismemberment of the Turkish Empire and the Russians at Constantinople. On the other side, the breakdown of the League of the Three Emperors pushed the Tsar towards France, yet, though he wanted French backing at Constantinople, he did not want to quarrel with Germany. Besides, just as Alexander IL had always urged Napoleon III to be respectable, Alexander III welcomed the nationalism of Boulangism, but found its demagoguery very regrettable. Boulangism exactly served Bismarck's purpose. It retarded alliance between France and Russia, yet enabled him to argue that Germany must conserve all her strength to ward off a French attack. He made also a domestic calculation. The 3-year term of the Reichstag would run out in 1887, and he needed to raise once more the cry of the fatherland in danger, preferably in such a way as to use it against the Catholic center and the parties of the left. On November 25, 1886 Bismarck introduced a new military law in the Reichstag. He defended it solely with the argument of the danger from France, and, when it was rejected in January, dissolved the Reichstag. The general election gave a majority to the cartel, the coalition of conservative landowners and national liberal capitalists, which supported Bismarck, and the military law was safely passed in March 1887. It had already served its turn. Bismarck's parliamentary opponents did him many services, but never a greater than when they threw out the military law and so gave him the excuse to withstand British pressure until the spring of 1887. It would have been a disaster for his foreign policy if the law had gone through in November 1886. In his own words, "I couldn't invent Boulanger, but he happened very conveniently for me." It would be foolish to speculate whether Bismarck took the danger from France seriously. Probably he always took a danger seriously so long as it suited the needs of his policy. On the other hand, he instructed his ambassador in Paris to send alarmist reports until the election was over, and rebuked him when he failed to do so. Moreover, though he spoke in public of bleeding France white in case of war, he confessed in private that Germany needed France for the sake of a future maritime balance against England and that he would offer her generous terms after the first victory. The German war plan, at this time, projected an offensive against Russia, while standing on the defensive against France, and Bismarck stressed the danger from France largely to conceal the fact that the real German preparations were directed against Russia. The French had some inkling of this. Herbet, French ambassador in Berlin, wrote in December 1886, "I think that Bismarck really wants peace*, and urged that France should stay neutral in case of a war in the Balkans. 3 The French even offered to renew Ferry's entente with Germany. If Bismarck would help them against England in Egypt, then they would not need Russian support. Though Bismarck dared not estrange England, because of Austria-Hungary, he offered to mediate between the two countries. A combination analogous to the Crimean War would reduce the tenseness of the situation. Reconciliation between England and France is the only way to make Russia respect the treaties. Plus this was a far cry from 1879, when he had justified the Austro-German alliance as a means of warding off the Crimean coalition. Bismarck's offer was refused by the British. They had already reached the position over Egypt to which they always adhered: they would settle with France, but without the aid or interference of any other power. For, though French opposition was often an embarrassment to them, they knew that no other power would support France if it came to a conflict. The French were thus left in isolation and could look only to Russia for protection if Bismarck ever put his threats into action. But they did their best to conceal this from the Russians, so as not to be called on in the Bulgarian question, and when Laboulaye, the ambassador at St. Petersburg, asked Gers whether Russia would protect France from a German attack, he was severely rebuked by the French foreign minister. The French dared not oppose Russia, for fear of losing this protection; equally they dared not support her, for fear of being destroyed by a coalition of England and the Central Powers, quite apart from the fact that the Russian program in the Near East ran counter to their own interests. They therefore followed the line of measuring their Balkan attitude exactly on that of Germany. Then no one could blame them. We have separated ourselves, it is true, from England, Italy, and Austria, but it is to follow the path on which Germany was the first to advance and where we desire to follow, not precede her. This certainly turned the tables on Bismarck. He had hoped to drive France into the arms of Russia. This would both force the British onto the Austro-Hungarian side and free him from embarrassing Russian requests. Instead, French abstention, a more active abstention than in the previous Eastern crisis, but abstention all the same, compelled Bismarck to play the leading part. It dictated, in fact, the diplomacy of 1887. Both Bismarck and Salisbury held back until the opening of 1887, each still hoping to place the burden of Austria-Hungary on the other's shoulders. With the new year each began to weaken, not, however, directly towards Austria-Hungary. As in the negotiations for a triple alliance in 1882, Italy offered a safer ground for concessions. Any commitment would be against France, not against Russia, and neither Bismarck nor Salisbury took the danger from France seriously. The Italians were in a strong position for a bargain. The British needed diplomatic support against the French both in Egypt and Morocco, and they got it wholeheartedly only from the Italians. Moreover, Bismarck was publicly preaching the danger from France, and the Italians could quote him to good purpose. He could not call their bluff without exposing his own. All the same, he would not have agreed to their demands unless the British had moved first. On January 17 Salisbury told the Italian ambassador that he would like to make relations more intimate and useful. The Italians at once replied by proposing a formal alliance against France. This was more than Salisbury intended. He was ready to give the Italians the same sort of help in Tripoli as they gave him in Egypt, and further to promise support in general and to the extent that circumstances shall permit, but not to enter an alliance. The Anglo-Italian agreement, made on February 12, was as casual and informal as Salisbury could make it. The Italian note wanted a precise agreement to maintain the status quo in the Mediterranean. Salisbury merely gave a general blessing to the idea of cooperation and added the deliberately ambiguous sentence, "The character of that cooperation must be decided by them, when the occasion for it arises, according to the circumstances of the case." To Salisbury by them, meant the British, to the Italians both governments. Still Salisbury was not intending to mislead the Italians. The vague phrases were designed to meet the qualms of the British cabinet and to avoid disclosures which might threaten his weak government in the House of Commons. He wrote to Victoria, "It is as close an alliance as the parliamentary character of our institutions will permit." Bismarck, too, could cheerfully commit himself to the Italians once he knew that Salisbury was in train. The Italians had two complaints against the existing Triple Alliance which was due to run out in May 1887, it gave them no say in the Balkans, and it did not secure them against a French advance in Tripoli. Bismarck was ready to satisfy these complaints, Kalnoky was not. He did not want Italian interference in the Balkans, he was determined not to join any anti-French combination, and at bottom he would have been glad to see the Triple Alliance break down, so that Germany would then have less excuse not to support Austria-Hungary. Bismarck therefore had to do all the work and to make all the sacrifices. To meet Kalnoky's objections, the original treaty of the Triple Alliance was renewed without change on February 20, 1887, a week after the Anglo-Italian agreement was safely concluded. Austria-Hungary and Germany also made new separate treaties with Italy. The Austro-Italian treaty merely accepted the principle of reciprocal compensations in case the status quo in the Balkans was upset. The Austrians meant at most to recognize some Italian claim in Albania. The Italians, however, had their eye on Tyrol. Austria-Hungary made no new commitment against France, and Italy made none against Russia. The Italo-German treaty was a very different affair. Germany promised to go to Italy's assistance if France attempted to extend her occupation or even her protectorate or her sovereignty in either Tripoli or Morocco, and if Italy then herself acted in North Africa or even attacked France in Europe. Moreover, in case of war with France, Germany would help Italy to acquire territorial guarantees for the security of her frontiers and her maritime position, meaning thereby Corsica, Tunis, and Nice. This was not much like the League of Peace, Bismarck's rhetorical description of the original Triple Alliance, and it was far removed from his repeated promise to support France everywhere except in Alsace-Lorraine. In practice it did not mean much more than that Germany would help Italy to lay her hands on Tripoli if the French took Morocco, and Morocco would have been cheap at the price. Bismarck's underlying motive, as nearly always, was his determination not to commit himself against Russia. France was his lightning conductor. The more he was committed against her, the more he could plead that the task of opposing Russia must be performed by others. Besides, those who directed Italian policy could not wield the bow of Cavour. They might exploit the conflicts of others, they would hardly launch a war themselves. Above all, the responsibility of supporting Italy was shared with England, and unless the British acted, Bismarck also would find some excuse. The British and German agreements with Italy secured the Mediterranean status quo against France, they did not affect the danger from Russia. Here, too, Salisbury was ready to make some concession. Perhaps the cabinet, having been drawn into one agreement, had now less distrust of another. On February 19 he proposed that Austria-Hungary should accede to the Anglo-Italian agreement as it stood. This was by no means an attractive idea to Kalnoky. It would commit him against France in regard to Egypt and Tripoli without providing any assistance against Russia in Bulgaria. Moreover, Bismarck had insisted again and again, in the days when he was trying to save the League of the Three Emperors, that British promises were worthless unless they involved a binding pledge of military cooperation, yet Kalnoky knew that Bismarck would have a strong argument against any assistance to Austria-Hungary, once the vaguest phrases had been exchanged with Salisbury. But apparently the excuse of the French bogey which Bismarck had raised did the trick. Better a vague backing against Russia from England than no backing from anyone. On the essential point Salisbury got his way. Though the notes exchanged between the British and Austro-Hungarian governments on March 24, 1887 spoke of maintaining the status quo particularly in the Aegean and Black Seas, they did not contain the specific reference to the Balkans on which Kalnoky had at first insisted. Point 1 Moreover, like the notes exchanged with Italy, they spoke only of diplomatic cooperation, there was no pledge. The notes of February and March 1887 created a triple entente which protected British interests in Egypt, Italian interests in Tripoli, and the interest of all three at Constantinople. It was designed to stiffen the will of the two continental partners rather than to deter their possible enemies. The existence of the Austro-German alliance had been known to the Russians from the beginning. The French learnt of the Triple Alliance at least by the spring of 1883, and they were given a precise account of its renewal by the Italians in April 1887.3. But neither the French nor the Russians had any notion that there was a written Mediterranean agreement, though the fact of diplomatic cooperation was plain to see. On the other hand, the Italians had often threatened to make a bargain with the French, and Salisbury, though not Bismarck, often feared that the Austrians might strike a bargain with Russia. In fact, Salisbury justified the Mediterranean agreement to Victoria as the best means of warding off a continental league, which would seek to divide up the British Empire. These were far-fetched fears. Salisbury's practical object was to secure the diplomatic support of the Central Powers in the Egyptian question, and, since he could not have a direct agreement with Germany, he had to be content with an approach through her two partners. Diplomatic cooperation, without any pledge on the action that might follow it, was a great score for British policy. There was a solid majority against the French in Egypt, and, except for the French, the Crimean coalition had been recreated at Constantinople. But it was the Crimean coalition with a difference. That had followed the outbreak of war, this was designed to prevent it. Salisbury's real concern was to improve his bargaining position with the French and perhaps even with the Russians. Though Bismarck and Salisbury had run over with professions of mutual friendship, each had a fundamental reservation. Bismarck did not mean to quarrel with Russia, Salisbury wanted a reconciliation with France, and the moment the Mediterranean agreement was concluded, each set out to improve relations with the supposedly bellicose powers. Salisbury was unsuccessful. On May 22, Drummond-Wolff at last concluded a convention with the Turks in regard to Egypt. Though this provided for the withdrawal of the British troops within 3 years, it also laid down that the withdrawal could be postponed or that the troops could return if order and security in the interior were disturbed. In France, the Boulangist movement was at its height, and the French civilians dared not compromise in the Egyptian question. Backed by Russia, they bullied the Sultan into rejecting the draft convention, with the threat that otherwise France would occupy Syria, and Russia Armenia. On July 15, Drummond-Wolff left Constantinople. Immediately the French repented of their success and offered to help England in negotiating a new convention. It was too late. The Bulgarian crisis, too, was reaching its crisis, and Salisbury had to decide one way or the other. He decided for the Central Powers. The failure of the Drummond-Wolff Convention was the decisive factor in sending the French along the road to alliance with Russia. Once the Anglo-French Entente broke down, they had no alternative. But they turned to Russia in order to force an agreement over Egypt on Great Britain, not to go to war with her. The Anglo-French disputes, though fierce, were family quarrels between two nations with a common civilization and a common liberalism. They were conducted with all the bitterness, but also within the limits, of a parliamentary debate. The French politicians were resolved not to be drawn into exclusive partnership with the continental monarchies. Salisbury, too, though he thwarted French plans, was an honorary member of the Republic of Pals, and preferred his villa at Dieppe to Hatfield House. Still, a true revival of the Liberal alliance was ruled out for years as the deadlock over Egypt hardened after July 1887. Bismarck improved his position more successfully. With France this was not difficult. Once he ceased to be alarmed at an imaginary danger which he had himself created, there was no obstacle to friendly relations. A frontier incident in April 1887 gave him an opening. Schnaeb, a French frontier official, was illegally arrested by the Germans. The French government imagined that Bismarck was provoking them to war, and Boulanger thought that his hour had come. On the contrary, Bismarck released Schnaeb with the nearest that he could manage to an apology, and Boulanger was excluded from the next French government that was made at the end of May. If there had ever been a Boulangist crisis, it was now over. A serious entente with France was, however, ruled out by Bismarck's needs elsewhere. He could not support her over Egypt from fear of losing British backing for Austria-Hungary. In this sense, Salisbury had been right to argue that the Mediterranean Agreement prevented a continental coalition. Bismarck's relations with Russia were more important, indeed the vital point in his policy. There had always been two parties at the Russian court, the conservative diplomatists, who advocated close relations with Germany, and the aggressive nationalists, who wanted to keep a free hand in order to exploit the Franco-German War which they, like many others, supposed to be imminent. Alexander III, though conservative enough, disliked being dependent on German goodwill and hoped more from threats than from conciliation. Therefore the problem for the Russian conservatives was to get Bismarck to outbid Alexander's own inclinations. Peter Shuvalov, who had made the agreement with Salisbury in 1878, came to Berlin at the beginning of January 1887. He offered Russia's friendly neutrality in a Franco-German war. In return Germany was to recognize Russia's exclusive right to influence in Bulgaria and to promise friendly neutrality if Russia were to seize the Straits. The bargain suited Bismarck. He had always refused to commit himself against Russia in the Near East, and he would be rewarded by an assurance of Russian neutrality such as he had never had before, not even in 1870. But the bargain did not suit Alexander III. He would not give up the French card. Russia, he believed, could gain only by playing off France against Germany, not by backing one against the other. Shuvalov's approach was not followed up, and this silence from St. Petersburg was the decisive factor which led Bismarck both to renew the Triple Alliance and to promote the Mediterranean Agreement. The rejection of temptation brought Alexander III no reward from France. The French failed to make the clear appeal for Russian protection which would have justified his demanding support in the Balkans in exchange. On the contrary, French policy grew increasingly cautious, as was shown especially by the dismissal of Boulanger in May. Alexander came round grudgingly to the line advocated by Gers, the foreign minister: better some agreement with Germany than no agreement with anyone. The Russians tried to turn the tables on Bismarck. They offered to give up France if he would give up Austria-Hungary. Each should promise neutrality if the other were involved in war with a third great power. Bismarck refused this offer. Indeed, he read to the Russian ambassador the text of the Austro-German alliance. Instead, he tried once more to bribe the Russians with the offer of Constantinople. Germany would have no objection to seeing you masters of the Straits, possessors of the entrance to the Bosphorus, and of Constantinople itself. This offer had no value for the Russians. They might perhaps have abandoned France if they could have had a firm prospect of Constantinople, but this was impossible unless they had also a free hand against Austria-Hungary. In any case, Russia's preoccupations were defensive and negative: to avoid a European coalition, to prevent the whole of the Balkans falling under Austro-Hungarian control, and to keep the Straits closed. The agreement, which Bismarck and Shuvalov signed on June 18, satisfied these negative aims. The two parties promised neutrality of a meaningless kind: Russia to remain neutral unless Germany attacked France, Germany to remain neutral unless Russia attacked Austria-Hungary. Germany renewed the promises of diplomatic support for Russia in Bulgaria and at the Straits which she had made in 1881 at the time of the League of the Three Emperors. She added new promises against Alexander of Battenberg and of moral support in case Russia seized the Straits herself. In later years the reinsurance treaty acquired an exaggerated importance, a process begun by Bismarck in 1896 in order to discredit his successors. In reality it did not amount to much. Perhaps it put Alexander III in a better temper with Germany, and, as Bismarck noted, our relations with Russia depend exclusively on the personal feelings of the Tsar Alexander III. But the reinsurance treaty did not prevent a Franco-Russian alliance, which indeed, as later concluded, was technically compatible with its terms. The Franco-Russian alliance was retarded, though not finally prevented, solely by the French reluctance to give Russia a free hand in the Near East, and Russia announced her intention of supporting France in 1887, not in 1891. The reinsurance treaty demonstrated the approaching failure of Bismarck's policy. In January he had hoped that the prospect of Constantinople would make the Russians abandon France. Now, in the reinsurance treaty, he offered them Constantinople, yet had to acquiesce in an implicit Franco-Russian alliance. Again, He had always refused to support Austria-Hungary in the Balkans and had hoped that this would be enough to preserve Russo-German friendship. The Russians now showed that they would be satisfied with nothing short of German neutrality in an Austro-Russian war, and, failing this, they kept themselves free to support France. In fact, the treaty set it down in black and white that Germany would one day face war on two fronts, unless she abandoned the Habsburg monarchy. The Austro-German alliance imprisoned Germany, and Bismarck continued to dream that he might sometime make Germany more secure by escaping from it. No doubt this alliance was a lesser evil in Bismarck's eyes than the demagogic Greater Germany that must have been the alternative. All the same, the reinsurance treaty was, at best, an expedient for postponing the catastrophe of war on two fronts which Bismarck's diplomacy had made inevitable. It is becoming fashionable to argue that estrangement with Russia was forced on Bismarck by economic developments. The Prussian landowners, once the pillars of Russo-German friendship, now wanted tariffs against the cheap Russian grain, and no doubt there was something in this change of sentiment. All the same, the friendship would have continued if Bismarck had been able to promise neutrality in an Austro-Russian war. This political conflict eased the path for economic hostility, not the other way round. Much has been made of Bismarck's dishonesty in making the reinsurance treaty. There was certainly no dishonesty towards the Austrians. He had always insisted that he could not support them in Bulgaria nor at the Straits. He had taken the same line with the British. When he opened negotiations with the Russians, he took the added precaution of trumping up a colonial dispute with England so as to have a further excuse for not backing them at Constantinople. But this was a triviality, and he did not support them even though his colonial grievances were redressed. The British accepted Bismarck's argument that Germany's forces were locked away in defense against France. All the same, they would have been shocked to learn that he had given Russia promise of definite diplomatic support. But the Russians would have been more shocked had they known that, immediately before concluding the reinsurance treaty, he had engineered the Mediterranean coalition against them, or that Moltke was constantly advising the Austrians, with Bismarck's encouragement, how to improve their striking power in Galicia. The reinsurance treaty was a fraud on the Russians, or, more exactly, it was a fraud on Alexander III, in which Gers and the Shchevalovs took part with their eyes open. Napoleon III had played the same sort of fraud a generation earlier. Alexander II had been easygoing and soft-hearted. It was probably a mistake to play tricks on Alexander III. The reinsurance treaty had hardly been made when affairs in Bulgaria entered their most acute stage. On July 7 the Bulgarian Assembly elected Ferdinand of Coburg as prince, in defiance of Russian wishes, and the moment for Russian intervention seemed to have arrived. The pattern of the previous autumn was repeated. Bismarck and Salisbury each tried to shift the burden of supporting Austria-Hungary onto the other. On August 3 Salisbury had with Hatzfeld, the German ambassador, the first of his many rambling discussions on world affairs, from which both the Germans and posterity found it difficult to deduce a settled policy. The Turkish Empire, he insisted, was beyond saving, and England would have to partition it with Russia, unless Germany would support her. Bismarck, unlike his successors, did not lose his head. He replied that he would be delighted to promote an Anglo-Russian understanding. Salisbury beat a retreat. He could not, he said, desert Italy, and an Anglo-Russian agreement was, in any case, impossible. 3. The only point which Bismarck had wished to establish. The running was now taken up by the ambassadors of the three Entente powers at Constantinople. In the usual way of men on the spot, they exaggerated the surrounding dangers and were convinced that Turkey would give way to the first Russian threat, unless assured of Entente support. They worked out a basis of ideas to give Turkey a power of resistance, at least a moral one, and proposed to communicate these ideas to the Turks. This proposal was enthusiastically adopted by the Italian government. Crispi, who had just become prime minister, was the ablest, or at least the most energetic, man to rule Italy between the death of Cavour and the rise of Mussolini. Acutely aware of the weakness and disunion of Italy, he proposed to remedy these by activism, to make Italy run in the hope that this would teach her to walk. He therefore seized any chance to thrust Italy forward as a great power and, in particular, was eager to win British backing for his aggressive colonial policy. Crispi was seconded, though less urgently, by Kalnoky, who had always wanted more precise British commitments in the Near East and would even pay the price of Italian participation in order to get them. Bismarck doubted whether it could be done, even with German prompting. Still, we must try. Salisbury, however, accepted his rebuff of August. He had been outmaneuvered by Bismarck and wrote, "A thorough understanding with Austria and Italy is so important to us that I do not like the idea of breaking it up on account of risks which may turn out to be imaginary." All he asked was that the agreement should cover Asia Minor as well as Bulgaria and the Straits, a request easily met by the other two powers. The British cabinet was not so yielding. They were being asked to take the unprecedented step of committing themselves in peacetime, and could not see why Germany, the head of the Triple Alliance, should be allowed to keep out of her allies' troubles. Salisbury had to ask Bismarck to meet the objections of the cabinet by giving his moral approbation. Bismarck was always generous with this, what he would not give was a promise of practical support. He therefore laid a false trail. He sent Salisbury the text of the Austro-German alliance and followed this up with a letter, which concluded, "German policy will always be obliged to enter the line of battle if the independence of Austria-Hungary were to be menaced by Russian aggression, or if England or Italy were to be exposed to invasion by French armies." Salisbury in reply claimed to be convinced that under no circumstances could the existence of Austria be imperiled by a resistance to illegal Russian enterprises. 5. A skillful perversion of Bismarck's words. Of course he was not taken in. The exchange of letters was designed to satisfy the British cabinet, not to bind German policy, and Bismarck and Salisbury combined to mislead the cabinet as, 20 years before, Bismarck and Stanley had combined to mislead German opinion over the guarantee to Luxembourg. Once the British cabinet were satisfied, the agreement with Italy and Austria-Hungary could be made on December 12. The three powers united to maintain peace and the status quo in the Near East and, more particularly, the freedom of the Straits, Turkish authority in Asia Minor, and her suzerainty in Bulgaria. If Turkey resisted any illegal enterprises, the three powers would immediately come to an agreement as to the measures to be taken in order to defend her, while if she connived at any such illegal enterprise, the three powers would consider themselves justified in occupying such points of Turkish territory as they may agree to consider it necessary to occupy. These were the original points as drafted at Constantinople. In the excitement of achieving them, Kalnoky and Crispi did not notice that Salisbury had added another. The agreement was not to be revealed to Turkey, and this addition defeated the original purpose of stiffening Turkish nerves. Still, even so weakened, the agreement was more nearly an alliance with a group of great powers than any Great Britain had ever made in time of peace, and more formal than any agreement made with France or Russia 20 years later. Salisbury might still insist that Austria-Hungary had je Borel you lead, we follow you. In fact, he had made an alliance with Austria-Hungary and Italy for the defense of Bulgaria and Asia Minor. Though often called the Second Mediterranean Agreement, it had little to do with the Mediterranean. The first agreement had aimed at diplomatic cooperation, principally against France, hence it had specified Egypt and Tripoli. The new agreement was a preliminary to a possible military action, directed solely against Russia. Indeed, it could only work so long as France stood aside, and Salisbury at once assured the French that he had not entered into any agreement directed against them. 3. The British assumed, as the basis of their policy, that their fleet could pass the Straits at any time and so threaten Russia in the Black Sea. Though they did not yet realize that the fleet was obsolete, they knew that it could enter the Straits only if it was secure from a French attack in the rear. The deadlock between England and France over Egypt was not yet palpably final. Indeed, they had reached a rather futile agreement on the neutralization of the Suez Canal in October, and it was therefore reasonable to suppose that the French would welcome the checking of Russia, even though their Egyptian grievance debarred them from assisting it. Salisbury's attitude to France was the reverse of what it had been during the abortive negotiations for an alliance with Germany in 1879. Then he had offered Germany alliance against France, in the belief that this would enable Germany to support Austria-Hungary against Russia. Now he had shouldered the burden of supporting Austria-Hungary, but on the assumption that France would remain neutral. Of course, Salisbury's commitment was even now as cautious as it could be. The Second Mediterranean Agreement, like the first, remained secret. Its object was to steady Austrian nerves and to secure the cooperation of the Italian with the British fleet, rather than to frighten or even to deter France and Russia. The First Mediterranean Agreement had been followed by the Reinsurance Treaty. New German gestures of friendship towards Russia followed the second. In December 1887, Bismarck was much pressed both by the Austrians and by his own military men to agree to a preventive war against Russia. The Austrians wanted to count with certainty on German support. The German generals, believing the narrow frontier of the Vosges to be impregnable on either side, planned to stand on the defensive against France. Therefore, the only way of using their mass army and of avoiding a long war on two fronts, was to knock Russia out at once. Bismarck would have nothing of this reasoning. Though he had no theoretical love of peace, he did not intend to relieve England of the burden of Austria-Hungary. So long as I am minister, I shall not give my consent to a prophylactic attack upon Russia, and I am far from advising Austria to make such an attack, so long as she is not absolutely certain of English cooperation. The Hungarian parliament, in particular, clamored for war, and Bismarck, to prove that the Austro-German alliance was purely defensive, published its text on 3 February 1888. 3 days later, he made his last great speech in the Reichstag, approving Russian policy in Bulgaria and declaring his trust in the good faith of the Tsar. Thus encouraged, the Russians made a harmless move against Ferdinand of Coburg. On February 13 they asked the Turks to declare his election as Prince of Bulgaria illegal. Bismarck supported this demand. The French had, for a moment, dreamt of reconciling Russia and England. But by February 1888 they had come to realize that the British were committed to Italy, if not to Austria-Hungary. And they were determined not to bear the brunt of this combination. On the other hand, they would not let Germany outbid them for Russia's friendship. They, too, therefore supported the Russian demand, but in close step with Germany. It was opposed by Austria-Hungary, prodded on by Italy and Great Britain. The Sultan was, however, delighted to assert his theoretical suzerainty over Bulgaria. On March 4 he declared Ferdinand's election illegal. The declaration harmed no one. Ferdinand remained Prince of Bulgaria. Russian pride was satisfied. The great Bulgarian crisis had come to a tame conclusion. It will not do to give Bismarck all the credit for this peaceful outcome. The French statesman contributed as much, and Salisbury contributed something. There was a deeper cause still. The Russians regarded the Balkans with indifference or even dislike. Their ambition turned towards Central Asia and the Far East. They wanted security at the Straits, and they resented the offense to their prestige in Bulgaria. But they would make no serious move, unless assured of German neutrality. German goodwill was not enough, they needed a firm threat to Germany from France, and they did not get it. They could only console themselves that Boulangism made France unfit to be anybody's ally. Gers wrote sullenly, "An alliance with France at this moment is a complete absurdity, not only for Russia, but for any other country." On the other side, the Austrians dared not take the offensive without German backing, nor perhaps even with it. Certainly the tepid British support was not enough for them. Italy was the only restless element. Bismarck tried to satisfy the Italians by elaborate staff talks, arranging for military assistance which he knew to be worthless. It gave them the sensation of their own importance. Both Salisbury and Kalnoky were irritated at Crispy's colonial demands and repeatedly told the French that they would not support them. Crispy went on boasting of the military support he would receive from Germany and of the naval support from England. He lived in a world of illusions and was leading Italy to disaster. But Italy could not dictate policy to Europe. Capitalist investment brought a generation of peak industrial expansion made all the great powers pacific, as it had made England pacific ever since 1815. So far as they had ambitions, their eyes were turned to the outer world. The days of European upheaval were over, they would not come again until one of the powers felt itself strong enough to challenge the balance which had been established at the Congress of Berlin. That power could only be Germany. Ever since 1871 Bismarck had followed a policy of restraint. His motive was always fear, not conquest. The new Germany was conscious only of its strength, it saw no dangers, recognized no obstacles. German explorers, scientists, and capitalists spread over the world. Germans were everywhere in the Balkans, in Morocco, in Central Africa, in China, and where they were not, they wished to be. So long as William I lived, Bismarck could keep a hold on the reins. His system was doomed, once an emperor representative of the new Germany was on the throne. Bismarck in office had been to the great powers a guarantee of peace, even though a peace organized by Germany. Now the powers had to seek other guarantees, and ultimately guarantees against Germany herself. Of 1888 was a curious one. Russia received diplomatic support at Constantinople from France and Germany, and was opposed there by the three powers of the Mediterranean Entente. On the other hand, Salisbury, not Bismarck, restrained this Entente from turning against France. The outcome was more curious still. The French, much against their will, were driven to support Russia more closely. Germany, much against Bismarck's will, ceased to support Russia at all. The French recognized that support for Russia contradicted their traditional policy in the Near East and threatened their investments in the Ottoman Empire. They would have preferred to resurrect the Crimean coalition with England and Italy, the only rational and fruitful policy. Egypt stood in the way, and here Salisbury refused the slightest concession. The French tried to approach England, as Austria-Hungary had done, through the Italian back door, but instead of seeking to cajole Italy they chose the method of threats, patronage of the Pope, and the launching of a tariff war, weapons which made Crispy more hostile than ever. Their only practical result was to stimulate Anglo-Italian naval cooperation, culminating in a demonstrative visit to Genoa by the British fleet. The French were driven back to Russia. In Paul Cambon's words, "If you cannot have what you must like what you have, and today our sole resource is the hope of Russia's support and the anxiety which this simple hope causes." Bismarck. In October 1888 the first Russian loan was floated on the French market, and in January 1889 the Russians placed a large order for French rifles, after giving a definite promise that these would never be used against France. Alliance was already in the offing. Bismarck's difficulties sprang from a single cause, the accession of William II in July 1888. The young emperor had once been an enthusiastic advocate of the Russian alliance, and even in 1887 Salisbury had feared that his accession would swing Germany away from Austria-Hungary. Now he was much in the hands of the military men, particularly of Waldersee, the new chief of staff, men who thought exclusively of a war on two fronts and wished to plan a campaign against Russia in Galicia in cooperation with Austria-Hungary. The corollary of this was close alliance with England. Besides, William II wanted to be both modern and popular, hence he favored nationalist cooperation with the Germanic Austria-Hungary, democratic association with liberal England, and a breach of the conservative partnership with Russia. In the past Bismarck had often played a demagogic card against the old emperor, now the new emperor played demagogic cards against him. Bismarck's only resource was in diplomatic devices. Just before William II came to the throne, Bismarck argued to him that, if he wanted war, it would be better to attack France than Russia. He was trying, in fact, to divert the storm onto a more harmless object. In January 1889 Bismarck proposed to Salisbury a formal secret alliance against France. It is difficult to believe that he took this proposal seriously. He had no fear of France. Indeed, at exactly the same time as he made this proposal to Salisbury, he assured Herbet that his faith in the stability of the French Republic had been restored by the collapse of Boulangism, and that, if Germany made colonial concessions to England, these would be because of the worthlessness of the German colonies, not from love of England. On the other side, British strategy in the Mediterranean certainly counted on French neutrality, but Salisbury intended to secure this, if necessary, by some friendly gesture, not by an alliance with Germany, which would drive France over to the Russian side. Besides, the British had at last taken the decisive step of strengthening their navy. The Naval Defence Act, passed in March 1889, revolutionized British naval policy. It looked forward to a time when the two-power standard would be a reality and when Great Britain could shake herself free even of the continental attachments which she still had. This was hardly the time for her to make new commitments. Salisbury returned a polite negative to Bismarck's proposal, and even used this rejection as a means of winning French confidence. Bismarck's tactics succeeded for the moment with William II. He was persuaded that the British had rejected an alliance, and he even refrained from proposing a bargain on colonial questions when he visited England in August 1889. These devices could only postpone the conflict. Later in August Francis Joseph visited Berlin, and William II told him that, whatever the reason for Austrian mobilization, whether the Bulgarian question or anything else, German mobilization would follow the same day. The Austrians had often been told this by Waldersee. It was a different matter to hear it from the German emperor. In October Alexander III also came to Berlin. He was sulky to his German hosts, friendly only to Urbet, to whom he said that the French army should be stronger, and gave general offense by proposing William II's health in French. Worse things followed. In November William IT visited Constantinople, the first Christian sovereign to seek out the Ottoman Sultan, plus this was hard to reconcile with the promise of diplomatic support for Russia in the Near East. The Conservative Party at St. Petersburg, with Gers at their head, were convinced that only Bismarck stood between them and the French alliance that they dreaded. Alexander III might have let the reinsurance treaty lapse in silent resentment. Gers alone was anxious to rescue it. On March 17, 1890, Paul Shevalov formally proposed the renewal of the treaty for 6 years, with the possibility of its becoming permanent. He was too late. Bismarck's conflict with William II had exploded, and he had already resigned. The conflict was primarily on a domestic issue, whether to repudiate the imperial constitution and crush the Social Democrats by military force. But since it was a choice between conservative dictatorship and demagoguery, it was also a choice between friendship with Russia and support for the German cause in the Near East, in alliance with England. Caprivi, Bismarck's successor as Chancellor, knew nothing of foreign affairs. Marshall, the new Secretary of State, not much more. Both relied on Holstein, one of the permanent officials at the Foreign Ministry, who now established a control over Germany's policy which lasted until 1906. There was nothing mysterious in his position. He was the one-eyed man in the country of the blind. He had great industry and experience, even great resolution. His weakness was one he shared with Bismarck. He tried to conduct foreign policy on a secretive basis, when in fact public opinion had to be increasingly considered. In 1906 this was his ruin. Holstein had close links with the General Staff. He accepted their judgments on foreign policy and had for years been urging the Austrians to resist Russia, despite Bismarck's instructions to the contrary. Like the generals, he had no sympathy with overseas expansion or plans for a great German navy. Caprivi had the same outlook, though he had once been at the Admiralty. He said on taking office, "In naval policy I did not ask how big the navy should be, but how small. There must be a battle, and the Great War, which hangs over Germany's head, must be fought, before we can build as many ships as Germany and especially the Emperor, who is very keen on the development of the navy, want." The new course aimed at alliance with England, at any rate until the continent had been conquered, and its protagonists rejected the reinsurance treaty for fear that it might be revealed to England. The British would, they thought, be particularly offended by the German promise to maintain the closing of the Straits. 3 Caprivi added, "We have to consider public opinion much more than in Prince Bismarck's time." 4 The Russians were therefore told that, though German policy had not changed, the treaty could not be renewed. Gers was in despair. He offered to accept a treaty without any specific promise of diplomatic support in the Near East, and sought only some fixing of Germany's friendship with Russia. It was useless. The Germans feared the effect of even the most harmless clause on the British government. Alexander III took the failure lightly and perhaps enjoyed Gers's discomfiture. Nor was the lack of a signed document decisive in itself. What weighed with Alexander III was the disappearance of Bismarck in Germany and of Boulanger in France, and Gers could not have saved his policy by extracting a scrap of paper from the Germans. The new course seemed to have erased the entire Bismarckian period and reverted to the foreign policy of the short-lived liberal era between 1858 and 1862. In August 1890 Caprivi agreed with Kalnoky that a Russian solution of the Straits question was absolutely impossible and that no changes could be allowed in the Near East without a previous agreement between Germany and Austria-Hungary. The Germans had as yet no interest of their own to defend in the Near East, they were simply carrying the policy of the Quadruple Alliance to its logical conclusion. They believed that they had solved the problem which had defeated Bismarck. By associating themselves wholeheartedly with Austria-Hungary they would secure British support for her also, and were therefore running no risks. Certainly Anglo-German relations reached their high water mark of intimacy in the summer of 1890. On July 1, 1890 the two countries signed an agreement, by which Germany gave up her rights at Zanzibar, limited her claims in East Africa, and received in exchange the island of Heligoland. 3 The agreement had the rare quality of satisfying both parties. The British strengthened their position on the Nile and in the Red Sea, the Germans acquired Heligoland and were convinced that alliance with Great Britain was as good as one. Nor were they alone in this belief. Stahl, the Russian ambassador, wrote from London, "The entente with Germany has been virtually accomplished," and Shavalov told Urbet that henceforth Great Britain and Germany would cooperate in Egypt and the Balkans. Coalition against a Franco-Russian alliance seemed to have come into existence even before the alliance was made. France and Russia were being forced together, whether they liked it or not. The Russians failed to detach Germany from the Quadruple Alliance during William II's visit to Peterhof in August 1890. French attempts with Great Britain were equally unsuccessful. The French, too, had claims at Zanzibar, dating back to 1862, they tried to sell them at too high a price. Salisbury would only offer to recognize the French protectorate of Madagascar. 3 The French asked to be freed from fiscal restrictions in Tunis, but this would estrange the Italians, and Salisbury would agree to it only if he received fiscal freedom in Egypt. In other words, he needed the support of the Italian navy until France acquiesced in British control of Egypt, and this was still far out of sight. The Anglo-French deadlock remained unbroken. All the same, Salisbury had agreement always at the back of his mind and gave no encouragement to the Italians. Crispy had taken alarm at the rumor of French action in Tunis and wished to seize Tripoli. Salisbury resisted this precedent for breaking up the Ottoman Empire. He was ready to assure Crispy that the political interests of Great Britain as well as those of Italy do not allow of Tripoli having a fate similar to that of Tunis, but as long as the plans of France have not taken shape, nothing must be done to offend Turkey. The British connection with the Triple Alliance was in fact a form of reinsurance, nothing more. With the same motive, the French moved slowly along the path towards agreement with Russia. On May 30, 14 Russian nihilists were arrested in Paris to the great delight of Alexander III. It was a striking repudiation of the traditional protection which France had given to Russian, and particularly Polish, revolutionaries. In August Boistefer, assistant chief of the French General Staff, visited Russia. His conversations were discouraging. The Russians would mobilize if Germany attacked France, but they rejected his offer of a military convention. Two opposed camps will be formed, one of which will try to destroy the other. The Russian plan was to attack Austria-Hungary, even at the cost of sacrificing Russian Poland to the Germans, and they urged Boistefer also to follow a defensive strategy. Then France could hold out indefinitely implicitly without Russian support. The French army, in fact, was to act as a substitute for the reinsurance treaty and to keep Germany busy while the Russians destroyed Austria-Hungary. The French saw the logical outcome of the Russian plan. If France were defeated by Germany, she could then pay for the gains which Russia would make in Eastern Europe. The French, however, did not feel that a Russian occupation of Budapest or even of Vienna would be any consolation for a German occupation of Paris. They waited in the hope of getting better terms. Failing anything else, the French renewed their attempts to detach Italy from the Triple Alliance. Good relations between France and Italy would cripple the British naval position in the Mediterranean. Then the French could either enforce a settlement of the Egyptian question or sell their friendship to Russia on better terms. As with Russia, the French used the weapon of finance, but in the reverse way. They gave loans to Russia in order to sweeten her for an alliance. They refused loans to Italy unless she moved away from England and Germany. The Italians dared not accept this French bait. They were not free agents so long as Germany and England were on the same side, and their fears increased when the French Republic made up its long-standing quarrel with the Pope. It would be a poor bargain if, in exchange for French money, they got British hostility in Tripoli, were excluded from the Eastern question, and were threatened as well with clericalist agitation at home. The pressure from France made Crispy wilder than ever, and he made repeated attempts to get a firmer backing from England and Germany for his ambitions in Tripoli. He achieved nothing. At the end of January 1891 he fell from office over a domestic issue. Roudenay, the new prime minister, hoped to strengthen his shaky parliamentary position by performing the miracle that had evaded Crispy, and he supposed that the British would be more easily caught if the Germans were committed first. He therefore proposed that the Triple Alliance, which ran out in 1892, should be renewed at once, and he added a new clause, whereby the Germans were to support Italy if it ever suited her to take Tripoli. Caprivi, with his continental outlook, disliked this proposal. For him Italy was only useful as a link with England. Point 2 However, the Italians insisted that, once assured of German backing, they could get England as well, and the new Triple Alliance, which was signed on May 6, 1891, contained a protocol that the parties would seek to involve England in the clauses about North Africa, and through in Morocco also. Roudenay's maneuver did not work. He drafted an agreement by which England would promise to support Italy and Germany against France in exchange for diplomatic support in Egypt. The Germans realized that this was bidding too high. The British would certainly not commit themselves to a continental war. They persuaded Roudenay to substitute a declaration in favor of the status quo in North Africa, analogous to the agreement of December 1887 about the Turkish Empire. Even this was too much for Salisbury. Though he regarded the friendship of the Central Powers of Europe as essential, he did not intend to pay for it, and he recognized that the existence of Germany was enough in itself to restrain France without any alliance. As he told Chamberlain, as long as France was afraid of Germany she could do nothing to injure us. It suited his policy better to balance between Italy and France rather than to tie himself to either. Besides, he suspected that in Italian eyes the status quo in North Africa meant the French expelled from Tunis and themselves established in Tripoli. He therefore expressed polite approval of the Italian proposal and waited for an excuse to evade it. Roudenay soon provided this. To prop up his government in the chamber he boasted that Great Britain had joined the Triple Alliance. There were questions in the House of Commons from radical members who objected to associating with the Triple Alliance or indeed with any European powers, and Salisbury said that negotiations would have to wait until Parliament had quietened down. This never happened. The Italians did not get their agreement, only a visit of the British fleet to Venice. It was small consolation to announce publicly on June 28 the renewal of the Triple Alliance. Though the Italian move had failed, it alarmed the French. They did not appreciate Salisbury's hints that Tunis also was part of the status quo or that he had worked with Crispy only in order to keep him within bounds. Point 3 They believed that a hostile coalition was being formed against them. Moreover, they attached exaggerated importance to the erratic personality of William II and genuinely feared that he might attack them for failing to respond to his violent gestures of amity. Their only hope seemed to be to force on an agreement with Russia. Alexander III, too, resented the flirtation of England with the Triple Alliance, and favored cooperation with France. The French gave the final push when they got the Paris House of Rothschild to refuse to float a new Russian loan, ostensibly because of Russian ill-treatment of the Jews. The Russians were threatened with a disastrous harvest, they had to have French money on any terms. They yielded towards the Jews, what was more important, they yielded in foreign policy. The Russian chief of staff told Boistefer that he favored a military convention providing for simultaneous mobilization if either were attacked by any member of the Triple Alliance. And a French squadron visited Kronstadt in the last week of July, where it was received with tremendous enthusiasm. Gers saw his conservative policy crumbling away. Lambsdorff, his assistant, noted, "At bottom this whole rapprochement with France does not enjoy the sympathy of M. Gers." But Gers could never stand against the autocratic will of Alexander III. He doubted his own judgment and used to send Lambsdorff off to pray in the nearest chapel, before he made any decision. Besides, unlike his predecessors, he had no private fortune and therefore could not threaten to resign. His only resource was to be dilatory. To prevent anything worse, he himself took the initiative towards France. On July 17 he told Les Bollets that they ought to take a further step on the path of the Entente. When Les Bollets proposed a military convention, Gers answered by proposing an agreement between the two governments. This, no doubt, would be more harmless. Ribot, the French foreign minister, at once produced a precise draft: simultaneous mobilization against a threat from any member of the Triple Alliance and agreement on all questions which might threaten the peace of Europe. 3 This was not at all to Gers's taste. He wanted a vague entente extending over the whole world, China, Egypt, and so on. What he really had in mind, but dared not mention, was the Near East. Moreover, he rejected simultaneous mobilization and would agree only that the two powers should consult in case of danger. The French realized that Gers was aiming at an anti-English entente which would not be directed against Germany, but they hoped that, if they once got a political agreement, a military convention against Germany would follow. Alexander III did not want an open quarrel with Gers. Instead he decided to consult Morenheim, his ambassador in Paris, a typically Russian mansuver. Morenheim, who lived the dissolute life then characteristic of ambassadors, was probably in the pay of French armament interests. He was certainly a warm advocate of the French cause. While he was in St. Petersburg, the British came unconsciously to the assistance of the French. Salisbury invited the French fleet to visit Portsmouth on its way back from Kronstadt to show them that England has no antipathy to France, or any partisanship against her. This was a sharp reminder that France had other ways of escaping from isolation. Alexander III and Morenheim compelled Gers to swallow the Entente, and it was embodied in a letter to the French government on 27 August. 3 The French got two concessions. If peace were threatened, the two powers would not merely consult, they agreed to agree on measures feeble enough, but still something. Further, Morenheim added that this was merely a beginning and that there must be ulterior developments. These 2 points were the loopholes through which the French, within a year, inserted their interpretation of Franco-Russian relations. Otherwise the Entente was a victory for Russia. The French were committed to diplomatic action against England, particularly at Constantinople. The Russians were not committed to military action against Germany. The Entente was the last link in a long chain of exaggerated fears. The Germans had feared a Russian initiative in Bulgaria and had therefore paraded their support for Austria-Hungary. The Italians had perhaps feared a French initiative in the Mediterranean and had therefore boasted of their alliance with England. As a result, both France and Russia had feared that they would be isolated in face of a hostile coalition, and this fear drove them together. But each power was still looking over its shoulder. The Russians hoped that the Entente would lead Germany to renew the reinsurance treaty, the French that it would lead Great Britain to compromise in the Egyptian question. In the Russian vision of the future, Germany and France would both patronize Russian expansion in the Near and Far East. In the French vision, both Great Britain and Russia would sustain France against Germany. The French would certainly not fight to give Constantinople to Russia, the Russians just as certainly not to recover Alsace and Lorraine for France. In fact, the Entente could become an explosive combination only if Germany became Russia's principal rival in the Near East, and that was 20 years off. Still, the Entente was a turning point in the history of Europe. With all its reserves and contradictions, it was yet a declaration that Russia and France intended to avoid the dependence on Germany into which Austria-Hungary had fallen. Both made a sacrifice of their principles and traditions. The autocrat of all the Russia stood to attention for the Marseillaise, and that hymn of revolutionary nationalism was played in honor of the oppressor of the Poles. The August Entente was a defeat for Gier's conservative policy of cautious abstention, but he did his best to make it a little one. In the autumn he visited Paris and Berlin, and assured each government of the pacific intentions of the other, a dying echo of the days when Russia had claimed to protect first Prussia and then France. The Germans did not take the Franco-Russian Entente very seriously. They had come to assume French hostility, and did not suppose that Russia was more hostile than before. In fact, the Entente might improve their position by forcing Great Britain into the Triple Alliance. With the Egyptian question always simmering, it looked indeed as though the Entente might be tried out at Constantinople. Paul Cambon, who had just gone there as French ambassador, regarded the Entente as a mistaken abandonment of traditional policy, for which he blamed the hotheads of Paris. Since it had been made, he wanted to put it to practical use. Russia and France should encourage the Sultan to resist British proposals in regard to Egypt. This would soon enforce an acceptable compromise. These ideas did not meet with Ribot's approval. He knew that the Russians would only give moral support in the Egyptian question, and their price in regard to Bulgaria was one which the French could not pay. More serious still, French opinion was not in the mood to accept any compromise, however reasonable, in the Egyptian question. It was useless for Cambon to argue that the great opportunity had been lost forever in 1882. In Egypt, even more than in Alsace and Lorraine, French policy was condemned to sterile resentment. The French politicians had to demand concessions which they knew the British would not give, and with which, in any case, the French public would not be satisfied. 3 All the same, Ribot and his colleagues were determined that the Entente should not take on a purely anti-British character. The only way of preventing this was to carry through the military convention, which they had always regarded as the complement to political agreement. Or even more than the complement, a way of superseding it. Essentially, the French did not want a political agreement with the Russians in view of its awkward consequences in the Near East. They wanted a military convention, guaranteeing that a certain proportion of the Russian army be turned against Germany. Equally, this was the essential point which Gier's wished to avoid. He was overruled by Alexander III. The Tsar hated the shackles which German policy had imposed upon him. He wanted to feel truly independent and liked the prospect of Germany being destroyed, at any rate in imagination. He said to Gers, "In case of war between France and Germany, we must immediately hurl ourselves upon the Germans. We must correct the mistakes of the past and crush Germany at the first opportunity." Of course, Alexander III, with true Russian procrastination, liked drawing out negotiation for its own sake, but, in the last resort, he was the ally of France against his Germanic foreign minister. To justify their demand for a military convention, the French had to make out that they were in imminent danger of attack from Germany. This was a facade. Ribot himself admitted that the convention was more political than military. Its object was to commit Russia to an anti-German course. Curiously enough, the French demand for a Russian offensive was technically ill-founded when it was made. The plans of the German General Staff, as devised by Moltke, envisaged an offensive against Russia, not against France, and the best answer to this was to withdraw into the heart of Russia, as the Russians intended to do. But the Germans justified the French demand post facto when they changed their strategic plans in 1892. As in other cases, the French alliance with Russia, which was a precaution against Germany, itself caused that danger or at any rate aggravated it. If it had not been for the alliance, German strategy against France might have remained defensive for years. Ribot wanted the Russians to concentrate at least half their forces against Germany. And when Boisdeffer again went to Russia in August 1892, he took with him a draft convention providing that Russia should take the offensive even if France were attacked by Germany alone, whereas France would do nothing in case Austria-Hungary fought by herself. The Russian generals jibbed at these proposals, but finally they compromised. The French were promised support even against Germany alone, and, in any case, roughly a third of the Russian army would act against Germany. In return, the French agreed to mobilize even if Austria-Hungary mobilized in isolation. Ribot thought this contingency so unlikely that it was worth taking the risk. The convention was to last as long as the Triple Alliance, a curious arrangement, in that neither France nor Russia knew the latter's terms. The Convention of August 1892 was as great a victory for the French version of their relations with Russia as the Entente of August 1891 had been for the Russian. The first had been a diplomatic entente against England, the second was a potential military coalition against Germany. The second version did not supersede the first, the two competed for many years, each side acting on its own version and disregarding the other. In political matters, the French refused to be pushed forward against England and never helped Russia at Constantinople. In military affairs, the Russians neglected their preparations against Germany and used the money lent by France for almost any purpose other than strategic railways in Russian Poland. Still, the great step had been taken, the Franco-Russian alliance was made. The statement is not technically accurate. The convention was only a draft agreed by Boisdeffer and the Russian generals, it still needed the approval of Alexander III and of the French government. Ribot and Freycinet hoped still to alter the text, at any rate so far as to escape being involved in a Balkan war, but when they visited Gers at Aix-les-Bains, he told them that he was too ill to read their proposals, though not too ill to hold forth on the virtues of a pacific policy. They returned to Paris baffled. Alexander III had probably made up his mind to approve the convention in December. As Montebello wrote, he proceeded with an almost mathematical regularity. But in the autumn of 1892 the Panama scandal exploded in France, the moderate politicians were discredited, Ribot and Freycinet turned out of office. Alexander III welcomed the excuse for further procrastination, and the convention remained not approved. All the same, the system by which Germany directed the affairs of Europe came to an end in August 1892. The Germans themselves drew this conclusion. They had only the Kronstadt visit and the French press, not the secret negotiations, to go on. In the summer of 1892 Waldersee, chief of the General Staff, played politics once too often, and was dismissed on Caprivi's complaint. Schlieffen, his successor, was a strict technician, as well as being an abler man, yet, though he never claimed to dictate policy, he took a great technical decision which determined German policy ever afterwards. Even more than his predecessors, he accepted a two-front war as inevitable. Germany's only answer, he thought, was to knock out one enemy before the other was ready. Russia was the weaker opponent, hence Moltke had always planned to take the offensive on the Eastern Front. But the geography of Russia, her very size, made a rapid victory impossible. Even if her army were brought to battle, there would still be an Eastern Front when the German armies were needed in the West. France, however, could be knocked out at a blow, if the blow were great enough. Hitherto the Germans had not thought themselves able to make it. Schlieffen now proposed so to increase the strength of the German army that it could reach a quick decision in the West. Great political consequences followed. Previously the Germans had hoped to localize a Balkan war, with themselves and the French standing neutral. Even if they went to war with Russia, they would only increase their garrisons on the western frontier. Henceforth they could not settle with Russia until they had defeated France, therefore they had to attack France at once, even if the war originated in the Balkans. In short, though the prospect of war on two fronts produced Schlieffen's plan of campaign. This plan first made a war on two fronts inevitable. There was a more immediate political consequence. Caprivi had to introduce a new military law in November 1892 in order to give Schlieffen the larger army that his strategy demanded. Bismarck's army law of 1887 had been directed against the Russians, yet, since he depended on the votes of the right, he justified it by the danger from France. Caprivi's army law was directed against France, but, depending on the votes of the left, he had to emphasize the danger from Russia. Not only progressives, but the Polish deputies in the Reichstag, voted for Caprivi's bill in the final division of July 1893, and even the Social Democrats gave it grudging approval, in phrases reminiscent of the radicalism of 1848. Caprivi also won votes from the agrarian right by rejecting the Russian approaches for a new commercial treaty. Yet just when the Germans were planning for a war on two fronts, policy might have made these plans unnecessary. The Panama scandal gave the Germans a last chance to postpone, perhaps to avert, the Franco-Russian alliance. Gers seemed to have been justified in his doubts. Alexander III refused to see the French ambassador and sent his son on a visit to Berlin. But though William II talked of a league of monarchs, facts were more important than sentiments. Agrarian rivalry and the Polish votes for Caprivi soon silenced this last splutter of the Holy Alliance. While good relations with Russia were not renewed, the intimacy with Great Britain, which had been the keystone of the new course, was fading. In August 1892 a general election brought Gladstone back to power with an uneasy majority. Gladstone himself distrusted the Triple Alliance, Austria-Hungary above all, and regarded reconciliation with France as a righteous cause. The bulk of his cabinet had no foreign policy beyond isolation. Rosebery, the foreign secretary, meant to maintain the continuity of foreign policy, a doctrine which he had himself invented. His main task was thus to deceive both his chief and his colleagues, a task which he discharged conscientiously, but only at the cost of aggravating his naturally nervous temperament to the point of insanity. Salisbury left behind him a defense of his policy for Rosebery's instruction. The key of the present situation in Europe is our position towards Italy, and through Italy to the Triple Alliance. Point 3 Though Rosebery agreed with this policy, he refused even to read the Mediterranean agreements, so as to be able to deny their existence if questioned. All he would do was to express the personal view that Great Britain would aid Italy in the event of France groundlessly attacking her. In May 1893 he allowed the retiring British ambassador at Vienna to describe Austria-Hungary as the natural ally of Great Britain, but this well-worn phrase had its old meaning. It was to be the substitute for agreement, not the prelude to it. Whatever the Germans had achieved with Salisbury was certainly undone in the first year of the Liberal government, and there was mounting irritation at Berlin that the assumptions of the new course had failed to work. This might not have mattered to the British had they managed to restore good relations with France, but Gladstone's influence was without practical result, and Rosebery was probably the most anti-French of all foreign secretaries. When Waddington tried to achieve something in regard to Egypt by appealing to Gladstone over Rosebery's head, all he achieved was his own recall on Rosebery's complaint. For that matter, the French feared an agreement over Egypt even with Gladstone. The most he could offer them was an international conference, where no power would have given them serious support. In fact, they had no idea what they wanted in Egypt. It was a grievance without a solution. The Foreign Ministry wanted to force an Egyptian negotiation on the British, though they did not know on what terms. The Colonial Ministry wished to launch a more direct challenge by sending an expedition from West Africa to the Upper Nile and joining hands with the Abyssinians. This, too, was at bottom a diplomatic maneuver, for the Colonial Ministry had no idea what their expedition would do on the Upper Nile when it got there. They played with the project of damming the Nile, more as a means of frightening the British than as a serious project in engineering. It would make the question of Egypt fluid in a metaphorical sense, for the French object, from start to last, was to reach an agreement with the British, not to destroy the British Empire. On May 3, 1893, President Carnot told the explorer Montiel, "We must occupy Fashoda." Nothing came of this grandiose resolution for the time being, but equally the French avoided negotiating with Great Britain until the situation had changed in their favor. In this uneasy situation, the French not yet certain of Russia, Great Britain holding aloof from the Triple Alliance, and the Egyptian question in suspense, there came a sudden alarm. The French were completing the work of ferry in Indochina by rounding off its western frontier, and this brought them into conflict with Siam, last neutral buffer between them and the British Empire in India and Burma. The British and French Foreign Offices had, in fact, agreed to maintain this buffer, and agreement would already have been signed had it not been for opposition from the Government of India. But on July 1893 a report reached London that the French had ordered British warships to withdraw from Siamese waters. Rosebery believed that war was imminent and lost his nerve. William II happened to be in England, and Rosebery appealed to him for German backing. Before he could make up his mind what to answer, the report from Bangkok turned out to be false, and the alarm passed. The French stuck to their previous bargain, Rosebery overrode the government of India, and Siam survived as a buffer state. The crisis, however, had a profound effect on the Germans. They thought they could at last tie Great Britain to the Triple Alliance. Hitherto Austria-Hungary and Italy had needed British backing in the Near East more than the British needed them, and therefore they had never been able to get a binding promise of support. But no one except the British cared for Siam, and the Germans determined to hold them up for ransom. There would be no German backing against France unless the British committed themselves in the Near East. Caprivi wrote, "For us the best opening of the next great war is for the first shot to be fired from a British ship. Then we can be certain of expanding the Triple into a Quadruple Alliance." This blackmail became the basis of German policy. It rested on false assumptions. Even if the British bound themselves to Austria-Hungary, Germany would still have no interests in Siam or the valley of the Nile, and it would still have been senseless to fight a great war in Europe for their sake. Things might have been different if the existence of the British Empire had been in danger, but it was not. These were frontier disputes with the French, or as on the Pamir Mountains with Russia, nothing more. If the Germans had looked more closely, they would have seen that even in Siam the British, though behaving ingloriously, secured their essential demand of a neutral buffer. After all, the French turned to colonial advance as a substitute for a great war in Europe, and such a war in Asia or Africa would have been even more unwelcome to them. The Germans did not grasp this, hence they came to believe that the Franco-Russian alliance, by weakening the British position, was strengthening their own. That alliance was now to be completed. In the summer of 1893 the coolness between France and Russia, which had been caused by the Panama scandal, blew over. Earlier in the year Alexander III had made President Carnot apologize in writing for the charge that Morenheim had been involved in the scandal. Now the Tsar felt that he had carried the humiliation of France too far, and he agreed that a Russian squadron should visit Toulon. The visit took place in the middle of October. This was a more serious affair than the French visit to Kronstadt 2 years before. The French public were enthusiastic and welcomed the visit as the real end of isolation. Moreover, it seemed to be a real strategical gesture. There could be no sense in Franco-Russian naval cooperation in the Baltic, therefore the French visit to Kronstadt meant nothing. Now the Russians talked of establishing a permanent Mediterranean squadron, which would join the French in challenging British naval supremacy. It was a feeble answer for the British to stage an Anglo-Italian naval meeting at Taranto. Apart from everything else, the British knew that the Italian fleet was no good. A British officer wrote, "If I had a heavy job on hand here, I would rather, even if I had a very inferior force of my own, attempt it without than with Italian help." The Toulon visit was an assertion of the Russian version of Franco-Russian relations. It was purely anti-British, not at all anti-German. Nothing could be more remote from the Germans than the Mediterranean. Yet the assertion was not so complete as it seemed. No convention for naval cooperation followed. Instead, the French took up again the draft military convention of the previous year and insisted that they could not commit themselves to Russia unless they had security against Germany. This time they got their way. We do not know what brought Alexander III to his final decision. Perhaps it was an unconscious sense of timing that he had kept the French waiting long enough, perhaps his growing conviction that they would not drag him into a war of revenge. On December 16 he said to Montebello, the French ambassador, "You would not be good patriots, you would not be Frenchmen, if you did not hold to the thought that the day will come when you can recover possession of your lost provinces, but there is a great distance between this natural feeling and the idea of provocation to realize it, of revenge in a word, and you have often shown that you want peace above everything and that you know how to wait with dignity. In other words, no French war against Germany, but no reconciliation either." On December 27 Gers informed Montebello that Alexander III had approved the military convention. On January 4, 1894, the French government gave their approval in reply. The alliance, though still secret, was thus formally in existence. Its serious intention, so far as it had one, was to keep Germany neutral while the two partners pursued their several objects elsewhere. All the same, it was a weapon loaded only against Germany, whatever the reservations of the two partners. The 19th century as the period of splendid isolation, in British foreign policy, but this is true only in a limited sense. The British certainly ceased to concern themselves with the balance of power in Europe, they supposed that it was self-adjusting. But they maintained close connection with the continental powers for the sake of affairs outside Europe, particularly in the Near East. The Mediterranean Entente was a firmer combination against Russia than anything they had entered into earlier in the century, and until the autumn of 1893 they supposed that they still had the liberal alliance with France up their sleeve if they ever really needed it. The Toulon visit destroyed these easy assumptions. The Third Republic had done what Napoleon III had always refused to do. It had committed itself to Russia without being, at the same time, on good terms with England. Moreover, the balance of power in Europe, which had been the pride of British policy, now worked against Great Britain. The balance certainly secured the peace of Europe. Indeed, many Frenchmen rightly complained that the Russian alliance implicitly accepted the Treaty of Frankfurt as the status quo. But this balance would be upset, not strengthened, if Great Britain found a continental ally. Previously the British had made alliances in order to maintain the peace of Europe. Now alliances escaped them for the same reason. A European power which made an alliance with Great Britain would be nearer war than before, not farther away, for it would be involved in the burdens of the British Empire. In these circumstances the British had two resources. They tried, rather half-heartedly, to get German backing, at first indirectly through Austria-Hungary, later, when the storm center moved from the Near to the Far East, by a direct bargain. They also set out so to strengthen their navy that they could defend all their imperial interests without an ally. This second course succeeded. There was another reason for British success. The continental powers differed widely in the use to which they would put their new security. The French had throughout an overriding object. They meant to settle the Egyptian question on terms acceptable to their public opinion and so to restore the liberal alliance. The Russians had also an object, to which everything else was subordinated. They were building the Trans-Siberian Railway with the money from French loans, and the prize they saw at the end of it was their domination of the Chinese Empire. Sea power had saved Constantinople, it could not protect Pekin. Their interest in the Near East was purely defensive. They had accepted their humiliation in Bulgaria, and it was not all that decisive. By 1894 Bulgaria had a government friendly to Russia. The only Russian concern in the Near East was that the British should not counter their threat to China by an attack in the Black Sea, as they had proposed to counter the threat to Afghanistan in 1885. Since the Russians had lost faith in the rule of the Straits, they thought vaguely of controlling the Straits themselves, and this provoked a Near Eastern crisis of a sort until they gave it up in despair. As to the Germans, they did not know what use to make of their secure position. Certainly it left them free to pursue imperial ambitions in Africa, Turkey, and the Far East, but this was not grand policy. Sometimes they thought of forcing Great Britain into an alliance, sometimes of organizing a continental league against her. The one was too dangerous, the other offered more rewards to France and Russia, especially Russia, than to themselves. Hence they accepted the inevitable and made a merit of the free hand. Finally, both Austria-Hungary and Italy were left high and dry by the new situation, the one exposed to Russia, the other to France. Since Russia, too, became pacific in the Near East, Austria-Hungary had a breathing space, but Italy came to disaster. In the winter of 1893-4 the British began to face seriously the problem of the Franco-Russian alliance. Hitherto they had assumed that they could pass the straits in case of war with Russia, and a squadron had been kept more or less permanently in the Aegean. Leaving it there after the Toulon visit was simply what Rosebery called a policy of honor. It could never risk an action. The full resources of both the Mediterranean and Channel fleets would be needed to deal with the French, and it was disputed whether they could do even this. Chamberlain, always given to exaggeration, said, the British Navy in the Mediterranean would have to cut and run if it could run. In addition, the Russian fleet was now supposed to be formidable, and the Russians would, it was thought, be able to reach Constantinople by sea, avoiding the long land route which put them at the mercy of Austria-Hungary. The immediate answer was a new program of naval building, called after Spencer, the First Lord of the Admiralty. Gladstone resisted it. Bedlam ought to be enlarged at once, he said, it is the admirals that have got their knife into me. 3. He was not supported even by his more radical colleagues, and resigned on March 1, 1894. Rosebery, becoming Prime Minister, was freer than before to follow the imperialist policy in which he believed. Though the increased navy might solve the problem for Great Britain, it would not be ready for years. Rosebery needed an immediate ally. Previously he had held out against Austro-Hungarian importunity, now it was his turn to be importunate. On January 31, 1894 he told Diem, the Austro-Hungarian ambassador, that he was prepared to fight for the Straits. I should not shrink from the danger of involving England in a war with Russia. But this was possible only if France remained neutral, therefore he needed the assistance of the Triple Alliance to hold France in check. Of course talk of the Triple Alliance was prétence, the only member of it that could threaten France into neutrality was Germany. The proposal would have been eagerly accepted in the great days of the new course. Bismarck, for that matter, had offered it in 1889. Now times had changed. Since the Franco-Russian alliance, Germany could not threaten France without being in danger of war with Russia also. Besides, a different wind was blowing in German home politics. The left coalition that supported Caprivi was breaking up. Many former liberals now regarded Great Britain as their colonial rival. On the other side, the heavy industrialists who coveted the Russian market silenced agrarian protests, and William it agreed with them. I have no desire to wage war with Russia on account of 100 crazy junkers. A new commercial treaty with Russia passed through the Reichstag in March 1894. The German cause in the Balkans and the liberal alliance with England were at a discount. William II had wearied of his demagogic role and favored Bismarckianism, if not Bismarck. As early as September 1893 he told Kalnoky that Germany would not fight for Constantinople. If the Russians took it, Austria-Hungary should take Salonika. This was the old line for which Bismarck had been dismissed. Caprivi had to follow it if he were to keep office. Therefore he could only offer to Kalnoky Bismarck's old answer, Great Britain must commit herself to Austria-Hungary without relying on Germany. Of course he made out that the British would get German support, once they had made a formal treaty. In reality he meant to conclude a new reinsurance treaty with Russia, or something like it, as soon as the British were caught. 3 Kalnoky did not relish this answer. He was afraid that he would be in difficulties himself, before the storm blew for the British. The Germans, nagged at ceaselessly from Vienna, would not cajole the British, instead they tried to threaten them. they would oppose Great Britain in colonial matters, and thus force her into alliance with Austria-Hungary. Hatzfeldt assured them that a little unpleasantness would soon drive Rosebery to brave the cabinet. After all, he was now Prime Minister and could no longer shelter behind Gladstone's opposition. The Germans seized the opportunity of an agreement which Rosebery had made on May 12 with the Congo Free State, designed to bar the French from the valley of the Nile. Not only did they protest against the treaty, they offered to cooperate with the French in resisting it. Thus some gain was bound to follow. Either Rosebery would make an alliance with Austria-Hungary to appease Germany, or the French, appreciating the value of Franco-German cooperation, would forget about Alsace and Lorraine. The policy miscarried on both counts. Instead of taking fright, Rosebery threatened to break with the Triple Alliance altogether if Germany continues to place herself on the side of France in colonial questions. When Kalnoky took alarm at Rosebery's anger, the Germans hastily changed course. They made out that they had never intended to cooperate with the French, and professed themselves satisfied with a trivial British concession. Though they did not wreck the Anglo-Congolese Treaty, they certainly wrecked any chance of British support for Austria-Hungary. On July 9, Diem gave Rosebery a long apology for German abstention in the Near East. Rosebery was no longer interested. He had despaired of the Triple Alliance and proposed to lessen British difficulties by improving relations with France and Russia. July 9, 1894 was a historic date. It marked the end of Anglo-Austrian cooperation against Russia, a policy which the British had begun at the Congress of Vienna, failed to kick during the Crimean War, and on which they had staked much in 1878 and everything in 1887. In fact, it was the day on which British isolation began. British agreement with France was not achieved, though the French would have welcomed it. They were under no illusion that any other power would support them in the question of the Upper Nile. When the Germans proposed cooperation, they answered by asking whether this would extend to the Egyptian question. They were not surprised by the negative answer, nor when the Germans withdrew from the affair altogether. Russia was no better. Hanataz, the French foreign minister, attempted to invoke the Franco-Russian alliance. Gers replied, after 3 weeks of silence, the Tsar entirely approves the attitude taken by the government of the Republic. No action followed, not even a harmless expression of opinion in London. In fact, the Russians were blessing the quarrel, not its cause. The French did not much regret these refusals. Though Hanataz later acquired the reputation of a colonial zealot, his object was to be reconciled with Great Britain, not to humiliate or even to defeat her. But in his eyes reconciliation was only possible if the British withdrew from Egypt, whereas the British expected France to acknowledge their occupation of Egypt, and even its permanence, before they would talk of reconciliation. Hanataz at least tried to keep the question open. He offered to discuss the Upper Nile and even to recognize the British sphere of influence there at a price if the British would scrap the treaty with Leopold II. The British wanted things the other way round. They would negotiate only if the French acknowledged the treaty and therewith their defeat. Deadlock followed once more. Hanataz broke it by threatening not the British, but Leopold II. The Congo Free State was already unpopular enough in Belgium, and Leopold's ministers would not support him in a quarrel with France. Nor, for that matter, would the British. They had sought a buffer against France, not a liability. If there was to be a quarrel, they preferred to fight for their own interests. On August 14 Leopold II agreed with France not to take up the lease which barred their way to the Upper Nile. The French still tried for agreement with England. The expedition that was preparing was told that it must not penetrate into the Nile Valley, and in October Hanataz proposed that England, too, should become a party to this self-denying ordinance. The British negotiator in Paris thought this a good compromise. He was overruled from London. Negotiations broke down. It was the nearest that Great Britain and France came to agreement between the occupation of Egypt in 1882 and the successful Entente of 1904. The stumbling block was simple. The British were determined to stay in Egypt. They would not be content with a French promise not to step into their empty shoes. If the French could not eject the British from Egypt and they could not, then they must devise some price which would reconcile French public opinion to the occupation. This price eluded them. Paul Cambon wrote from Constantinople a little later, "If we can give the English the impression that our government, pushed on by public opinion, would be capable of occupying Port Said, the demonstration will have a certain effect. But we must know what we want and say it frankly, cordially, but clearly. We have stood too much on our rights and not taken enough account of the facts." This logic was too ruthless. The French continued to hope that they might improve their bargaining position without provoking a serious conflict. On November 17 their expedition was instructed to react the Upper Nile as soon as it could. Even this was a move in diplomacy, not preparation for a real conflict. The British would become more reasonable once the French were on the Upper Nile. Marchand, who commanded the expedition, wrote before his departure, "The object, in the last analysis, is to put England by Pacific, but certain means, in the necessity of accepting, if not herself proposing the meeting of a European conference. May we not hope that the question of the evacuation of Egypt will follow naturally from that of the Egyptian Sudan?" 3. The British had no answer to these preparations. They therefore fell back on the threadbare resource of diplomacy by threats. On March 28, 1895, Grey, the Under-Secretary of Foreign Affairs, said in the House of Commons that a French expedition to the Upper Nile would be an unfriendly act. It was a delayed declaration of war, and certainly far from the reconciliation with France which Rosebery had hoped to display to the Germans. Rosebery was equally unsuccessful with Russia, despite some flickers of good feeling. He made an agreement with the Russians defining their frontiers on the Pamir Mountains, and on November 1894 declared at the Lord Mayor's banquet that relations with Russia had never been more hearty. In the Near East a new bout of Turkish atrocities, this time against the Armenians, gave him the chance to stage a flamboyant cooperation with France and Russia. It soon came to nothing. While the British government was driven on by a storm of public indignation, the French joined only to see that no harm came to Turkey, and the Russians, themselves the oppressors of many Armenians, only to see that no good came to the Armenians. The Russians regarded these British approaches with contemptuous complacency. Nor could Rosebery fall back on the Triple Alliance, though he tried to do so in December. Kalnoky was delighted by the Armenian atrocities, which carried the storm center away from the Balkans. And in Germany the resignation of Caprivi in November formally terminated the new course. Hohenlohe, the new chancellor, was the nearest thing to Bismarck short of being Bismarck himself. He rested on the old cartel of industrialists and agrarians, but with a new enemy. Projects to renew the persecution of the Social Democrats fell through, therefore Hohenlohe had to rely for enthusiasm on world policy, the drive for expansion overseas, and for a great navy which was directed against England. Earlier, Germany had often been indifferent to Great Britain, soon she would become hostile. British isolation was displayed to all the world in the spring of 1895 when the Far East first thrust itself to the front of the world stage. Hitherto the British had been content to patronize and to bully the derelict Chinese Empire, while virtually monopolizing its trade. Their control of sea power had enabled them to check any attempts at partition, and in particular they had twice thwarted those by Russia, in 1861 and in 1885. Now the Trans-Siberian Railway was being built, and Russian forces would soon arrive in China by land. But the European powers were not alone with China. By a unique feat, Japan had transformed herself from a decaying Oriental kingdom into a modern industrialized state, determined to play its part as a great power. The Japanese foresaw the Russian concentration on the Far East which would follow the completion of the Trans-Siberian Railway, and they resolved to protect themselves by establishing Korea as a buffer state, independent of Chinese influence. In September 1894 they went to war with China, the First Korean War. The British, as patrons of China, tried to organize a combined intervention of the European powers in her favor. The attempt failed. The Chinese were defeated. In April 1895 they made peace at Shimonoseki. They recognized the independence of Korea and surrendered to Japan Port Arthur and the Liaodong Peninsula the keys of Manchuria and indeed of all northern China. These events threw Russian policy into disarray. 60 years before, in 1829, they had planned to dominate the Ottoman Empire by peaceful penetration. Hardly had this scheme got underway than Turkey had been threatened by Mehmet Ali, and to defeat him the Russians had to call other European powers into the Eastern question. Now once more the Russian plans for a political monopoly at Pekin would be barred at conception if the Japanese kept Port Arthur. The Russian Foreign Ministry, which had just passed to Lobanov, learnt wisdom from the old disappointment. This time Russia should strike a bargain with her immediate rival and exclude all other powers from the Far East. After all, Russia's practical need was for a zone of influence in northern Manchuria, linking up Siberia and the maritime province, and this could be gained by agreement with Japan. Such a cautious policy did not suit Witt, the Minister of Finance. He was projecting the economic and political domination of all northern China and wanted no partner. The new Tsar, Nicholas II, who had succeeded in November 1894, prided himself on his knowledge of the Far East and was all for resistance. Thus Russian diplomacy was pushed into a policy of adventure in the Far East as in 1877 it had been pushed into a Pansley adventure in the Balkans. Lobanov hit on a device to lessen the danger. Russia should organize a joint protest by the European powers and, keeping in the background herself, should emerge later as the protector of Japan. The French joined in at once. Though their own interests in Indochina would best be served by dismembering the Chinese Empire, they welcomed an opportunity of demonstrating the Franco-Russian alliance anywhere except of course at Constantinople. Besides, they assumed that the British, who had already proposed joint action in the autumn of 1894, would again cooperate also. Instead, to the great dismay of the French, the British stayed out and the Germans came in. The Germans had originally thought of joining the Japanese in a partition of China. They switched round in order to prevent the Franco-Russian alliance from having its baptism of fire. William II even supposed that his working with Russia would somehow be a demonstration that she had deserted France and joined the Triple Alliance. In any case, Russian action in the Far East meant security for Germany's eastern frontier in Europe. British abstention sprang from no such elaborate calculations. 9 years later, when Japan defeated Russia and so preserved British commercial greatness in China at any rate for a time, the British seemed to have been amazingly far-sighted. In fact, they had no policy in the Far East and not much anywhere else. They were losing faith in the capacity of the Oriental empires to reform themselves, Turkey in the first place, but also China, Persia, Morocco, and they had no substitute. Partition seemed as objectionable as preservation was impossible. It never occurred to them that Japan could thwart the Russian designs on China, nor indeed did they yet realize that a great Russian encroachment was imminent. Abstention was merely the last negative of a liberal cabinet in full dissolution. All the active forces in government, the Queen, Rosebery, Kimberley, wished to cooperate with the European powers. The cabinet was resolute for inaction. They had always disliked Rosebery's imperialist policies, and this time they defeated him. Moreover, they resented the cynicism with which Russia and France had emptied the Armenian Entente of its idealism in the autumn of 1894 and were determined not to be caught again. The British were elbowed aside in the Far East, long their private preserve, by the three continental powers. More truly, they were elbowed aside by Russia alone. Neither France nor Germany derived any benefit from the Far Eastern Entente. Their united protest compelled the Japanese to hand their gains on the mainland back to China, and the keys to the Far East thus remained for Russia to grasp. The Chinese indemnity to Japan was met by a loan, for which the French put up the money and from which the Russians got the political advantage. The Germans were excluded from the loan, despite their protests, and accepted their exclusion rather than quarrel with Russia. In fact, France and Germany were competing for Russia's friendship. Both encouraged her in the Far East so as to turn her eyes from Constantinople. The French were much embarrassed by this development, they had meant the Franco-Russian alliance to protect them from Germany, not to force them onto good terms with her. As Hanatos said, in case of action in the Far East we shall be compelled to discuss in public what has been done against Germany with Russia at the moment when we shall be asking to go with Germany to Russia's help. It is a perfect mess, there was no help for it. In June 1895 the Kiel Canal was opened. This was the humiliating symbol of Napoleon III's first setback in the Schleswig affair. The French meant to boycott the international celebrations. Nicholas II abruptly ordered them to attend. It seems to me that the French government is wrong in hesitating to reply to the German invitation. Once all the powers have accepted, the participation of France, along with ours, is indispensable. The only consolation for the French was that they were allowed for the first time to refer publicly to the alliance. What seemed important, however, in the summer of 1895, was not the Franco-Russian alliance, but the approach to the Continental League. The Russians imagined that it would work in the Near East as it had done in China. Germany and France, competing for Russia's friendship, would back her every demand. The Russians had no ambitions in the Near East, they had only anxieties. They wanted to turn the key in the lock of the Black Sea and so be free to concentrate on China without fear of a British attack on Crimea or the Ukraine. In July 1895 a Russian council decided, we need the Bosphorus and the entrance to the Black Sea. Free passage through the Dardanelles can be got later by diplomacy. The second sentence revealed the flaw in Russian policy. Security was no longer enough. Once the French loans started, iron rails and machinery came in, and grain had to go out both through the straits. Moreover, the Trans-Siberian Railway was not completed, and even when ready, it would only be single track. Russia depended on the sea routes even in the Far East, and this meant free passage through the Suez Canal as well as through the straits. The military men and the more old-fashioned diplomatists would have been content with the partition of the Ottoman Empire, leaving Egypt and perhaps even the Dardanelles to England. The more far-sighted statesmen, led by Witt, recognized that this would no longer do. They had to keep the Ottoman Empire in existence and work for the neutralization of the Suez Canal faute de mieux. Lobanov at first favored partition, but he saw that it would only be tolerable if the Egyptian question, and therewith the control of the Suez Canal, were settled at the same time. He therefore encouraged the French to go ahead with the expedition to the Upper Nile. And the final decision to launch Marchand was in fact made in November 1895. Lobanov also supposed that the French would swallow a Russian control of Constantinople if they got their way over Egypt. Therein he was much mistaken. Rather, the French hurried on the Marchand expedition in order to get Egypt settled before the Eastern question blew up. The Russians were not alone in considering a partition of the Turkish Empire. In June 1895 Salisbury returned to power in England. He had never had much faith in the ability of the Turkish Empire to reform itself, now he had none. Besides, the campaign in England against the Armenian atrocities would have made it impossible for him to support Turkey even if he had wished to do so, and he did not. He told Courcelles, the French ambassador, "It is impossible to keep things as they are. Turkey is dying slowly." Moreover, he was disillusioned with his former associates of the Mediterranean League. Austria-Hungary seemed weak, Italy was a liability instead of an asset, and Germany was shifty. England had backed the wrong horse. He wanted a deal with Russia. He said to Courcelles, "I am an old Tory and have no prejudice against the Russian government." He harked back with regret again and again to the proposals for partition which Nicholas I had made in 1853. If we had only listened to the Emperor Nicholas when he spoke to Sir Hamilton Seymour, what a much pleasanter outlook would meet us when we contemplate the continent of Europe. For at the end of July he told Hatzfeldt that he was ready to let the Russians have Constantinople avec tout ce qui est ensuite. These proposals threw the Germans into a panic. They suspected, no doubt with some justification, that Salisbury was trying to repeat his maneuver of 1887, he was declaring his lack of interest in the Turkish Empire in order to saddle them with sole responsibility for Austria-Hungary. They, on their side, tried to repeat the maneuver of the reinsurance treaty. William II told Lobanov in October that he would like to revive the League of the Three Emperors and was not indisposed to give Russia moral support in the Near East. According to Lobanov, he even asked, "Why do you not take Constantinople? I should have no objection." But Lobanov may have been exaggerating in order to frighten the French. Plus, in any case, the German maneuver did not last long. There was no escaping the burden of Austria-Hungary. Kalnoky had fallen earlier in the year when he had tried to arrest the anti-clerical legislation of the Hungarian government. His successor Galakowski was a Pole and was therefore even more anti-Russian. The last thing he wanted was the partition of the Ottoman Empire or a League of the Three Emperors. He insisted that England would take a stand against Russia if only she were promised the military backing of the Triple Alliance. German policy was abruptly reversed. On November 14 the Austrians were told that if their vital interests were endangered and of this they were to be the sole judge, they could count on German support. The Italians were equally insistent that Germany should help to revive the Mediterranean agreements. They had worries of their own quite apart from Turkey. 10 years before they had been encouraged by the British to establish themselves in the Red Sea in order to thwart French plans for an advance to the Nile from the east. Now Italian plans there were going badly. The Italians had the ambition, but not the strength, of a great power. They had run up against Abyssinia, and the Abyssinians, with French assistance, were more than a match for them. The Italians needed British help desperately. It was not forthcoming. Salisbury wanted to detach France from the Russian side, not to estrange her further. Like Rosebery with Leopold II in 1894, if he had to quarrel with the French over the Upper Nile, it would be for his own profit, not for that of the Italians. The only hope for the Italians, and it was a thin one, was that they might be paid in Abyssinia for the services which they could render Salisbury at the Straits. Austria-Hungary and Italy therefore took the lead. Galakowski proposed on November 1 that the fleets of the six great powers should force the Straits and virtually take over authority at Constantinople. Nothing more abhorrent to the Russians could be imagined. Both Russia and France at once rejected the proposal. Even more striking, the British refused to act. In the autumn of 1895 Salisbury had decided that, since the Russians showed no interest in his plans for partition, he would thwart their supposed aggressive designs on Constantinople by sending his own fleet there. Sometime in November this plan was vetoed by his naval advisers. The fleet could not be sent through the Straits without a cast-iron guarantee of French neutrality, and even then they would only agree to an occupation of the Dardanelles, which must be primarily a military, not a naval, operation. On November 4, the British fleet was abruptly withdrawn from the Aegean. The Russians, of course, did not appreciate this revolution in British policy. They thought that the British would be at Constantinople at any moment and decided to seize the Bosphorus themselves first. In fact, the plans of both sides, which appeared aggressive to the other, were alike based on fear and had a purely defensive motive. This did not make them any less alarming to others. The French tried, successfully, to put a brake on the Russians. The Germans tried, unsuccessfully, to push the British forward. Previously the French had avoided discussing the Near East with the Russians so as not to disrupt their fragile alliance. Now they had to state their terms. The Russians offered the French support in Egypt in exchange for their backing at Constantinople. This was not enough. Not even Egypt would make the French forget Alsace and Lorraine. If there was a peaceful partition of the Ottoman Empire by agreement among all the great powers, the French would be content with the British evacuation of Egypt, neutralization of the Suez Canal, and privileges in Syria for themselves. Since these terms would never be accepted by the British, they were obviously a futile speculation. If the Near East was reordered by the Continental League, that is, by Germany and France backing Russia, then the principle of settling the question of Alsace and Lorraine must first be formally accepted by all three partners. Finally, if Russia acted alone against either Austria-Hungary or England, only a great national interest such as a new settlement of the question which since 1870 so profoundly divides Germany and France, would be enough to justify a military action in the eyes of the French people. In short, Alsace and Lorraine were not merely desirable, but absolutely necessary. But the basic assumption of Russian policy was good relations with Germany, therefore the French answer was a bare and absolute negative. The French would never allow the Russian alliance to become actively anti-British unless they first recovered Alsace and Lorraine. In consequence, the Russians made no move. They were no doubt assisted towards inaction by the discovery that the Black Sea Fleet was not ready and that the troops that it was supposed to transport to the Bosphorus did not exist. As usual, Russian strength rested on boasts and grandiose projects, not on reality. Meanwhile, the Germans had launched their plan for forcing the British into supporting Austria-Hungary and Italy. On October 24 William II told the British military attaché, "It is not in the interest of my country to follow every whim of British policy. Such behavior is forcing me formally to make common cause with France and Russia." And again on December 20. England's plan to play off the continental powers will not succeed, instead she will find the continent against her as a solid block. Marshall had the same idea: we shall use the next opportunity, where a plus or minus of cooperation on our side towards England was concerned, to show the English that in politics, as elsewhere in life, unpleasantness can be mutual. Holstein, ever a projector, worked out an elaborate scheme for a continental league. France could be offered the Congo Free State, and Russia Korea. Italy would be freed from French opposition in Abyssinia, and Austria-Hungary could be promised something in the Balkans. Germany would pretend that she wanted nothing, but once the other powers were engaged she would take a coaling station in China. India, Egypt, and Persia would not be included in the bargain, and England would be forced to seek the help of the Triple Alliance in order to defend them. It only remained to discover some ground for conflict with England so as to convince France and Russia that Germany had a real quarrel with the British and was not using the Continental League as blackmail. The ground soon presented itself. On December 31 news reached Berlin that Dr. Jameson, an agent of Cecil Rhodes, had launched a filibustering raid to overthrow the Transvaal Republic. 3 The Germans decided to thrust themselves forward as defenders of Boer independence. Attempts have been made to show that the German government was dragged into the Transvaal affair by capitalist interests. Economic imperialism is supposed to have disturbed the even course of foreign policy. It is, of course, true that some Germans had investments in the Boer gold fields. It is also true that German propagandists had made much of the Teutonic origin of the Boers and had cast covetous eyes on the derelict Portuguese colony at Delagoa Bay, the maritime gateway of the Transvaal. But there is no evidence of capitalist pressure on the imperial government, and Holstein, the man most in touch with capitalist circles, was also the one most opposed to patronizing the Boers. German interests in the Transvaal, in any case small, were as irrelevant as their interests in Morocco 10 years later. In both cases their policy was a move in the European balance of power, the one taken for its effect on England, the second for its effect on France. The Transvaal was not an important issue for the Germans, it was unimportant. That is why they chose it. More, they thought that it was unimportant also for the British, at any rate in comparison to Egypt or the Straits. This was their fundamental mistake. The British could manage without the Mediterranean route to the east. If the worst came to the worst they did so between 1940 and 1943. The naval station at the Cape was however fundamental to them, without it the British Empire could not exist. The Germans did not, of course, mean to claim the Transvaal for themselves, they intended to protect its independence, as they presented themselves as the defenders of Moorish independence 10 years later. Since the Boers had acknowledged British control of their external affairs by the Treaty of 1884, this was a speculative line. In any case, how was it to be done? The Germans thought vaguely of an international conference. William II, ever the irresponsible schoolboy who parodies the activities of his elders, proposed to send a detachment of Marines to the Transvaal and there to fight a limited war with the British, whose navy would be pledged not to intervene. The practical outcome was a telegram sent to Kruger, president of the Transvaal, on January 3, 1896, congratulating him on having preserved the independence of his country without appealing to the help of friendly powers. The Russians were invited to join in upholding the sanctity of treaties, and the French urged to cooperate in defending their interests in the gold mines. But, of course, the cooperation would not extend to Egypt. At the same time, the British were told that they would be faced with a Continental League unless they made a secret alliance with Germany binding England to go to war under certain conditions. The grotesque miscalculation of the Germans was at once revealed. The Russians had enough quarrels with the British, they did not want more. Besides, they did not like the independence of small countries. Lobanov replied brusquely that the British had a protectorate over the Transvaal. Urbet emphasized the exclusion of Egypt and said, "I do not see the advantage for us." The British, instead of being frightened, invoked their naval power. They organized a flying squadron ready to be sent to any part of the world. This made it ridiculous for the Germans to claim that they could defend the Transvaal. They had to make out that the telegram to Kruger should not be taken seriously. On January 10, only a week after the telegram, Holstein wrote, "Let us be glad if the affair ends as it seems to be doing, with a little diplomatic success for Germany and a little political lesson for England." The Kruger telegram was not laughed off so easily. The diplomatic results were the least of its consequences. The telegram touched off a violent reaction of public opinion in both England and Germany. Sparks cause a fire only when there is something to burn, but this time the fuel was ready, and the telegram gave the predestined spark. Most Englishmen were isolationist at the end of the century, whether from pacific or imperialist sentiment. A mere diplomatic challenge would have left them cold, particularly when associated with the Near East. The telegram seemed to threaten their imperial concerns. In addition, there had long been simmering an unconscious resentment of German economic rivalry. Joseph Chamberlain, for example, shared the contempt of John Bright, his predecessor at Birmingham, for the balance of power and the affairs of Europe. It was a very different matter when markets and South Africa were involved. On the other side, the great majority of Germans were indifferent to Bismarck's elaborate calculations or even to the Continental League. They could be stirred only by world policy. Germany could do nothing to help the Boers, and the telegram was therefore a senseless act. But it seemed somehow glorious, dramatic, a demonstration that Germany had become a power of the first rank. The later German excursions into world policy were all implicit in the telegram. Morocco, China, the Baghdad Railway. Plans for a great German navy were already being worked out. After the telegram they proved irresistible. In itself the telegram, a routine diplomatic move, no more marked the beginning of a new policy than had Bismarck's colonial venture in 1884. But Bismarck had been able to turn colonial enthusiasm off as artificially as he had turned it on. After 1896 the rulers of Germany could no longer keep popular ambitions within bounds, and often did not try to do so. Even official policy showed the change. When Bismarck organized a Continental League in 1885 he asked nothing for himself and offered much to others. He was prepared to back France in Egypt, and Russia at Constantinople. Holstein's Continental League was offered to the French and Russians on condition that they made only trivial gains. Holstein and Marshall were the last survivors of the new course. Their real interest was continental, and they still hoped to enlist British backing in order to hold France and Russia in check. It is not surprising that the two countries showed no interest in a Continental League which aimed ultimately at weakening them and making Germany supreme not only in Europe, but outside it. Salisbury appreciated this. Though he made no serious approach to Russia, he put out some feelers for a reconciliation with France. By chance an agreement with France over Siam was published on 15 January. And on February 19 he even mentioned Egypt to Courcelles, the first attempt at a discussion of the Subject since Waddington's failure in 1892. A catastrophe to Italy, not altogether unexpected, interrupted this attempt at agreement. On March 1 the Italian forces in Abyssinia met disaster at the Battle of Ottawa. The Italians appealed for British assistance. Salisbury had no intention of assisting them. On the other hand, the Italian failure seemed to leave the way open for a French advance to the Nile from the east as well as from the west. Diplomacy had failed, military action alone remained. On March 13 the British government decided to reconquer the Sudan, ostensibly to aid the Italians, really to forestall the French. The Italian disaster ended what remained of the Continental League. The Germans had to conciliate the British for Italy's sake. Salisbury still tried to avoid estranging the French. He offered to declare that the Sudan expedition would not affect the conditions or duration of the presence of the British in Egypt, and asked in return to be allowed to spend Egyptian money on the expedition. 2 The French refused this demand. Salisbury made his declaration all the same. 3 It was not enough. On May 7 Courcelles said to him, "You have made your choice," and was unmoved by the suggestion that France should take Syria. The British expedition to the Sudan completed the revolution in Mediterranean politics. Previously the British had intended to oppose Russia at the Straits and therefore sought to keep France neutral. The collapse of Italy gave the final blow to this policy. The Italian fleet was useless, the Italians would need help instead of giving it. A naval intelligence officer noted, "Unless the security of her coastline is guaranteed, Italy, as a factor in a European war, may be practically neglected." Since the British could not pass the Straits, they decided to stay in Egypt permanently and to defend the Suez Canal by the armed forces stationed there. The Director of Naval Intelligence wrote in October 1896, "Do not imagine that any lasting check can be put upon Russia by action connected with the Dardanelles. The only way is by holding Egypt against all comers and making Alexandria a naval base." This was an ironic outcome. The French had made their alliance with Russia partly in order to strengthen their bargaining position with Great Britain in regard to Egypt. Instead, the alliance made it impossible for the British to act at the Straits and so pushed them deeper into Egypt. The advance into the Sudan made an Anglo-French conflict certain. By the same token, the British lost interest in the Straits as their position in Egypt became stronger. Where the British had once aimed to keep France neutral while they opposed Russia at the Straits, they now hoped to keep Russia neutral while they defeated France on the Nile. The French were the architects of their own failure. The road ran straight from Toulon to Fashoda. The French appreciated that the advantages of the alliance had been reversed. On July 1 Hanataz, once more foreign minister, wrote to Paul Cambon III that England was planning to take Egypt, Crete, and Tangier and that France must work more closely with Russia. But, of course, the Russians had no interest in cooperating with France in the Mediterranean once they felt secure at the Straits, and soon they could reverse the answer which Berthelot had given them in December 1895. Only a great national interest such as Constantinople would justify Russia becoming involved in a great war. The Eastern question had been nearest to crisis in December 1895, now the British were turning away to Egypt, and the Russians to the Far East. There was a last splutter of alarm in the autumn of 1896. Renewed massacres of Armenians revived the talk of international action. When Nicholas II visited the two western countries in September, both Salisbury and Hanataz proposed to him some form of intervention at Constantinople. Salisbury threw in the opening of the Straits to warships of all nations, the best alternative for the British once they had lost faith that the ruler of the Straits would keep them close to Russia. Naturally, Nicholas II was not interested. "We want the Straits kept closed." International action was also repugnant to the Russians. Better the Turk in Constantinople than the fleets of the great powers. On December 5 the Russian Crown Council decided to anticipate any more of the concert by seizing the Bosphorus. This was the plan which Nalidov, ambassador at Constantinople, had been advocating for years. The Nalidov plan might well have succeeded. The Turkish fortifications had been neglected. The Turkish fleet had not left its moorings since 1878, the British had just decided that even a landing at the Dardanelles was impracticable. but the Russians did not know this. They needed French backing, and it was again refused. Hanataz would not sacrifice the Ottoman Empire even for the sake of Egypt. He told the Russian ambassador on December 30, 1896, France would not regard herself as at all committed in a conflict which sprang from the question of the Black Sea and the Straits, and when Muraviv, the new Russian foreign minister, visited Paris, Hanataz said, "You can have no illusions respecting our military assistance." Certainly the Germans offered Russia a rather vague support, but Witt, the finance minister, was insistent that nothing must be done without French approval. He needed French money for his grandiose plans in the Far East and was ready in exchange to accept the status quo at the Straits. After all, the Russians had planned to seize the Bosphorus in order to be secure in the Far East. Now they dropped their plans for the same reason. The Russians did not turn away from the Near East empty-handed. In the autumn of 1896, Galikoski had made desperate efforts to build up an anti-Russian coalition. He even urged the Germans to give autonomy to Alsace and Lorraine so as to enlist the support of France. The Germans did not respond to these suggestions. On January 20, 1897, Salisbury finally rejected the idea of reviving the Mediterranean Entente. The defense of Constantinople was an antiquated standpoint. The Austrians had no alternative but to make an agreement with Russia on the best terms they could. Francis Joseph and Galikoski visited St. Petersburg at the end of April 1897. They found to their surprise that the Russians were anxious to maintain the status quo in the Near East. Even the existing rule of the Straits gave Russia full and entire satisfaction. The Austrians talked vaguely of a future partition, in which they would annex Bosnia and Herzegovina. The Russians did not respond to these suggestions, and the agreement between the two countries, which was concluded on May 5, 1897, was purely negative. Neither country would disturb the Balkans, nor would they allow anyone else to do so. The Austro-Russian agreement put the Near East on ice for the next 10 years. Both Germany and France were greatly relieved at this outcome and both hastened to demonstrate their friendship with Russia. In August, William II, Hohenlohe, and the new Foreign Secretary, Bigelow, visited St. Petersburg to confirm that Russo-German relations were not only friendly and cordial, but truly intimate. Finally it was the turn of President Four and Hanataz. They had the satisfaction of hearing Nicholas II describe their two countries as friends and allies the first time a Tsar had used the latter word in public. But he added, both resolved to maintain the peace of the world. In other words, no Russian move at Constantinople, but also no Russian support for France in Alsace and Lorraine nor, what was of more practical importance, in the Sudan. A continental league of a sort had come into existence. Every great European question had been put on ice. Austria-Hungary had a breathing space in which to attempt to solve her internal problems. Still, she emerged in 1908 with more appearance of a great power than she had had in 1897. Turkey and Italy also had a breathing space, which the Italians used to effect a revolution in their diplomatic position, the Turks to no purpose at all. The rest had a free hand. The French were free to go forward to defeat at Fashoda, the Russians to disaster in the Far East, the Germans to concentrate on world policy. The British were isolated and seemed in great danger. This was in large part an illusion. For, though they were isolated, so also were their rivals. Constantinople had provided a point on which all the powers could focus. Certainly it had brought England the friendship of Austria-Hungary and Italy, but there had also been a distant prospect that France and Russia might meet there. Of course the two could only really join hands at Tilsit, that is, after the complete military destruction of Germany, but failing that, they might achieve some real cooperation in the Mediterranean. The Toulon visit had been the symbol of this, though a trivial one. The Russian squadron in the Mediterranean never amounted to anything, and the berths at Bizerta which the French prepared for the Russian fleet remained unused until the White Russian ships took refuge there in 1920. The Continental League of 1897 rested on mutual jealousy, not on common sympathy. It was an agreement to differ, not to cooperate. The only continental league really dangerous to the British was one dominated by a single power, the empire of Napoleon or of Hitler. Though they sought in vain for allies, no alliance was formed against them. Still, the next few years were to show that it was awkward for the British Empire when the powers of Europe were on even reasonably friendly terms with each other. The ships are rotting at their moorings still. The Balkans, but all European tensions on ice. The Balkan antagonism between Russia and Austria-Hungary had been the most disturbing element in European politics since 1815, and since the Franco-German War the only one. France could not hope to challenge her existing position in Europe without a conflict in the Near East. Now the Balkans were ignored, and no events there, revolt in Crete, war between Greece and Turkey, troubles in Macedonia could ruffle the calm. Of course, nothing in history is simple cause and nothing simple effect, and the great powers would not have made themselves free to pursue ambitions in the outer world unless they had already had ambitions which they were eager to pursue. This was clear enough for Russia in regard to the Far East and for France in regard to Africa. The great new development of 1897 was that Germany, too, turned to world policy. Her ambitions burst the Bismarckian bounds. Most Germans had a sensation of limitless strength and desired a world policy without reserves. Those who realized the existence of other powers believed that their rivalry, and especially the rivalry between England and Russia, would always prevent their combining against Germany. William II would be arbiter mundi. The clear-sighted and cynical promoted world policy in order to divert attention from difficulties at home, from the emperor's eccentricity, from the conflict between industrial and agrarian interests, from the rising strength of the Social Democrats. World policy was the demagogic price which the Prussian landowners paid for survival. They abandoned Bismarck's foreign policy in order to retain the position which he had created for them at home. Every conflicting interest was bought off. A great navy was built, on capitalist prompting, to safeguard Germany's food supplies from overseas. At the same time, high tariffs made Germany self-sufficient in foodstuffs to please the agrarians. The Junkers courted Russia for the sake of Poland, and in order to avoid a war on two fronts, the capitalists challenged Russia by their search for concessions in Asia Minor and the Far East. Bilo, who became Secretary of State in July 1897 and Chancellor at the end of 1900, was the symbol of world policy. Bismarck, and even Caprivi, had posed alternatives. Germany must follow one line or the other. Bilo chose both. In home affairs it was his task to reconcile opposites to satisfy Germany without injuring the emperor, and he played the two roles of democratic statesman and Byzantine sycophant. So his diplomatic task was to provide the grease by means of which Germany should slide past her rivals to world power. In regard to the Great Navy, for example, plans for which were made in 1897 and which was launched in 1900. He and his advisers recognized that there was a danger zone, an imaginary period when the British might suspect German designs and destroy her navy before it could hold its own. This danger zone existed in every other department of German policy, in the plans for the Baghdad Railway for instance. But it was Bilo's underlying assumption that the danger zone would be passed and Germany reach a point where she would be too strong to be attacked by any power or even group of powers. Until then it was his diplomatic object to keep his hands free, to remain on good terms with both Russia and Great Britain without committing himself to either side. For it was also confidently assumed that an Anglo-Russian conflict was inevitable. This made the policy of the free hand both safe and profitable. All the German incursions into world policy were unexpected, none more so than her appearance in the Far East. At the beginning of 1897 Witt supposed that he had the Chinese Empire within his grasp. Its finances were dominated by his Russo-Chinese Bank. In May 1896 he concluded with China a defensive alliance against Japan. It was the story of Unkier Skellicy over again. As Witt put it, "My motto is, trade and industry always in the front, the army always in the rear." This was the combination with which he hoped to beat the British. Instead his plans were upset by the Germans. In November 1897 they seized the Chinese port of Kiaochou. The occasion was the Murder of 2 missionaries. The ostensible motive was that Germany needed a coaling station for her non-existent fleet and thereafter a fleet to protect her coaling station. In reality, Kiaochao was the first demonstration of world policy. Germany should thrust herself forward wherever Great Britain and Russia occupied the front of the stage. Witt wanted to pose as the defender of Chinese integrity and to support China against the German demands. Muraviv and the military men overruled him. Russian diplomacy and strategy in the Far East both assumed a secure frontier in Europe. It was not worth endangering this for the sake of Kiaochao. Besides, the generals had no faith in Witt's weapons of finance and railways. They were eager to follow the German example and to seize Port Arthur, the key to the Yellow Sea. In January 1898, Witt, as a last resort, tried to set up an anti-German coalition with the British. They had not objected to the German intervention in China. Indeed, they were busy negotiating an Anglo-German loan to China, as a check to Russia's preponderance at Pekin. On the other hand, they were quite prepared to play off Russia against Germany, much as Palmerston had played off Russia against France in the Great Eastern Crisis of 1840. Salisbury offered Russia no partition of territory, but only a partition of preponderance. Each side would have first claim on railway concessions and other capitalist undertakings in its own zone, and both would join no doubt to exclude any third party. This was much the bargain made over Persia 9 years later. In 1898 the Russians were in no mood to share China with anyone. They were only concerned to squeeze out Germany. The British, on the other hand, wanted to arrest Russia's advance and pushed on simultaneously with the Anglo-German loan. This was agreed to by the Chinese government on March 3. The Russians held that it was for them, not for the British, to play with both sides. They broke off the negotiations with Salisbury and, a fortnight later, formally demanded the lease of Port Arthur. British commercial interests, long accustomed to regard the Chinese market as their secure possession, demanded some drastic answer. Their outcry would have been ignored, if policy had rested solely with Salisbury. He described the Chinese question a little later as a sort of diplomatic cracker that has produced a great many detonations, but I think the smoke of it has now drifted into the distance, and he guessed, with great accuracy, that the Far Eastern question would not become of world importance for another 50 years. But Salisbury did not rule alone. In the Unionist cabinet, Joseph Chamberlain regarded himself almost as co-premier. Arrogant, self-confident, and impatient, he insisted on action of some kind. The cabinet considered expelling the Russians from Port Arthur, and ships of the China Squadron were sent north for this purpose. But once more the Franco-Russian alliance stood in the way. Action in the North China Seas was too risky with a French squadron in Indochina. Salisbury wrote, "The public will demand some territorial or cartographic consolation in China. It will not be useful, and will be expensive, but as a matter of pure sentiment, we shall have to do it." On March 25 the cabinet decided to demand from China the lease of Weihaiwei. The partition of China seemed to have begun. Chamberlain was not prepared to watch this idly. He drummed around for allies to resist any further Russian advance. First he tried the Americans. Generous of phrases, they did nothing except carry off the Philippines from helpless Spain in the course of the summer. He tried the Japanese. They had already attempted to start the partition of China in 1895, now they were intent to strike a bargain with Russia over Korea and would do nothing to offend her. Chamberlain's principal effort was with the Germans. He bombarded them with proposals for an alliance in secret negotiations and public speeches. His only concern was with the Far East. We might say to Russia, you have got all you say you want. We are ready to recognize your position, but you must go no further. The rest of China is under our joint protection. 3. William It gave the decisive answer. Chamberlain must not forget that in East Prussia I have 1 Prussian army corps against 3 Russian armies and G cavalry divisions, from which no Chinese wall divides me and which no English ironclads hold at arm's length. This argument was unanswerable even though the statistics on which it rested were inaccurate. Like Chamberlain's own, they were for purposes of illustration. Elaborate attempts have been made to discover deep sociological grounds for the failure to make an Anglo-German alliance in 1898. British dislike of German trade rivalry on the one side, Junker hostility to democracy and capitalist aggressiveness on the other. These speculations are unnecessary. The British would have jumped at alliance with Germany if it had been offered. As Salisbury wrote to Chamberlain, "I quite agree with you that under the circumstances a closer relation with Germany would be very desirable, but can we get it?" And, for that matter, the German people would have accepted alliance with Great Britain, as they had accepted the alliances with Austria-Hungary and Italy, if they had been told that it was necessary for their security or for the success of world policy. But nothing the British offered could make it worthwhile for Germany to fight a major war in Europe against both France and Russia for the sake of British investments in China. Naturally, the rulers of Germany did not admit the impossibility of alliance to the British. They needed British favor in the outer world as much as they needed Russian friendship in Europe, and if the British were once convinced that they could not avert Russia's imperial expansion, they might as a consolation arrest Germany's. Moreover, the Germans did not admit the impossibility of alliance even to themselves. They invented imaginary difficulties, such as the instability of British governments, and counted that the British would pay a high price for alliance as their difficulties increased. But alliances are not made by purchase, they spring from a community of vital interests. Austria-Hungary had had interests at Constantinople even more vital than those of the British, therefore the Mediterranean Entente had been possible. Germany had no such vital interests in China, therefore all talk of alliance was vain. The impossibility of an alliance did not mean estrangement between Great Britain and Germany. Though Chamberlain described his offers as l'ébène qui passé*, in fact he continued to importune the Germans for years afterwards, and Salisbury worked for cooperation with Germany, though in a less dramatic form. Moreover, the German policy of the free hand rested on good relations with Great Britain as well as with Russia, and they sought for some means of pleasing the one without offending the other. As William II said, he would view with the greatest pleasure a thoroughly good understanding with England, but it must be clearly understood that Germany did not intend to go to war with Russia for the purpose of driving her out of China. The Germans soon found something to serve their turn. At the end of 1895 they had used the Transvaal as the symbol of conflict with England. In June 1898 they used it as a symbol of reconciliation. The British government was now heading straight for a conflict with the Boer republics. The only hope of winning this conflict without war was to cut the Boers off from the outer world, and the key to this was the railway which ran from the Transvaal through Portuguese territory to Delagoa Bay. Milner, Chamberlain's agent in South Africa, wrote on July 6, "I look on the possession of Delagoa Bay as the best chance we have of winning the great game between ourselves and the Transvaal for the mastery in South Africa without a war." Portugal was in grave financial difficulties, and the British planned to close the Delagoa Bay Railway by means of a well-placed loan to the Portuguese government. The Germans thought of raising difficulties, and even sounded France and Russia for a revival of the Continental League. These approaches, in any case not meant seriously, came to nothing. Muraviv said, "All that leaves me absolutely cold." For the French had at last settled their frontiers in West Africa with the British on June 15 and were expecting their expedition to the Upper Nile to explode at any moment. Until then their policy towards Great Britain was conciliation, not quarrel. The Germans were therefore free to sell out of the Transvaal, they had indeed no other resource. On the other side, though the British still disputed the German claim to interfere in South Africa, it was simpler to pay a hypothetical price than to quarrel. The two countries reached agreement on August 30, 1898. The Germans renounced all interest in Delagoa Bay and so implicitly in the Boer republics. The British agreed to share any future loan to Portugal with the Germans and to allow them the security of the rest of the Portuguese Empire. This, the first Anglo-German colonial agreement, has aroused even greater, and less deserved, interest than the discussions for an alliance in the spring. It was merely a move in the British campaign to reduce the Boer republics without war. When this campaign failed, the British closed Delagoa Bay by direct agreement with Portugal. Nor did the British need to buy off Germany, once war became certain. The Germans could give the Boers no military assistance, they could blackmail the British only so long as the South African affair remained a question of diplomacy. The Germans had less concern in the dispute between Great Britain and the Transvaal than the British had in the dispute between the German Reich and the dethroned House of Hanover. To save trouble, the British bought the Germans off with a cheque that bounced. There was no Anglo-German loan to Portugal and therefore no partition of the Portuguese Empire. Still, the Germans were not aggrieved, except in distant retrospect. The hypothetical promise of the Portuguese colonies gave them a sensation of world policy. Only in 1912, when the question was taken up again, did they notice that it had not given them the Portuguese colonies. To say that a real reconciliation between England and Germany was a high fence to ride at, is to transfer to 1898 the circumstances of 1912. In 1898 this fence was not high, Germany and Great Britain were, in fact, reconciled. The fence of 1898 was an alliance, that was not surmounted by the colonial bargain. The British wished to prevent a new Kruger telegram, the Germans wished to avoid the embarrassment of sending one. That alone was the reality of the colonial pact. The Germans were no more ready than before to support England against Russia, or even against France. Much to everyone's surprise, except that of Salisbury, the British turned out not to need support from anyone so far as France was concerned. On September 2, 1898 Kitchener destroyed the Dervish armies of the Sudan at Omdurman. 4 days later he learnt that a French expedition under Marchand had occupied Fashoda, higher up the Nile. The Anglo-French conflict over the valley of the Nile reached its decisive point. It was not a conflict of equals. The British had control of Egypt and meant to keep it, the French wanted only some compensation for renouncing the legacy that Bonaparte had failed to bequeath to them. Their policy in the Upper Nile was a face-saving affair from first to last. Every French politician of any sense knew that Egypt had been lost for good in 1882, all they asked for was some sop which would make this loss palatable to the French public. Their ultimate object throughout was to restore the liberal alliance with Great Britain. Until March 1896, when the British decided to reconquer the Sudan, French policy had been reasonable enough, even a token occupation of the Upper Nile would have strengthened their diplomatic position. And, until the Italian defeat at Adowa, they could hope for cooperation from Abyssinia. Once the British put the question of the Upper Nile on a military basis, diplomacy had no standing, and the French were bound to lose, unless they too were prepared to face a war. In 1898 this was beyond them. Their navy had been neglected, the Dreyfus case was tearing home politics asunder, and, in any case, war over Egypt had been ruled out by the French ever since 1840. In June there had been a change of government in France. Delcas, who then became foreign minister, was to remain in office until 1905, the longest single span in the history of the Third Republic. At the outset, no great difference of principle seemed to divide him from his predecessor, Hanotaux. Delcas had helped to launch Marchand's expedition, and Hanotaux had tried, on occasion, for an agreement with Great Britain. Delcas was a disciple of Gambetta, and though his master had often preached a triple entente with Great Britain and Russia, he had also talked sometimes of reconciliation with Germany. In June 1898 Delcas had no clear-cut plan except to improve France's diplomatic position. Experience soon taught him that Germany would do nothing to win French friendship. And from then on it became his aim to reconcile Great Britain and Russia, with France as the vital link between them. By a happy chance, he was again foreign minister on September 5, 1914, when the formal alliance between the three powers was at last signed. But this alliance was much more the result of German policy than the work of Delcas or of any other French statesman. In September 1898 such calculations were remote. The Fashoda crisis caught Delcas unprepared. He knew that France could not go to war, and his only hope was to put the question back on a basis of diplomacy. On the one hand, he offered the liberal alliance to the British, if they would give him some reasonable compensation. On the other, he sought diplomatic backing from Russia and even from Germany. Both policies failed. The British refused to return to diplomatic and legalistic wranglings. Salisbury said, "We claim the Sudan by right of conquest because that is the simplest and most effective." The British arguments were the Mediterranean fleet and Kitchener's army. Their terms were Marchand's unconditional withdrawal. No one supported the French. Though the Russians welcomed Anglo-French conflict, they would no more take part in it than they had supported Germany over the Transvaal. Miraviv happened to pass through Paris in October. He gave Delcas cold comfort, vague assurances of loyalty to the Franco-Russian alliance, and an even vaguer hope that Russia might find a chance to reopen the question of Egypt at some time in the future, no doubt when she needed to distract the British from the Far East. The Germans were even more aloof. Delcas hinted that he might ask for their support if they would first give autonomy to Alsace and Lorraine. The Germans would not have responded even without the barrier of this condition. They had excluded the question of Egypt from their scheme for a continental league in 1896, they were not likely to offend the British for its sake now, when they needed all their diplomatic agility to steer between Great Britain and Russia in the Far East. They, too, calculated that they had everything to gain from French humiliation and resentment. The more France was driven into the Russian alliance, the more the Germans would have a free hand between the Continental League on the one side and alliance with the British on the other, a free hand, that is, to refuse both. The Germans often hesitated between Great Britain and Russia, they never hesitated seriously between Great Britain and France. Though bouts of Franco-German cordiality were still possible even after 1871, alliance between them was never practical politics, except on terms of such dependence and humiliation as could only follow catastrophic defeat of France in 1940, of Germany in 1945, and even then the alliance was sham. Delcas had no alternative but to surrender. In November 1898 Marchand left Fashoda. On March 21, 1899 Great Britain and France made an agreement, by which France was excluded from the Valley of the Nile. This agreement did not settle the Egyptian question. The French attitude towards the British occupation remained unchanged, they continued to protest and to hamper Cromer's schemes of financial reorganization. The agreement merely knocked from the hands of the French their most promising diplomatic counter, only in this sense did it bring a general settlement nearer. Fashoda and its aftermath was for the French a crisis in political psychology, for the British not even that. They carried the day with their normal peacetime strength. The extra cost of Fashoda to the British Admiralty was £13,600. This economy was, of course, illusory. The true battle for Egypt had been fought in 1798, and the French never meant to renew it. Fashoda was a triumph for splendid isolation. The British had become indifferent to the continent of Europe and the balance of power, therefore they could build an invincible navy and dominate the Mediterranean. Fashoda, moreover, made splendid isolation more secure. The British did not need the diplomatic support of other powers in the Egyptian question, once they put it on a military basis, and with their troops close to the Suez Canal they worried less than ever about a Russian occupation of Constantinople. At any time after 1898 the British could say of the opening of the Straits what the Committee of Imperial Defence said in 1903, it would not fundamentally alter the present strategic position in the Mediterranean. Fashoda finished off what remained of the Mediterranean Entente. Great Britain needed neither Italy nor Austria-Hungary. Italy, deprived of British protection, had to seek reconciliation with France. Austria-Hungary enjoyed an illusory security so long as Russian attention was concentrated on the Far East. Once Russia turned back to the Balkans, Germany could no longer find a third party on whom to shoulder off the defense of Austria-Hungary, and a Russo-German conflict became well-nigh inevitable. Fashoda alone was not responsible for this. At the very moment when the British withdrew from the Eastern question, the Germans pushed themselves in. In October 1898, while Marchand was still at Fashoda, William II paid his second visit to the Ottoman Empire. He called on Abdul Hamid at Constantinople, and declared at Damascus that the 300 million Mohammedans in the world could count him as their friend. More practical interest in the Near East followed. A German firm had started railway building in Asia Minor in 1893, in the spring of 1899 it sought a more grandiose concession from the Sea of Marmara to the Persian Gulf. Since Germany was the only power which had not bullied Turkey at some time in the preceding years, Abdul Hamid regarded the Baghdad Railway with favor. The British were glad to see German railway projects diverted from Delagoa Bay to Asia Minor, hence the enthusiasm of Cecil Rhodes for Germany's mission there. The French not merely welcomed this new associate in maintaining the independence of Turkey, they wished to share the profits and offered to put up 40% of the capital. The German Foreign Ministry, Bülow and Holstein, made out that the railway was a commercial venture without political significance. Marshall, now ambassador at Constantinople, was franker. If Germany continued to expand economically in the Near East, he foresaw the moment when the famous remark that the whole Near East is not worth the bones of a Pomeranian grenadier will be an interesting historical reminiscence but will no longer correspond to reality. The Russians also foresaw this moment and sought to guard against it. Though they had no desire to bring on the collapse of the Ottoman Empire, they were opposed to anything that might make it stronger or more independent, failing a Chinese wall round their empire. They wanted weak neighbors. They would have liked to forbid the Baghdad Railway. Since this was beyond their strength, they proposed an arrangement, by which Germany in return for their consent would promise them control of the Straits. 1 The Germans, in fact, were to renounce in advance the political interest which must inevitably follow from their economic success. The Russian offer was firmly refused at Berlin. The Germans knew that the Russians could not prevent the Baghdad Railway, their consent was therefore not worth buying. Besides, though the Germans had refused to support Great Britain against Russia at the Straits, equally they would not commit themselves to supporting Russia against Great Britain. They counted on an Anglo-Russian conflict and therefore held confidently to the free hand. Still there was a price at which, so they said, they would be prepared to offer Russia the Straits, let Russia guarantee Alsace and Lorraine to them or at least promise neutrality in a Franco-German war, and they themselves would then risk a conflict with England. This was an impossible condition for the Russians to fulfill. Though they certainly held France back from a war of revenge against Germany, they needed alliance with France in order to preserve their own independence. If they renounced this alliance, they would not in fact get the Straits. Either France would be reconciled to Germany, and in this case there would follow a German coalition with Austria-Hungary and France, powerful enough to exclude both Russia and Great Britain from the Near East. Or, more likely, France would turn to Great Britain, and Russia would be faced with the Crimean coalition. In short, the security of both Russia and Great Britain rested on France's estrangement from Germany. Both, in the long run, had to support though not to encourage her. The negotiations over the Baghdad Railway died away. The Germans got their concession in November 1899. The Russians made the best of a bad job, by concluding an agreement with Turkey in April 1900, which prevented the building of railways in the Black Sea districts of Asia Minor except with their consent. No practical effect followed. The Baghdad Railway took much longer to build than either the Russians or the Germans had expected. In 1899 it was only a fragment when war broke out in 1914. Still, the time had been foreshadowed when the Russians would have in Germany a new and more formidable rival at Constantinople. Though the Russians would not abandon France to Germany, they continued to dream of a continental league in which both countries would support them against Great Britain, though remaining hostile to each other. And, on the other side, Germany and France continued to compete for Russia's friendship, at any price short of backing her against the British. In August 1899 Delcas visited St. Petersburg, no doubt to make the alliance more satisfactory than it had been at the time of Fashoda. There was an odd outcome. The text of both political entente and military convention was changed. The alliance was to maintain the balance of power in Europe as well as to maintain peace. The military convention was no longer to come to an end with the dissolution of the Triple Alliance. Wild accusations were made against Delcas when these changes became known many years later. He had committed France, it was said, to supporting Russia's aggressive plans in the Balkans, and so indeed involved her in the War of 1914. This is an absurd exaggeration. The Schlieffen Plan, not the Franco-Russian alliance in its original or modified form, brought war to France. After 1894 the Germans had to knock out France first in case of war with Russia, and the French would have no choice except between defense and surrender. Neutrality was not on offer. In any case, the clauses of 1899 had only a temporary significance. Between 1896 and 1899 Austria was passing through a constitutional crisis which almost brought the Habsburg monarchy to the ground, and it was no unreasonable speculation that it would, at any rate, dissolve on the death of Francis Joseph. Then Russia and Germany might partition Austria-Hungary. All Delcas did was to ensure that, in that case, France could invoke the balance of power and so, perhaps, recover Alsace and Lorraine. The Russians often talked of this project, and Delcas claimed to be aiming at a peaceful partition of Central Europe and the Balkans, linked up with Alsace and Lorraine, as late as November 1904. The scheme was, no doubt, grotesque. The Germans had no intention of sharing either Austria-Hungary or the Balkans with Russia, let alone of parting with Alsace and Lorraine. In any case, no opportunity arose to operate it. Francis Joseph lived on for another 17 years, and when the Habsburg monarchy collapsed, the Franco-Russian alliance had predeceased it. In practice the modification of August 1899 amounted to little. At most it made it easier for Delcas to resist the rather feeble Russian suggestions that he should get on better terms with Germany by renouncing Alsace and Lorraine. If ever there was to be a Continental League, October 1899 seemed the time. British plans for a peaceful settlement in South Africa were not fulfilled. The Boers refused to be cowed, and Milner, Chamberlain's agent, deliberately raised his terms in order to provoke a conflict. He was confident of easy success. They will collapse if we don't weaken, or rather if we go on steadily turning the screw. Salisbury made the despairing comment. I see before us the necessity for considerable military effort, and all for people whom we despise and for territory which will bring no power and no profit to England. On October 9 the Boers declared war, and it turned out to be a much tougher war than Milner had expected. There could never be a more favorable opportunity, in theory, for the Continental powers to exploit British difficulties. But the opportunity was indeed theoretical. The British Navy decided the issue. Land power counted for something in the Near East and for more in the Far East, it counted for nothing in South Africa. Though the Continental powers could mobilize millions of men, no European soldier would ever cross the Vaal, and the British Navy could have held its own against any naval coalition. It continued to dominate the Mediterranean throughout the Boer War, while controlling the sea routes to South Africa and also protecting the British Isles. Even more than Fashoda, the Boer War was a triumphant demonstration for splendid isolation. The Continental powers could have done nothing against the British even if they had been united, and they were not. This being so, their wisest course would have been to ignore the war, but even great powers do not always act wisely. Each had to make out that it favored a Continental League and to blame the others for failure to achieve it. The Russians, who had often been held up to the obloquy of Europe by the British, wished to turn the moral tables. Besides, it flattered their sense of grandeur to feel that the British Empire was at their mercy. Nicholas It wrote, I do like knowing that it lies entirely with me to decide the ultimate course of the war in South Africa. All I need to do is to telegraph orders to all the troops in Turkestan to mobilize and advance to the frontier. But, as he added with an afterthought, the railway to Tashkent was not yet completed. In fact, it was not yet started and was not completed until years after the end of the Boer War. Muraviv saw clearly that a Continental League was impossible, and isolated diplomatic action against the British too risky. His only practical step was to lament the lost opportunity. In both France and Germany public opinion was strongly on the side of the Boers, since many of the best elements in Great Britain were also pro-Boer. This was hardly surprising. Sympathy for the Boers was reinforced in Germany by academic Teutonism, and in France by resentment against the humiliation at Fashoda. Official policy in both countries had to reckon with this feeling and, in addition, to avoid offending Russia by taking the initiative against any pro-Boer action. The French line was simple. They would take part in a mediation or any other action to which the Germans would also commit themselves. This was a safe line to take. It satisfied the Russians. It was pretty certain that Germany would refuse to take part, and, if she did, the Anglo-German estrangement that would follow was worth, for France, a certain risk. The German position was more complicated. They had a safe diplomatic answer to make to the Russians. They could join in common action with France and Russia only if the three powers mutually guaranteed each other's European territory, hence a Russian guarantee for Alsace and Lorraine, but no German backing for Russia in the Far East. But the German rulers had also world policy to consider. On the one hand, they wished to stand well with the British for the sake of their colonies and their overseas trade. On the other, they wished to exploit the pro-Boer feeling in Germany in order to carry a great navy law through the Reichstag. The British Empire had to be preserved as a balance against Russia. At the same time a German navy was being prepared which must ultimately challenge this empire. As a result, the free hand was exaggerated until it turned into the gestures of a tic-tac man. At the beginning of the war, the Germans were engaged in a dispute with the British over the control of Samoa, in which the United States also shared. This trivial affair had little sense, except to justify a tariff war with the Americans for the benefit of the German agrarians. Chamberlain, eager as ever for German favor, compelled Salisbury to give way in November. The British got their reward. William II and Bigelow visited England, a gesture of friendship which gave open defiance to the German pro-Boers. Salisbury did not care for this performance and kept out of the way. Chamberlain bid once more for a German alliance. Previously the Germans had rejected his proposals on the ground that they had no conflicts with France or Russia. Now he attempted to supply them. He urged the Germans to push on with the Baghdad Railway and offered to partition Morocco with them. Bigelow did not respond. He was glad to appear as the gracious protector of a needy relative in distress. He did not mean to take any practical action. Besides, he suspected that, if the worst came to the worst, Salisbury would buy off France and Russia rather than seek German backing. But Bigelow could not let well alone. Flattery was his stock in trade as a statesman, and he spoke condescendingly to Chamberlain of the mutual interests which Germany had with Great Britain and the United States. 2 Chamberlain took the hint seriously. On November 30 he spoke at Leicester of a new triple alliance between the Teutonic race and the two great branches of the Anglo-Saxon race, and said that the natural alliance is between ourselves and the great German Empire. Bigelow had to swing in the other direction for the sake both of Russia and of German public opinion. Talk of a Continental League was renewed, and Bigelow told the Naval Committee of the Reichstag, 2 years ago he could still have said that there was no danger of war with England. Now he could say it no longer. When, in January 1900, the British stopped some German mail steamers in South African waters and searched them for contraband, Bigelow, Tirpitz, and William II drank champagne to the British naval officer who had given them such help in promoting the Second Navy Law. The law was carried. The Continental League, of course, came to nothing. Sympathy with the Boers, envy of the British Empire, altruistic dreams of European cooperation, made interesting topics of conversation. They could not make a Continental League. With Russia absorbed in the Far East and France growing ever weaker, Germany had no reason to compensate either at the expense of the British Empire. Germany was already secure. She would only lessen her security by cooperating against the British. Both France and Germany had pretended to respond to Russian promptings in order to keep up in the race for her favor. Both also sought British favor by making a virtue of their rejection. William II at once revealed the Russian suggestions to his British relatives, later Delcas, during the negotiations for an Anglo-French entente, tried to extract concessions from the British as a reward for having prevented a Continental League. Finally even Izvolsky tried the same trick, though no one took him seriously. At the time, the British, being theoretically on good terms with Germany and certainly on bad terms with France and Russia, mostly accepted the German version, though Salisbury always denied British dependence on German favor and was therefore skeptical of their story. 5 Later, after the making of the Entente, the British, for the most part, charitably accepted the version of their new friends. Gray, however, always claimed that the Ententes, far from being anti-German, were made solely because France and Russia were more troublesome than Germany, hence he accepted the German version, for the more hostile France and Russia had been, the more the Ententes were justified. 6 At bottom, the British did not concern themselves much about the Continental League one way or the other. Chamberlain might dream of alliance with Germany, Salisbury might plan more realistically to make concessions to France in Morocco and to Russia in Persia. Neither expedient was necessary. The British Navy controlled the oceans, and the Boer War could be won in splendid isolation. But South Africa, like the Nile Valley, was only an episode in the age of imperialism. The issue which overshadowed all others was the Far East. China had taken the place of Turkey as the preeminent sick man, and between 1897 and 1905 the future of China determined the relations of the great powers. The crisis of March 1898 had passed over with only a preliminary partition, its recurrence was all the more certain. The Russians sought to postpone the inevitable conflict. In April 1899 they agreed to a British proposal for spheres of interest. They would not seek railway concessions in the Yangtze Valley, if the British would not seek any north of the Great Wall. This was a Far Eastern Treaty of Gastein, papering over the cracks. The British seemed in a hopeless position. No one would help them against Russia. The French were estranged by Fashoda, the Germans determined not to commit themselves, the Japanese anxious to agree with the Russians before it was too late. The Americans professed to be eager for the open door, but when in September 1899 the Russians answered with a negative that was hardly even evasive, the Americans pretended to be satisfied. After October 1899 British forces were locked up in South Africa. Witt thought that his policy of peaceful penetration was again within sight of success. He had silenced the Russian advocates of violence, and his position was further strengthened in June 1 when, on the sudden death of Muraviv, the timid and conservative Lambsdorff became foreign minister. The British were saved, paradoxically enough, by the Chinese. Resistance to foreign penetration was growing. The first sign came in March 1899 when the Chinese government refused to grant a concession to the Italians. The following year the Chinese people intervened. Enough. In France the German search for money also miscarried, but for exactly the opposite reason. There the capitalists, led by Riviere, the Minister of Finance, were eager to take part. Delcas was anxious not to offend Russia and therefore opposed them. He appealed to the Council of Ministers and in October 1903 got his way through, much to the annoyance of Riviere and his financial associates. Here, too, the motive was not hostility to Germany or to her imperialist expansion. Delcas's overriding concern was to stand well with Russia and to outbid Germany in the competition for her friendship. This was also the deciding factor in his relations with Great Britain. By the close of 1902, it is true, he was aware that the Spaniards were about to reveal their negotiations over Morocco to the British. Events in Morocco themselves were more important. In December 1902 there was a widespread revolt against Abdulaziz, and, though it was suppressed, the authority of the Sultan was broken for good. The British hope of reforming Morocco under the direction of Caid Maclean and Sir Arthur Nicholson was shattered, and they had to negotiate with the French faute de mieux. Even this was not decisive. The British had always been willing to settle with France so long as they could settle on their own terms. They had been asking for security in Egypt ever since 1882 and at Gibraltar ever since Morocco began to break up. They did not now lower their demands. Hence, anyone who tries to explain the Anglo-French Entente by a change in British policy, does the wrong sum. The change was solely on the French side, and its motive was the approaching crisis in the Far East. This crisis had threatened every spring since 1898, when it had led to the first abortive partition. Thereafter something had always tied things over. In 1899 there had been the temporary Anglo-Russian agreement, in 1900 the Boxer Rebellion. In one go the Russians had been deterred by doubts concerning the Anglo-German agreement, in 1902 by the reality of the Anglo-Japanese alliance. Now the spring was here again, and there seemed to be no new device in the arsenal of diplomacy. The Russians were due to evacuate the second zone of Manchuria in April 1903, according to the agreement that they made with China the year before. When April came they put forward, as the condition of evacuation, new demands that would have made their control of Manchuria more complete than ever. Japan, Great Britain, and the United States protested. The Russians dropped their demands, but dropped also the idea of leaving Manchuria. The Far Eastern crisis was a stage nearer war. This crisis threatened France. At some point Japan would oppose the Russians, and they would appeal for French support. Then France must either break with Russia or find herself at war with Great Britain. The only way out was an Anglo-French reconciliation, which might detach the British from Japan or at least moderate both parties in the Far East. Beyond this Delcas had a more elaborate vision. If France won Manchuria for Russia with British, and there with Japanese, approval, she would win also British and Russian gratitude. Then both countries would join France in reordering Europe on national lines, the old dream which Napoleon III had had in the days after the Crimean War. The Habsburg monarchy would be divided between Germany and Russia, and France would recover Alsace and Lorraine. The first essential step was the reconciliation with Great Britain. This was not difficult. The practical conflicts between the two countries had ended at Fashoda. The only problem was to remove the resentment in French public opinion. Sentimental reconciliation was achieved when Edward VII visited Paris in May 1903 and President Laubet returned the visit in July. The demonstrations in Paris effaced the bitterness of the Boer War. They were a display by the radicals who now controlled the French chamber. These radicals had always disliked colonial ventures and wanted to be on good terms with Great Britain, if only the humiliation over Egypt could somehow be got out of the way. What is more, they had always disliked the alliance with autocratic Russia and the possible war against Germany that it implied. Certainly they felt, like all Frenchmen, the grievance of Alsace and Lorraine, but they echoed Gambetta's hope of recovering the lost provinces through some general softening of international relations, not by a new war. The Russians expected France to remain hostile to Germany and ready to march, if ever this suited the whims of Russian policy. The British, on the other hand, had no army on a continental scale and no basic hostility to Germany. Friendship with them made revanche more remote. This was a point in its favor for the Pacific French radicals. The British on their side, had always wanted to be friendly to France, if she would leave them alone in Egypt. They welcomed Laubet in order to give a sporting victor's cheer, in their usual way, for a gallant loser, but there was to be no doubt that France had lost. The British regarded the Entente as the settlement of a tiresome irritation, not a fundamental shift in foreign policy. By ending Egypt and Morocco as topics of international conflict, it increased, not ended, their isolation. The practical bargain between France and Great Britain took 9 months to settle, from July 1903 until April 1904. Both sides agreed that the minor topics of disputes Siam, Newfoundland, and the rest should be got out of the way somehow. The hard core of the bargaining was Morocco. Delcas originally aimed only at an agreement to maintain the status quo. The British would drop Clyde Maclean and the other British adventurers at the Sultan's court. The French would be free from British rivalry, and the Sultan would probably welcome their support against his unruly subjects, once he realized that he could no longer play off the British against them. Lansdowne did not need much encouragement to abandon the bankrupt Palmerstonian policy of running Morocco as a British puppet state. He asked for commercial equality in order to silence the outcry of British trading interests. He asked further that Spanish interests be considered. After all, Spain had refused to settle without the British in November 1902, now the British must refuse to settle without Spain and especially must not give her an excuse for seeking support elsewhere, in fact, from Germany. Most important of all, he insisted on an agreement that the Mediterranean coastline opposite Gibraltar remain unfortified. The French were ready to meet all these conditions. Political control of Morocco was bound to give them economic preponderance sooner or later. They had no wish to threaten Gibraltar, and there was, in fact, no good harbor on the Moorish coast, and they, too, wished to keep Spain away from Germany, though, of course, they did not intend to pay as high a price as they had offered for Spanish cooperation against the British in November 1902. The real difficulty lay elsewhere. Delcas had planned to settle only the outstanding causes of Anglo-French friction, and in this sense Egypt was not outstanding. It had been crossed off the agenda in 1899. The British control of Egypt was politically secure, but Cromer, a banker by nature and by origin, wished to carry through grandiose schemes of financial reconstruction. The machinery of international control stood in his way, and he insisted that the French should not merely acquiesce in the British occupation of Egypt, they should second it. This was a high fence for Delcas to ride at. In Cambon's words, he would need plenty of a stomach. He had hoped that the acquisition of Morocco would gradually lead French opinion to forget Egypt. Instead he was being asked to make the renunciation formal, no doubt, but great all the same before any gain in Morocco had begun to show itself. Small wonder that he tried to put off the Egyptian question first to avoid it altogether, and then to suggest that France should withdraw pari passu with her advance in Morocco. Lansdowne was adamant, and from his point of view he was right. A settlement which did not contain a final French recognition of British supremacy in Egypt would be a poor affair. The agreement, signed on April 8, 1904, therefore appeared to contain a gross inequality. The British gains in Egypt operated immediately, the French gains in Morocco depended on their future exertions. The inequality was apparent, not real. The British were already established in Egypt beyond all challenge. Their gain was merely a free hand for Cromer and his financial schemes, gratifying, no doubt, but irrelevant to their imperial strength. The French, on the other hand, were at liberty to add the finest part of North Africa to their empire. But in politics it is the apparent which counts. When Delcas gave up Egypt, he renounced a cause which ranked, however mistakenly, second only to the lost provinces. When Lansdowne gave up Morocco, he wrote off a country unknown to all except a few traders and experts in strategy. Both British and French opinion believed that France had paid the higher price. Because of the sentimental weight of Egypt, the Entente was on trial in France as it was not in Great Britain. The Entente was essential for France, it was merely an advantage for the British. But the French had paid cash down, the British with a promissory note. Hence the French could take an independent line, could try to go back on their bargain towards Spain, and could flirt with Germany. British good faith was on trial. They had to back the French up in Morocco when international difficulties arose. Yet all the Entente did for the British was slightly to lessen their naval needs in the Mediterranean and to give Cromer a field day in Egypt. For the French the situation in the Far East made it a matter of life and death. Paul Cambon wrote on the conclusion of the Entente, without the war in the Transvaal, which bled Great Britain and made her wise, without the war in the Far East which made for reflection on both sides of the Channel and inspired in all a desire to limit the conflict, our agreements would not have been possible. The first explanation is doubtful. The British yielded nothing of the demands that they had made in the 1890s, before the Boer War. The only change was, perhaps, their loss of faith in the ability of independent Morocco to keep going. The great change was on the French side, and here Cambon's second explanation was decisive. The Far East, and the Far East alone, caused the Anglo-French Entente, but in this vital matter Delcas's plans miscarried. He recognized that the Russians were bent on having Manchuria. It was essential to them as providing the secure land route to Port Arthur. Hence, as Bompard, the French ambassador at St. Petersburg, observed, organizing Russian domination in Manchuria and preparing for its evacuation were merely two different formulas for the same thing. Delkis assumed that the Russians could obtain Manchuria without a war. In this he was right. The British would have recognized Russia's privileged position there, on condition that this was the limit of her expansion. The Japanese were ready to do the same and even to abandon the British alliance if they could have recognition of their own privileged position in Korea. Here was the real problem. All the official advisors at St. Petersburg would have been content with Manchuria. Lambsdorff, always timid, favored retreat whenever opposition showed itself. Witt relied solely on economic penetration. Even Kuropatkin, the Minister of War, and earlier the apostle of extremism, now wished to gain Manchuria by agreement with the Japanese and therefore would meet their wishes in regard to Korea. As for public opinion, the Russian capitalists, who had once supported Witt, were now weary of his Far Eastern dreams and were taken up with imperialist projects in Persia. But Russia was an autocracy in decay, and all the advocates of moderation were shouted down by a harebrained schemer, Bezobrozov, and his circle of Koreans, who caught the ear of the Tsar. The Koreans admitted no limit to Russian strength. They proposed to add Korea to Russia's sphere of influence and persuaded Nicholas II to create a bogus timber concession on the Yalu River, between Korea and Manchuria, in order to smuggle in soldiers under the guise of lumbermen. In April 1903 Bezobrozov was made a Secretary of State, and henceforth compromise in the Far East was impossible, though no one outside the court at St. Petersburg knew this. In August 1903, just when Delkis was first bringing Lansdowne and the Russian ambassador together, Witt was turned out of the Ministry of Finance, and Alexeyev, one of the Korean circle, was made Viceroy of the Far East, in full control of the negotiations with Japan. When Lambsdorff visited Paris in October, Delkis said to him, "Talk to Lord Lansdowne, probably many misunderstandings will disappear." Instead new ones appeared. Though the British might compromise over Manchuria, they wished to arrest Russian expansion in Persia, but this was the work of the more sensible capitalists in Russia, who disliked the adventure in the Far East. The British seemed intent on checking Russia everywhere, and the rival Russian groups were forced back to a common anti-British line. The extremists would not yield over Manchuria, their critics would not yield over Persia. Great Britain and Russia remained on bad terms. Delkis could not urge moderation on Russia, this would merely underline the German claim to be Russia's only true friend. His only resource was to ask the British to urge moderation on the Japanese. This the British refused to do. They still feared a Russo-Japanese bargain at their expense. Moreover, like everyone else, they believed that if it came to a war, the Japanese would be defeated. They were resolved to keep out of this war, therefore had to keep out of the negotiations. For if they once urged concessions on Japan, they would be under a moral obligation to support her, if these failed of their object. By January 1904 Delkis was driven to mediate between Japan and Russia without British assistance. The Russian Foreign Office was prodigal of generous offers, these bore no resemblance to the activities of the Circle in the Far East. By now Bezobrozov had established the principle that Korea was essential to Russia's security. The Japanese despaired of further negotiation, and on February 8, 1904 launched the war by a surprise attack on the Russian ships at Port Arthur. In January, when it still seemed possible to avert war, Delkis had tried to force the British into conciliation by hanging back in his negotiations with them. Once the war had started, he hurried the negotiations on, in the faint hope that a British settlement with France would bring a settlement with Russia in its train. Anglo-Russian negotiations were, in fact, taken up again on Delkis's prompting in April. They came to as little as before. The war was already going badly for Russia, and these mishaps certainly discredited Bezobrozov. But this strengthened the advocates of expansion in Persia, and it was concession here on which the British principally insisted. Delkis's policy had miscarried. France was in danger of straddling between Russia and Great Britain, as Austria had estranged both Russia and the Western powers during the Crimean War. Paul Cambon thought that France should repudiate the Russian alliance even at the risk of a Russian rapprochement with Germany. Though Delkis rejected this, he had no alternative resource, he could only wait for the storm to break. This was also the German calculation. The long-expected climax of an Anglo-Russian conflict was at last in sight. Bülow wrote triumphantly, "Time is working against France." Equally, time was working against Russia. Soon she would seek alliance with Germany. What price should the Germans then demand? The moment that they made an alliance, they would draw on themselves the full weight of British hostility, and perhaps of French as well. They would be not beside Russia, but in front of her. Hence Germany must somehow evade the Russian demand. It was exactly the same situation as that with Great Britain before and during the Boer War. On the one hand, Germany must keep Russia's friendship, on the other, she must not fight Russia's battles. The free hand was still the only resource. On April 13, Bülow advised William II that they must avoid two things: firstly, that our relations with Russia be injured because of the war. On the other side, letting ourselves be pushed forward by Russia against Japan, or still more against England. Germany and France were involved in an auction for Russia's friendship, an auction in which each wished to avoid bidding. The one who remained passive longest would win. Passivity was also the keynote of German policy in regard to Morocco and the Anglo-French Entente. Sooner or later, the Germans still believed, Great Britain and France were bound to quarrel. On March 23, just before the Entente was concluded, Delcas assured the Germans that France would keep the door open for trade in Morocco, and since they had always insisted that trade was their only Moorish interest, there was no other assurance that they could legitimately demand. Neither France nor Great Britain had consciously planned to exclude the Germans from Morocco, they had repeatedly excluded themselves. Holstein, it is true, did not like this policy of abstention. It was an affront to German greatness. He consulted Schlieffen, who replied that Russia would be unable to help France. And at the same time Schlieffen prepared to make victory over France certain by planning an attack through Belgium. Holstein wrote in June, Germany must object to the projected absorption of Morocco not only on economic grounds, but far more to maintain her prestige. The Paris embassy urged that Germany should either renounce Morocco once and for all, or should openly challenge France there. Neither course was followed. The Germans did not think it necessary to win French friendship. On the other hand, they waited for the bigger explosion in the Far East. 3 In the summer of 1904, Holstein fell ill, and Bülow had a free hand for his policy of the free hand. He had other proof, fallacious as it turned out, that Great Britain and France were bound to quarrel. The Spaniards had been left high and dry by the Anglo-French agreement. They appealed to the Germans for support. Bülow was convinced that the Spaniards were acting as British agents, and even proposed to Lansdowne a joint backing for Spain against France. Though Lansdowne did not take up this odd idea, the Germans remained convinced that the Franco-Spanish negotiations would either come to nothing or would cause a breach between France and Great Britain. They were again disappointed. The Spaniards, deserted by the British and not supported by the Germans, had to take any price that France chose to offer. On October 3, 1904, France and Spain reached agreement. Spain received only a narrow strip of northern Morocco, as a neutral area between the French zone and Gibraltar, and she could claim her share only when it suited the French to move. The Spaniards were disgruntled and discontented. All the same, the question of Morocco was as much finished in October 1904, from the diplomatic point of view, as the question of the Upper Nile had been in March 1899, only the threat of war could reopen it. In October 1904 the Germans did not worry about Morocco. All their hopes were pinned on the conflict which they believed to be approaching between Great Britain and Russia. The war in the Far East was going badly for the Russians. The Trans-Siberian Railway, single track, and even that incomplete, could not compete with the Japanese advantage of sea power. The only hope for the Russians was to redress the balance in the China Seas and thus cut off the Japanese armies in the mainland from their island base. They dared not send their Black Sea fleet through the straits. For, though the British no longer cared about the closing of the straits on their own account, they would enforce a treaty provision which was in the interest of their Japanese ally. The Baltic fleet could move without the same difficulties, its journey to the Far East caused a first-rate crisis all the same. Its incompetent officers mistook other Russian ships for the Japanese, and in their panic sank a number of British fishing vessels off the Dogger Bank on October 21. Here was the long-postponed Anglo-Russian conflict which the Germans had awaited with confidence, the French with dread. Both worked overtime, the Germans to entangle Russia in an alliance, the French to prevent a breach between Russia and Great Britain. The Germans offered Russia alliance against attack by a European power. The two allies would also combine in order to remind France of the obligations which she has assumed by the terms of Franco-Russian alliance. The Germans did not know these terms, they always assumed that it was a general defensive alliance, never dreaming that it was directed solely against themselves. Now they were projecting a continental league against Great Britain. If France came in, she would have to drop her hostility to Germany. If she refused, the Franco-Russian alliance would be disrupted. In either case, Germany would end the danger of war on two fronts. At the same time, she would strengthen her hand for world policy. The Russians would be pushed forward against the British in India, the French fleet would carry the brunt nearer home. Yet the Germans hoped to buy this great success for nothing. The alliance was to operate only when the Dogger Bank affair had been settled. The Russians would, no doubt, have grasped an alliance if it had helped them in their immediate difficulty. They were in no condition to fight the British on their own. They eagerly accepted the British suggestion to submit the dispute to an international inquiry, and saved their prestige only by launching the myth that the suggestion had come from the Tsar. The great Anglo-Russian conflict turned out to be a damp squib, thanks to Russia's weakness. All the same, the Russians tried to make something of the German offer. Certainly they did not want a Franco-German reconciliation. The estrangement over Alsace and Lorraine gave Russia security on her western frontier, to say nothing of an endless flow of French money. The Russians wanted a return to the circumstances of 1895, when France and Germany, themselves at loggerheads, competed for Russian favor. Therefore Nicholas II proposed to initiate the French into the alliance before it was signed. If they agreed, all would be well. If they refused and so wrecked the project, they would at least be under a moral obligation to scare the British into being more friendly to Russia. The negotiations reached deadlock. The Russians wished to strengthen their position in the Far East without making Germany supreme in Europe. The Germans wished to gain security in Europe without becoming involved in the Far East. It was the worst possible moment for German policy to turn against Great Britain. The British had just taken the first serious steps to build up their naval power in the North Sea, and the Germans even imagined that the British might use their power to make a preventive attack on the growing German fleet. The only wise course for the Germans was to avoid all conflict with the British until their fleet was stronger. As Bülow wrote to William II, our position is like that of the Athenians when they had to build the long walls at the Piraeus without being prevented by the stronger Spartans from completing their defenses. Yet an alliance with Russia must inevitably be anti-British. It could be tolerable only if the French were made to join or, alternatively, if the Franco-Russian alliance were destroyed. The Russians wanted neither of these things. They insisted that the French must be told before the alliance was signed. The Germans were equally insistent that it must be signed before the French were told. On December 28 William II wrote to Bülow, a completely negative result after 2 months of honest work and negotiations. The first failure which I have personally experienced. Previously the Germans had boasted of the advantages of the free hand, now they came to realize that the contradictory needs of world policy and continental strategy imposed the free hand on them, whether they would or no. To some extent the German approach served Russia's turn. News of it reached Delchus almost at once. 3 He seemed to be faced, like Napoleon III, by the choice between alliance with Russia and entente with Great Britain. Like Napoleon III, but with more success, he was determined not to choose. He overwhelmed Lansdowne with promptings to conciliate the Russians, and these, perhaps, did something to bring about a peaceful settlement of the Dogger Bank affair. The main reason for this was, however, simpler. neither the British nor the Russians were as eager for the conflict as both French and Germans supposed. The British wished only to keep out of the Far Eastern War, and they were confident that they could check Russia in Persia and Afghanistan without serious dispute. The Russians were weary of the Far East, which had become in the last year or two merely a court folly. Bezobrozov and his circle had lost all influence. The Foreign Office, the sensible soldiers, and the great capitalists were once more in control, and they, far from wishing to extend the Far Eastern War, were anxious to end it on any terms not blatantly humiliating. They attached little importance to alliance with Germany, and much to not being at her mercy. The experiences of Bismarck's time had bitten deep in their recollection. Yet from him they had asked only neutrality. The price of active German support would, they knew, be much higher. The British did not consider Germany one way or the other. They did not need her support, they did not suspect her enmity. The Dogger Bank affair marked, indeed, the end of an epoch in European history, the epoch in which an Anglo-Russian conflict seemed the most likely outcome of international relations. This conflict had been expected in the Near East for 50 years, in Central Asia for 20, and in the Far East, with the greatest likelihood of all, for 10. After November 1904 the conflict was indefinitely postponed. The British had settled their differences with France, they had escaped war with Russia. Their security, and therewith their isolation from continental affairs, seemed at its height. A few journalists raised the cry that a new danger was approaching from Germany. This cry was little regarded. The tradition of the natural alliance died hard. Germany and Great Britain had no quarrels, only for this reason was there no entente between them. Liberal opinion looked with admiration at German industry and local government. Chamberlain was by no means the only radical who thought that Great Britain had more in common with Germany than with any other European power. The trade rivalry which had made some stir 10 years before was now less acute. Great Britain was entering on a new period of prosperity, much of which depended on German custom. The German navy was indeed becoming a serious factor in the maritime balance, but this was more than offset by other changes. The alliance with Japan had reduced British needs in the Far East, entente with France had reduced them in the Mediterranean, the bulk of the Russian fleet had been destroyed in the Far East, and the Black Sea remnant was in mutiny. In addition, the British had been building on a scale without previous parallel. In 1898, when their isolation was first aired, they could only set 29 battleships against a Franco-Russian total of 28, Germany's 13, though hardly up to modern war, did something to justify Tirpitz's risk theory ironically enough, before it was applied. At the beginning of 1905 the British had 44 battleships. The French had 12, the Germans 16, the Russians did not count. In other words, the British enjoyed a naval supremacy without parallel in their history and could have taken on the Continental League, if one had ever existed, almost without serious mobilization. Isolation, far from dwindling, reached its peak. Yet within 12 months the British would be seriously considering sending an expeditionary force to the continent for the first time since 1864. This was not the culmination of a policy slowly evolved. It was a revolution, and one unexpected by all observers. This was caused neither by Delchis nor by British statesmen fearful of isolation. It was caused solely by German initiative. The Germans were not in any danger, in fact they, too, enjoyed greater security than at any time since the Crimean War and the breakdown of the Holy Alliance. The Russian army, crippled by the Far Eastern War, could not face even a defensive war in Europe. Russia herself was in revolution. Pacific radicals were in power in France, and the French generals did not believe that they could keep the Germans out of Paris for more than a month. Nevertheless, the Germans had come to count on a conflict between Great Britain and Russia. When this failed to take place, they sought a substitute, and this could only be the Continental League. Though they still talked of security, this preoccupation was fraudulent. Their real object, not formulated even in their own minds, was to establish peacefully their predominance over the continent and thus be free to challenge the British Empire overseas. In the autumn of 1904 they had believed themselves within sight of an alliance with Russia. The Russians had refused to make it without French approval. Now, if France could be forced into dependence on Germany, Russia would have to enter the Continental League or be herself excluded from European affairs. The moment seemed favorable. The French armies were in a bad state, and Russia could do nothing to help her ally. Port Arthur fell on January 1, 1905, and the Russians lost the prolonged Battle of Mukden early in March. At home Russia was in chaos. Revolution broke out in January and mounted steadily until the climax of October. Russia had ceased to exist as a great power, and the Germans had an opportunity without parallel to change the European balance in their favor. It was also a gain for the Germans that Rouvier became Prime Minister of France in January. He disliked Delcass's foreign policy, wished to end the Moroccan affair, and instead to cooperate with Germany in the Baghdad Railway. The Germans had no clear idea what they meant to do when they butted into Morocco. They wished to show that Germany could not be ignored in any question in the world. More vaguely, they hoped to weaken the Anglo-French Entente or perhaps to shake the Franco-Russian alliance. But essentially they speculated on some undefined success. They complained that they had not been officially informed of the Anglo-French agreement over Morocco, as though nothing could happen in the world without their permission. They therefore insisted on treating Morocco as an independent country, much as they had treated the Transvaal in 1896, and William II announced this publicly when, much against his will, he landed at Tangier on March 31, 1905. The Germans had given as little thought to the consequences of this action as they had to those of the Kruger telegram. Holstein may have consulted Schlieffen, the chief of staff, with whom he was well acquainted, and if he did, he must have learnt what was indeed obvious enough, that the military position was all to Germany's advantage. But there is no scrap of contemporary evidence that he consciously planned to force France into war, and it seems more likely that, having talked so long of German power, he invoked it without any clear idea of what would happen next. After all, it was more than a generation since there had been a serious war crisis on the continent of Europe outside the Balkans. As to Bigelow, he was satisfied by the argument that the stroke would improve Germany's prestige and his own, and William II was dragged reluctantly along, always hoping that he might win France for the Continental League by some twist of conciliation. The Tangier visit caught Delcasse unprepared. It has been made a serious charge against him, even by so detached a historian as Renevine, that his foreign policy outran France's material resources. He challenged Germany when the French army was in no state to resist her. But in 1904, when the Anglo-French Entente was made, it was impossible to foresee this danger. French policy then had feared the consequences of the Entente on Russia, not on Germany, and the Moroccan crisis was provoked only by the surprising developments in the Far East. Even now Delcasse was pulled two ways. He had to tolerate a forward policy in Morocco in order to satisfy the French colonial enthusiasts, who would otherwise turn against the Entente. At the same time he had to conciliate Germany. He offered again and again to maintain the open door, the only point on which Germany might claim to be considered. If he had ever got negotiations started, he might also have offered her colonial concessions elsewhere, perhaps by reviving the Anglo-German arrangement over the Portuguese colonies with French approval. These offers would have ended the crisis. The Germans therefore ignored them. Besides, they could not consider colonial gains, in view of the temporary unpopularity of colonies in Germany. They therefore demanded that the question of Morocco should be submitted to an international conference. Holstein assumed that Italy and Austria-Hungary would support Germany, Russia would do nothing to offend her, the United States would support the open door, and both Great Britain and Spain would be glad to escape from the concessions that they had promised to France. He concluded, "It is most unlikely that a conference will give Morocco to France against the vote of Germany and America." Bigelow seconded him. "It is out of the question that the conference should result in a majority handing over Morocco to France." 3. The conference was demanded as a demonstration of German power, not as a means of settling the Moroccan question, and once the Germans sensed their power, they largely forgot that they had appealed to it in order to get on closer terms with France. Diplomatic victory became an end in itself. The Germans had overlooked Delcass's preparations. The proposal for a conference, far from displaying French isolation, compelled the interested powers to acknowledge their commitments to France. Italy, Spain, and Great Britain could not accept a conference, unless France agreed to it first. Even the United States had no intention of taking sides between France and Germany. The Germans had meant to turn the French flank, instead they were forced back into intimidating her. At the end of April an unexpected door was opened to them. Delcasse had at last realized Rivier's hostility. On April 19 he resigned, and withdrew his resignation only when he had forced from Riviere an expression of confidence. The expression was insincere. Riviere was a man of strong character, though ignorant of foreign affairs. Years before he had broken Boulanger in the interest of peace with Germany, now he meant to break Delcasse. He was convinced that Delcasse was leading France to war and that this would bring defeat and, even worse, social upheaval, the Commune over again. He was also convinced that the Germans would welcome economic collaboration with France, once Delcasse was overthrown. On April 26 he revealed his intentions to Radolin, the German ambassador. Henceforth the Germans had a policy provided for them, they had only to screw up the tension, and Delcasse would fall, then France would be reconciled with Germany. Though no serious military preparations were made, war was threatened, and Delcasse's conciliatory offers were brushed aside. The British had at first taken a negative, aloof attitude. They would give France whatever diplomatic support she needed. They thought that the affair was purely a question of Morocco, grand policy and the balance of power did not enter into their calculations, and it never occurred to them that the independence of France was essential to British security. Their only anxiety was that the French might buy Germany off with a port on the Atlantic coast of Morocco, probably Rabat, and, since much of the British fleet was being moved to the North Sea, this would have raised an awkward strategical problem. On April 22 Lansdowne was prepared to offer strong opposition to the Germans acquiring a Moorish port, and on May 17 he said that the British and French governments should continue to treat one another with the most absolute confidence, should keep one another fully informed on everything which came to their knowledge, and should, so far as possible, discuss in advance any contingencies by which they might in the course of events find themselves confronted. This was not an offer of an alliance, nor even of military support, it was a warning that France could not make any concession to Germany without British approval. Delcasse, however, exploited Lansdowne's words in the domestic conflict that he was fighting with Riviere. He insisted that the British were offering an alliance and that, if it were rejected, they would turn to Germany. Then we shall be isolated, exposed to an attack, in danger of losing the battle in Europe, and of being in time stripped of our colonies. Riviere answered that the German threats were real. Are we in a state to make war? Clearly no. Both arguments were remote from the facts. The British were not offering an alliance, nor did they mean to turn to Germany. The German army would not be equipped for war until June 1906, as the French experts recognized, and, for that matter, Riviere himself later defied German threats when it suited his purpose. As so often, men fought with misleading phrases, handled false coin. The underlying issue was real all the same whether France should hold aloof from Germany or be reconciled to her. On June 6 the French Council of Ministers decided against Delcasse, and he resigned. On the same day, William II created Bilo a prince. It was the greatest German victory since Sedan. The victory was, however, only one of prestige, it still had to be put to some practical use. Riviere was eager to subscribe the French capital for the Baghdad Railway, which had been refused in 1903, and he supposed that in return the Germans would give him a free hand in Morocco. Though his policy might be compatible with the Anglo-French Entente, it would certainly have disrupted the Franco-Russian alliance a far greater score for Germany. But Germany, in the heyday of imperialist schemes and with a new naval program in the offing, wanted a continental league with Russia, not a combination. of the Western powers against her. Besides, Bülow and Holstein were the prisoners of their own publicity. Having once insisted on a conference over Morocco, they could not now go back on it, though they dreamt vaguely of partitioning Morocco at some time in the future. They had to insist on its independence in the present. Rivière therefore had to renew the diplomatic struggle in a weaker position without friends or allies, and having announced in advance France's inability to fight. Time and again he held out the prospect of French friendship, if only the Germans would turn their backs on Morocco. Time and again the Germans refused. On 8 July Rivière gave way and agreed to the German demands. An international conference should be held to provide for the security and independence of Morocco. This was a grave defeat for French diplomacy. Delcas had worked to remove Morocco from the field of international relations. Rivière had had to put it back there more formally than before. But the Germans paid too high a price for their success. They estranged their friends in France. Rivière's faith in collaboration with Germany was destroyed. Pacific radical finance was forced along the anti-German path. Tension suddenly relaxed, and for an unexpected reason. The Russian defeat in the Far East was now complete. Her last fleet destroyed at Tsushima on May 27. Witt shouldered the task of making peace with Japan under American mediation. The time seemed ripe for William II to reassert himself. Though he too wanted a continental league, he hoped to get it by conciliating Russia, not by threatening France. Besides, the Russian Revolution stirred his monarchical conscience, as also the anxiety of German capitalists who were building the industry of the Ukraine, and he wished to bolster up the Tsar's prestige. On July 24 he and Nicholas II met at Bjerk 6, and Nicholas II was cajoled into signing a defensive alliance against attack by any European power. William II brushed aside the difficulty from France which had been insuperable the previous autumn. The question of Morocco, he said, was settled, and now we shall be good friends of the Gauls. Nicholas II wanted to show his resentment against the British and, although the alliance was only to come into operation when peace was made between Russia and Japan, hoped that it would somehow help him during the peace negotiations. For a few weeks the Germans supposed that they had attained their goal. Alliance with Russia was made, and the Continental League would follow. There was no point in making further difficulties over Morocco. On the contrary, France should be conciliated in order to prepare her for the revelation of the Bordeaux Treaty. Holstein opposed this policy. He wished to define the program of the coming Moroccan conference so closely as to ensure the defeat of France in advance. Bülow overruled him. All that matters is to get out of this muddle over Morocco so as to preserve our prestige in the world and to take account of German economic and financial interests as far as possible. Holstein went sulkily on holiday, and the program for the conference, to which France and Germany agreed on September 30, left the future of Morocco to be settled by the conference itself. The Germans gratuitously cleared the way for their own failure the following year. They could go from success to success so long as they negotiated with France alone. If they had pressed their advantage in July they could have imposed on France a conference which would simply have given a formal registration to the defeat of Delcas's plans. By agreeing to a genuine conference they exposed themselves to the risk of a diplomatic coalition. Their mistake was in large part that of all those who appeal to international conferences, they imagined that somewhere there was an impartial world opinion, which would be voiced by the supposedly neutral powers. But their mistake was fortified by the belief, after Bjerk, that the Continental League was as good as made and that there was in consequence no further need to break the French nerve. Instead the Treaty of Bjerk and all the paper structure that followed from it crumbled away overnight. On the Russian side it had sprung from the Tsar's resentment against Great Britain and a vague hope of reinsurance in case the Far Eastern War was renewed. But on September 5 Witt made peace with the Japanese on America's mediation. The Japanese were exhausted, and the peace gave the Russians everything which their moderate men had always wanted. Though the Japanese would control Korea they did not claim Manchuria. A war of revenge by Russia would have no serious purpose. Besides, such a war was ruled out by the changes made in the Anglo-Japanese alliance. When it was renewed on August 12, the alliance was extended to cover India, and henceforth it would operate against attack by one power, instead of by two. Unconsciously, the alliance gave a decisive answer to the Treaty of Bjorko. The German threat could no longer keep Great Britain neutral in a second Russo-Japanese war. She was pledged to intervene in any case. Nor could Russia plan to attack the British in India with German backing, for Japan in her turn was then pledged to intervene. Finally and decisively, the Russian government needed new French loans to drown the revolution and to repair the damage of the war. They dared not threaten France, still less confirm the German alliance without her. France was the rock, somewhat flaky, but a rock all the same on which the German schemes broke. Though Riviere had wanted good relations with Germany, he no more intended to enter a continental league against Great Britain than he had endorsed Delcasse's plans for a supposed British alliance, and, in any case, by the autumn his negotiations with Germany had made him feel that Delcasse was perhaps right after all. The Paris Bourse made a stronger appeal than monarchical solidarity, and Nicholas too had to undo his own work. He wrote on October 7, "I think that the coming into force of the BJERK-6 treaty ought to be put off until we know how France will look at it," and on November 23, "Russia has no reasons to abandon her ally nor suddenly to violate her." He tried to save appearances by proposing that the Bjork alliance should not apply in case of war with France. In reality the scheme was dead. The Russians had no interest in reconciling Germany and France, still less in making an exclusive alliance with Germany, which would inevitably provoke in its turn a Crimean coalition. Morocco returned to the center of the stage. The Germans had no idea what to do with it. Bülow laid down, "We could not tolerate a diplomatic triumph for France and would rather let things come to a conflict*, but he made no military preparations. He did not even discuss Morocco with other powers. Apparently the conference was to defeat France automatically without any German initiative. It was 20 years since an international dispute had been referred to a general meeting of the powers, and since that time men had forgotten the lesson of the Congress of Berlin that such a meeting succeeds only if the broad lines of agreement have been settled beforehand. The French, too, had no clear-cut plans for the conference, but at least they had agreements over Morocco with Great Britain, Italy, and Spain, to say nothing of their alliance with Russia. Besides, they had recovered from their panic of June. It had suited Riviere to emphasize the danger from Germany so long as he was bent on a Franco-German rapprochement. He grew as confident as Delcasse, or even more so, once this ceased to interest him. And this new obstinacy against Germany, oddly enough, turned Riviere, the man who had never believed in the Anglo-French Entente, into the man who made it a reality. The fall of Delcasse had shaken British faith in France. Lansdowne declared it was disgusting. But he blamed French feebleness rather than German bullying, and he drew the moral that France was useless as a partner, not that Germany should be resisted. The ending of the Russo-Japanese War also made the Entente less necessary, and there was very little contact between Great Britain and France in the autumn of 1905. The Entente was revived by the third partner in the affairs of Morocco, Spain. The Spaniards were always sharply aware of their weakness and always fearful that France might sacrifice their claims in Morocco to Germany for the sake of her own. In December, Alfonso XIII, the King of Spain, alleged that the Germans were trying to win him over. His real intention was, no doubt, to extract a new promise of support from the French or to be free to go over to the German side if they refused. The French always resented these Spanish import unities. Spain, they held, was England's affair, and Paul Cambon discussed the Spanish alarm with Edward VII. A liberal government had just taken office in England, and Edward VII saw his opportunity to commit it to a firm foreign policy. Sir Edward Grey, the new Foreign Secretary, had served under Rosebery at the time of greatest tension with France and Russia. He had known well the very disagreeable experience of having to rely upon Germany for a support that was rarely forthcoming. He held that it was a matter of interest as well as a point of honor to preserve the Entente with France. Moreover, though there was no recognized difference over foreign policy between the two British parties, the Unionists, being in office, had tended to accept the natural alliance with Germany as a matter of day-to-day practice, and the Liberals, being in opposition, had stressed the advantages of better relations with France and Russia. Grey had inherited something of Gladstone's moral earnestness, and the concert of Europe meant more to him than it had done to his predecessors. Lansdowne had regarded German roughness with a diplomat's finesse. Grey's North Country sturdiness was outraged by it. There was a further consideration, which played a vital part in determining Grey's foreign policy. The unity of the Liberal Party had only just been restored after a long period of conflict and weakness. Liberal imperialists Grey, Asquith, Haldane had joined with radical pro-Boers, such as Morley and Lloyd George, under the leadership of Campbell Bannerman to win the greatest electoral victory since the Reform Bill. Grey would do nothing to shake this unity by any step in foreign policy, unless it were absolutely necessary. On the other hand, as often happens when a party of the left takes office, he was anxious to show that he could be as firm and realistic as any conservative, and the staff of the Foreign Office were soon expressing their agreeable surprise. Grey evolved a satisfactory compromise, no doubt without conscious thought. He followed a resolute line, more resolute indeed than Lansdowne's, but he consulted the cabinet very little, and he informed the public hardly at all. The balance of power was a concept alien to the mind of most liberals, and Grey himself often repudiated the phrase. Yet, in reality, he was concerned about the European balance in a way that no British Foreign Secretary had been since Palmerston. He endorsed the opinion of his leading adviser: if France is left in the lurch, an agreement or alliance between France, Germany, and Russia in the near future is certain. His underlying object was to prevent the Continental League and the German domination that would follow from it, therefore he had to encourage France and, later, Russia, in their efforts to preserve their independence. On the other hand, he had to keep his hands free in order to keep the Liberal Party united. His policy was throughout determined by these two considerations. Immediately on entering office, he laid down the line that he was to follow, more or less consistently, for the next 8 years. He warned Germany without committing himself to France. He told Metternich on January 3, 1906, the British people would not tolerate France's being involved in a war with Germany because of the Anglo-French agreement, and in that case any English government, whether conservative or liberal, would be forced to help France. It was more difficult to answer Cambon when he talked of the danger of German aggression. In earlier days, British governments had satisfied their friends by sending the fleet on a visit to the Straits or to some Italian port. Now the fleet was of no use to France, as Riviere had said earlier. It could not run on wheels. Grey hit on a new device. On January 31, 1906 he authorized conversations between the British and French general staffs, but, as in his opinion no question of policy was involved, he did not inform the cabinet. 3 Grey held, indeed, that he had actually increased British freedom of action. It was universally believed that the decisive battle of the next war would be fought within the first month, therefore Great Britain could help France only if plans were already prepared. In Grey's own words, "We must be free to go to the help of France as well as free to stand aside. If there were no military plans made beforehand, we should be unable to come to the assistance of France in time. We should in effect not have preserved our freedom to help France, but have cut ourselves off from the possibility of doing so." This was a good argument. But it would not have appealed to the radicals in the British cabinet, and that for a simple reason. However strong the technical justification, the military talks were a political act. There was no pressing danger of war in January 1906, despite the Spanish alarm, and the Moroccan affair was, in fact, fought out at Algeciras purely with diplomatic weapons. Though the French accepted Grey's statement that no British government will ever commit itself on a hypothesis, the talks were the substitute for an alliance, and in some ways a more decisive one. Once the British envisaged entering a continental war, however remotely, they were bound to treat the independence of France, not the future of Morocco, as the determining factor. The European balance of power, which had been ignored for 40 years, again dominated British foreign policy, and henceforth every German move was interpreted as a bid for continental hegemony. Whether such suspicions were justified or not, they could not easily be eradicated once they had been formed. Exactly the same had been true, for instance, of the designs which the Russians had been supposed, for many years, to harbor against Turkey. No Russian assurances could remove these suspicions in the one case, no German assurances would remove them in the other. A vital change of emphasis followed. Though imperial interests still counted from Morocco to Persia, they had henceforth to be fitted into the framework of relations with the European powers, instead of determining them, as they had done previously. In Salisbury's time, Great Britain made arrangements with European powers in order to defend her empire. Now she made concessions outside Europe in order to strengthen the balance of power. On the French side, the talks counted for less. The French did not take the British army seriously and assumed even till 1914 that they would have to hold the German attack on their own. They would gladly compromise with Germany if it could be done at any price less than the end of their independence as a great power, but when this proved impossible, they were grateful enough for British diplomatic support. If it came to a war, Russia was their only hope, and they knew that they would have to wait for many years before she was fit to take on Germany. In 1906 she could not even face war against Austria-Hungary with any confidence. The Moroccan conference met at Algeciras on 16 January. The Germans wanted to assert the independence of Morocco, the French to lay hold of the Moroccan bank and the police. For 6 weeks there was deadlock. Neither France nor the powers pledged to her would take the initiative in provoking German resentment. On March 3 a vote over future procedure revealed that only Austria-Hungary and Morocco supported Germany. Bielaud lost his nerve. He took over the conduct of affairs from Holstein, who left office within a fortnight, and agreed to the French demands. The agreement, signed on March 31, gave them control of the police, with Spain as a junior partner. On April 5 Bielaud, defending his policy in the Reichstag, had a heart attack and was out of action for some months, as symbolic in its way as the title of prince he had received 10 months before. Algeciras defeated the German plan of reducing France to subordination without a war. Holstein, indeed, made out that he would have risked even war and complained that he had misjudged the leading personalities. I ought to have realized that it would be difficult to make Bielaud, and impossible to make His Majesty, resolve on the last resort. 3 This was a short-sighted explanation. Holstein, neglecting public opinion, had played at cabinet diplomacy, and Bielaud saw more clearly when he recognized that the German people would not understand a war for the sake of Morocco. Plus they had to be educated into believing that they were encircled, just as everyone else had to be educated into believing that Germany was threatening to dominate them. Even Bismarck had had to prepare his wars. This was even more necessary in the age of mass parties and conscript armies. The French flattered themselves that Algeciras had been a demonstration of the concert of Europe against dictation by a single power. This, too, was an exaggeration. Though the Act of Algeciras kept the door open for the French, they could not enter it. Previously the Germans had no standing in Morocco, except as a great power. Now they could claim to be paid if France exceeded the rights given her at Algeciras. Nor did the conference really demonstrate the concert of Europe. None of the powers, except to some extent the British, thought in terms of resisting German dictation. Rather they grudgingly honored the bargains which they had made with Delcas. And both Italy and Spain were resentful at having been maneuvered into taking sides in a Franco-German quarrel. Even in England few people were convinced that the balance of power had been at stake. Eyre Crowe, a member of the Foreign Office, wrote a powerful memorandum towards the end of the year, in which he argued that Germany was bidding for the mastery of Europe, but most Englishmen regarded Morocco as an unfortunate accident which had interrupted the even run of Anglo-German relations. Metternich wrote in August, "English policy is founded on cooperation with France. Only if English policy succeeds in making a Franco-German agreement will English friendship become politically useful for us." British statesmen would have agreed with Metternich that only the Franco-German dispute over Morocco estranged their two countries. The conflict over Morocco, which ran from William I's 10-year visit until the end of the Algeciras Conference, gave a first hint of things to come and foreshadowed the World War. But it was only a hint and a shadow. The threat of war was made only in discreet private conversations, whether by Bigelow or Grey. No practical steps were taken towards war, no men were mobilized, no ships sent to their action stations. Yet it was a true crisis, a turning point in European history. It shattered the long Bismarckian peace. War between France and Germany was seriously, though remotely, contemplated for the first time since 1875. The Russians had to envisage for the first time honoring their engagements under the Franco-Russian alliance and did not like the prospect. The British contemplated military intervention on the continent for the first time since 1864. None of this reached the public ear or affected public opinion. Even the statesmen pretended that nothing had happened. Those who had opposed German policy at Algeciras declared that they had meant no harm. The military talks between Great Britain and France died away and were forgotten. The Italians paraded their loyalty to the Triple Alliance. They agreed, for instance, to its renewal prematurely, without cancelling the military convention directed against France and even without reviving the original declaration of 1882 that the alliance could never operate against Great Britain. Both the British and the Russians made gestures of friendship. Haldane, the British Secretary for War, allowed himself to be trapped into visiting the German army on the anniversary of Sedan. And Izvolsky, the new Russian foreign minister, came to Berlin in October, while refusing to visit London. Nevertheless, the great event in the period after Algeciras was a further blow to Germany. It was the reconciliation between Great Britain and Russia. Hostility to Germany was not the primary motive. Grey, it is true, had argued during the Conference of Algeciras that the moment was ill-chosen for resisting Germany and that they should wait until he had reached agreement with Russia. An entente between Russia, France, and ourselves would be absolutely secure. If it is necessary to check Germany, it could then be done. The Russians were alarmed by the Baghdad Railway and, still more, by the first signs of German penetration into Persia. They feared an Anglo-German partnership in the Middle East at their expense, and therefore decided to compromise with both countries before it was too late. The defeat in the Far East had made the Russians more moderate and sensible than usual. Izvolsky, who became foreign minister in May 1906, was an abler man than his immediate predecessors, vaguely liberal in outlook. He knew something of Western Europe and was not bemused either by Slav sentiment or principles of monarchical solidarity. The practical Russian need in the Middle East was to have a neutral zone in front of their Caucasus frontier. In return for this, they would tolerate the Baghdad Railway and divide control of Persia with the British. 2. The Russians were, however, far from taking sides between Germany and Great Britain. Rather, they wished to be on good terms with both countries, as 10 years before they had been intimate with France and Germany at the same time. They had no reason to fear Germany in Europe. In 1905 the German army could have overrun Russia with the greatest ease. Instead of threatening, the Germans had pressed their alliance on Russia and were now helping to build up her industrial strength. The Russians had, as yet, no conceivable cause for war with Germany except a German threat to destroy France. And they would have been reluctant to go to war even for that. In 1906 and 1907 much the same was true of the British. The Anglo-Russian Entente had thus little to do with Germany. The British had wanted a compromise for years and had been working actively for it since 1903. It was the Russians who had changed their mood, just as the French change of mood caused the Entente of 1904. The bargain was a limited one, confined for all practical purposes to Persia. The Far Eastern War had eliminated Anglo-Russian rivalry there. Izvolsky originally intended to demand British pressure on Japan as the price for yielding over Persia, but this turned out to be unnecessary. The Japanese were willing to compromise without British pressure, and a Russo-Japanese agreement, virtually establishing a joint monopoly of Manchuria, was signed on July 30, 1907, before negotiations with Great Britain were ended. At the other end of Asia, Izvolsky raised the question of the Straits during the discussions. This was purely a question of prestige. Russia had no Black Sea fleet, and the closing of the Straits suited her well enough. But ultimately Izvolsky hoped to get theoretical permission for theoretical Russian warships to pass the Straits, in order to show that a liberal foreign minister could do better than his reactionary predecessors. There was no strategical objection on the British side, only a fear that public opinion might be offended there would be a storm. Grey answered that it would be easier to meet Russian wishes over the Straits when the Entente had proved its worth elsewhere. Good relations with Russia meant that our old policy of closing the Straits against her, and throwing our weight against her at any conference of the powers must be abandoned. Izvolsky tried to interpret this as a promise of British support at some future conference, but Grey refused to commit himself. If negotiations now in progress lead to a satisfactory result, the effect upon British public opinion would be such as very much to facilitate a discussion of the Straits question if it came up later on. Though Izvolsky claimed to be satisfied, there was here an equivocation which was to cause trouble in the following year. The agreement, signed on August 31, 1907, eliminated two minor problems. Tibet was made a neutral buffer state, and the Russians renounced direct contact with Afghanistan, so that India had security on the northwest frontier. The essential bargain was over Persia. The north adjacent to the Caucasus was to be Russia's sphere of interest, the southeast, adjacent to India, was to be British, the center, including the Gulf, was to be neutral. This division was purely strategical, neither side mentioned or considered Persia's oil, and it was quite by accident that this turned out to be easy of access to the British. The two powers were concerned to deprive each other of strategical advantages. Excluding Germany was a secondary consideration, and Izvolsky had taken care to secure German approval before he made the agreement. Of course the Germans could no longer count on an Anglo-Russian war, but this had been true since November 1904. On one subject the agreement brought an immediate score to the Russians. When William II visited England in the autumn of 1907, he again offered the British a share in the Baghdad Railway, and they would have liked to accept it, in order to control the final stretch where the railway reached the Persian Gulf. But they were anxious to prove their good faith to the Russians and therefore replied that they could only discuss the railway at Qatar with France and Russia. The prospect of being outvoted 3-1 did not appeal to the Germans, and they dropped the question. In later years both French and Russians were to be less punctilious than Grey had been. An obligation of honor is usually more onerous than a formal pledge. Still, this was not the decisive side of the Entente. It was essentially a settlement of differences, not a disguised alliance. Its two great weaknesses sprang from causes inside Great Britain and Russia, not from any German threat. On the one side the Russians found it difficult to moderate their ambitions for long. They soon slipped back into assuming that Russia was the greatest, or even the only, power in the world, and the temptation to cheat in Persia was increased by the fact that Tehran, the capital, was in the Russian zone. Whatever the foreign ministry said in St. Petersburg, the Russians at Tehran constantly encroached on Persia's independence. On the British side, the Entente stirred up imperialist, and still more radical, opposition. Radical hostility to Russia was of long standing, but in the old days there had been nothing to choose between Russia and the Central Powers, and Gladstone had even managed to create the impression that Russia was somehow Christian in a way that Austria was not. As a result, when Salisbury worked with Austria-Hungary, he had had to disguise this by the link through liberal Italy. Now Russia was clearly the most reactionary power in Europe. The revolution of 1905 had aroused much sympathy in England, and even Campbell Bannerman, the Prime Minister, had publicly lamented its defeat. On the other hand, the reputation of the two Germanic powers had gone up. Austria had just established universal suffrage, and nothing was known in England of the Magyar tyranny in Hungary. Between 1907 and 1909 there was a left majority in the German Reichstag, and Bülow posed as the chancellor of a liberal coalition. The Entente with Russia seemed an unprincipled act of power politics, all the more so when the Russians worked against the parliament in Persia. Radical feeling turned even against France. Her association with Russia, instead of making Russia respectable, made France, too, appear reactionary and militaristic. French ambitions in Morocco were blamed for the crisis of 1905, and Germany was presented as a Pacific power, threatened by French longings for Alsace and Lorraine and by Russian designs in the Balkans and at the Straits. If the Germans had kept quiet, the Triple Entente might soon have dissolved. Instead their actions turned it into a reality. In August 1907, when the Entente was concluded, both British and Russians supposed that they had no quarrel with Germany except in regard to France. The Russians were pledged to defend French independence, the British were committed over Morocco. Neither appeared a dangerous issue. The Germans were no longer attempting to bring France into subordination, and the French were feeling their way towards a bargain with Germany over Morocco, by which they would get political supremacy in exchange for sharing the economic advantages. Jules Cambon, who went as ambassador to Berlin in July 1907, no doubt wished to rival his elder brother's achievements as a maker of ententes, and early began the negotiations which ultimately exploded in the crisis of RG-11. Before then the Moroccan question was eclipsed by unexpected German conflicts with Great Britain and Russia. One was the naval race, the other the Bosnian crisis. In neither case were these conflicts wholly of Germany's doing. Though the growing German navy must have estranged the British sooner or later, until 1906 any serious challenge still lay in the remote future. In 1906 the British Admiralty launched the Dreadnought, the first all-big gun ship. This made all existing battleships, including the British, obsolete. The British had to start the naval race all over again, at much less advantage and a race more expensive than ever before. In 1907 they tried to set an example to others by reducing their building program. Instead this increased the temptation for the Germans to catch up. In November 1907 Tirpitz introduced a supplementary naval law, projecting a large program of dreadnought building. The British government had to increase their naval estimates in March 1908 and, still worse, looked forward to much greater increases the following year. This naval race seemed senseless to them. They were confident that they could win it, though at great expense. On the other hand, they had no quarrel with Germany, and they could not understand her reluctance to have her overseas trade and colonies dependent on British goodwill. They could find a rational explanation of this German building only in a deliberate intention to destroy British independence. In reality, there was no rational explanation. The Germans had drifted into naval expansion, partly for reasons of domestic politics, partly from a general desire for grandeur. They certainly hoped that a great navy would make the British respect, and even fear, them. They never understood that, unless they could actually outbuild Great Britain, the only effect of this naval competition would be to estrange her. The British had no solution for breaking the deadlock. Their only suggestion was that the Germans should voluntarily cut down their rate of building. This would lessen the tension and save money for both sides. This proposal was made by Lloyd George, who had just become Chancellor of the Exchequer, in July 1908. It was repeated with less sincerity by Hartinga, the permanent Under-Secretary, when he went with Edward VII to visit William I.J. in August. The Germans gave a flat negative. William II with violence, Bülow and Metternich more evasively. The only attempt at an answer was that Great Britain would not fear the German fleet if she made an alliance with Germany. Bülow speculated vaguely that Germany might make some concessions in naval building if she received political concessions in return. No attempt was made at this time to work out what these should be. In the summer of 1908 estrangement between Great Britain and Germany was clear for all the world to see. Though both France and Russia had certainly welcomed the ending of Anglo-German collaboration years before, they were alarmed at the prospect of being caught up in an Anglo-German conflict. Clemenceau, French Prime Minister from 1906 to 1909, was, of all Frenchmen, the most convinced adherent of cooperation with Great Britain, but he was also convinced that Germany would treat France as a hostage in case of war with her. He urged the British to concentrate on increasing their army. And, in the meantime, tried to lessen the danger by conciliating the Germans over Morocco. Here, too, there was equivocation. The French wanted to get on better terms with Germany so as to mediate between her and their friends. The Germans would make concessions to France only if she deserted her friends. Boileau had laid this down in 1907, the only price for giving up our position in Morocco would be an alliance with France. 3. The Russians were even more anxious not to commit themselves to either side. In June 1908 Edward VII and Nicholas II met at Reval, bringing Izvolsky and Hartinga along with them. It was no doubt a symbol of reconciliation and, for that reason, much criticized by the British radicals, but the only practical outcome was agreement on a program of reforms in Macedonia. Hartinga urged the Russians to build up their army so as to act as the arbiters of peace if a critical situation arose in 7 or 8 years' time. Izvolsky refused to be drawn. It was imperative that Russia should act with the greatest prudence towards Germany, and give the latter power no cause for complaint that the improvement of the relations of Russia and England had entailed a corresponding deterioration of the relations of Russia with Germany. Soon afterwards he told Clemenceau that there could be no question of signing an Anglo-Franco-Russian agreement, and the Russian General Staff insisted on an agreement with the French that a German mobilization against Great Britain would not bring the Franco-Russian alliance into operation. 3. This caution reflected Russia's weakness. She needed a long period of peace and, having made herself secure in the Middle and Far East, she could have it. The Austro-Russian agreement of 1897 kept the Near East on ice, and it suited Russian interests to keep it so. But Izvolsky itched for some dramatic success. On February 3, 1908 he proposed to the Council of Ministers an Anglo-Russian military action against Turkey which might lead to dazzling results. The other ministers were horrified. Russia had no money, no navy, no arms. Stolypin, the prime minister, declared, only after some years of complete quiet can Russia speak again as in the past. Plus Izvolsky ignored the warning. He determined to play the game on his own and secured the approval of Nicholas II for his plan of getting the straits open to Russian warships. Russia had no warships, and the only bit of sense in the plan was that it would give more work to the dockyards at Nikolaev, which were near the iron fields of the Ukraine. In any case, Izvolsky was not interested in sense, he wanted a score. Russian action was hardly necessary to get the Near East on the move. The Ottoman Empire in Europe was breaking up of itself. Macedonia was in chronic unrest, with a full-scale revolt in 1903, attempts at international action served, as usual, only to show the jealousy of the powers. In July 1908 a young Turk revolution ended the precarious tyranny of Abdul Hamid. Moreover, Austria-Hungary had made good use of the 10 years when her entente with Russia put the Balkans on ice. Austrian capital penetrated deeply, and it looked as though Turkey in Europe would become a Habsburg sphere of interest, if things were left alone. But Austro-Hungarian policy was increasingly shaped by a vital domestic problem which defied Habsburg statesmanship. The South Slavs of the monarchy were becoming restive under Magyar oppression in Hungary, and since nothing could be done to shake the Magyar monopoly of power, the only solution was to break the self-confidence of Serbia, the independent state which was regarded in Vienna as the Piedmont of the South Slavs. This danger was largely imaginary. The Serbs had no Cavour, and all their historic traditions estranged them from the westernized Serbs and Croats of Austria-Hungary. Indeed, far from Serb ambition stimulating South Slav discontent, it was this discontent which dragged Serbia into Habsburg affairs. Once men imagine a danger they soon turn it into a reality. So it was now with Vienna and Belgrade. Austria-Hungary set out to destroy the independence of Serbia and so gave the Serbs no choice but to challenge the existence of Austria-Hungary. The new line was symbolized by two personal changes in the autumn of 1906. Konrad succeeded Beck as Chief of Staff, Ehrenthal succeeded Golakowski as Foreign Minister. Beck had been cautious, indeed timid, as military advisor. He doubted Austria-Hungary's capacity to fight a great war. Conrad was always ready to plan beyond the monarchy's resources. He wished to break the ring which was supposed to be closing round Austria-Hungary, and favored war against either Serbia or Italy while Russia was still weak. The actual opponent mattered less than to display the monarchy's strength in war. For Conrad, war was the solution in itself. Similarly, Galakowski had been content to keep things quiet. He had trailed along at Germany's heels during the Moroccan crisis, but he had insisted on a compromise at Algeciras when things reached a deadlock. Ekrenthal, like Conrad, wanted to restore the prestige of the monarchy by some great stroke. He was arrogant, vain, impatient, eager for action. He had observed with satisfaction Germany's isolation at Algeciras and, still more, her estrangement from Great Britain in 1908. He meant to turn this situation to his own advantage. Germany, he believed, would have to support Austria-Hungary, whatever action she undertook in the Balkans. He prided himself also on knowing Russia, and imagined that he could keep her in step by vague references to the League of the Three Emperors. His great stroke was to be the annexation of Bosnia and Herzegovina, which the monarchy had administered since 1878. This would end Serb dreams of adding the two provinces to their national state. And, more vaguely, would enable the monarchy to show how beneficently it could govern a Slav people, when free from Magyar interference. Then, in a more remote future, he planned to partition Serbia with Bulgaria. Izvolsky took the words out of Arenthal's mouth. On July 2 he offered to support the annexation of Bosnia and Herzegovina by Austria-Hungary, if she in return would support Russian designs at the Straits. The two met at Buklov * on September 15 and struck their bargain. Izvolsky supposed that both questions, involving as they did changes in the Treaty of Berlin, would have to be submitted to a European conference, and he went leisurely off to collect the approval of the other powers. Arenthal, however, proclaimed the annexation of the two provinces on October 5. Izvolsky had just arrived in Paris, with nothing accomplished. To make matters worse, he was repudiated by his own government. Stolypin cared nothing for the Straits and much for Slav sentiment. He threatened to resign, and Nicholas II had to pretend that he knew nothing of Izvolsky's schemes. Izvolsky still hoped to save himself by gaining something at the Straits. The French did not commit themselves one way or the other registered, but as soon as Izvolsky got to London he ran into difficulties. British opinion supposed that, with the Young Turk Revolution, Turkey had started on a liberal course, and therefore would do nothing to weaken her. More serious still, Gray's vague phrases of 1907 had assumed that the Russians would make a good impression by behaving well in Persia. Instead they were already behaving badly, and obstinacy over the Straits seemed the only way of forcing them to keep their Persian bargain. Gray insisted that, if the rule of the Straits were revised, there must be some sort of reciprocity, that is, others must be allowed to enter the Black Sea on the same terms as those on which Russia could come out. No proposal could have been more repugnant to Russia. In any case, it was, as Hartinga admitted, a shop window where, it is already a settled principle of naval warfare with us that in no case would our fleets enter the Straits. The real obstacle was the radicals, not the Admiralty. Asquith and Grey, supported by Edward VII, would have liked to make some concession to Izvolsky. The cabinet thought only of the effect on public opinion and overruled them. All Izvolsky got was an assurance from Grey that he would like to perform a miracle. I positively desire to see an arrangement made, which will open the Straits on terms which would be acceptable to Russia, while not placing Turkey or outside powers at an unfair disadvantage. Izvolsky had to change course. On his return to St. Petersburg he demanded that the annexation of Bosnia and Herzegovina be submitted to a conference and even presented himself as champion of the Serbs, a people of whom he had previously known nothing. This put the affair on a different footing. Arenthal had intended to humiliate Serbia, not Russia. His references to the League of the Three Emperors had been genuine enough, and he had even hoped by his independent action in the Balkans to escape the satellite relationship towards Germany which Galakowski had shown at Algeciras. he had told the Germans nothing of the Bucklove bargain, and the annexation, by offending Turkey, cut clean across German interests in the Near East. The Germans, on their side, had almost forgotten Austria-Hungary in the preceding years. For instance, it occurred to none of them that the Treaty of Bjerk-6 contradicted their alliance with her as much as Russia's with France. Now they determined to stand by Austria-Hungary less to keep her firmly on their side than to humiliate Russia for having made an entente with Great Britain. Bigelow laid down, since Russia demonstratively joined England at Reval, we could not give up Austria. The European situation was so changed that we must be more reserved to Russian wishes than we used to be. The Germans went back at a bound to the policy of the new course, which Caprivi and Holstein had followed in 1891. They promised to support Austria-Hungary in the Balkans whatever action she took. Bigelow wrote to Arenthal on October 30, I shall regard whatever decision you come to as the appropriate one, and in January 1909 the nephew of the great Moltke, who had now become chief of the German General Staff, wrote to Conrad with Bigelow's approval, the moment Russia mobilizes, Germany also will mobilize, and will unquestionably mobilize her whole army. The men of the new course had supposed that they were actually threatened by Russia. Bigelow and Moltke knew that Russia was incapable of war. They were out to make a diplomatic score without effort. Hostility to Russia logically implied conciliation of Great Britain and France, as in the reverse way the attack on Delchis in 1905 had been balanced by the Treaty of Bjerk-6. Both countries were ready to respond. They had no desire to be involved in a Balkan war and hoped that Germany would join with them in mediating between Russia and Austria-Hungary. The German intention was quite other, it was to isolate Russia so that she could be humiliated at leisure. Then, in Bigelow's words, the ring of encirclement which has long been weak will be destroyed for good. The Germans did not have much success with the British. Bigelow edged towards offering them some naval concession, but failed to shake Tirpitz and shrank from a conflict. In any case, conciliating the British was a bad political card. After the interview with William II which the Daily Telegraph published on October 28 and after the unprecedented explosion of public opinion which this provoked in the Reichstag. Besides, the British were not concerned to assert the balance of power by supporting Russia. They were outraged by Arenthal's offense against the sanctity of treaties just as they had been by Russia's denunciation of the Black Sea clauses in 1870 and, once mounted on the high horse of principle, they would not have got off it even for a reduction of the German naval program. Bigelow did better with the French. They were a good deal more alarmed than the British and less high-principled. They used their advantage to strike at last the bargain over Morocco which they had been hoping for since the summer of 1907. On February 1909 France and Germany signed a declaration, by which Germany recognized France's political predominance in Morocco and the French promised not to injure Germany's economic interests. The same day Edward VII arrived in Berlin, and at the end of his visit, an official statement announced rather misleadingly, a complete understanding exists between Great Britain and Germany. In fact, the Germans refused all suggestions to mediate between Russia and Austria-Hungary. When this became clear, the French lost their nerve. On February 26 they told the Russians that the Bosnian affair was a question in which the vital interests of Russia are not involved and that French public opinion would be unable to comprehend that such a question could lead to a war in which the French and Russian armies would have to take part. Gray was prepared to hold out for a conference, but this was no use to Izvolsky. At a conference, Arenthal would reveal that Izvolsky had agreed to the annexation, yet Russia would not get the opening of the straits. Izvolsky wanted compensation for Serbia, but here Gray would not support him. Early in March the Russian government formally decided that they would not intervene in a war between Austria-Hungary and Serbia. This had, indeed, been obvious all along. The Austrians were thus free to conquer Serbia if they wished to do so. Instead events took a different course. For one thing Arenthal took fright at the consequences of his own policy. If Austria-Hungary partitioned Serbia with Bulgaria, she would be saddled with millions of discontented subjects, and the national problem would be worse than ever. Much to Conrad's anger, he decided to be content with a Serbian acknowledgement of the annexation. This did not suit the Germans. They cared little for humiliating Serbia, much for humiliating Russia. Besides, they did not want Arenthal to score an independent success. Kitterlin, who had just been called into the foreign ministry, intended to repeat Holstein's success against Delcas in 1905 and to press M. Izvolsky to the wall. 2 On March 21 the Germans summoned Izvolsky to give a precise answer, yes or no, whether he would acknowledge the annexation, otherwise we shall draw back and let events take their course. 3 Izvolsky had no choice but to accept his humiliation. 10 days later the Serbs did the same. The Bosnian crisis was over. The Austro-German alliance had scored a great success, yet not one which made much difference. The annexation of Bosnia and Herzegovina did not solve the South Slav problem, rather it created it. Nothing was done to improve the conditions of the two provinces. Serbia was forced into hostility, and Austria-Hungary had ultimately to fight her under less favorable conditions. Though the Russians had been humiliated, they no more took the course of subservience to Germany than France had done after the fall of Delcas. On the contrary, they began in 1909 the reconstruction of their armed forces on a large scale. Moreover, the Germans soon repented of what they had done. Unconditional support for Austria-Hungary went against every tradition of German foreign policy except in the brief period between 1889 and 1892. Hostility to Russia was popular only among radicals and social democrats, and the liberalism of the Bülow bloc was even more precarious than that of Caprivi's coalition. Old-style Prussians were always more worried about Poland than fearful of the competition from Russian grain. The great industrialists were developing southern Russia and hence wanted friendly relations with her. Navy contracts and the search for concessions overseas made them regard Great Britain as their enemy. The professional soldiers, concerned solely with the Continental War, were certainly anti-Russian and wanted good relations with Great Britain, but Tirpitz was stronger than they were, so far as politics went. In June 1909 the agrarians and the industrialists combined to force Bülow from office. When he resigned, he passed his own verdict on his greatest success. He said to William II, "Do not repeat the Bosnian affair." A general war. The conflict over Morocco had been fought almost entirely with diplomatic weapons. Even the remote threat of war, made in May 1905, had been only of German attack on an isolated France. No concrete preparations for war were made even between October 1908 and March 1909, but Austria-Hungary would have gone to war with Serbia if Arenthal had not backed away at the end of February. The Russians, too, interpreted Kitterlin's action of March 21 as a threat of war, though it was perhaps war between Austria-Hungary and Serbia, not between Germany and Russia, which he had in mind. Even the remote threat was enough to make all the powers draw back and try to modify their course. Austria-Hungary slipped back into a Balkan policy of negations. Germany retreated from the promises of unconditional support to her which she had given in January 1909, and Great Britain, France, and Russia all sought better relations with Germany. The two continental powers did so with least reserve. They regarded the Anglo-German rivalry as primary and would be glad to contract out of it, if they could do so at any price less than the loss of their independence. Each had an added temptation to back away from the Entente, Russia that she might acquire all Persia, France that she might acquire all Morocco. Those who directed British policy, Grey, Asquith, the officials of the Foreign Office, drew a lesson from the Moroccan and Bosnian crises. Germany, they believed, was bidding for the domination of Europe, and her chosen method was to isolate the independent powers one from another. They would therefore accept reconciliation with her only so far as this did not imply any weakening of their ties with France and Russia. This is not to say that they promoted the Triple Entente as a preparation for war against Germany. On the contrary, they held that it would prevent war, and that isolation would bring it on. Grey wrote, "If we sacrifice the other powers to Germany we shall eventually be attacked." Of course they recognized that in the Entente they had made a good bargain, and they resented the German attempts to shake them, but, though they would certainly support the independence of France and Russia, it never occurred to them to promote any aggressive designs by their two friends against Germany, even for the sake of the gains that they had made in Persia, Egypt, and Morocco. Until March 1909 the official suspicion of Germany was not shared by the British public, least of all by the British radicals. The Germans, on their side, with the Bosnian affair still on their hands, were anxious to conciliate the British. Tirpitz unintentionally provided justification for British suspicions. In the autumn of 1908 he secretly allotted the building contracts for two ships which were only to be authorized in 1909. It is impossible to determine whether, as he claimed, this was merely a move to break the contractors' ring or whether he hoped to steal a march on the British and actually to have a larger fleet than theirs by 1911. The intention did not matter, the consequence could not be escaped. Henceforth, the British Admiralty had to base their plans on Germany's potential shipbuilding capacity, not on her published program. Strictly, there was nothing dishonest in Tirpitz's action, at any rate so far as Great Britain was concerned. The German program was a pledge to the Reichstag, not to foreign governments, and if Tirpitz chose to break the constitution, that was an affair solely for the German people. Such subtleties are beyond Popajar understanding. The alarm of German acceleration stirred the British people as they had not been roused since the annexation of Savoy by Napoleon III in 1860. The Conservative Party whipped up the agitation for their own purposes, but they succeeded only because this agitation had a basis of fact. Previously, public opinion and official policy had been out of step. The cry, "We want aid and we won't wait," brought them together, or even put public opinion ahead. Often afterwards, official policy would seek better relations with Germany, public opinion remained anti-German for more than a generation. The British outcry had not been expected by the Germans. Bülow and his advisers tried to turn it to good purpose. They dared not offend either William II or the Reichstag by proposing to reduce the naval program, but they hoped to extract political concessions from the British by offering not to increase it. In April Kitterlin suggested a naval convention by which the two powers should bind themselves for a fixed period not to make war against each other, to join in no coalition directed against either power, to observe a benevolent neutrality should either country be engaged in hostilities with any other power or powers. Point 2 The Germans thought it reasonable that, if they were to reduce their fleet, they should receive a promise from the British not to go to war against them, and from this it was a short step to thinking it reasonable that they should receive such a promise, even though they did not reduce their fleet. The British heard only the demand for benevolent neutrality. This confirmed their suspicions that Germany was seeking to divide the Entente powers. Gray noted, an Entente with Germany such as M. Kitterlin sketches would serve to establish German hegemony in Europe and would not last long after it had served that purpose. On June 3 Bülow made a last effort to get some concession from Tirpitz. The only suggestion in reply was to slow down the building of ships now in order to speed it up later on. 3 weeks later Bülow was defeated in the Reichstag and resigned. His fall was due mainly to the distrust which his handling of the Daily Telegraph affair had implanted in William it. Perhaps his despair at the Anglo-German naval race, which he himself helped to start, made him the more willing to go. More probably, the eel, as Kitterlin called him, was glad to slip out of an impossible situation. Bethmann Hollweg, the new chancellor, had no experience of foreign affairs, though much goodwill. Kitterlin characterized him also, the earthworm. He was the first of a type common later in the century, the good German, impotent to arrest the march of German power, deploring its consequences, yet going along with it. His attitude was revealed in a letter which he wrote to Kitterlin regarding the armament program of 1912, "The whole policy is of a sort that I cannot cooperate with it. But I ask myself again and again whether the situation will not develop even more dangerously if I go, and then probably not alone." In the 1850s, his grandfather had been the leader of those Prussian conservatives, administrators without Junker ties, who advocated alliance with Great Britain and a breach with Russia, and Bethmann himself felt more sympathy with Great Britain than with any other power. Though he could not hope to stand up to Tirpitz, he snatched at the hint of slowing down the tempo, the British should be content with having to build fewer ships now, even though they would have to build more later. The British would receive a theoretical German acknowledgement of their naval supremacy, but, as they meant to keep this in any case and believed that they could do so, the offer had no attraction for them. In any case, Bethmann was really concerned to secure a political agreement in order to strengthen himself in the Reichstag. Gray was prepared to declare that the isolation of Germany is not our aim and our understandings with France and Russia have no such object. Beyond this he would not go. He would not promise to stand aside in case Germany was at war with France and Russia. He could not even make a declaration in favor of the status quo in Europe, since the French could not be a party to anything which looked like confirming the loss of Alsace and Lorraine. The British position would have been easier if they had had formal alliances with France and Russia, then they could have made an exception for their pledges to their two allies, just as Germany did for those to Austria-Hungary. As it was, Great Britain played a sort of in-and-out game, sometimes claiming to be committed, sometimes not, as suited her purpose. Gray referred to the two great groups of powers, ourselves, France and Russia on one side and the Triple Alliance on the other. Hardinge, at exactly the same time, wrote, Great Britain, owing to her insular position, and having no alliance with any great power in Europe, stands alone, and is the pacific advocate of a friendly grouping of the European powers. Negotiations dragged on intermittently from August 1909 to June 1 Gur. Neither side changed its ground. Bethmann offered naval concessions only if the British would make a general political agreement, and then, he held, the naval concessions would be unnecessary. The British would be content only if Germany cut down her naval program without conditions. Then political relations would improve without a formal agreement. This was the first time in history that reduction of armaments had been discussed between two powers of equal rank. The only result was greatly to increase the suspicion of each for the other. The British became convinced that Germany was bent on challenging their supremacy at sea and on establishing her domination in Europe as well. The Germans became equally convinced that Great Britain was planning to encircle them and would ultimately join France and Russia in war against them. Of the two, Germany was the more mistaken. The Germans could not, in fact, challenge Great Britain, so long as there were two independent great powers on the continent of Europe. If they had abandoned their great naval program and concentrated on land armaments, they might have won British neutrality and would certainly have won the Continental War. As it was, when war came in 1914, the German dreadnoughts remained uselessly in harbor. The steel that had gone into them would have given Germany the heavy artillery and mechanized transport with which to win the war on land. The British loyalty to France and Russia was not repaid by their two associates. The Russians, in particular, had never intended to launch themselves on an anti-German course. Their alliance with France was no more than a reinsurance treaty against isolation, and, apart from that, they did not worry about German domination of Europe. The Bosnian affair had been a private venture by Izvolsky, and more sensible Russians attributed the German reaction in it to his blundering. They had no pressing interest in the Near East, except that the Straits should remain under the control of an independent Turkey. In fact, they wished to turn their backs both on the Near East and on Europe. Asia was still their overriding concern. Here, in China and Persia, they had both pressing anxieties and great ambitions. In China the Manchu Empire was drifting to collapse, revolution dissolved it in 1G10. The Russians wished to profit from the confusion and to prevent any recovery. They were seconded by the Japanese, and the French with no great stake of their own except in the far south tailed along for the sake of the Franco-Russian alliance. The great capitalist powers Germany, Great Britain, the United States had a common interest to restore order in China and to build up her prosperity. This cut clean across Russian designs. Hence, they welcomed Anglo-German tension, which prevented a united front in China of the advanced powers. On the other hand, they wished to avoid any tension between Germany and themselves, for fear that the Germans would take it out of them by compromising with the British. Persia reinforced the same Russian need: bad blood between Germany and Great Britain, good blood between Germany and themselves. The Persians struggled constantly to free themselves from the Russian control at Tehran. In 1909 a revolution overthrew Russia's protégé, the reactionary Shah, and the liberals attempted to set up a parliamentary state, with much British sympathy. Here again the Russians counted on Anglo-German antagonism. Germany was to be given concessions, so as not to cooperate with Great Britain, and the British government was to abandon the Persian liberals, in order to keep Russia's weight in the general balance against Germany. Sazonov wrote, shortly after becoming foreign minister, the English in pursuing political aims of vital importance in Europe will abandon in case of necessity certain interests in Asia simply in order to maintain the convention with us which is so important for them. The Russians did not get far so long as Izvolsky remained foreign minister. He could not forget his personal humiliation in the Bosnian affair, and dragged himself complainingly over Europe, still hankering for the opening of the straits. In October 1909 he even struck a bargain with the Italians at Racconigi, by which they would acquiesce in Russian designs at the straits, in exchange for Russia's approval of their ambitions in Tripoli. This was not much of a score, like the Italian bargain with France in 1900 and 1902, it sprang from the Italian resolve not to commit themselves until it was clear which side was the winning one. In any case, Izvolsky was only waiting for a rich embassy, and in September 1910 Paris at last fell vacant. Sazonov, who had been preparing for office for some time, was a more cautious character, indifferent to the straits, and more in touch with Asia. He went at once with Nicholas II to visit William II at Potsdam, and there offered the Germans a practical bargain: if they would respect Russia's monopoly of railways in North Persia, she would tolerate the import of German goods there and would drop her opposition to the Baghdad Railway. This satisfied Russia's strategic needs. It was not a good bargain for the Germans, since they could get on with the Baghdad Railway despite Russia's disapproval. Their real concern was to disturb the Anglo-Russian Entente. Kitterland said Germany would not support an aggressive Austro-Hungarian policy in the Balkans, and asked a concession in return. The Russian government declares that it is not committed and that it does not intend to support a policy hostile to Germany which England might follow. The Germans knew that Russia would not support such a policy. What they wanted was written proof to show to the British, who could then be induced to make a similar declaration in their turn. Kitterland wrote, "The Russian assurance concerning relations with England is the alpha and omega for me of the whole agreement. It must be so drafted that it will compromise the Russians the day the English learn of it." The Germans were not concerned with security, still less with Persia or the Baghdad Railway. They wished to divide the independent powers, so as to be able to impose their will upon each in turn. This was clear enough to Sazonov, who had a competent diplomatic head. He refused Kitterland's draft. The Germans would not sign the agreement on Persia and the Baghdad Railway without it. All remained in suspense. News of the alleged Potsdam Agreement soon reached the British. They were already resentful over Russia's behavior in Persia and were now the more offended in that they had been holding out against an isolated bargain with Germany over the Baghdad Railway throughout R1GRO. Gray told Benkendorf that he contemplated resigning in favor of a foreign secretary who would make an agreement with Germany on naval armaments and then combine with her to oppose Russia in Persia and Turkey. 3 The radicals in Parliament were in revolt against Gray's policy in regard to Persia and to the German Navy, and early in Gur relations with Germany were put in the hands of a cabinet committee, more to control Gray than to strengthen him. He had to drop his previous insistence that a reduction of naval expenditure must precede a political agreement. On March 8 he offered the Germans a general political formula, together with a deal over the Baghdad Railway and railways in Persia. The Triple Entente seemed in process of disintegration. It was put back on its feet by a German attempt to improve relations with the third partner, France. A Franco-German reconciliation would certainly give Germany security. Neither Russia nor Great Britain could do much against Germany herself without French assistance. Even the Franco-Russian alliance and the Anglo-French Entente had no dangers, unless linked by France into an anti-German coalition. On the other hand, France could offer Germany little in the realm of world policy. There the Near East and the oceans were decisive. Bismarck had sought security, the new Germany wanted gains, and only old-fashioned Bismarckians, such as Holstein and Kitterlin, still included France in their calculations. Holstein, locked away in the study, had made the crisis of 1905, Kitterlin, who had been out of the world in Romania for 12 years, repeated the crisis in 1G1I. On the French side, there was a strong current running towards reconciliation. Radicals of the Riviere school aspired to a Franco-German financial partnership, in which Germany would run the risks of the ordinary shareholder and France would be the holder of secure debentures. Karl Laux, Minister of Finance, now led this party. They were reinforced by the socialists, who disliked reactionary Russia and looked admiringly at the German Social Democrats, the strongest and most orthodox Marxist party in Europe. The agreement over Morocco of February 1909 had been a victory for the school, but it had been hastily botched up so that the Germans could score a point during the Bosnian crisis, and it lacked precision. Moreover, the German government was now the prisoner of its own propaganda. In 1905 and 1906 no one in Germany had cared for Morocco, hence the failure of Holstein's policy, and there would have been little outcry if France had acquired Morocco unconditionally. Now a prolonged campaign by private interests had taught the German people that Morocco represented a great economic prize. Though the German government had acknowledged French predominance, they could agree to the ending of Moorish independence only if they received some concrete reward with which to still public agitation. Endless schemes were devised by ingenious French speculators. All broke on the opposition of the French chamber. The right, though capitalistic, was faithful to the Russian alliance and therefore disliked any deal with the Germans. The left, though hostile to Russia, would not do anything to benefit the French capitalists. Meanwhile, conditions in Morocco went from bad to worse. In May 1911 the French occupied Fez, the most important city. It was certain that a French protectorate would follow. Kitterlin feared that the French would take Morocco before they had paid a price for it to Germany, and the failure of the schemes for compensation seemed to confirm his fears. On the other hand, France, he supposed, was isolated. Great Britain and Russia were on bad terms, and both were seeking better relations with Germany. Therefore, he had only to take a firm line and France would pay, then opinion in both countries would be satisfied, and a lasting reconciliation would follow. On June 21 he told Jules Gambon that Germany must be compensated, bring us something back from Paris. In the Bismarckian manner, he imagined that the French would yield only to threats. In his own words, it is necessary to thump the table. However, the only object of this is to make the French negotiate. On July 1 the German gunboat Panther anchored in the South Moroccan harbour of Agadir. Kitterlin's stroke was miscalculated and mistimed. On the very day that the Panther reached Agadir, Karl Laux became Prime Minister of France. Though he had certainly wrecked the shady schemes for buying off Germany, he was the leading advocate of Franco-German reconciliation. His plan was the old Riviere one: he would offer French cooperation in the Baghdad Railway, if Germany would drop her interest in Morocco. Karl Laux had a further idea: if France acquired Morocco with German approval, she could disregard the promises which she had given to Great Britain and Spain, and could take the whole of Morocco, without respecting the proposed Spanish zone. French public opinion would be won over, and Franco-German reconciliation would be complete. But such negotiations assumed a friendly atmosphere. It was Bismarckianism run mad for Kitterlin to suppose that Karl Laux would find it easier to compromise if he was first threatened. The Panther's move did not create much stir in France, but Karl Laux had to give the impression that he was not frightened by it. His only hope was to wait for its effect to blow over. He never meant to resist Germany. Apart from anything else, he was convinced that neither Russia nor Great Britain would support France. His plan was to continue discussions in secret and then to spirit the tension away by a compromise satisfactory to both parties. Jules Gambon returned to Berlin to discover what compensation Kitterlin wanted, and Karl Laux, always vain of his own diplomatic skill, negotiated with the Germans in less official ways. The Russians certainly lived up to the expectations of Kitterlin and Karl Laux. The Russian ambassador at Berlin agreed with Kitterlin that there was a danger of war only if France succeeded in invoking the Triple Entente. And later, in August, Izvolsky had the satisfaction of repeating word for word the warning that France had given him in February 1909. Russian public opinion could not see in a colonial dispute the cause for a general conflict. The Russian General Staff insisted that their army could not be ready for war against Germany in less than 2 years. The Russians turned the crisis to good use. On August 19 they finally extracted from the Germans confirmation of the Potsdam Agreement over Persia and the Baghdad Railway, without the general political declaration on which the Germans had hitherto insisted, an exact echo of the French action in signing their Moroccan agreement with Germany in February 1909. The Russian move was even more effective. French cooperation in the Baghdad Railway was the main concession which Karl Laux offered to the Germans, and the Russians, by dropping their own opposition to the railway, knocked this card out of his hand. In fact, each member of the Triple Entente wished to be on good terms with Germany, while deploring attempts at reconciliation by the other two. On the other side, Austria-Hungary paraded her neutrality with equal ostentation, in protest against the German concessions to Russia, but this counted for little. Germany could defeat France without the assistance of Austria-Hungary. France could not hold her own against Germany without the Russian army in 1911, doubtfully even with it. The British Foreign Office was equally alarmed at the prospect of Franco-German reconciliation, particularly if it weakened the security of Gibraltar. On this point they outdid their own naval experts. The Admiralty decided that it had no objection to the Germans acquiring Agadir. Berty, the ambassador at Paris, rejected this opinion and told the British government would never allow it. The radicals in the cabinet, on the other hand, sympathized with the German grievance over Morocco and were determined not to be dragged into war against her. Their remedy was to propose a new international conference, at which France would have to compensate everybody for going beyond the Act of Alges-Saint-Gilles. Gray was pulled one way by the Foreign Office, the other way by the cabinet. On July 1 Dessalves, the new and inexperienced French foreign minister, proposed to send a ship to Agadir to lie alongside the Panther or to the nearby port of Mogador. This was a routine move if France was to head towards a conflict. Karl Laux forbade it. All the same, Dessalves, pushed on by his permanent officials, asked the British to send a ship of their own. Gray at once agreed. The next day he was overruled by the cabinet. They would only allow him to warn Germany, "We could not recognize any new arrangement which was come to without us." This warning did not alarm Kitterlin. Rather the reverse, he intended to demand the French Congo, and any dispute over Morocco would then be purely between Great Britain and France. On July 15 he stated his demand to Jules Cambon. He was ready to proceed very forcibly. 7 William II at once revolted. He disliked the Moroccan affair as much as he had done in 1905 and was resolved not to go to war over it. Kitterlin threatened to resign, and, though William II dropped his protest for the moment, Kitterlin was henceforth fighting with both hands tied behind his back. This was not known to the British or French governments. The French exaggerated the German demands. Dessalves and the Foreign Ministry in order to get British backing, Karl Laux in the hope that this backing would be refused and he would then be justified in agreeing to them. The British cabinet would not pledge themselves to France. The balance of power was still alien to them, and the majority would certainly have repudiated Gray's general and underlying principle to give to France such support as would prevent her from falling under the virtual control of Germany and estrangement from us. What weighed with them was the formation of a great naval base across our trade routes. Like most isolationists, their high principles depended on maritime supremacy and, besides, their hearts sank when they contemplated the increased estimates that a German base near Gibraltar would involve. Their apprehension was altogether unfounded. The Germans never aspired to any Moorish base north of Agadir, which the Admiralty did not regard as dangerous, and even their ambition for Agadir was only a passing whim. Kitterlin had already claimed the French Congo, and if the British cabinet had known this, they would have tolerated his claim. Hence, no doubt, the French silence about it. In essence, the cabinet agreed with the German case, though they did not know it. They wished to propose a conference, at which France would have the choice of yielding part of Morocco to Germany or returning to the Algiers Act. If Germany acquired Moorish territory, they would also claim some for themselves. The French would have preferred a private deal with Germany to this, as Bertie and the Foreign Office recognized. They did their best, therefore, to thwart the cabinet's plan, and Grey assisted them. On July 21 Lloyd George, leader of the radical group, put forward a compromise either at the cabinet or shortly after it. He would make a speech at the Mansion House that evening, declaring that Britain could not be treated as of no account where her interests were vitally affected. Since he was a radical, this was decked out with a reference to British services to the cause of human liberty. Yet, in essence, this was not a pledge to support France against Germany, it was a warning that Great Britain could not be left out of any new partition of Morocco. It was directed against Cale Locks, not against Kitterlin. Public speeches are a dangerous diplomatic weapon, they hit someone, but usually the wrong party. The Mansion House speech was read by the German and French public, as well as by their statesmen, and in both countries it made compromise impossible. Kitterlin had to screw up his demands and to talk seriously of war. Cale Locks had to retreat from the compromise that he had prepared. Jules Cambon, who had cooperated with Cale Locks, was rather aghast at the effect which Mr. Lloyd George's speech has had on the French colonial chauvinists. 3. The effect on the Germans did not apparently worry him. What had been an attempt at Franco-German reconciliation turned into an Anglo-German conflict, with the French trailing along behind. The British fleet prepared for action, and, what was more important for the future, the Admiralty was forced, for the first time, to subordinate its own plans to the shipping of an expeditionary force to northern France. The decision to take part in a continental war was given practical shape. In IG-11 war between Great Britain and Germany stood clear on the horizon. Yet, oddly enough, war between France and Germany was never in sight. Kitterlin knew all along that William II would never tolerate war for the sake of Morocco, and he had not even Holstein's vague hope in 1905 of forcing the Kaiser's hands. Cale Locks was only concerned to shake off the unwelcome British backing and to return to private bargaining. On July 25 he opened secret negotiations, behind the backs of de Selves and Jules Cambon, and these negotiations ran on through all the talk of crisis. But the great stroke had failed. Though Morocco might be settled, reconciliation between France and Germany would not follow. In September, Kitterlin, perhaps spurred on by a financial crisis in Germany, decided to cut his losses. He agreed to a French protectorate over Morocco. Germany acquired, in return, 2 strips of territory in the French Congo which gave her access to the Congo River. This agreement was signed on 4 November. Public opinion in both countries was indignant. Cale Locks was attacked in France not for what he had achieved or failed to achieve, but for the underhand way in which he had done it. The right, who disliked his enlightened financial policy, combined with Jacobin radicals, such as Clemenceau, who were hostile to Germany. Cale Locks was overthrown in January 1912, and there followed a patriotic ministry under Poincaré. It was the beginning of the Réveil National. Bethmann and Kitterlin had an equally rough time in the Reichstag. The attacks on them were ostentatiously applauded by the Crown Prince, the first such demonstration since Frederick William had spoken against Bismarck's policy at Danzig in 1863. What was worse, Tirpitz rubbed his hands. The more we are humiliated, the more uproar there will be. The possibility of a new naval law comes ever nearer, and in October he won the Emperor's authority to go over to 3x3 dreadnoughts a year instead of 2. Bethmann was helpless. His only attempt at an answer was to encourage increased demands from the army, in the hope that the financial strain would be too much for the Reichstag. This tactic raised new difficulties both at home and abroad. The army certainly had a case. The full quota of conscripts had not been called up for 20 years. But a mass army implied a social revolution, there would not be enough Prussian junkers to provide the officers. Ludendorff, the director of operations and the brain of the general staff under Moltke, was already a symbol of this. He was a technician, not an aristocrat. Moreover, an army which fully exploited Germany's predominance in men and industry would challenge France and Russia as much as the navy challenged Great Britain. Bethmann had wanted to lessen tension in Europe and overseas. The outcome of his policy was to increase both. The crisis of Agadir was a more serious affair than either the first crisis over Morocco in 1905 or the Bosnian crisis in 1909. Preparations for war had been made by England, though none by the Continental powers. It was more significant still that public opinion had played a decisive part in diplomacy for the first time since 1878. In England, Lloyd George had evoked public opinion by his speech at the Mansion House on July 21 and, in the following month, had ended a railway strike by pointing to the danger of war. In France, outraged national feeling had defeated Caillaux's policy of conciliation. The change was more striking still in Germany. In 1905 German opinion was indifferent to Morocco, and Holstein's resolute policy was ruined by lack of public support. In 1G11 Kitterlin had tried to act the strong man, but German feeling was ahead of him, and both he and Bethmann were denounced in the Reichstag for their weakness. The conflicts of 1905 and 1909 had been crises of diplomacy. In 1911 nations faced each other in a pre-war spirit. Yet Europe still seemed far from an explosion. In the autumn of 1911 Anglo-German tension alone seemed acute. The Continental powers tried to turn the situation to their advantage. Caillaux had missed reconciliation with Germany. All the same, France acquired Morocco as a byproduct of this Anglo-German conflict. Arenthal paraded his neutrality in the Agadir crisis and claimed, as a reward, that the French bourse should be open to Austro-Hungarian loans. More grandiloquently, he talked of the perfect relations between Austria-Hungary and France, quite in the spirit of Metternich and Talleyrand. Caillaux would have liked to take up the offer, but his days were numbered, and he dared not offend against the alliance with Russia, when he was already accused of shaking the Entente with Great Britain. Italy did much better. The Triple Alliance had long promised her a free hand in Tripoli, and the Russians had made the same promise at Racconigi. The French promise of 1900 was more conditional. Italy could move only when France had acquired Morocco. This time had now come. On September 29, 1911 Italy declared war on Turkey for no good reason and invaded Tripoli. All the powers deplored the war for the same reason. All wished to keep Turkey going and to postpone the Eastern question as long as possible. But none would risk losing Italy's friendship. Conrad in Vienna was dismissed when he preached war against Italy. Marshall at Constantinople was ignored when he proposed an alliance with Turkey. Only the British were formally uncommitted, but in view of the naval rivalry with Germany they could not spare any ships for the Mediterranean. Grey wrote regretfully, "It is most important that neither we nor France should side against Italy now," and he influenced the Times to be more sympathetic to the Italian case. Point 2 Though the war, as usual with Italy, had no shadow of excuse, no power protested against it. The Russians thought that their opportunity had arrived also. They had a pressing motive for action. The Italians made no headway in Tripoli and were soon tempted to reach a decision by carrying the war against Turkey to the Straits. This would be intolerable to Russia. Her economic life depended on the passage of the grain ships through the Straits to the Western world and the flow of capital goods from the West to Russia. She must secure control of the Straits for herself, and, in view of her equivocal policy during the Agadir crisis, no power would oppose her. Great Britain and France from fear, Germany and Austria-Hungary from hope, that she was about to desert her present partners. Sazonwoy was absent, ill in Switzerland, and Izvolsky in Paris, Kurikov in Constantinople, were free to try their hand. Nicholas II approved extremely. Point 3 Izvolsky asked for French support at the Straits in exchange for Russia's acceptance of the French protectorate in Morocco. Kurikov had a more daring flight. He offered Turkey a guarantee of the status quo in exchange for the opening of the Straits to Russian warships. If Turkey did not object, the other powers could hardly do so. This would not only be a guarantee against Italy. Kurikov proposed, in some vague way, to promote an alliance between Turkey and the Balkan states. Then Turkey would be secure in Europe, and the Great Alliance would be a solid barrier against Austria-Hungary. The Kurikov kite never managed to get airborne. The Turks would make an alliance with Russia, only if Great Britain was a party to it, and the British turned down the idea with soft words. In any case, the Turks knew quite well that neither Russia nor Great Britain would guarantee them against Italy, though they might against each other. The French repeated their policy of 1908, they sympathized with Russia's wishes, but would not commit themselves unless the British did so also. Benkendorf very reluctantly had to put the idea to Grey. He could not have chosen a worse moment. In 1908 the British had refused to balance Austria-Hungary's illegal act in Bosnia by condoning Russian ambitions at the Straits. Their reaction to Italy's illegal act was the same: Turkey should be sustained, not further weakened. Moreover, radical opinion had been offended enough by the support given to France in Morocco, it would certainly not tolerate support for Russia at the Straits. Most of all, Anglo-Russian relations in Persia had gone from bad to worse during 1911. An American advisor, Schuster, had been trying to put the finances and administration in order, and though Grey was ready to cooperate in getting rid of him, he insisted that this must be done with a certain decency for the sake of British opinion. On December 2 he repeated his threat of resigning and of allowing the Entente with Russia to dissolve. Benkendorf thought that Russia could achieve her wishes at the Straits only if she abandoned Persia, and this was too high a price for her to pay. Grey was prepared to repeat his offer of 1G908, the opening of the Straits to all. Beyond this he would not go. This was no use to the Russians. Kurikov tried to settle things at a rush and presented his terms to the Turks almost as an ultimatum. They thought that the great crisis had arrived and appealed to Marshall, the German ambassador. He had been the protagonist of an anti-Russian policy for 20 years and, latterly, the successful patron of German economic penetration in Asia Minor. He wrote on December 4, "The Eastern policy that we have followed for 20 years is irreconcilable with conniving with Russia in the Straits question," and he threatened to resign unless Turkey was supported. Kitterlin insisted that Great Britain and France would do Germany's business for her. And it soon turned out that he was right. On December 6 Sazonov arrived in Paris on his way home from Switzerland. He learned of the Izvolsky-Kurikov intrigue for the first time and repudiated it. Kurikov, he said, had no instructions and had spoken a tighter and quelque sort personnel. Sazonov was, no doubt, offended by the initiative of his two subordinates and understood, as well, Russia's need both for peace and for British and French money. Beyond this, he had a plan of his own for the Balkans which was soon to come to unexpected fruition. For the moment the alarm at Constantinople died away. The two decisive features of the Agadir crisis had been Anglo-German tension and the lack of solidarity in the Triple Entente. The new year saw attempts to remove both, unsuccessful in the one case, successful in the other. There were always elements in England seeking reconciliation with Germany. The radicals disliked the policy which had followed Lloyd George's Mansion House speech and pressed hard for a new British gesture. The government perhaps wished to frighten the Russians into better behavior over Persia. The Triple Entente was far from being a perfect arrangement from the British point of view. They had to be loyal to France, yet Russia was not loyal to them. Improved relations with Germany would, it was hoped, lessen the tension between Germany and France. At the same time, they would make it easier to oppose Russia in Persia. On the German side it was logical enough, as Marshall pointed out, to cooperate with Great Britain, if both were to oppose Russia at the Straits. Bethmann had a more immediate ambition. He wanted some political concession from the British so as to resist Tirpitz's new plans for further naval expansion before they were formally introduced in the Reichstag. The motive in both countries was in fact primarily internal, a matter of domestic politics. Bethmann wished to defeat Tirpitz, Grey to silence the radicals. This had a curious effect on the negotiations. Bethmann wanted them to succeed, yet could make no concessions for fear of Tirpitz. Grey had to offer concessions to please the radicals, yet expected the negotiations to fail. The Germans asked for a visit from Grey or Churchill, now First Lord of the Admiralty. The British cabinet decided to send Haldane, a liberal imperialist, though friendly to Germany. He came to Berlin from February 8 to February 11 and had long talks with Bethmann and William II. Probably he talked more loosely than a trained diplomatist would have done, and some unnecessary confusion followed. But the main line of difference was clear enough. The British had abandoned their original claim that the German naval plans should be reduced without any political concession from them. They had even ceased to ask that naval limitation and a political agreement should go hand in hand. They would be content if the German program was not further increased, and they offered in exchange colonial concessions as well as a political agreement. The Germans insisted that their new naval law, which had not yet been published, should be treated as part of their existing program, and in exchange for a promise not to go beyond this, they wanted, not a simple declaration of friendship, but a promise of neutrality in case Germany was involved in a continental war. The new German increases would have ruined the negotiations in any case. Even Morley said that the government would be regarded as idiots if they made concessions to Germany, just when they had to increase their own naval program. Quite apart from this, political agreement was as far off as ever. Though the British were always ready to declare that England will make no unprovoked attack upon Germany and pursue no aggressive policy towards her, they would not renounce their freedom of decision. The Germans, however, wanted to eliminate Great Britain from the balance of power. As Tirpitz wrote, England should give up her existing ententes and we should take the place of France. Yet even then Tirpitz would not have reduced his program, since he held that only the threat of a great German navy would force Great Britain onto the German side and keep her there. Early in March Bethmann attempted to resign, perhaps in the hope of shaking Tirpitz. Instead Tirpitz threatened to resign also, and William II came down on his side. On March 22 the new naval program was published. Tirpitz had won. Bethmann withdrew his resignation, and was soon explaining that Germany needed her fleet for the general purposes of her greatness. The Anglo-German negotiations tailed away at the end of March, and were never renewed in this general form. Inevitably the failure seemed to push Great Britain more onto the French side. The French government were alarmed whenever the British negotiated with Germany, and their alarm was encouraged by the permanent members of the British Foreign Service. Or perhaps both understood the situation well enough, but sought to improve the occasion by extracting some promise from the British government and so satisfying French public opinion. On the news of Haldane's visit to Berlin, Poincaré proposed to declare that England and France would cooperate, if necessary, to maintain the European balance. 5 Grey would only express a wish to cooperate in maintaining European peace. This was not enough for Poincaré, and he contented himself with a general evocation of the Entente. At the end of March, when the Anglo-German negotiations had already failed, Berty, the ambassador at Paris, took alarm. Again, perhaps he was encouraged by Nicholson, now permanent Under-Secretary, to give things a final push. He went privately to Poincaré and urged him to protest in London. He said of Grey, "I no longer understand his policy and I am disturbed." Poincaré followed Berty's advice. Grey was irritated by these French complaints. Russia and France both deal separately with Germany, and it is not reasonable that tension should be permanently greater between England and Germany than between Germany and France or Germany and Russia too. Berty, however, continued to stir up the French. An irreparable misunderstanding would follow, and Poincaré should speak with energy. On April 15 Paul Cambon proposed to Nicholson that the British should renew the offer of an alliance, which he now genuinely supposed that Lansdowne had made in May 1905. Nicholson said that this radical socialist cabinet would not agree to it. He spoke contemptuously of the financiers, pacifists, faddists, and others who wanted closer relations with Germany, and concluded, "The cabinet will not last, it is done for," and, with the conservatives, you will get something precise. This was curious language for a civil servant supposedly without political leanings, and it is hardly surprising that after it the French sometimes had doubts about British policy. For the time being, they had to be content with Grey's repeated assurance, although we cannot bind ourselves under all circumstances to go to war with France against Germany, we shall also certainly not bind ourselves to Germany not to assist France. 5. In practice, the increase of the German navy made it ever more difficult for the British to avoid committing themselves on the French side. In March 1912 Churchill, First Lord of the Admiralty, not only announced a larger British programme, the bulk of the Mediterranean fleet was to be withdrawn from Malta to home waters and the rest concentrated at Gibraltar. The Mediterranean would have to look after itself, or rather it was hoped that the French would look after T. Bertie and Nicholson thought this a good opening to press again for alliance with France. Nicholson said, "It offers the cheapest, simplest, and safest solution." Churchill, still a radical though now the advocate of a great navy, held out against this solution. He was ready to authorize naval talks with the French, but wished to insert the clause, "These dispositions have been made independently because they are the best which the separate interest of each country suggests." This was true. The German danger overrode everything else for the British. The French navy could do nothing against the Germans, but it would be adequate against Austria-Hungary and even Italy. Besides, it was vital for them to protect their communications with North Africa. The French, however, would not admit this. If they did, alliance would again escape them. Early in September the French fleet at Brest was moved to Toulon, and Cambon tried again. He asked for an agreement that if one or other of the two governments had reason to fear an act of aggression or threats to peace, they would discuss the situation and seek means to assure in concert the maintenance of peace and to remove any attempt at aggression. The British cabinet skillfully altered this formula so as to preserve their freedom of action, and they added the preamble that consultation between experts is not and ought not to be regarded as an engagement that commits either government to action in a contingency that has not arisen and may never arise. S. Grey and Paul Cambon duly exchanged letters to this effect on November 22. The French could feel satisfied that the agreement between the two countries was now on a more formal basis. On the other hand, that basis was a formal assertion that an alliance did not exist. In August 1912 Poincaré told Sazonov that there was a verbal agreement, by virtue of which England has declared herself ready to aid France with her military and naval forces in case of an attack by Germany. He can hardly have believed this, though it was no doubt useful to him that the Russians should do so. At any rate, the French never acted on the confident assumption that Great Britain would support them in a continental war, whatever its cause. The period between the outbreak of the Agadir crisis and the failure of Haldane's mission certainly marked the highest point of Anglo-German tension. Then tension lessened, even though German naval building continued unabated. The party in the British cabinet friendly to Germany, now led by Lulu Harcourt, the colonial secretary, continued to work for agreement with Germany on the pattern of the French Entente of 1904. They were ready to offer colonial concessions even without any naval settlement, and they got their way. The bargaining over the Baghdad Railway and over the Portuguese colonies, which had once been conditional on a general agreement, now went on in isolation. And the English radicals thought it a proof of Germany's goodwill that she condescended to discuss these bargains. The negotiations put the radicals in a good temper. They had no effect on the German side, except to revive the hope that Great Britain might remain neutral after all. Oddly enough, the ending of the talks on naval limitation itself brought an easier atmosphere. The British had been angered by the German refusal to slow down their naval building, the Germans had been angered by the British request. Now both sides recovered their temper. The British found that they could outbuild the Germans, though with occasional lamentations. British naval supremacy had been least in 1911, thereafter it grew steadily. In any case, the German naval challenge had exacerbated, not caused, the conflict with Great Britain. On the contrary, the naval threat made it easier for the British government to follow a policy that they would have followed in any event, short of a radical revolt. The fundamental motive of the changed British policy was the German threat to the independence of France, which had been shown in the two Moroccan crises. When the question of Morocco was ended and when France became more independent and self-confident under Poincaré's leadership, British anxieties grew less, and Anglo-German relations automatically improved. The British choice between Germany and France was clear, they were never so decided between Germany and Russia. In the spring of 1912 the Russians improved their behavior in Persia, temporarily at any rate, and in this sense British relations with them became easier. But even those who advocated cooperation with Russia were never clear why they did so. Some argued that Russia was weak and must be supported in order to maintain the European balance. Others, Nicholson in particular, argued that she was strong and must be supported for fear of the trouble that she would otherwise cause. He wrote in October 1912, "This understanding is more vital to us than it is to Russia, though of course it is not necessary to let them know this," and again in February 1913, "Were we to split up the partnership we should be the chief sufferers." This was an extreme view. Most Englishmen would have been ready to stand up to Russia, if they could have been confident that Germany would not improve the occasion to establish her supremacy on the continent of Europe. They had little doubt that Great Britain and Russia should cooperate in order to sustain France. They were by no means so decided that Great Britain and France should cooperate in order to sustain Russia. In the autumn of 1912 the Balkans exploded, and Russia had to stand unwillingly in the front line. As a result, relations between Great Britain and Germany became better than at any time since the turn of the century, though the danger of a general war was greater than at any time since the Congress of Berlin. Often the outcome of a conflict of interests at home, which sometimes balance and sometimes provoke each other. In Great Britain, for example, the hostility towards Germany, which sprang from naval and continental anxieties, was moderated by the rivalry with Russia which still went on in Persia and China. In Germany, on the other hand, the naval and colonial advocates who looked overseas made their peace with those other imperialists whose ambitions were centered on the Ottoman Empire, and the two agreed to treat the Anglo-Russian Entente as an unshakably hostile partnership. Russian policy, too, was pulled in different directions. In 1897 the Russians had consciously turned their backs on Europe in order to seek greater prizes in China and Persia, and the traditional empire builders, military adventurers and financial speculators continued to seek these prizes even after the Japanese victory in the Far East and the Entente with Great Britain over Persia. Russian policy did not swing back to concentration on Europe after 1905 or 1907. The Russians were quite capable of doing two things at a time, and China and Persia took up most of the energies of the foreign ministry until the very outbreak of the European War in 1914. Nor was the motive of Russian policy a naive taste for warm water, a sort of political sea bathing. Ever since the Crimean War, if not before it, the Russian concern at the Straits had been defensive, though traditional motives of prestige complicated the issue. The Russians wanted a naval monopoly of the Black Sea, and they could have it cheaply so long as Turkey kept the straits firmly closed. By 1912 this policy was breaking down. The Ottoman Empire seemed on the point of collapse. The Young Turk Revolution had brought no improvement, the war with Italy strained Turkish resources, and the Balkan states were impatient to end Turkish rule in Europe. Further, the strategical closing of the straits no longer satisfied Russia's needs. She must also have a more certain passage for merchant ships than Turkey could provide. This was underlined in April 1912 when the Turks closed the straits for a fortnight against a possible Italian attack and, in so doing, produced a grave economic crisis in Russia. For she had now to send out increasing quantities of grain from Odessa to pay the interest on her foreign loans, and, as well, an industrial revolution of the first magnitude was in full swing in the Ukraine, for which she needed equipment from abroad. The Russians had accepted a Turkish control of the straits. So long as the Turks did the job properly, they could not tolerate the domination of any great power there, without sealing their own death warrant as an independent state. They had no ambitions in European Turkey nor interest in the Balkan states, except as neutral buffers against Austria-Hungary and Germany. The prizes there were trifling and hard to come by, compared to those in China or Persia. There were no Russian banks in the Balkans, no Russian-owned railways, virtually no Russian trade. Middle-class opinion counted for something in Russia after the revolution of 1905 and even after its failure, and intellectuals talked of Russia's mission to protect the Slavs or to take Constantinople much as English liberal journalists talked of the British mission to promote freedom or French professors dreamt of a frontier on the Rhine. This sentiment had little practical weight, fear of being strangled at the Straits was the dominant motive of Russian policy. Izvolsky and Kurikov had tried to solve the problem in the autumn of 1911, they had failed. Hartwig at Belgrade and Nekhludoff at Sofia did better. Acting very much on their own initiative, they helped to bring Serbia and Bulgaria onto good terms, and on March 13, 1912 the two states signed an alliance. In Russian eyes, this was simply a defensive barrier. Sazonov said when he heard of it, "Well, this is perfect. 500,000 bayonets to guard the Balkans, this would bar the road forever to German penetration, Austrian invasion." Had no interest in a war against Austria-Hungary or even in opposing her peacefully. The Serbs certainly regarded her as their enemy. The Serbian foreign minister said, "Ah yes, if the disintegration of Austria-Hungary could take place at the same time as the liquidation of Turkey, the solution would be greatly simplified." This was not likely to happen. Therefore the Serbs were ready to join Bulgaria in dismembering Turkey, in the hope that Bulgaria might later cooperate with them against Austria-Hungary out of gratitude, once the solidarity of the alliance had been shown in action. The alliance seemed at last to solve the competing claims of the two countries to Macedonia. The Bulgarians had regarded all Macedonia as theirs ever since the Treaty of San Stefano, a view with which most ethnologists agreed. The Serbs could not claim the inhabitants of Macedonia as Serb, except in the extreme north, but they invented the theory that most of Macedonia was inhabited by neither Bulgarians nor Serbs, but by Macedoslavs, and this invention of a nationality ultimately carried the day. The Treaty of Alliance allotted a strip of northern Macedonia to Serbia outright. A further area, misleadingly called the contested zone, was reserved to the arbitrament of the Tsar, with the secret understanding that he would award all of it to the Serbs. This was a face-saving device, to assuage Bulgarian pride. The Bulgarian motive for compromise was their belief that, once war started against Turkey, they would overrun all Thrace and even capture Constantinople. The Serbs, on their side, planned to acquire also the Turkish territory on the Adriatic. It was a matter of indifference to them that this was inhabited by Albanians, not by Serbs. Like many enthusiastic nationalists, they found it easy to ignore the national existence of others. This alliance of Serbia and Bulgaria was soon joined by Greece, though without any definition of her territorial aims. She, too, hoped to gain Salonika and even Constantinople, both of which the Bulgarians had privately allotted to themselves. The Balkan League was not made by Russia. Its point against Turkey was, indeed, most unwelcome to her. But Sazonov dared not estrange the Balkan states. For that matter, he dared not estrange sentiment inside Russia. He knew from the start that the Balkan League, far from being a defensive arrangement, was a combination for the destruction of Turkey in Europe. Since he could not forbid this himself, he tried to get the French to forbid it for him. On January 24, 1912, Izvolsky proposed that France and Russia should envisage together all the hypotheses which can arise in the Near East, and on February 15 Sazonov asked what they should do in case of an armed conflict between Turkey and a Balkan power. At any earlier time the French would have given an easy answer: France and Russia should stand aside or forbid the war altogether. But French policy changed fundamentally at the beginning of RG-12. Agadir was the turning point. National pride revolted against the pressure from Germany and brought Poincaré to power. His predecessors from Rivière to Caillaux had represented Pacific peasants and Pacific bankers, whose interests cut across Russian ambitions in China as well as in Turkey. With Poincaré, himself the legal advisor of Schneider-Creussot, heavy industry came to power. Russian arms contracts and railways became more important than Turkish loans, and France, too, had a decisive stake in the free passage of the straits. Apart from these economic motives, Poincaré had a clear political task to reassert the equality of France as a great power. Poincaré was a man of strong character, with a clear, logical mind. Himself from Lorraine, he never forgot the humiliation of 1871. He certainly did not want a great European war, but, unlike any of his predecessors since 1875, he intended to show that France was no more afraid of war than Germany was. A change in French military plans which took place at the same time underlined this new attitude. Previously, French plans had been defensive. The French generals would be content if they could prevent the Germans from taking Paris. Now Joffre, the prospective commander-in-chief, believed that he could actually defeat the Germans and therefore planned a great offensive from the Vosges across the Rhine. 3 Poincaré's new line brought with it a new French attitude towards the alliance with Russia. Previous French governments had regarded the alliance as a reinsurance against Germany, and they had been deeply concerned not to be dragged into Russia's Balkan ventures. Poincaré wanted Russia to be as independent of Germany as he was, though of course he tried to avoid paying the price. His attitude towards Russia was, in fact, very like the British attitude towards France. He wanted her to be firm towards Germany, while keeping a free hand himself. In the result, he did more to encourage Russia than to restrain her, much as the British had with France during the Agadir crisis. Though he expostulated when the Russians allowed the Balkan League to come into being without warning him, he expostulated a good deal more when Nicholas II met William II at Port Baltic in the middle of June. We are obliged to demand in advance the formal assurance that no political question either about the Near East or any other subject will be raised without us. This was a new attitude. Previously Russia, and for that matter France, had negotiated with Germany without informing her partner. The Potsdam Agreement was evidence on the one side, the discussions which preceded and accompanied the Agadir crisis evidence on the other. Poincaré was now demanding solidarity from both Russia and Great Britain. Previous French governments had held Russia back in the Near East. Though they gave public opinion as their excuse, their real motive was the clash of French and Russian interests at the Straits. This clash no longer existed, or rather Poincaré no longer emphasized it. Southern Russia, not the Ottoman Empire, was now the prize for French capitalism. Moreover, with the withdrawal of the British fleet from the Mediterranean, the French would welcome Russian cooperation there, and a naval convention was concluded in July. Hence Poincaré, unlike his predecessors, would not allow Russia to put the blame on him for her own reluctance to move in the Near East. When Sazonov showed him the full text of the alliance between Serbia and Bulgaria in August, he exclaimed, "This is an agreement for war," and he emphasized that French opinion would not allow the government to decide on military action for purely Balkan questions. But he added the vital rider, unless Germany intervened and of her own initiative provoked the application of the casus foederis. 2 He confirmed this to Izvolsky a month later. If conflict with Austria brought intervention by Germany, France would fulfill her obligations. 3 To encourage Sazonov still further, he exaggerated his own confidence in Great Britain and urged that Russia, too, should make a naval agreement with her. Sazonov duly took this line when he visited England in September. Poincaré later claimed that he had only stated a loyalty to the Russian alliance which was accepted by all French statesmen. But there was something new. The alliance provided that France would aid Russia if she were attacked by Germany or by Austria supported by Germany. What happened if Russia attacked Austria-Hungary and herself provoked the attack from Germany, which must follow according to the Austro-German Treaty of 1879, itself public property? Previous French statesmen had evaded this question. Poincaré answered it: France would go to war. This extension of the alliance was nothing like as emphatic as the assurances which the Germans gave to Austria-Hungary in 1890 and 1909 and were again to give in 1913 and 1914, and its purpose was no doubt primarily to keep Russia from dependence on Germany. Nevertheless, it reflected also the new French confidence. The Russian General Staff still doubted whether they could hold their own against Germany. The French General Staff believed that a war would liberate either Poland or Lorraine, even if the Austrians overran the Balkans in the process. Though Poincaré did not want to provoke a war, France was more ready to act as an independent great power than at any time since 1870, and, after 40 years of effortless German superiority, this was provocation enough. As a result, none of the powers of the Triple Entente did anything to prevent the coming explosion in the Balkans. Poincaré would not repeat the policy of 1909 and risk being accused of deserting Russia. The British were taken up with Persia and therefore also evaded the Balkan question, so as to escape difficulties with Russia. Sazonov did not want a Balkan war, yet dared not forbid it for fear of Russian opinion. He said to Nicholas II of the Balkan states, "We have given them their independence, our task is finished." From first to last, he and Kokovtsoy, the prime minister, were determined not to go to war for any issue except the Straits. On the Bosphorus there can be only the Turks or ourselves. If the Balkan states won, this would strengthen the barrier against Austria-Hungary. If they lost, Russia might act at the Straits, but she would not start a European war. The members of the Triple Alliance were almost equally passive. Italy welcomed the Balkan storm, it compelled the Turks to give way in Libya, and peace between Italy and Turkey was made on October 15 just when the Balkan War broke out. 3 The Germans were in two minds about the Balkans all along. They had patronized Turkey and were deeply committed to maintaining Austria-Hungary as a great power. On the other hand, Germany was the greatest of national states, and the Germans believed rightly that a victory for Balkan nationalism would bring them advantages, just as the victory of Italian nationalism had done. They never understood the Austro-Hungarian terror of nationalism and supposed, at most, that it would prevent any new display of independence in Vienna, such as Arenthal had shown during the Agadir crisis. In fact, their policy was much like Poincaré's towards Russia. They wanted to tie Austria-Hungary down without becoming involved in war themselves. If Austria-Hungary had taken a resolute line, they would have supported her. But this the Austrian statesmen were incapable of doing. They had always held that the Habsburg monarchy could not long survive the destruction of the Ottoman Empire and the rise of national states. Yet they had no Balkan policy. In 1908 Arenthal had planned to destroy Serbia. At the last moment he decided that the remedy was worse than the disease and drew back. He died in 1912, having accomplished nothing. His successor, Berchtold, was even more at a loss. He could only regard Balkan developments with helpless lamentation. Here again, if Germany had given a firm push into war, the Austrians would have allowed themselves to be propelled. As it was, their only decision was that the monarchy must keep out of war. Berchtold made some feeble efforts. On August 13 he proposed that the powers should urge reform on Turkey, a last echo of Andrassi's policy in 1876, itself no great success. None of the powers welcomed this proposal. At the last moment, the rulers of Europe revolted at being dragged into trouble by the Balkan states. There was a flurry of diplomatic activity, in which Kitterlin and Poincaré took the lead, and finally Austria-Hungary and Russia were entrusted with the task of warning the Balkan states in the name of the powers that no change of the status quo would be permitted. It was a curious dying display of the Austro-Russian partnership which had once given Europe and the Balkans long years of peace. The Austro-Russian note was presented on October 8, the same day Montenegro declared war on Turkey. Bulgaria, Greece, and Serbia did the same within a week. By the end of the month every Turkish army in Europe had been defeated. Only Adrianople, Scutari, and Janina remained in Turkish hands. The great powers were bewildered. None was ready for war, yet none could turn its back on the Eastern question. The Austrians had to make up their minds to something. In 1908 they had declared, when evacuating the Sanjak, that they could not allow it to fall into Serbian hands. Now they made no move to reoccupy it. Kitterlin did his best to encourage them, as at the time of the annexation, Austria-Hungary could count unconditionally on the support of Germany. Experience in Bosnia had taught them that it was futile to acquire more Slav subjects. Besides, they could never make a rapid decision and so missed the chance of moving into the Sanjak while the Serbs were still busy elsewhere. Austria-Hungary stood by and allowed the national reconstruction of Turkey in Europe. Of course, this was not something that happened suddenly in October 1912. It had really been determined when Andrassy and Disraeli failed to assert the integrity of the Ottoman Empire in 1878, or even earlier when Metternich had failed to prevent the establishment of an independent Greece in the 1820s. Once the Ottoman Empire crumbled, national states were inevitable, unless Austria-Hungary conquered the Balkans herself, and that had been beyond her ever since the end of the Crimean War. As a logical sequel, the Austrians should have been reconciled with Serbia and should have sought to cooperate with her. The Serbs would have welcomed it. They already foresaw a conflict with Bulgaria over Macedonia and, besides, the Balkan Serbs did not really relish unification with the more cultivated Serbs within the Habsburg monarchy, still less with the sophisticated and Roman Catholic Croats. Thomas Masaryk, a Czech professor who dreamt of transforming Austria-Hungary into a democratic federation of free peoples, acted as intermediary. Berchtold thought that he was a pauvre diable who probably wanted a commission and told him, "We are not here to help people to earn a percentage." The percentage which Masaryk ultimately earned was to be President Liberator of Czechoslovakia. The victory of Balkan nationalism was a disaster beyond remedy for the Habsburg monarchy. Berchtold beat about for some issue on which to reassert the monarchy's prestige. At the end of October he found it, he would not allow Serbia a port on the Adriatic, and would insist on setting up an independent Albania. This was a good issue on which to make a stand. Italy, jealous of both Serbia and Austria-Hungary, would back it for fear of the alternatives. Besides, the Albanians were a genuine nationality, as much entitled to freedom as anyone else. This certainly affected opinion in Great Britain and France, though it was odd for Austria-Hungary to appear as the champion of national independence. Most of all, the Russians did not care about this remote issue. From the day that it arose, Sazonov told the Serbs that Russia would not fight for the sake of a Serb port on the Adriatic. The Russians had a more pressing anxiety. They were afraid that the Bulgarians would capture Constantinople. To prevent this, they were ready to go to war within 24 hours. 2 Sazonov wrote, "The occupation of Constantinople could compel the appearance of our whole Black Sea fleet before the Turkish capital." This, too, was an odd outcome. The only serious preparations for war made by Russia in 1912 were against a Slav national state. War in the Balkans had been expected to produce a conflict between Russia and Austria-Hungary. Instead, it seemed to be bringing them together. Russia would resist Bulgaria at Constantinople, Austria-Hungary would resist Serbia over Albania. On the other side, the Germans urged cooperation on Great Britain and France in order to keep the Russians out of Constantinople. The idea was not unwelcome to Gray, who wanted Constantinople to be made a free city if the Turkish Empire fell to pieces, a solution abhorrent to the Russians. Poincaré recognized that, if he took this line, the Franco-Russian alliance would fall to pieces, the Austro-German alliance would remain, and Germany would be master of Europe. At the same time, he too, wished to keep the Russians out of Constantinople. His solution was to urge the Russians to back Serbia and to promise, ever more emphatically, that France would support her. He told Izvolsky on November 17, "If Russia goes to war, France will also, as we know that in this question Germany is behind Austria." This is the sentence, which in later years brought on Poincaré the accusation of warmongering, and it was certainly much more than had been said by any previous French statesman. But it was not designed to provoke a war. It was designed to prevent either a Russian occupation of Constantinople or an Austro-Russian partnership, which must have brought a revival of the League of the Three Emperors. Poincaré was determined to preserve the Franco-Russian alliance, which alone guaranteed French independence, and a great power which wishes to remain independent must be ready to face war in order to do so. In any case, the alarm turned out to be premature. The Bulgarians failed to take Adrianople, let alone Constantinople, and the Russians could revive their patronage of Balkan nationalism without risk to their own interests. The Balkan states could make no further headway, and on December 3 they concluded an armistice with Turkey. A peace conference met in London, the most neutral of the great capitals. The Balkan states meant to collect their gains without waiting for the permission of the great powers. These, however, saved appearances by setting up a conference of their ambassadors in London under Grey's chairmanship to decide what changes they would tolerate. The situation still seemed dangerous. Some forces had been mobilized in Austria-Hungary, and the Russians, in retaliation, did not disband the contingent of conscripts that was due for release at the end of the year. But the great decision against a general war had already been made, when Austria-Hungary had failed to intervene against Serbia in October, and when the Russians, on their side, had refused to support the Serb claim to a port on the Adriatic. Of course, both blamed their allies for their timidity. The Russians tried again and again to make Poincaré say that he would not support them if they went to war for the sake of Serbia. Poincaré refused to be caught. Milrand, his Minister of War, said, "We are not to be blamed, we are prepared, and that fact must be borne in mind." This was not an encouragement for Russia to go to war, it was an insistence that she must make her own foreign policy. Similarly, Germany would not be saddled with Austria-Hungary's irresolution. Francis Ferdinand, heir to the Habsburg throne, reported after meeting William II, "As soon as our prestige demands, we must intervene in Serbia with vigor, and we could be sure of his support." But war against Serbia was not at all in Francis Ferdinand's calculations. He dreamt of solving the South Slav question by conciliation once he was on the throne, and he told Conrad, who became Chief of Staff again in December, "I do not want from Serbia a single plum tree, a single sheep." On his initiative a great Austrian aristocrat, Prince Hohenlohe, was sent to St. Petersburg in February 1913 with an appeal to dynastic solidarity. The appeal worked, and the military preparations on both sides were relaxed. The Conference of Ambassadors was in appearance a striking demonstration of the concert of Europe. It could not undo the results of the Balkan War nor of its renewal in March, which deprived Turkey of Adrianople, temporarily as it turned out. The ambassadors had to make these results palatable to Russia and Austria-Hungary. Russia had only one urgent concern, to keep the Bulgarians out of Constantinople. But the Turks were strong enough to do this themselves without the assistance of the great powers. Russia therefore could appear conciliatory and reasonable. The only serious task of the conference was to translate into practical terms the condition on which Austria-Hungary had insisted and to which Russia had agreed: the establishment of an independent Albania. This marked in principle an Austro-Hungarian victory, but when it came to details, Russia could dispute about frontier villages, such as Dibra and Jakova, and it was Austria-Hungary that seemed intransigent. Grey often took her side in these disputes. As Eyre Crowe remarked with unconscious irony, the whole position of Great Britain in the world rests largely on the confidence she has earned that, at least with questions not touching her own vital interests, she deals strictly on their merits according to the generally accepted standards of right and wrong. Grey wanted to make a practical demonstration that no hostile or aggressive policy would be pursued against Germany or her allies by France, Russia, and ourselves, jointly or separately. Point 2. The Germans, on their side, forced compromise on Austria-Hungary, but with different motives. While Grey wished to show that Triple Entente and Triple Alliance could live peacefully side by side, the Germans hoped to detach Great Britain from her existing friends. This was Bethman's own favorite idea. Kitterlin, who might have been tempted to repeat at some moment his Bosnian stroke of March 1 Gog, died at the end of 1912. Jagow, who succeeded him as Secretary of State, was a routine diplomat, incapable of any flight of policy. The way was therefore clear for Bethman, the patrician from Frankfurt, who dreamt always of a conservative alliance with England against Russia and looked back nostalgically to the lost opportunity of 1854 at the beginning of the Crimean War. Though Bethman had failed to curb the German naval enthusiasts, he still hoped to appease the British by colonial bargaining and by a Pacific line in the Balkans for the time being. He wrote to Berchtold in February 1913, "We may look for a new orientation of British policy if we can get through the present crisis without any quarrels. I think it would be a mistake of immeasurable consequence if we attempt a solution by force. At a moment when there is even the remotest prospect of entering this conflict under conditions more favorable to ourselves." 3. Similarly, Moltke wrote to Conrad that they should wait until the Balkan League broke up. But he had no doubt that war was approaching. A European war must come sooner or later, in which ultimately the struggle will be one between Germanism and Slavism. The Germans expressed their policy even more forcibly in January 1913 when they prepared a new army bill which was formally introduced by Bethmann in March. This vastly increased their armed forces and first created the mass army. What is more, the increases were financed by a capital levy. The Lloyd George budget of 1909, which had caused a constitutional crisis in Great Britain, had only raised taxes by £15 million. Germany, a poorer country, had to provide an extra £50 million within 18 months. This was an effort that could not be repeated. In the summer of 1914, German preparations for war would be at their height. The temptation to use their superiority against France and Russia would be very great. It was the object of Bethmann's policy to increase this temptation by ensuring that, at the decisive crisis, Great Britain would not stand by France and Russia. The success of the ambassadors' conference was therefore illusory. All the same, it was, for the time being, a success. The Balkan War did not lead to a conflict between the great powers. The greatest score of the conference came in April, when Montenegro seized Scutari, which the great powers had resolved should go to Albania. They agreed on a naval demonstration against Montenegro, and the Russians implored Great Britain and France to take part in it, though characteristically evading doing so themselves. The gesture worked. The King of Montenegro gave way, after making a fortune on the stock exchange by stirring up rumors of war. By May 1913, when the Treaty of London ended the First Balkan War, Albania had an international existence, though its internal ordering remains unsettled until the present day. This was a victory, of a sort, for Austria-Hungary. Albania was evidence that the Habsburg monarchy could still impose its will as a great power. More important, the Treaty of London brought with it the disruption of the Balkan League. While the Bulgarians had been tied down in the hard fighting outside Adrianople, the Serbs had occupied all Macedonia, and they now insisted on keeping Bulgaria's share as well as their own and the contested zone. Their principal concern was to control the railway down to Salonika, which was now in Greek hands and which, with the Adriatic denied to them, was their only outlet to the outer world. Salonika was a further Bulgarian grievance. Their troops had reached it only 4 hours after the Greeks, and the latter, not content with this, had extended their claims far along the Aegean coast. The Bulgarians had done most of the fighting against Turkey. They imagined that they could take on Greece and Serbia together, and attacked them on June 29 without warning. The plan misfired disastrously. Greece and Serbia more than held their own. Romania, who had hitherto remained neutral, entered the war against Bulgaria in order to acquire the Dobruja. Even Turkey recaptured Adrianople. The moment was decisive, too, for Austria-Hungary. The Germans had always told Berchtold that he should wait until Serbia and Bulgaria quarreled, and he, on his side, had always insisted that he could allow no new Serb aggrandizement. For a moment he talked big and threatened war. When it came to the point, he would not risk a quarrel with Romania. What is more, the Germans were all against war. They hoped to win the competition for Romanian, Greek, and even Serb friendship, and rated Bulgaria very low. They had no sympathy with Austria-Hungary's national problems. Bethmann hoped that Vienna would not let its peace be disturbed by the Kakimar of a greater Serbia. Once more Berchtold did nothing. Later on, the Austrians complained that Germany had forbidden them to crush Serbia, when conditions were still favorable. Berchtold was nearer the truth when he said to Conrad concerning an attack on Serbia, his heart was for it but not his head. The combatants of the Second Balkan War met at Bucharest and made peace there in August. Bulgaria had to pay a price to everyone: the Dobroja to Romania, Adrianople to Turkey. The Serbs took the bulk of Macedonia, the Greeks took the rest and western Thrace, including Salonika. Bulgaria gained only a narrow strip of Macedonia and eastern Thrace, which gave her a position on the Aegean. In all, she acquired only 400,000 new subjects, where Serbia and Greece each gained 1.5 million. The Peace of Bucharest was not submitted to the approval of the great powers. Berchtold wanted them to insist on concessions for Bulgaria. This idea was firmly rejected by the Germans. They were set on alliance with Romania, Greece, and even Serbia. With their great economic stake in Asia Minor, they welcomed the strengthening of Turkey, which came from the recovery of Adrianople. William II thought Vienna completely crazy, and recognized the Peace of Bucharest as soon as it was made. Curiously enough, the Russians had also favored Bulgaria. They wished to atone for keeping her out of Constantinople the previous autumn. Besides, they disliked Greek expansion in the Aegean, which seemed to be preparing the way for a new Byzantine Empire at the Straits. But they got equally little support from Great Britain and France. Sazonwoy said bitterly, it was France who had placed at Turkey's disposal funds which had enabled her to retake Adrianople, and of the Balkan states, they have escaped me. 3 This was true. The Balkan states had become truly independent, they were nobody's satellites. Though the Treaty of Bucharest is often spoken of slightingly as a mere truce which settled nothing, its frontiers have remained unchanged to the present day, except that Bulgaria lost her outlet on the Aegean in 1919. The frontiers of the continental great powers have changed much more drastically. That old phrase, the Balkans for the Balkan peoples, had come true. All the great powers, except Austria-Hungary, accepted this outcome. Even Russia was reasonably satisfied, though the Balkan states had become independent of her. This was better than that they should be dependent on anyone else. Only the Austrians looked on with sullen resentment, just as they had refused to recognize the Kingdom of Italy after 1861 or dreamt feebly of revenge on Prussia between 1866 and 1870. This was sentiment, not policy. In October 1913 Berchtold made a last gesture of violence. The Serbs, provoked by guerrilla attacks, had crossed the provisional frontier of Albania in order to restore order. On October 18 Berchtold sent an ultimatum, demanding Serb withdrawal within a week. Conrad, as usual, hoped that this would be a prelude to action. Tisza, Prime Minister of Hungary and the strongest man in the monarchy, was equally insistent against anything more than a diplomatic success. Berchtold had no idea what he wanted. The Serbs were in the wrong and unready for war. They withdrew from Albania. This time Conrad was not the only one disappointed. William it had favored the strong course, despite his former contempt for Austrian policy. He said to Berchtold, "You can be certain I stand behind you and am ready to draw the sword whenever your action makes it necessary. Whatever comes from Vienna is for me a command." This was perhaps no more than the impulsive violence with which William II always responded to the first news of a challenge, and it might have been followed by cautious second thoughts, as on other occasions, if the crisis had matured. It left its mark on Berchtold all the same. This alarm in October was the last splutter of the Balkan question in its old sense. The Balkan Wars had increased the tension between the great powers, yet, since they had ended without a general conflict, a shift in existing arrangements seemed likely to follow. Certainly the preparations for war were everywhere increased. The Balkan Wars had seen the first serious fighting in Europe since the fall of Plevna in 1877. The battles had been swift and decisive, and every observer, ignoring the lessons of the Russo-Japanese War, where the Battle of Mukden had dragged on for weeks, assumed that future wars between the great powers would follow the same pattern. 3 Hence there began a race to be ready for the first engagements, a race which the Germans started with their army law of January 1913. The French could not call more men to the colors. With their stationary population they had no more men to call. They could only answer in August by extending the period of service to 3 years. By 1915 or 1916, though not before, they would have a front-line army as great as the German, and they believed that even before then they could take the offensive successfully, if the German forces were divided in order to meet a threat of invasion by Russia. Hence the French insisted that Russia must push on with her strategic railways to the west and increase her peacetime effectives if she were to receive a new loan. 3 Yet, at the same time, the French backed away from the prospect of a general war. In Germany the military increases strengthened Bethmann's position in the Reichstag. In France the 3-year service was opposed by the socialists and by a growing section of the radicals. Poincaré, who became president in January, and his successors at the Foreign Ministry, had to follow a more cautious line than that of November 1912, and they were more and more reluctant to give Russia unreserved backing. In February 1913 Benkendorf had written, "France is the power that would go to war with comparatively the greatest calm." At the end of the year, Kokovtsov, the Russian Prime Minister, reported to Nicholas II after a visit to Paris, "All French statesmen want quiet and peace. They are ready to work with Germany and are much more peaceful than 2 years ago." British policy showed the same double pattern: increased armaments on the one side, increased willingness to conciliate Germany on the other. There was no further attempt at an agreement on naval limitation, except for Churchill's proposal of a naval holiday, during which all building of battleships should cease. He first made this suggestion in March 1912 and repeated it in 1913 when he introduced the naval estimates. The Germans never replied, and probably only Churchill took it seriously. Some liberals tried to get the naval estimates reduced in January 1914, and Lloyd George fought for this in the cabinet. But the question had lost its bitterness. The British had come to tolerate the German navy and were outstripping it without undue financial strain. Until 1912 naval limitation had been the condition for any agreements with Germany on other topics. This condition was now dropped. Harcourt, the colonial secretary, believed that the Germans had a real grievance from being denied a place in the sun, and he warmed up the agreement with them over the Portuguese colonies which had been made in 1898. This was a shady transaction. Harcourt sought to conciliate Germany by giving her the colonies of an ally, not by surrendering British territory. Indeed, it was an essential part of the arrangement that Great Britain should share in the plunder. Her only concession was to claim rather less than she had been allotted in the original agreement. The French were much alarmed when news of this bargain reached them. Not only did they dislike reconciliation between Great Britain and Germany, they feared that Belgium's colonies, or even their own, would be next on the list for partition, and they were not far wrong so far as Germany's plans were concerned. In much the same way, the Austrians were always afraid that a partition of the Habsburg monarchy might follow any agreement between Germany and Russia. Both Austria-Hungary and France were traditional great powers on the edge of decline. It would not take much to turn them into the greatest of the smaller states. Hence when France defended the interests of small states, Portugal or Belgium, it was in order to protect her own. Despite these French objections, an agreement between Great Britain and Germany was reached in June 1913. An unforeseen difficulty then arose. Grey was ashamed of the transaction and wished to put the blame on his predecessors, Salisbury and Balfour, who had made the original agreement of 1898. Further, though he disliked Portuguese misrule in her colonies, he wished to make it clear that she would not be deprived of her colonies against her will. He therefore insisted that, when the new agreement was signed, it must be published and, with it, the agreement of 1898 and the British declaration made to Portugal in 1899, guaranteeing her possessions. The Germans thought rightly that this would defeat their purpose. They would get neither the Portuguese colonies nor a demonstration that would estrange Great Britain from France. Lichnowsky, the German ambassador, told Grey that he seemed to assume the position of medical advisor to the Portuguese Empire, while what Germany contemplated was rather that of being the heir. The agreement remained unsigned. Still, it was a striking gesture of reconciliation. It was still more striking when Great Britain and Germany moved towards agreement over the Baghdad Railway. With the ending of the Balkan Wars, the future of Turkey in Asia was becoming the decisive question in international relations. The Balkan prizes were very small beer, those offered in Asia seemed immense. This question cut across the existing alliances. Russia had no economic stake in Turkey, no trade with her, no share in her national debt, not a single railway concession. In fact, it was her policy to prevent railways being built, in order to preserve the security of the Caucasus frontier. On the other hand, she had an immense stake in the free passage of the straits. 50% of her export trade, and in particular % of her grain exports, went through them. She preferred the Ottoman Empire at the straits to any great power. Only if it collapsed would she try to seize them for herself. Similar Russian plans had been opposed in the old days by Great Britain and France. Now the two were drifting apart. The British had lost interest in the closing of the straits once they were established in Egypt. Though they still had the largest share of Turkish trade, this did not demand her political survival. The trade would go on, whatever the political authority. They had a small share in Turkey's debt, 14% against France's 60% and Germany's 24%. They had one derelict railway in Asia Minor. They were ready to write off their relatively small stake in the Ottoman Empire, if they could have security at the Persian Gulf. On July 29, 1913 they concluded an agreement with Turkey, which gave them this so far as she was concerned, and they wanted the same from Germany. In return, they would drop their objections to the German railway as far as Baghdad. Germany would be a more effective barrier than the decaying Ottoman Empire against Russia, and the British would be free to renew their disputes with Russia in Persia, disputes which flared up again in 1914. The French, on the other hand, were still deeply committed to the Ottoman Empire. Though their old economic interests at Constantinople were somewhat dwarfed by their new interests in Russia, these still existed, and the agitation against the 3-year service gave them fresh political force. As Poincaré weakened, Kale grew stronger. He became Minister of Finance in December 1913 and dreamt of being Prime Minister at the head of a radical socialist coalition, which would collaborate economically with Germany. The French would not contemplate a partition of the Ottoman Empire, in which they would be fobbed off with Syria. Even Paleology, of the Foreign Ministry, though a wild advocate of the Russian alliance, said to Izvolsky in April 1913, "You want to exhaust Turkey, we want her to be capable of still living and even of recovering in Asia." Jules Cambon from Berlin and Bompard from Constantinople both preached cooperation with Germany against Russia. The Germans never took this idea seriously. Certainly they had a great stake in Turkey, in some ways the greatest of all the powers. For their interests were in the heart of Turkey, at Constantinople and in Asia Minor, not on the fringes, like the British on the Persian Gulf. But they did not believe that France would abandon the Russian alliance. And in this they were right. The French had managed somehow to reconcile the alliance and their Turkish interests for over 30 years, and they would not lightly abandon the effort now. Moreover, the nationalist fervor in Germany, which went along with increased armaments, provoked disturbances in Alsace, culminating in the incident at Saverne, where a German officer took the law into his own hands. Popular feeling in both countries was stronger than the solidarity of the financiers at Constantinople. Bethmann favored instead cooperation with England. "We can settle Asia Minor in a way favorable to ourselves only with England, just as colonial questions of the future point to cooperation with England." This, too, was an unworkable idea. The British hoped to control the Persian Gulf without a general partition of Turkey in Asia, and the agreement with Germany over the Baghdad Railway showed that they were in a fair way to do it. They would not oppose German plans in Asia Minor. On the other hand, they would not support them against Russia. They might have been more forthcoming if Germany had cut down her navy, and still more if she could have somehow guaranteed the security of France. This was an impossibility unless the Germans reduced their birth rate and economic expansion, and the French increased theirs. In any case, even these factors were not decisive. In Asia the British feared Russia more than Germany, therefore they were more anxious to be on good terms with her. It would do them little harm if Germany dominated Asia Minor, it would be a disaster if Russia dominated Persia. And most disastrous of all if the two agreed to partition the Middle East. Nicholson wrote in April 1914. This to me is such a nightmare that I would at almost any cost keep Russia's friendship. The British exaggerated the danger of agreement between Germany and Russia. For more than 20 years the directors of German policy had insisted that their economic interests in Turkey did not give them any political interest there. Even in 1911 Kitterlin had overruled Marshall's desire to resist Russian designs on the Straits. What they had really meant by this was that Turkey would resist Russia herself without German assistance either by her own strength or with the backing of the Western powers. Now this calculation had broken down. Great Britain and France would not resist Russia, and the Balkan Wars had made Turkey too weak to do it herself. The only resource left seemed to be a German protectorate at Constantinople, whether by partitioning or by maintaining the Ottoman Empire did not matter. The Germans had drifted into this unconsciously. The Great Navy, too, had been in large part the unconscious outcome of profound economic conflicts, but it had at least the excuse of a political theory, the risk which would increase Germany's bargaining power against Great Britain. There had been no political design in the Baghdad Railway and all that went with it. Germany had simply promoted it for the general purposes of her greatness. But the result was the same. Previously Germany had been estranged from Russia only indirectly because of Austria-Hungary, now the two countries had a direct cause of conflict for the first time in their history. The economic stake in Turkey might be for the Germans, as Winston Churchill had said of their navy, something in the nature of a luxury. For the Russians it was a question of existence. Sazonov wrote to Nicholas II, to abandon the Straits to a powerful state would be synonymous with subordinating the whole economic development of southern Russia to the state. The Russians had no more desire than the British to destroy Germany, in fact, even less, for the British had economic rivalries with Germany, while the Russians needed German as well as French capital for their industrial development. Besides, the balance between Germany and the Western powers was the foundation of Russian security. Indeed, it was more important for the Russians that Germany should threaten France and England than that they should threaten her, only so would the Western powers tolerate Russian designs in Asia Minor, Persia, and the Far East. Fear of Germany had driven France to seek the Russian alliance and had at any rate helped Great Britain to welcome the Anglo-Russian Entente. If Germany ceased to exist, Russia would soon be faced again with the Crimean coalition, as indeed she was in 191G and the years after. The Russians had therefore fought hard, as in the negotiations of 1899, to avoid a conflict with Germany at the Straits. The Balkan League itself had been a device for doing this. It was intended by the Russians to bar the way against Austria-Hungary, not to weaken Turkey. But once the conflict came it was inescapable, decisive. The Russians were condemned to an anti-German course. The conflict exploded without design in November 1913. The Germans were anxious to restore the prestige of their armaments, which had been much shaken when the Greeks and Serbs had defeated the German-trained Turkish armies with French equipment. Moreover, they were always on the lookout for armament contracts for Krupps, in which William II was himself a large shareholder. They were therefore delighted when the Turks asked for a German mission which should reorganize their armed forces. In May 1913, when the request was made, the Bulgarians were at the gates of Constantinople, and even the Russians blessed the idea of strengthening Turkish resistance. Nicholas II himself approved when on a visit to Berlin. By November the Russians had lost their fear of Bulgaria. They were indignant when a German general, Lyman von Sanders, was put in charge of the Turkish army and, as well, given command at Constantinople. They appealed to their partners in the Triple Entente for support. Both France and Great Britain gave it with some hesitation. The French had a common interest with Germany in restoring Turkish finances and even armaments. The British were in the even more embarrassing position that a British admiral was reorganizing the Turkish navy, no doubt with an eye to shipbuilding contracts, but against whom if not against Russia? The Germans, on their side, shrank from the conflict which they had unwittingly provoked. In January 1914 they found a way out. Lyman von Sanders was promoted to the rank of Field Marshal in the Turkish army and thus became too dignified to command the troops at Constantinople. The immediate crisis was over, the underlying conflict continued. Sazonov said to a German journalist, "You know what interests we have at the Bosphorus, how sensitive we are at that point. All southern Russia depends upon it, and now you stick a Prussian garrison under our noses." During the alarm over the Lyman von Sanders affair, the Russians examined in detail their strategic position. They decided that they were not strong enough to seize Constantinople, they had no troop transports, and their fleet would be inferior to the Turkish until 1917. They could not even threaten the Turks by land, on the Caucasus, without denuding their western frontier. Therefore they planned in December 1913 a vast increase in their peacetime forces, but this program, too, would not be effective until 1917. For the first time Russia needed her partners against Germany instead of their needing her. Zelensky, the chief of staff, said, "The struggle for Constantinople would hardly be possible without a general war," and the ministers as a whole agreed, unless the active participation of both France and England in joint measures were assured, it does not appear possible to resort to measures of pressure such as might lead to a war with Germany. The Russians set out to consolidate the Triple Entente as it had never been consolidated before. Further, they strove to restore the Balkan front against the Central Powers which had been shattered in the Second Balkan War. Bulgaria and Serbia were somehow to be reconciled. Even more important, Romania, the neutral zone which had been respected by both sides since the Crimean War, was to be won as a Black Sea power for a policy that would be anti-Turkish and therefore now anti-German. Most striking of all, the Russians resurrected the question of Poland. On January 20, 1914, during the discussions over Lyman von Sanders, Sazonov urged Nicholas II to compete with Austria-Hungary for Polish favor. "We must treat a real interest binding the Poles to the Russian state." This was a weapon which, if once loaded, would go off with devastating effect more against the traditional friendship between Romanov and Hohenzollern than against the Habsburg monarchy. The Russians did not want a war against Germany, just as the British did not want one, despite the German navy. Neither Russia nor Great Britain had anything to gain in Europe. But Great Britain depended on the command of the seas, and Russia depended on the free passage of merchant ships at the straits. As Nicholas II said, "We do not aim at Constantinople, but we need the guarantee that the straits will not be closed to us." If the Balkan Wars had merely strengthened the national states, this would have harmed nobody except Austria-Hungary, and she no longer counted as a great power. But, by weakening Turkey, they gave Germany an opening to become dominant at the straits. The temptation was irresistible and indeed, if Germany were to continue on her course as a great power, unavoidable. The Pomeranian Grenadier was forgotten. Old Prussia had vanished, and the Greater Germany preached by the radicals of 1848 had taken the place of Bismarck's Reich. William II passed a true verdict in February 1914, "Russo-Prussian relations are dead once and for all. We have become enemies." 7. Increase of our population which in 30 years will exceed 300 million. Russian exaggeration did not come in with the Bolsheviks. 40 years later Russia's population had not yet passed the 200 million mark. Had been brought out by the Lyman von Sanders affair dominated European relations in the spring of 1914. Both sought to strengthen their diplomatic position. But there was a basic difference of aim. The Russians wanted to create an alliance with Great Britain and France so strong that Germany would shrink from war. The Germans wanted to challenge Russia before the opposing alliance was consolidated and while they still had a military lead. Sazonov wrote to Benkendorf on February 19, "The peace of the world will be secure only when the Triple Entente is transformed into a defensive alliance without secret clauses. Then the danger of a German hegemony will be finally ended, and each of us can devote himself to his own affairs. The English can seek a solution of their social problems, the French can get rich, protected from any external threat, and we can consolidate ourselves and work on our economic reorganization. Benkendorf replied, if Gray could, he would do it tomorrow. This was an exaggeration. Though the permanent officials at the Foreign Office advocated an alliance with Russia as much to keep her favor as to restrain Germany, Gray would have none of it. He sheltered behind the excuse of public opinion, and any proposal for alliance with Russia would certainly have broken up the Liberal government. But the policy of keeping a free hand represented Gray's own outlook. He wished to be on good terms with Russia, and he would undoubtedly urge support of France if she were attacked by Germany. Beyond this he would not go. He could not understand an alliance as a security for peace, like most Englishmen. He regarded all alliances as a commitment to war. Besides, though he welcomed Russia's weight in the balance of power, he was not convinced that her interests in the Near East were of vital concern for Great Britain. Perhaps it would be better if Russia and Germany fought things out there and exhausted each other. In April he accompanied George V to Paris, his first visit to the continent as Foreign Secretary, and, while there, defined his attitude to the French. If there were a really aggressive and menacing attack made by Germany upon France, it was possible that public feeling in Great Britain would justify the government in helping France. But it was not likely that Germany would make an aggressive and menacing attack upon Russia, and, even if she did, people in Great Britain would be inclined to say that, though Germany might have successes at first, Russia's resources were so great that, in the long run, Germany would be exhausted without our helping Russia. The French did not welcome this reply. They felt themselves to be a hostage towards Germany for both Great Britain and Russia, and were more anxious to bring the two together than at any time since Delcas first launched the project of a Triple Entente in the days before the Russo-Japanese War. Gray made some concession, more to please the French than the Russians. He agreed to Anglo-Russian naval talks on the model of the 1912 discussions with France. This was not a serious project, the two fleets could not cooperate anywhere. As Gray wrote later, it was useful for the purpose of keeping Russia in good disposition, and of not offending her by refusing. 3 The British cabinet held that they were not committed by the naval agreement with France, therefore they authorized similar talks with the Russians. These, on the other hand, exaggerated the extent to which Great Britain was committed to France, and therefore supposed that they were getting something of value. Gray exacted a price even for this concession. He repeated his old demand that Russia must behave better in Persia if she wanted the Entente to become more effective, and this time the Russians did something to meet him. Sazonov tried to restrain his agents in Persia. Moreover, he offered to surrender the neutral zone to the British and even to give them a guarantee of India, for what that was worth, if only the naval agreement could be settled. These negotiations were still hanging fire at the end of June. There was no Anglo-Russian alliance, nor even any certainty that their disputes in Persia would be smoothed over. 3 Russia had not improved her diplomatic position against Germany. On the contrary, the Germans learned of the proposed naval talks through the treachery of a member of the Russian embassy in London, who kept them regularly supplied with Benkendorf's correspondence, and they published the story in a German newspaper. The outcry which followed in England made it impossible for Gray to go on with the talks for the moment. What is more, radical members of the government still believed that relations with Germany were improving. Churchill imagined that a meeting between himself and Tirpitz might do good, and could not possibly do any harm. Lloyd George went further. On July 23 he spoke in the House of Commons and said of Germany, "Our relations are very much better than they were a few years ago. The two great empires begin to realize they can cooperate for common ends, and that the points of cooperation are greater and more numerous and more important than the points of possible controversy." 5 A general election was now approaching in Great Britain, registered, and, though a historian should never deal in speculations about what did not happen, it is difficult to resist the surmise that Lloyd George was planning to fight this election as leader of a radical Labour coalition. Reconciliation with Germany, and resistance to Russia in Persia, must have been part of the coalition's program. In France, too, opinion was changing. There a general election in April returned a majority against the 3-year service, and in June Poincaré had to appoint a left-wing government under Viviani, much against his will. Only a sordid private scandal enabled him to escape Kale Locks, supported by Jors and the Socialists, with a program of full Franco-German reconciliation. In fact, a coalition of the three advanced Western powers against the Russian Colossus seemed just round the corner. Bethmann, at least, recognized that the situation was changing in Germany's favor. He wrote on June 16, "Whether a European conflagration comes depends solely on the attitude of Germany and England. If we both stand together as guarantors of European peace, which is not prevented by the engagements of either the Triple Alliance or the Entente, provided we pursue this aim on a common plan from the start, war can be avoided." Nor had the Germans any illusion about Austria-Hungary. Tchurchky, the ambassador at Vienna, wrote in May, "How often do I consider whether it is really worthwhile to unite ourselves so closely to this state structure which is cracking at every joint and to continue the laborious task of dragging her along. The Germans could have escaped this task, if security was their only object, by accepting the friendship of British and French Pacific radicalism, but a genuine alliance for peace was not to their taste. The Germans were bent on going forward in the world, and Austria-Hungary was essential to them if they were to gain control of the Near East. The Austro-Hungarian ambassador at Constantinople posed the choice before the Germans with bitter satisfaction, either the abandonment of the Bosphorus and of Germany's position in the Near East or marching on the side of Austria through thick and thin. As often happens, Germany's ambitions made her the captive of her weaker partner. The Germans set out to refloat Austria-Hungary as a great power. Her ambitions had to be encouraged, her resources bolstered up for the conflict. On May 12 Conrad met Moltke at Carlsbad. Previously Moltke had urged Conrad to keep the peace until a more favorable opportunity. Now he declared that it was hopeless to wait for a promise of neutrality from Great Britain which she would never give. Any delay means a lessening of our chances. We cannot compete with Russia in manpower. The conclusion was obvious. Germany and Austria-Hungary must strike before the expansion of the Russian army got underway. The two Central Powers were still far from an agreed program. The Germans had neither sympathy nor understanding for the national problems of the Habsburg monarchy. Certainly they wanted to preserve it as a great power, and they even recognized that Hungary was its core. William II said to Tisza in March, "A German Austria and a Hungarian Hungary were the two firm pillars of the monarchy." But they thought that this was compatible with a policy which would win both Serbia and Romania to their side. They never considered how this could be done with Serbia, except for vague talk of the dependence of the lesser upon the greater as in the planetary system. 3 Romania seemed to them to hold the key to the Balkans. If she were loyal to her alliance of 1883 she could force Serbia on the same course. This policy was antiquated. Romania had once sought security against Russia. Now, as a great wheat exporting country, she had a common interest with her in the free passage of the straits. Even more decisive, her national aspirations had been stirred by the victory of the Balkan states. Unlike theirs, these could not be achieved against Turkey. They could succeed only by liberating the 2 million Romanians of Transylvania who were under Hungarian rule. This was a more dangerous challenge to the Habsburg monarchy than even the South Slav movement. A South Slav, or at any rate a Croat, kingdom might have been set up if Francis Ferdinand had come to the throne. The rulers of Hungary would never surrender Transylvania, where lay their richest estates and where lived nearly 1 million Magyars. William II preached a Hungarian Hungary, yet he also advocated a conciliation of the Romanians, which must have caused a head-on struggle with the Magyars. Only Francis Ferdinand was ready for this, and even he dared not air it to William II. The party of the heir apparent made some feeble efforts to achieve their policy. In the autumn of 1913 Chernin, one of this group, went as minister to Bucharest. He soon reported, "The Treaty of Alliance is not worth the paper and ink with which it is written." He proposed that Berchtold should put matters right by offering Romania and Serbia a guarantee as though this would have satisfied either of them. The guarantee could have operated only against Bulgaria, and Berchtold was always dreaming of an alliance with her, so far as he had a policy at all. Czernin also urged some concessions to the Romanians in Transylvania. Tisza, the Hungarian prime minister, brushed these aside. The German alliance should be used to force Romania back into line. The Germans wanted Hungary to make concessions to Romania and Serbia in order to strengthen the Austro-German alliance. Tisza answered that this alliance made concessions unnecessary. He got his way. No one in Vienna could control him, and the Germans were dazzled by his resoluteness. William II found him a truly great statesman. On June 13 Francis Ferdinand met William II, for the last time, at Konopasht. He nerved himself to denounce Tisza as the cause of all their troubles. William II only replied that he would instruct his ambassador to repeat to Tisza, "Lord, remember the Romanians." Registered, the Magyars were free to continue on their intransigent course. In the last resort, they dominated the Habsburg monarchy and so Germany, and could drag both powers along with them. On June 24 Berchtold completed a memorandum on Austro-Hungarian policy, which had originated with Tisza. It advocated alliance with Bulgaria against both Serbia and Romania. This was nothing new. It had been urged ineffectively by Berchtold since the beginning of the Balkan Wars. But the Russian spectre was now brought in to make the proposal more attractive to the Germans. The open endeavors of Russia to encircle the monarchy have the ultimate aim of making it impossible for the German Empire to oppose Russia's distant aims of gaining political and economic supremacy. The Austrians had been raising the cry for 30 years that Russia was aiming directly at their destruction. The Germans had always been able to reply that Austria-Hungary was in no danger, so long as she kept clear of aggressive action in the Balkans, and this reply was often given. It was truer now than it had ever been. The Russians had no interest in the aggrandizement of either Serbia or Romania. They merely wanted to keep these two countries as independent barriers between Germany and the Straits. But the Austrians could now argue that the real Russian challenge was to Germany and that she must therefore support Austria-Hungary's Balkan plans for her own sake. The Germans, like the Russians, had no Balkan interests. Their route to Constantinople was predominantly by sea through the Channel to the Mediterranean. They, too, wanted to keep Serbia and Romania independent, though, of course, they hoped to keep them friendly by concessions at Austria-Hungary's expense. Instead, they were dragged into these Balkan disputes in order to keep their only reliable ally afloat. The greater includes the less, as William II said on another occasion. The Germans anticipated a struggle for the mastery of Europe and the Middle East. The Austrians merely wished to end the nationalist agitation of two Balkan states with whom Germany had no quarrel. The only point of agreement between them was in believing that both problems could be settled by war. The Austrians were right on the question of fact. Both Serbia and Romania were lost to the Central Powers. That had been obvious with Serbia for long enough, though the Austrians exaggerated the Serb danger in order to excuse their own helpless incompetence in dealing with the South Slavs. The defection of Romania was a more dramatic blow. It symbolized the ending of the precarious balance which had existed on the lower Danube since the Crimean War. On June 14 Nicholas II and Sazonov visited the King of Romania, at Constanța. Sazonov, on a motor tour, crossed the Hungarian frontier into Transylvania. This somewhat tactless sign of approval for Romanian irredentism was rewarded by assurances of neutrality, though not of armed support, in an Austro-Russian war. Sazonov noted, "Romania will try to go with the side that turns out to be the stronger and can offer her the greater gains." Sazonov had no serious intention of offering these gains unless war actually broke out. His policy was encirclement, not aggression, so far as the Balkans were concerned, or, to use a more respectable modern term, it was containment. Exactly the same was true of Great Britain in the West. No power of the Triple Entente wanted a European upheaval. All three would have liked to turn their backs on Europe and to pursue their imperial expansion in Asia and Africa. Germany, on the other hand, had come to feel that she could expand her overseas empire only after she had destroyed the European balance of power, and Austria-Hungary wanted a Balkan war in order to survive at all. Yet it would be wrong to exaggerate the rigidity of the system of alliances or to regard the European war as inevitable. No war is inevitable until it breaks out. The existing alliances were all precarious. Italy was only the extreme example, renewing the Triple Alliance and making exaggerated promises of military support to Germany on one side, seeking to negotiate a Mediterranean agreement with France and Great Britain on the other. In France, the Russian alliance was increasingly unpopular. It was threatened by a coalition between Karl Laux the Radical and Georges the Socialist, which in the summer of 1914 seemed inevitable. Both men were anti-Russian, or at least anti-Tsarist. Both were friendly to Germany. In England, the crisis over Home Rule was reaching its height. If it had exploded, there must have followed either a radical government, which would have been friendly to Germany, or less likely a conservative government, so weak as to be debarred from having a foreign policy. Moreover, in June 1914, the British government at last reached agreement with Germany over the Baghdad Railway, and the French had already done so in February. Both seemed to be taking sides with Germany against Russia in the great question of Turkey in Asia. The Russians had every reason to be dissatisfied with their position. The conservatives at court disliked both the estrangement from Germany and the demagogic patronage of Serbia. Imperialists were offended by British policy in Persia, especially its pursuit of oil concessions. They would gladly have swung onto an anti-British course, if Germany had given them security at the Straits. Some Russians, more daring still, thought of an alliance with Turkey against the three Western capitalist powers, and in May 1914 a Turkish delegation visited Nicholas II at Livadia. If this revival of Unkir Skelesi had been achieved, a diplomatic revolution must certainly have followed. As it was, alliance between Russia and Turkey had to wait until 1921. Plenty of Germans knew that the ring round them was not solid. Bethmann and the Foreign Ministry counted rightly that Great Britain would turn away from Russia and towards them, if France were left alone. The great capitalists were winning the mastery of Europe without war. The industries of southern Russia, the iron fields of Lorraine and Normandy were already largely under their control. Each group in Germany had a single enemy and would have liked to make peace with the others. But Germany lacked a directing hand to insist on priorities. It was easier to acquiesce in all the aggressive impulses and to drift with events. Germany lay in the center of Europe. She could use this position to play off her neighbors against each other, as Bismarck had done and as Hitler was to do, or she could abuse her position to unite her neighbors against her, not from policy, but by having none. Tirpitz and his capitalist supporters wanted a naval conflict with Great Britain and deplored the hostility to France and Russia. The professional soldiers and their capitalist supporters wanted a continental war, especially against France, and deplored the naval rivalry with Great Britain. The mass parties, the Social Democrats and the Roman Catholic Centre, were friendly to both Great Britain and France and could be won only for the old radical program of war against Russia. It is futile to discuss whether the Great Navy, the Baghdad Railway, or the bid for continental supremacy was the decisive factor in German policy. But the bid for continental supremacy was certainly decisive in bringing on the European war. If Germany destroyed France as an independent power, she could then pursue her imperial rivalries against Russia and Great Britain with some chance of success. Both powers had recognized this by supporting the independence of France long before either the German Navy or the Baghdad Railway existed. Nevertheless, they would not have been so ready to cooperate with France, and not ready at all to cooperate with each other, if Germany had not also challenged them directly. German policy, or rather lack of it, made the Triple Entente a reality. The feeble rulers of Germany, William II and Bethmann, preferred a ring of foreign enemies to trouble at home. It has been strongly argued that the Germans deliberately timed war for August 1914. There is little evidence for this, and a decisive argument against it. Bethmann and William II were incapable of consistent policy. Moltke, the chief of staff, could not conduct a campaign, let alone make a war. The Germans were involved in war by Austria-Hungary, but they went with her willingly. It was easy to cooperate with her, it would have needed a statesman to refuse. On June 28 Francis Ferdinand was assassinated at Sarajevo, the capital of Bosnia, by a Bosnian Serb. 2 Berchtold was weary of being jeered at by Conrad as irresolute and feeble. Moreover, when Turkey in Asia took the place of the Balkans as the center of international rivalry, Austria-Hungary was pushed aside too, and the Germans had rejected with impatience Berchtold's claim to be allotted a sphere in Asia Minor. The murder at Sarajevo revived the Balkan question and enabled Austria-Hungary to reappear misleadingly as a great power. This time she could only hold the center of the stage if she actually provoked a war. The German talk of writing off Austria-Hungary and of somehow restoring good relations with Russia at her expense had not escaped Austrian attention, and the Habsburg monarchy brought on its mortal crisis to prove that it was still alive. Berchtold determined to force war on Serbia, though he had no proofs of Serbian complicity and never found any. Tisza, the Hungarian prime minister, opposed him. Berchtold wanted to restore the prestige of the monarchy, Tisza cared only for Great Hungary. Like Kossuth before him, he looked to Germany, not to Vienna, as Hungary's ally and would not have much regretted the collapse of the dual monarchy, so long as Great Hungary survived. Berchtold turned Tisza's opposition by appealing to Germany for support. Tisza could not hold out if Berlin, not Vienna, urged war. Berchtold took out his memorandum of June 24, which had urged alliance with Bulgaria, added a postscript blaming Serbia for the assassination, and accompanied this with a letter from Francis Joseph to William II, which managed to blame Russian panslavism as well. The conclusion: Serbia must be eliminated as a political factor in the Balkans, friendly settlement is no longer to be thought of. These two documents were presented to William II on July 5. At Berlin there was no serious consultation. William invited the Austro-Hungarian ambassador to lunch at Potsdam. At first he said that he must wait for Bethman's opinion, then changed his mind after lunch and committed himself. Zagiini, the Austrian ambassador, reported, action against Serbia should not be delayed. Even if it should come to a war between Austria and Russia, we could be convinced that Germany would stand by our side with her accustomed faithfulness as an ally. Bethman arrived in the afternoon, went for a walk in the park with William II, and approved of what he had said. The next day he gave Zagiini official confirmation. Austria must judge what is to be done to clear up her relations with Serbia, but whatever Austria's decision, she could count with certainty upon it, that Germany will stand behind her as an ally. Berchtold's plan of partitioning Serbia with Bulgaria was explained to Bethman. He approved of it and added, if war must break out, better now than in 1 or 2 years' time when the Entente will be stronger. William II and Bethman did more than give Austria-Hungary a free hand, they encouraged her to start a war against Serbia and to risk the greater consequences. They had grown used to Berchtold's irresolution during the Balkan Wars and were determined not to be blamed for it. The most probable outcome of all the stir, they expected, would be an Austro-Hungarian alliance with Bulgaria. Further, both of them thought that Russia was not ready for war and that she would allow the humiliation of Serbia after some ineffective protest, then their position would be all the stronger to strike a bargain with Russia later. On the other hand, if it came to war, they were confident of winning it now and less confident of winning it later. They did not decide on war, but they did decide on July 5 to use their superior power either to win a war or to achieve a striking success. Bethman had always said that Germany and Great Britain should cooperate to keep the peace. If he had wanted a peaceful solution of the present crisis, he would have approached the British at once. Instead he did nothing. He did not wish to alarm them. His aim, so far as he had one, was to keep them neutral in a continental war, not to enlist their support for a general peace. The German reply gave Berchtold what he wanted, it enabled him to convert Tisza. He could now argue that Germany was urging them to war. On 14 July Tisza gave way, Great Hungary had to keep German favor. He laid down one condition, Austria-Hungary should not acquire any Serbian territory. Though Berchtold accepted this condition, he meant to cheat Tza. Once Serbia had been crushed, her southern territories would be partitioned between Albania and Bulgaria, and the rest would become a dependency of the monarchy, even if it were not directly annexed. The one chance of success for Austria-Hungary would have been rapid action. Instead, Berchtold dawdled, in the usual Viennese fashion. The ultimatum to Serbia was sent on July 23, when all Europe had forgotten its first indignation at the Archduke's murder. The Serbs replied on July 25, accepting Berchtold's conditions much more nearly than had been expected. It made no difference. The Austrians were determined on war, and the Germans encouraged them to action. On July 28, Austria-Hungary declared war on Serbia. Military reasons were not the motive. The Austro-Hungarian army could not be ready even against Serbia until August 12. But, as Berchtold said, the diplomatic situation will not last as long as that. He needed a declaration of war in order to reject all attempts at mediation or a peaceful solution. They had now been outstripped by events. The Austro-Hungarian declaration of war on Serbia was the decisive act, everything else followed from it. Diplomacy had been silent between the assassination of Francis Ferdinand on June 28 and the Austro-Hungarian note of July 23. There was nothing it could do until the Austro-Hungarian demands were known. Then the statesmen tried to avert the crisis. The Russians advised Serbia not to resist, but to trust to the great powers. Gray offered to mediate between Serbia and Austria-Hungary. But the Russians had repeatedly declared that they would not allow Serbia to be crushed. They could do no other if they were to maintain the buffer of independent Balkan states. Poincaré and Viviani were in St. Petersburg just before the Austro-Hungarian note to Serbia was sent off. They emphasized again French loyalty to the alliance, but there is no evidence that they encouraged Russia to provoke a war, if a peaceful settlement could be found. When Austria-Hungary declared war on Serbia, the Russians attempted to mobilize against her alone, although they had no plans except for total mobilization. They were, in fact, still acting in terms of diplomacy. They were raising their bid, not preparing for war. The Germans now entered the field. They had assured the Austrians that they would keep Russia out of things, and they set out to do so. On July 29 they warned Sazonov that further continuation of Russian mobilization would force us to mobilize also. This time the Russians were determined not to retreat. They raised their bid still higher. On July 30 they resolved on general mobilization. This, too, was a diplomatic move. The Russian armies could not be ready for many weeks. But, in Jagow's words, the German asset was speed. Their only military plan was to defeat France in 6 weeks and then to turn against Russia before she was fully prepared. Therefore they had to precipitate events and to force a rupture on both Russia and France. William II might still carry on a private telegraphic correspondence with Nicholas II, which was prolonged even after the declaration of war. Bethmann might still seek an impossible diplomatic success. They were both swept aside by the generals, and they had no answer to the military argument that immediate war was necessary for Germany's security. Yet even the generals did not want war, they wanted victory. When Bethmann urged caution at Vienna and Moltke at the same time urged speedier action, Berchtold exclaimed, "What a joke! Who rules at Berlin?" The answer was, nobody. German statesmen and generals alike succumbed to the demands of technique. On July 31 the Germans took the preliminary step towards general mobilization on their side. From this moment, diplomacy ceased so far as the continental powers were concerned. The only German concern was to get the war going as soon as possible. On July 31 they demanded from Russia the arrest of all war measures. When this was refused, a declaration of war followed on August 1. The French were asked for a promise of neutrality in a Russo-German war. If they had agreed, they would also have been told to surrender their principal fortresses on the frontier, Thal and Verdun, as pledge of their neutrality. Viviani merely replied, "France will act in accordance with her interests." The Germans had no plausible excuse for war against France. They therefore trumped up some false stories of French violation of German territory, and with these decked out a declaration of war on August 3. Negotiations between Germany and Great Britain were more prolonged. Their object, on the German side, was to secure British neutrality, not to avert a continental war. All along, Bethmann had urged Berchtold to appear conciliatory in order to impress the British, not in order to find a compromise. On July 29 he offered not to annex any French territory if Great Britain remained neutral. The offer did not extend to the French colonies. As well, Germany would respect the integrity of Belgium after the war, provided that she did not take sides against Germany. Grey stuck to his line of policy to the end. He made repeated attempts to settle the original Austro-Serb dispute by negotiation. Later he tried to assemble a conference of the great powers. He warned the Germans not to count on British neutrality. Equally he warned the French and Russians not to count on her support. It is sometimes said that Grey could have averted the war if he had defined his policy one way or the other. This is not so. The German General Staff had long planned to invade France through Belgium and would not have been deterred by any British threat. Indeed, they had always assumed that Great Britain would enter the war. They did not take her military weight seriously, and naval questions did not interest them. Bethmann had wanted a British declaration of neutrality in order to discourage France and Russia. Once it was clear that they would go to war in any case, British policy ceased to interest him. Emotionally he deplored the breach with Great Britain, but he did nothing to avert it and, in any case, was impotent to influence the German generals. On the other side, France and Russia decided on war without counting firmly on British support. The French believed that they could defeat Germany, and the Russians could not risk their own diplomatic defeat. A British declaration of neutrality would not have influenced their policy. Besides, Grey was resolved that they should decide their policy without encouragement from him. War must spring from their independent resolve. Those who urged a clear British line did so from contradictory motives. Nicholson feared that Russia and France would win a complete victory and that the British Empire would then be at their mercy. Eyre Crowe, more representative of official opinion, feared that France would be defeated and that Great Britain would then be at the mercy of Germany. In any case, it was impossible for Grey to make any clear declaration. Public opinion would not have allowed it. If there is a criticism of Grey, it must be that he had not educated the British public enough in the previous years. No doubt he had shrunk from increasing the tension in Europe, but, as well, the unity of the Liberal Party and the survival of the Liberal government had ranked higher in his mind than a decisive foreign policy. It was common form to regret discussion of foreign issues. Eyre Crowe, for instance, deplored all public speeches on foreign affairs, and Grey agreed with him. As a result, in July 1914, the cabinet overruled any commitment. On July 27 Lloyd George said, "There could be no question of our taking part in any war in the first instance." He knew of no minister who would be in favor of it. Moreover, Grey supposed that British intervention would not carry much weight. He thought solely of naval action. It seemed impossible to him to send even an expeditionary force to France, and he certainly never imagined military intervention on a continental scale. On August 2 the cabinet authorized him to warn the Germans that their fleet would not be allowed to attack France in the Channel. Even this condition was not decisive. The Germans would have gladly agreed to it, in exchange for British neutrality. But on August 3 they sent an ultimatum to Belgium, demanding free passage to invade France. The British answered on August 4 demanding that Belgian neutrality be respected. Here again Grey has been criticized for not acting earlier. He should, it is said, have made British neutrality conditional on respect for Belgium. It would have made no difference. The German ultimatum to Belgium was drafted on July 26, that is, even before the Austro-Hungarian declaration of war on Serbia. Invasion of Belgium was an essential, indeed the essential, part of their plans. Only a French surrender could have held them from it. If Grey had acted earlier he would have achieved nothing, except perhaps the breakup of the Liberal government. if he had delayed longer he would not have saved Belgium and he would have lost the inestimable value of moral superiority. On August 4 the long Bismarckian peace ended. It had lasted more than a generation. Men had come to regard peace as normal. When it ended, they looked for some profound cause. Yet the immediate cause was a good deal simpler than on other occasions. Where, for instance, lay the precise responsibility for the Crimean War, and when did that war become inevitable? In 1914 there could be no doubt. Austria-Hungary had failed to solve her national problems. She blamed Serbia for the South Slav discontent. It would be far truer to say that this discontent involved Serbia, against her will, in Habsburg affairs. In July 1914 the Habsburg statesmen took the easy course of violence against Serbia, as their predecessors had taken it against Sardinia in 1859. Berchtold launched war in 1914, as consciously as Bohl launched it in 1859 or Grammont in 1870. There was this difference. Bohl counted on support from Prussia and Great Britain, Grammont on support from Austria-Hungary. They were wrong. Berchtold counted rightly on support from Germany. He would not have persisted in a resolute line if it had not been for the repeated encouragements which came from Berlin. The Germans did not fix on war for August 1914, but they welcomed it when the occasion offered. They could win it now, they were more doubtful later. Hence they surrendered easily to the dictates of a military timetable. Austria-Hungary was growing weaker, Germany believed herself at the height of her strength. They decided on war from opposite motives, and the two decisions together caused a general European war. The powers of the Triple Entente all entered the war to defend themselves. The Russians fought to preserve the free passage of the Straits, on which their economic life depended, France for the sake of the Triple Entente, which she believed, rightly, alone guaranteed her survival as a great power. The British fought for the independence of sovereign states and, more remotely, to prevent a German domination of the continent. It is sometimes said that the war was caused by the system of alliances or, more vaguely, by the balance of power. This is a generalization without reality. None of the powers acted according to the letter of their commitments, though no doubt they might have done so if they had not anticipated them. Germany was pledged to go to war if Russia attacked Austria-Hungary. Instead, she declared war before Russia took any action, and Austria-Hungary only broke with Russia, grudgingly enough, a week afterwards. France was pledged to attack Germany, if the latter attacked Russia. Instead she was faced with a German demand for unconditional neutrality and would have had to accept war even had there been no Franco-Russian alliance, unless she was prepared to abdicate as a great power. Great Britain had a moral obligation to stand by France and a rather stronger one to defend her Channel coast. But she went to war for the sake of Belgium and would have done so, even if there had been no Anglo-French entente and no exchange of letters between Grey and Cambon in November 1912. Only then, the British intervention would have been even less effective than it was. As to the balance of power, it would be truer to say that the war was caused by its breakdown rather than by its existence. There had been a real European balance in the first decade of the Franco-Russian alliance, and peace had followed from it. The balance broke down when Russia was weakened by the war with Japan, and Germany got in the habit of trying to get her way by threats. This ended with the Agadir crisis. Russia began to recover her strength, France her nerve. Both insisted on being treated as equals, as they had been in Bismarck's time. The Germans resented this and resolved to end it by war, if they could end it no other way. They feared that the balance was being recreated. Their fears were exaggerated. Certainly, Russia would have been a more formidable power by 1917, if her military plans had been carried through and if she had escaped internal disturbance. Two formidable hypotheses. But it is unlikely that the 3-year service would have been maintained in France, and, in any case, the Russians might well have used their strength against Great Britain in Asia rather than to attack Germany, if they had been left alone. In fact, peace must have brought Germany the mastery of Europe within a few years. This was prevented by the habit of her diplomacy and, still more, by the mental outlook of her people. They had trained themselves psychologically for aggression. The German military plans played a vital part. The other great powers thought in terms of defending themselves. No Frenchman thought seriously of recovering Alsace and Lorraine, and the struggle of Slav and Teuton in the Balkans was very great nonsense so far as most Russians were concerned. The German generals wanted a decisive victory for its own sake. Though they complained of encirclement, it was German policy that had created this encirclement. Absurdly enough, the Germans created their own problem when they annexed Alsace and Lorraine in 1871. They wanted an impregnable frontier, and they got one, as was shown in August 1914, when a small German force held its own there against the bulk of the French army. After 1871 the Germans could easily have fought Russia and stood on the defensive in the west. This was indeed the strategical plan of the elder Moltke. It was not a strategy which guaranteed final, decisive, victory, and Schlieffen therefore rejected it. In 1892 he insisted that France must be defeated first. 10 years later he drew the further inevitable conclusion that the German armies must go through Belgium. If the strategy of the elder Moltke had been adhered to with all its political consequences, it would have been very difficult to persuade French and British opinion to go to the assistance of Russia. Instead, it appeared in 1914 that Russia was coming to the assistance of France and even of Great Britain. Schlieffen first created the Franco-Russian alliance, and then ensured that Great Britain would enter the war as well. The Germans complained that the war could not be localized in 1914, Schlieffen's strategy prevented it. He would be content with nothing less than total victory, therefore he exposed Germany to total defeat. There is a deeper explanation still. No one in 1914 took the dangers of war seriously except on a purely military plane. Though all, except a few fighting men, abhorred its bloodshed, none expected a social catastrophe. In the days of Metternich, and even afterwards, statesmen had feared that war would produce revolution and revolutionaries had sometimes advocated it for that very reason. Now they were inclined to think that war would stave off their social and political problems. In France it produced the Sacred Union. In Germany William II was able to say, "I do not see parties anymore, I see only Germans." All thought that war could be fitted into the existing framework of civilization, as the wars of 1866 and 1870 had been. Indeed, these wars had been followed by stabler currencies, freer trade, and more constitutional governments. War was expected to interrupt the even tenor of civilian life only while it lasted. Gray expressed this outlook in extreme form, when he said in the House of Commons on August 3, "If we are engaged in war, we shall suffer but little more than we shall suffer if we stand aside," and by suffering he meant only the interruption of British trade with the continent of Europe. No country made serious economic preparations for war. In England the cry was raised of business as usual to mitigate the unemployment which war was expected to cause. The Germans so little understood the implications of total war that they abstained from invading Holland in August 1914, so as to be able to trade freely with the rest of the world. The Balkan Wars had taught a deceptive lesson. Everyone supposed that decisive battles would be fought at once, and a dictated peace would follow. The Germans expected to take Paris, the French expected to break through in Lorraine. The Russian steamroller would reach Berlin. More important, from the Russian point of view, their armies would cross the Carpathians and take Budapest. Even the Austrians expected to crush Serbia. The British expected to destroy the German fleet in an immediate naval engagement and then to establish a close blockade of the German coast. Apart from that, they had no military plans, except to applaud the victories of their allies and perhaps to profit from them. None of these things happened. The French armies failed to make headway in Lorraine and suffered enormous casualties. The Germans marched through Belgium and saw from afar the Eiffel Tower. On September 6 they were halted on the Marne and driven back in defeat. But though the French won the Battle of the Marne, they could not exploit their victory. The Germans were neither destroyed nor even expelled from French soil. By November there was a line of trenches running from Switzerland to the sea. The Russians invaded East Prussia. They were catastrophically defeated at Tannenberg on August 27, and their armies in Galicia failed to reach the Carpathians. The Austrians occupied Belgrade, from which the Serbs had withdrawn. They were driven out again in November, and Serbian forces entered southern Hungary. The German fleet remained in harbor, and the British fleet was similarly imprisoned in order to balance it. Everywhere siege warfare superseded decisive battles. The machine gun and the spade changed the course of European history. Policy had been silenced by the first great clash, but in the autumn of 1914 diplomacy was renewed. All the powers sought to consolidate their alliances, to enlist new allies, and, more feebly, to shake the opposing coalition. War in 1914 was confined to the great powers. Of the smaller states, only Serbia and Belgium were involved from the beginning. Even Italy marked her equivocal position on the edge of greatness by remaining neutral for the best part of a year. At the outset this suited Great Britain and France. Their concern was to defeat Germany on the Western Front, and they had no wish to be saddled with the defense of small countries. They had more than enough to do defending Belgium. Great Britain even staved off the assistance of her oldest ally. The Portuguese were afraid that their colonies would be used as a bargaining counter to buy the Germans out of Belgium and wished therefore to enter the war. Grey told them firmly that their intervention was unnecessary for the moment. The Russians were in a different case. Though they invaded East Prussia for the sake of their French allies, they had no serious ambitions against Germany herself. Their concern was to destroy Germany's link with the Near East, the Habsburg monarchy, and they would welcome any assistance for this purpose. Besides, as their arms could do little to aid Serbia, they had to rely on diplomacy. Italy had announced her neutrality on August 3, claiming that the Triple Alliance applied only to a defensive war and that Austria-Hungary had offered her no compensations. Székely at once repaired the deficiency. He offered Tyrol, Trieste, and Valona to Italy if she would attack the Austrians. This was not enough. The Italians regarded themselves as the heirs of the Republic of Venice and therefore claimed the supremacy of the Adriatic. Székely, however, hoped to bribe Bulgaria into the war by offering her part or all of Macedonia, which Serbia had carried off in 1913, and intended to give Serbia the Habsburg lands on the Adriatic in exchange. His negotiations with Italy therefore came to nothing. Nor were his Balkan negotiations any more successful. He offered Serb and Bulgarian territory to Romania, Romanian, Turkish and Serb territory to Bulgaria, and Bulgarian territory to Turkey, if any of them would enter the war. All three held back until a decisive battle had been fought. They would join Russia only when it was obvious that she had won, and then their aid would be unnecessary. It was certainly a score that Romania, like Italy, repudiated her obligation to the Triple Alliance on August 3. This had nothing to do with Russian diplomacy. All Romania's national ambitions were concentrated on Transylvania, and she would do nothing to help a Habsburg victory. At the same time, the Romanians hoped to hang back as they had done in 1913, and then to gain Transylvania without a serious struggle. Székely fed this hope. In his anxiety to secure the left flank of the Russian armies in Galicia, he would pay a high price for Romania's neutrality, and on October 1 promised her Transylvania in exchange only for benevolent neutrality during the war. The bargain was to cost Russia dear. Henceforth the Romanians could let others do their fighting for them. Relations with Turkey took a more decisive and more disastrous turn. In May 1914 there was some sign that the Turks were drawing closer to Russia, but, though they perhaps hoped to play her off against Germany, they still counted on playing France and Great Britain off against her. The outbreak of war made this balancing impossible, and the Turks were convinced that the Triple Entente would partition the Ottoman Empire, if it won, or even as consolation if it failed. Germany, on the other hand, offered them an alliance which would preserve the integrity of their empire, just as a similar alliance preserved that of Austria-Hungary. By a curious twist of circumstance, Germany, though drawing her own strength from revolutionary nationalism, had become the protector of the two great non-national empires, and, if things had gone a little differently, she might have been the protector of Russian Tsardom as well. There was a more practical argument. The Young Turks, themselves trained in Germany, were convinced that she would win. On August 2 Turkey signed an alliance with Germany against Russia. This was a supreme blunder, which brought down the Ottoman Empire. The Turks had made up for their internal weakness by a subtle diplomacy, playing off one great power against another. Now they gratuitously involved themselves in the European conflict. Perhaps they had no choice. Lyman von Sanders and his staff had a firm grip on the Turkish army, and, later in August, two German cruisers, the Goeben and the Breslau, which had escaped from the Mediterranean to the Sea of Marmora, held Constantinople under the fire of their guns. But the Turks were willing prisoners. Whatever their relations with other powers, their policy always revolved round Russia, with a mixture of hatred and fear. Now they supposed that the final decision had come: either they would destroy Russian power in the Black Sea or Russia would destroy them. Like the statesmen of Vienna, they abandoned the dilatoriness which had preserved them, and bid all or nothing. In a confused way they overrated both German and Russian strength. They imagined that Germany might knock out Russia, yet, at the same time, they feared that Russia would knock out them. They could not believe, what was indeed the case, that Russia had nothing left over for an expedition against Turkey, so long as she was involved in the European war. Sazonov had no such illusion. He made Turkey the most extravagant offers in exchange for her neutrality, a guarantee of her territorial integrity, Greek and Bulgarian territory on the Aegean, the German railway concessions, even the abolition of the capitulations. These offers shocked his two partners. The French disliked the precedent of surrendering European concessions. Gray, himself anxious to buy Greece into the war at Turkey's expense, said, "Turkey's decision will not be influenced by the value of the offers made to her, but by her opinion which side will probably win and which is in a position to make the offers good." The offers were made all the same. They were of no avail. On September 26 the Turks closed the straits to commercial traffic. On October 28 the two German cruisers entered the Black Sea and bombarded Odessa, without waiting for Turkey's permission. 3 days later, the powers of the Triple Entente broke off relations with her and declared war. November 1 was in its way as decisive a date in European history as September 6, the day when the Germans had been stopped on the Marne. The first settled the fate of the German military monarchy, the second that of the old Russian Empire. There could be no quick victory for Germany after the Marne, therefore she would be ground down by the superior forces gradually brought against her. Russia gradually ceased to be a great power after the closing of the straits. She could not nourish her armies without supplies from the west, and the route through Archangel and, later, Murmansk was no substitute for the straits. On December 18 the Russian commander-in-chief, Grand Duke Nicholas, had to inform his allies that Russia's munitions were exhausted and that henceforth she must stand on the defensive. The most she could hope was to keep on her feet while Great Britain and France somehow won the war. The deadlock which followed the first battles drove all the powers to consider their war aims. None had entered the war with any defined aim except to win. Victory was expected to provide a policy, in fact victory was the policy. Austria-Hungary came nearest to an objective, at least she wished to end the challenge of South Slav nationalism. But she had no idea how to accomplish even this except by conquest and, in any case, was dragged along by Germany in the vaster struggle for the reordering of Europe. In every country men not only assumed that the war would end with a decisive result, they were determined that it should do so. They had come to look on peace as normal, therefore they would only tolerate a war to end war. No concrete gains would satisfy them. For instance, in December 1914, the Germans offered tentatively to withdraw from Belgium and even to pay her an indemnity by buying the Belgian Congo at 3 or 4 times its value. The offer was no doubt fraudulent. Grey not only rejected it, he declared that England and her allies must have security against any future attack from Germany. There was the core of the problem. Once a treaty has been broken, it is not enough to restore it. The Germans had brushed aside the guarantees of 1839 as a scrap of paper. Any new promises from them would be worthless. It was the old problem which had been presented 100 years before by revolutionary France and which was to be presented later by communist Russia. What is the good of making treaties with a country which, because of its political philosophy, regards itself as free to break them? Metternich had once given an answer, by maintaining an unassailable coalition against her. This answer did not satisfy the British. Though they had abandoned isolation in order to fight the war, they wished to return to isolation once 1T was over. And, for that matter, Russia, and France, too, wanted to turn their backs on Europe. Therefore all three were committed to the destruction of Germany as a great power. This raised a further difficulty. When past combatants had lacked a common morality and had preached a fight to the finish, the conflict between them had been genuine and fundamental. Two ways of life were really at war. Islam and Christianity, like the Jacobins and the old monarchies, were right to see in each other infidels and pagans, between whom there might be truce, but never trust. The War of 1914, however, was ostensibly a conflict between sovereign states of similar character. It should have been fought for defined, practical objects. But these objects were lacking at best glosses on the fundamental conflict, not its cause. The real cause was not far to seek. German power had increased vastly in the preceding generation, and her existing position in Europe no longer corresponded with her resources of power. But all the great powers of Europe were combinations for power, as their name implied. How could they condemn one state for following the rules of power on which they were all based? The simplest solution was to make out that the Germans conducted war, or governed in peace, in a peculiarly brutal manner, an argument in which there was some truth, though not much. A more refined version of this was to present William it as a world conqueror in the mold of Attila or Napoleon, though the latter analogy was not, of course, suited to French ears. Hence it came to be supposed that the German problem would disappear if the House of Hohenzollern were overthrown and if Germany became a democratic republic. Yet the French at any rate were more tenderly disposed towards the House of Habsburg, though it was the more anachronistic survival of the two. The German grievance was the reverse of that of the Entente powers. They complained that Germany used her power in order to extend it further. She complained that they objected to her doing so. But the Germans, too, had to find a moral basis for this grievance, hence they had to claim that they represented a superior form of culture. Once, the Germans had been anxious to demonstrate their solidarity with Western civilization. Now they were equally anxious to emphasize their difference. This difference certainly existed, but both sides had to make more of it than there was in reality, in order to provide a fundamental conflict. On the Entente side, the war was essentially a war for survival as independent great powers. But this cause lacked emotional appeal. Hence the war had to become a war for democracy. Even this wore rather thin. It was difficult to maintain the claim that there would be no international conflicts if Germany ceased to exist as a great power. Therefore the Entente had to assert that they would all accept a higher standard of international morality, if only Germany would allow them to do so. This was a slow process, hardly perceptible in the first year of the war. But as the struggle dragged on, the Entente powers found themselves committed, rather against their will, to the doctrine of an international order, based upon law, instead of upon force. It is curious that the greatest conflict of power in modern times should have been increasingly conducted for the sake of repudiating power politics. The war aims of the Entente powers sprang therefore from a tangle of contradictory motives. Each wanted to improve its position almost as much against its present partners as against Germany. Each came to accept the view that Germany should be destroyed as a great power, though each naturally emphasized that aspect of destruction which best suited its own need. And, shadowed behind this, was the vague hope that the destruction of Germany would somehow inaugurate a better world. The British insisted, from the outset, on the destruction of the German fleet, and as well, remembering that they always made colonial gains in previous wars, demanded the German colonies. The French claimed Alsace and Lorraine, though they would not have gone to war for the lost provinces, they would not make peace without them. This claim gave French policy an illusory realism. They seemed to be demanding something concrete, where the British and Russians were talking vaguely of security. In fact, the French demanded Alsace and Lorraine as the symbols of Germany's defeat. They would not have been content to receive them as the price of acquiescing in her victory. The Russians were hardest put to it to devise practical claims against Germany. In essence, they asked nothing from her except to be left alone while they destroyed Austria-Hungary. Any territory they took from Germany would be inhabited by Poles, and though they had promised on August 14 the revival of the Polish nation free in its religion, its language and its internal administration, they were reluctant to put this promise into practice. Therefore they fell back on vague talk of destroying German militarism. Prussia must be dismembered and, as a sop to supposed English sentiment, Hanover must be restored. The British and French were at bottom just as vague. They, too, hoped that defeat would somehow settle the German problem or, at least, bring about a German change of heart. As a result, the attempt to define the policy which should follow victory arrived back at its starting point. Victory would provide the policy of itself. The Germans ought to have had an easier time of it. The war would be a victory for them if they came out of it stronger than they went in. But they, too, could not accept this limited outcome. They, too, insisted on a final victory which would destroy all the forces opposing them. Before the war they had created the coalition against them by failing to go one step at a time, and now they kept the coalition in being by refusing to jettison any of their demands. Once they had missed a quick victory, their only hope of success lay in a separate peace either with Russia or the Western powers. It eluded them. In the autumn of 1914 there was, no doubt, little to be done with Great Britain and France. War strengthened both the military men and the capitalists in Germany, who held that decisive victory had to be won in the West. Once Germany dominated the capitalist world, she would overshadow Russia. The campaign of 1914, which left Germany in occupation of Belgium and northern France, was itself a disaster for German policy. The offer of a return to the status quo in the West would, at any rate, have shaken British and French opinion, but the Germans could not bring themselves to renounce Antwerp or the iron fields of Lorraine. They were committed, without design, to a war of conquest against the Western powers. There was all the more reason, then, to postpone the struggle. In the East, and in Russia there was material on which to work. Cooperation with the West was favored only by the liberal middle class, which carried little weight. Sazonov and perhaps Nicholas too had the sense to see that a separate peace would only postpone the conflict to a less favorable moment, but they also knew that a long war might bring all Russian life to the ground. The non-political bureaucrats still hoped to turn their backs on Europe and to build up Russian power in Asia. Witt, their chief spokesman, always hankered after the setup of 1895 or even of BJERK-6. Germany and France, balancing each other, should compete for Russia's friendship, and this revived Continental League should throw all its weight against the British Empire. Certainly Witt wished to make peace with Germany and had no claims against her, but his essential condition was the preservation of the continental balance. The Germans, on the other hand, would make peace with Russia only in order to destroy the balance. They, too, therefore arrived at the same conclusion as the Entente. Instead of seeking a peace which would give them partial victory, they looked to a victory which would give them a final peace. At the opening of 1915 the Entente had withstood the first shock of German arms and her feebler efforts at diplomacy. This had been done by the three powers in isolation. On September 5 they had agreed not to make a separate peace nor to pose peace terms without previous agreement. This consolidation of the Triple Entente sprang, appropriately enough, from the initiative of Delcas, who had become French foreign minister again on August 26. But it had little practical effect. Despite 20 years of Franco-Russian military talks, there was no common war plan and no program of war aims. Joffrey and Grand Duke Nicholas, the two commanders-in-chief, did not reveal their strategy to each other or attempt to combine their operations. Joffrey, ignorant of Russia's shortage of materials, complained that she was not doing her share of the fighting. The Grand Duke feared that France would make peace if the Germans withdrew to the Rhine. To the Russian military men, in occupation of Polish Galicia and much disliking it, urged that they had nothing to gain from defeating Germany. Control of the Straits seemed to them the only prize worth fighting for. Yet they had no forces to spare for operations against Turkey. Russian headquarters urged that Sazonov must gain Constantinople by diplomacy. He was equally insistent that it could be acquired only by a military coup de main. Yet absurdly enough, even the Russian military did not really want Constantinople. Every expert opinion agreed that garrisoning Constantinople and the Straits would be an intolerable military burden. But what was the alternative? Turkey was an enemy, no longer to be trusted. Internationalization was the worst of all possible solutions, which would put Russia at the mercy of the other great powers. Besides, liberal opinion in Russia demanded Constantinople, and, with military failure, this opinion had to be conciliated by Nicholas II. On December 30, 1914, Grand Duke Nicholas launched the Straits question with the Western powers. He told the British representative at his headquarters that the Russian armies in the Caucasus were threatened by a Turkish attack, and he appealed for assistance from the Allies. This was a political move. The danger in the Caucasus was imaginary. The Grand Duke wished to distract attention from his own inability to take the offensive against Germany. More important, he wished to compel Sazonov to acquire Constantinople by diplomacy, since he could not do it himself by force of arms. The Russian appeal was welcomed in London, where many ministers dreaded the deadlock on the Western Front and wished to find a way round it by the use of sea power. British official circles had long been indifferent to the question of the Straits. They had held out before the war, for the sake of British public opinion. They were now ready to yield for the sake of Russian opinion, in the belief that this would keep Russia in the war. Besides, they meant to consolidate their position in Egypt, now that Turkey was their enemy, and this removed their last objection to a Russian control of the Straits. On November 13, George V, anticipating events, had said to Benkendorf, "As to Constantinople it is clear it must be yours," and on November 18 the British announced that they proposed to annex Egypt. These developments were most unwelcome to the French. They were afraid that the Ottoman Empire would be shared out between their allies, while their own strength was absorbed on the Western Front. Paleology in St. Petersburg complained. Great Britain has given Constantinople to Russia, today Russia gives Egypt to England. The program of Nicholas I has been realized. 3 and Delcas wanted all these questions postponed to the end of the war, when France could also annex Tunis and Morocco. When in January 1915 the British proposed to satisfy the Grand Duke by attacking the Dardanelles, the French deplored this diversion from the Western Front. They acquiesced, not in order to please the Russians, but to steal a march on them. They hoped to keep them out of Constantinople, not to hand it over to them, and actually kept the preparations for an expedition secret from their ally. The British were not so reticent. They boasted of the coming expedition to the Russians in order to keep them in the war, an unnecessary display, as it turned out, since Witt, the principal advocate of a separate peace, died on March 13. Sazonov was driven into diplomatic action, whether he would or no. He had a yet more immediate spur. When the British proposed to use Greek troops for the attack on Constantinople, this raised the old ghost of a revived Byzantine Empire. On March 4 he formally demanded of his two allies that the Straits and adjoining territory be included within the Russian Empire. The British made no difficulties. Grey agreed to the Russian demand on March 12, after securing the approval of the leaders of the opposition, registered in return. He asked that the neutral zone of Persia should become British and that Russia should not oppose neutral powers, especially Greece. Entering the war, the French were more obstinate. Delcas would only offer a friendly attitude to Russia's wishes when it came to the peace conference. Poincaré wrote personally to Paléologie, an unprecedented step for a French president, urging him to make no concessions. 3 The Russians answered with threats and bribes. Sazonov threatened to resign and make way for a supporter of the League of the Three Emperors. Nicholas II said to Paléologie, "Take the left bank of the Rhine, take Mainz, go further if you like." A few days later he agreed that France could have Syria, Cilicia, and Palestine copyright. We do not know why the French gave way, perhaps as much from British pressure as from any desire to please the Russians. On April 10 a grudging French note agreed to Russia's claims on condition that the war was carried to a victorious conclusion and that France and England achieved their aims in the Near East and elsewhere. In this way, the Crimean powers at last gave a theoretical approval to Russia's ambitions at the Straits, ambitions which were, in practice, unwelcome to the Russians themselves. The agreement over Constantinople and the Straits was the most important secret treaty made between the Allies during the course of the First World War. There was a great outcry when the Bolsheviks published it in 1918. The Allies, it was said, were pursuing selfish imperialist aims under a smokescreen of ethical principles. The situation was not really so simple. The agreement followed inevitably from the British expedition to the Dardanelles. It was essential to dispel the Russian suspicion that, in Gray's words, Britain was going to occupy Constantinople in order that when Britain and France had been enabled, by Russia's help, to win the war, Russia should not have Constantinople at the peace. Even without the expedition, something would have had to be done to revive Russian confidence, after her military losses in the campaign of 1914. Of course, it would have satisfied the Russians much more effectively, if the Western Allies could have defeated the German armies in northern France or could even have sent massive military supplies to Russia. Both were beyond them. Joffre could not move the Germans, England and France had not enough munitions for themselves and could not have sent them to Russia even if they had. Diplomacy had to make up for the failures of strategy and materials, and a promise for the future was the cheapest coin in which to pay. The promise served its purpose. It removed Russia's suspicions, it perhaps helped to keep her in the war. It is more likely that she would have continued to fight in any case. Later in 1915 the Germans offered Constantinople to the Russians if they would make a separate peace. Sazonov and Nicholas II recognized that their possession of the Straits was likely to be temporary unless Germany was defeated, and they rejected her offer. In fact, the best that can be said for the secret treaty is that it would have made conflict between the Allies less likely if Russia had remained in the coalition to the end. All the same, it had awkward diplomatic consequences. Russia had obtained her reward in advance, Great Britain had Egypt and the neutral zone of Persia, the French had nothing, not even a firm promise of Alsace and Lorraine. They insisted on partitioning Asiatic Turkey with Great Britain, and the British had to acquiesce, though this cut across promises which they had made to the Arabs. In January 1916 Great Britain and France concluded the Sykes-Picot Agreement, by which Syria was allotted to France and Mesopotamia to Great Britain. The Russians claimed a further reward for approving this agreement, they were allotted Armenia and Kurdistan. This bargain, too, was not as cynical as it subsequently appeared. The British had to console French feeling, if France was to carry the main burden on the Western Front. Besides, it was a reasonable assumption that the Ottoman Empire would not survive the war, and the Allies had therefore to make plans for the future. It is easy to say in retrospect that the Allies should have planned for independent Arab states, but this was not a thought that came easily to the two protecting powers of Egypt, Tunis, and Morocco. The Russians did not get the promise of Constantinople without paying some price for it, though the price was in fact paid by Serbia, their protégé. While the British planned early in 1915 to turn Germany's flank by knocking Turkey out of the war, the French hoped to achieve the same aim by bringing Italy into it. The British acquiesced in this policy. The Italian army would be a substitute for the forces which they could not yet provide themselves, the Italian navy would strengthen the Entente in the Mediterranean, and, besides, both Great Britain and France were not sorry to introduce a fourth power into the Eastern question as an offset against Russia. In August 1914 Russia had been the most eager to draw Italy into the war, but then Russian forces had been turned against Germany, and the Russians needed Italy in order to distract Austria-Hungary. By the beginning of 1915 the Russians, though ineffective against Germany, still hoped to hold their own against Austria-Hungary, or even to defeat her, and they had no desire to revive the Crimean coalition in its full extent. On March 2 Sazonov insisted that Italian participation had lost its value and would only increase the difficulties of peacemaking. There would be less to go round among the victors. The Italians were certainly not modest in their claims. The other powers had been forced into war before they could define their aims. Italy could insist on being promised her aims before she entered the war. She hoped to achieve all her ambitions at a stroke: completion of her national unity by acquiring Tyrol and Istria, domination of the Adriatic, and recognition as a great power both in the Near East and in colonial matters. The Italians made some attempt to gain this program by peaceful means. They offered their neutrality to the Central Powers in exchange for compensations for Austria-Hungary's Balkan gains, according to the terms of the Triple Alliance. The Germans were ready for this bargain, and Bilo, who prided himself on his Italian connections, was sent to Rome to offer the Italians anything they could find in Francis Joseph's pocket. The Austrians held out. As on previous occasions, the state of nationalities could make no concession to the national principle. Besides, the cession of Tyrol with its 300,000 Germans would offend the German Austrians, the most stalwart supporters of the monarchy, and concessions in the Adriatic would drive the Croats into the arms of the Serbs. When Berchtold, as usual, showed weakness, he was at last dismissed, and his place taken by Burian, the first Hungarian to become foreign minister since Andrassy. The negotiations were, in any case, pointless, as in 1866, the Italians recognized that the only security for their claims was the defeat of Austria-Hungary. On March 4 the Italians turned to the Entente. By simple coincidence it was the very day on which Russia stated her claim to Constantinople and the Straits. The Entente did not mind sacrificing to Italy the Germans of Tyrol. None of them, not even Russia, knew anything of the 600,000 Slovenes of Istria. Great Britain and France were also willing to promise to Italy the whole of Dalmatia and a protectorate over Albania. Particularly as the Italian claims in the colonies and the Near East were left vague. Sazonov, however, would not sacrifice the South Slavs of Dalmatia, 1 million of them, against some 10,000 Italians. Russia had been unable to do anything to help Serbia, all the more reason not to desert her diplomatically. Moreover, a fact which the Western powers never understood: the Russians felt a genuine duty to protect Slav interests, just as much as the British government stood by people of British stock in the dominions. There is no need to explain Sazonov's objections by far-fetched speculation about Russian ambitions to secure a naval base in the Adriatic. Of course, there were practical elements in his opposition to the Italian claims. Having estranged Bulgaria by keeping her out of Constantinople in 1913, he now hoped to win her over by the offer of Macedonia, which was in Serbian hands, and the Serbs therefore would have to be mollified by great gains on the Adriatic. More vaguely, Sazonov saw the shadow of a union between Italy, Hungary, and Romania, which would threaten his own project of a Slav confederation in the Balkans. He was also much pressed by Supilo, a Croat leader in exile, not to sacrifice South Slav claims in their widest extent, but Sazonov had enough to do defending Serbia, without patronizing Roman Catholic Croatia as well. Sazonov's obstinacy infuriated his Western partners. Paleology said, "We took arms to save Serbia, not to realize the chimeras of slavism. The sacrifice of Constantinople is quite enough." And Gray regarded the entry of Italy as the turning point of the war. "We cannot prolong it just to get a stretch of coast for Serbia." Sazonov could not grudge Italy her claims at the very moment when he was demanding Constantinople. Moreover, he had a weak spot in his own camp. Grand Duke Nicholas feared an Austro-German attack and urged that Italy be brought into the war as soon as possible. Still, Sazonov would only compromise. He gave up the Croat part of Dalmatia, but demanded southern Dalmatia for Serbia. The Italians, too, had reason to compromise. On March 22 the Galician fortress of Przemysl was taken by the Russians, a deceptive sign that they might still defeat Austria-Hungary without Italy's assistance. A few days later, Sazonov frightened the Italians with talk of a peace offer from Vienna. In fact, they began to fear a Russian victory in Eastern Europe, just when the Russians, more accurately, began to fear defeat. On April 26 Italy signed the Treaty of London with the Entente powers. Southern Dalmatia was to go to Serbia, though the Italians insisted that it be neutralized. Italy, being a great power, was above any such restriction. Otherwise, the Italians received all the conditions that they had demanded. In return they promised the Entente to go to war against all their enemies within a month. It was a close echo of the Treaty of April 8, 1866 between Italy and Prussia. The diplomacy of 1866 was again echoed when the Austrians nerved themselves to concession, once more too late. On May Burian, much pressed by Tizot, offered to surrender the Italian-speaking part of Tyrol and to give Trieste autonomy. He even threw in the Dalmatian islands, though not the mainland. When the Italian government failed to reply, Bilo informed the former Prime Minister, Giolitti, who favored neutrality. He had the support of the majority of deputies and was able to enforce the resignation of the government. Agitation was stirred by D'Annunzio, the Romantic writer, and by men of the extreme left, such as Mussolini, once anti-militarists, now anxious to revive the legend of Garibaldi. The chamber surrendered only when the crowd broke its windows. On May 20 it voted war credits by 407 to 73. On May 23 Italy declared war on Austria-Hungary. Italy's war had a character of its own. The great powers were locked in a struggle for the mastery of Europe. Italian policy echoed the past and pursued phantoms. Even the demonstrations of May 1915 echoed the riots of March 1848 in Genoa, which drove Charles Albert into Lombardy. While the Italian agitators wanted to force their country to be great, the statesmen tried to define their war aims with Machiavellian realism. But even the war aims were a matter of theory. They were an imitation of the policy of others, not an expression of practical needs. The First World War was essentially a struggle against German power. Italy was indifferent to this struggle. She had nothing to lose from a German victory over France, and Russia indeed much to gain. France was her successful rival in the Mediterranean, Russia a possible danger in the Balkans and the Near East. Her only immediate enemy was Austria-Hungary, as her diplomacy and strategy showed. Yet even this policy was largely outmoded. Italy's one justifiable ambition was Italian-speaking Tyrol, and this could have been achieved by peaceful negotiation. Otherwise Italy, like Hungary, the other revolutionary nation of 1848, really needed the Habsburg monarchy as a barrier against Germany and still more against the Slavs. As it was, Italian policy first revived Croat loyalty to the Habsburgs and then, on their defeat, inevitably brought into being a South Slav state, which was able to deny her Dalmatia after the First World War and to deprive her of Istria and Trieste after the Second. Nor was Italy's entry into the war a gain for the Entente powers. Their enemy was Germany, and the time came when they would have welcomed a separate peace with Austria-Hungary. Their Italian partner prevented it. Of course, the promise of Constantinople to Russia also prevented a separate peace with Turkey, and this promise, too, was out of date. But at least it did not prevent Russia putting her main weight against Germany until her collapse in 1917. Italy's declaration of war was too late to prevent even the Austro-German offensive against Russia. On May 4 the Central Powers broke through at Gorlice. By the end of June the Russians were driven out of Galicia. By the end of September they had lost Poland and Lithuania. If the Italians had entered the war a month earlier, there might have been a real turning point. As it was, Italy soon became a liability, whom Great Britain and France had to defend. The two attempts to turn Germany's flank on the Italo-Austrian frontier and at the Dardanelles both failed during the summer of 1915. Frontal attacks in France failed also. On October 7 Joffre foresaw a long period of a defensive attitude. Diplomacy made another effort, this time to draw Bulgaria into the war. The Bulgarians were determined to gain all that had been denied them in 1913. The Entente made them a firm offer of Turkish territory. They could promise Macedonia only if Serbia received equitable compensations in Bosnia and Herzegovina and on the Adriatic. Germany offered Macedonia and, as well, Greek and Romanian territory, if either of these states joined the Entente. On September 6 Bulgaria made an alliance with the Central Powers. The Entente planned to keep Bulgaria out of the war and to drag Greece into it by an expedition to Salonika. Their preparations were too slow. Greece evaded commitment, Bulgaria entered the war on October 5, and before the Anglo-French expeditionary force could achieve anything, Serbia had been overrun. New confusions followed. The diplomatic failure in Bulgaria discredited Delcas, and he carried Viviani with him in his fall. Briand combined their offices, in a government that was great only in talk. The British now wished to withdraw from both Salonika and the Dardanelles. With exaggerated gloom, they feared a Turkish attack on the Suez Canal. The French wished to maintain their prestige in the Balkans and still dreamt of an offensive from Salonika, which might encourage Romania into war. On December 10 compromise, of the usual unsatisfactory kind, was achieved. The British agreed to remain in Salonika provisionally, but the army there was not to be reinforced. For the rest of the war, nearly 250,000 men remained imprisoned there to the great convenience of the Central Powers. They employed only the Bulgarian army, which in any case would not have left the Balkans. By the end of 1915 all the original expectations had been disappointed. In 1914 the Germans had aimed at decisive victory on the Western Front, the Entente had counted on the Russian steamroller. Both had failed. In 1915 the Entente had aimed at decisive victory over Germany, either by turning her flank or by a frontal attack. The Germans had tried to knock Russia out of the war. Again both had failed. Yet Germany had achieved her essential aims. Middle Europa existed in practice. Germany and Austria-Hungary were virtually united in economic and military matters, and there was a political unity which extended from Antwerp to Baghdad. The Entente powers, who had entered the war to defend themselves, had to destroy a German empire that was already in being. German policy, on the other hand, had only to secure recognition of the new status quo. This was indeed the object of Falkenhayn's strategy in 1916. He assumed that Russia, after her defeats of 1915, was no longer the principal enemy. Even in the West he did not aim at decisive victory. The French army was to be worn down, so that it would no longer be the instrument of British policy on the continent. Then the British would be forced to accept a German peace by the threat of submarine warfare. The practical expression of this strategy was a persistent attack from February to June on the symbolical fortress of Verdun, where the French army was to bleed to death. This strategy was not successful. Though the French army was brought almost to exhaustion at Verdun, the German army also bled to death there and, slightly later, against the British army on the Somme. On the Eastern Front the Russians under Brusilov undertook an offensive in May, which carried them unexpectedly back to Galicia and the foot of the Carpathians. This success brought to the Entente a diplomatic reward. They had been trying to draw Romania into the war ever since August 1914. The Romanians had always been eager to state their price, but unshakably reluctant to act. Brusilov's offensive made them fear that they would be too late. Alliance with Romania had long been a favorite device of French diplomacy. It would lessen the Slav predominance in Eastern Europe which the French disliked almost as much as the Germans. The Russians would have preferred to defeat Austria-Hungary without Romanian assistance. Having failed to do so, they were ready to give Romania her chance. On August 17 Russia and France accepted the Romanian terms. She was to receive Transylvania, the Bukovina, and the Banat. The great allies would keep Bulgaria busy. so that Romania could concentrate on Austria-Hungary. They would continue the war until Romania's aims were achieved and would admit her as an equal at the peace conference. These last terms were less of a score for Romania than they seemed. On August 11 France and Russia agreed between themselves to ignore them when they came to negotiate peace. The alliance with Romania was the last attempt to involve a small power in the war. The statesmen of the Entente had still not learned from events. They still thought in terms of a casual accumulation of manpower and failed to recognize that war had become a struggle solely between great powers. Every alliance with a small state meant an additional liability, not against Serbia, Belgium, even Italy on the one side, Turkey on the other. The secret of German success, while it lasted, was that she had fewer allies and treated these as subordinates. Romania entered the war on August 28. Like Italy the previous year, she had waited too long. Brusilov's offensive had been checked, the Battle of the Somme was nearly over. Soon the Germans had troops to spare once again for the rescue of Austria-Hungary. They took the offensive in November, and overran all Romania by the end of the year. Romania's wheat and oil fell into German hands. Middle Europa seemed more secure than ever, though little nearer to decisive victory. The campaign of 1916 had again failed to produce a decision. The debate between compromise peace and total victory was reopened more sharply than ever. Many civilians in high places were skeptical of military success. Bethmann had never believed in it, and his doubts were seconded by Burian. In England, Lansdowne urged on the cabinet in November that a decisive victory was unlikely and that negotiations should be encouraged. In France, Cailleaux saw support growing in the chamber. The decline of confidence was greatest in Russia. In July, Sazonov had urged concessions to the Poles. He was overthrown, and his place taken by Sturmer, who favored a separate peace with Germany. The generals in every country, however, swung the other way, except of course in Russia, where they were incapable of formulating any decision. On the German side, Falkenhayn's failure at Verdun led to his dismissal on August 27. He was succeeded by Hindenburg and Ludendorff, who had previously commanded on the Eastern Front. Their recipe was still decisive victory, though they did not know how it should be accomplished. On the Western side, Nivelle, who had defended Verdun, claimed that he possessed the secret of defeating the Germans. On December 26 he superseded Joffre in the Supreme Command and was given authority over the British Army as well, with a program of achieving a breakthrough early in 1917. Hence there began a competition between the generals and civilians which lasted almost until the end of the war, though the decisive stage was over by the spring of 1917. The civilians tried to negotiate, the generals still hoped to win. The attempts at negotiation broke on a single fact: what was compromise for the one side represented defeat to the other. The statesmen of the Entente understood by compromise a return to the status quo of 1914. Germany would recover her colonies and keep her fleet, but she would withdraw from Belgium and the occupied territories in France and Russia. She would perhaps even help to restore them. Bethmann understood by compromise the status quo of 1916. Germany would retain at least the iron fields of Lorraine and military control over Belgium. She would receive additional colonies and perhaps part of Poland. Bethmann came a little nearer to compromise than anyone else in that he would pay a tiny price for Germany's gain, a fragment of Upper Alsace to France and Italian-speaking Tyrol to Italy. But essentially his position and that of the Entente compromisers was the same: neither would accept the compromise terms proposed by the other side without military defeat, and in that case compromise was unnecessary. The decisive victory which was needed to achieve a compromise would, in fact, be followed by a dictated peace. Hence Bethmann was pushed aside by Ludendorff and Lansdowne, and Cailleaux were silenced by Lloyd George and Clemenceau, the advocates of the knockout blow. Bethmann's efforts at compromise took most practical form in the autumn of 1916. He seemed then within sight of a separate peace with Russia. Here a genuine compromise was possible. There were no great prizes for Germany in Eastern Europe, and the status quo of 1914 would be tolerable for her there, if it freed her hands to make vital gains in the West. Ludendorff ruined Bethmann's negotiations with the Russians. He was concerned only to raise new manpower for the decisive struggle, and in his search for it insisted on playing for Polish support. On November 5 William II and Francis Joseph issued a joint proclamation, promising the Polish people an independent state, with a hereditary and constitutional monarchy. The Poles were not taken in. Only 1,400 men joined the German forces, instead of the 15 divisions which Ludendorff had expected. But the offer to Poland, however fraudulent, ended Bethmann's negotiations with Russia. The Russian reactionaries, who favored the restoration of the Holy Alliance, were the most offended at Germany's repudiation of the anti-Polish principle on which the Holy Alliance had been based. Ludendorff's zest for victory soon threatened Bethmann's moderate policy even more seriously. Though Falkenhayn had already recognized that Great Britain was Germany's essential enemy and that she could be defeated only by unrestricted submarine warfare, he had planned to wear France down first and then to bring Great Britain to compromise merely by threats. Ludendorff, however, wished to launch the submarines at once, and he pressed this the more urgently because of the deadlock on land. Bethmann was as skeptical of submarine warfare as of everything else. Moreover, he was convinced, rightly, that it would bring the United States into the war. This was indeed to be the turning point of European destiny. Across the Atlantic Ocean a new great power had come into existence, greater in material resources than any European power, and greater in population than any power except Russia. But without interest in European rivalries and wedded to isolation by an unbroken tradition. Wilson, president since 1912 and re-elected in 1916, could not move faster than American opinion. In any case, though deeply attached to the cause of democracy, he doubted whether it was at stake. Like the English radicals before 1914, he distrusted France and Russia as much as he disliked German imperialism, and he endorsed the words of his unofficial advisor, House: "If the Allies win, it means largely the domination of Russia on the continent of Europe, and if Germany wins, it means the unspeakable tyranny of militarism for generations to come." Moreover, Wilson, like most American academics, had deep ties with the other Germany of the professors, and he hoped all along that a liberal Germany would remain the greatest of the continental powers. There was an alternative program to which he could be won. The three empires of Eastern Europe could all be pushed aside in favor of free national states. Pilsudski, the Polish leader, expressed an outlook very similar to Wilson's, when he said, "Germany must first defeat Russia and must then be herself defeated by the Western powers." Great Britain and France had very little sympathy with this outlook in the first 2 years of the war. They needed Russia in order to divide the German armies. Moreover, a victory achieved in partnership with Russia would, they supposed, give them their practical aims. Great Britain would destroy the German fleet, France would recover Alsace and Lorraine, both would get their share of the Ottoman Empire. A peace arranged by the United States would, probably, be a piece of the pre-war status quo. Certainly it would be anti-imperialist. Therefore, though they paraded their common democracy with America and listened politely to Wilson's offers of mediation, their sole concern was to draw the United States into the war, not to escape a Russian victory. By the end of 1916 this seemed remote, and Great Britain, threatened by the German submarines, needed American assistance desperately. Henceforth her diplomacy aimed at bringing America into the war without paying the ideological price for it. In truth, the United States would go to war only if her own interests were challenged, and her overriding interest was the freedom of the seas. Bethmann had recognized this and had promised that Germany would not practice unrestricted submarine warfare. Now he had no means of keeping his promise. Ludendorff was too strong for him. When Bethmann appealed to the Reichstag, this resolved that in making his decisions, the Imperial Chancellor must rely upon the views of the High Command. Bethmann's only resource was to start negotiations for peace before the submarine campaign was launched. On December 12 Germany announced her willingness to negotiate, but without stating any terms. Since the note lauded Germany's victories, it was clear that the terms would be, at best, those of the existing status quo. In fact, Bethmann meant to demand guarantees from Belgium and the incorporation of the Lorraine ironfields into Germany. Yet he imagined that the reply of the Entente will not be a refusal. He was wrong. The forces which favored compromise in the West were not strong enough to gain power, and they were fatally weakened by the German offer. Briand, still shakily in office in France, rejected the trap on December 19. In England the Asquith government had just been overthrown, and Lloyd George had come to power with a program of total victory. He replied to the German note with a quotation from Abraham Lincoln, "We accepted this war for an object, and a worthy object, and the war will end when that object is attained." This undefined object was, presumably, the destruction of German militarism, in other words, the knockout blow. Yet the Entente powers did not escape without some political commitment. Wilson, too, saw crisis approaching, and he, too, hoped to avoid it by negotiation. On December 20 he invited the contending powers to formulate their war aims. Perhaps they would not prove irreconcilable. The Germans refused. They had conquered Belgium and Poland, and they meant to keep them by negotiation. They would not submit these terms to preliminary scrutiny or to American mediation. The Entente powers, however, were playing for American support. They had to devise terms which would meet with her approval. On January 10, 1917 they defined their war aims for the first time. It was easy to insist on the restoration of Belgium and Serbia, and of the occupied territory in Romania, Russia, and northern France. But restoration had never been enough. As well, some great principle was needed to arouse American emotion. This great principle could only be national self-determination. The Entente therefore demanded the liberation of the Italians, as also of the Slavs, Romanians, and Czechoslovaks from foreign domination, and the freeing of the populations subject to the bloody tyranny of the Turks. They thus committed themselves to the dismemberment of the Habsburg and Ottoman empires. Yet this program did not interest Great Britain and France. So far as the Habsburg Empire was concerned, even Italy had put in the Czechoslovaks in order to eliminate any mention of the South Slavs, and there was no promise of independence for Poland, only a reference to the promises of the Tsar. Most of all, there was no policy in regard to Germany, only talk of full security, and international settlements such as to guarantee land and sea frontiers against unjustified attack. Yet the German problem was alone decisive for the great powers. The Italians were glad to get a further blessing for their own ambitions. The British and French sought to win American favor, but secretly hoped to win the war before the United States could play a decisive role. The French indeed still hoped to escape American patronage by recalling Russia to life. In February 1917 an Allied conference was held at Petrograd to coordinate their strategy and resources. It was a futile formality. Milner, the British delegate, said repeatedly, "We are wasting our time." Doumergue, the French delegate, however, did some private business on his own. He had intended to demand Russian support for the recovery of Alsace and Lorraine in exchange for the promise of Constantinople and the Straits which Russia had received in April 1915. The Russians refused to pay again for what they had already. Instead, they wanted further payment if they were to stay in the war at all. Doumergue therefore put up the terms on both sides. France should receive the coal mines of the Saar as well as Alsace and Lorraine, and the rest of the left bank of the Rhine should become an autonomous and neutralized state, garrisoned by French troops. In return, Russia should be free to fix her western frontiers as she wished. By this agreement of February 14, 1917, France made at last the sacrifice which Napoleon III had always refused and which the Third Republic had hitherto evaded. She abandoned Poland to Russia for the sake of the Rhine frontier. By 1917 this was no more than the echo of a dead past. The days when France and Russia could hope to destroy Germany, even with British assistance, were over. Germany could be defeated only if a new world power entered the war, and this was achieved by German folly, not by Entente diplomacy. On January the Germans resolved on unrestricted submarine warfare. Bethmann still hoped that the United States might remain neutral if he revealed his compromise terms. The note of January 31, which announced the beginning of the submarine campaign, was accompanied by a secret letter to House, containing the terms on which Germany would negotiate. They were a frontier which would protect Germany and Poland strategically against Russia, more colonies, strategic and economic changes of the Franco-German frontier, and special guarantees for the safety of Germany in Belgium. Even these were only a beginning of what Germany would demand if the situation changed in her favor. Wilson was outraged by these terms. It is not possible. Yet even now he waited for further German provocation. Only when American ships were sunk and the Germans tried to stir up Mexico against her neighbor, did the United States declare war on April 2. Wilson, though resolute against German militarism, remained skeptical of his new partners and did not mean to underwrite their war aims. The United States became an associated power, not an ally. Wilson brushed aside the secret treaties when Balfour, the British representative, attempted to show them to him, and he wrote to House in July, "England and France have not the same views with regard to peace that we have by any means. When the war is over we can force them to our way of thinking." Still, the essential preliminary to this was the defeat of Germany. The conflict between American idealism and the realism of the Old World could be fought out only when this had been accomplished. The Germans had brought on themselves a new and irresistible enemy. They did so just when the war changed otherwise decisively in their favor. Things went so badly for the Entente in 1917 that they would have been glad to accept a compromise peace on German terms, if it had not been for the prospect of American aid on an ever-increasing scale. In March, revolution broke out in Russia, the Tsar was dethroned, and a provisional government took his place. The Western Allies at first welcomed this development. A Russian republic would be more respectable in the eyes of the United States, as well as more efficient in fighting the war, and a free Russia would agree to a free Poland. These hopes were soon disappointed. It soon became clear that the Russians had made their revolution in order to cease fighting, not to fight the war better. When Miliukov, foreign minister in the provisional government, invoked the Prize of Constantinople and declared Russia's will to fight the World War until decisive victory, he was driven from office, and the Russian armies fought a last catastrophic battle in July. Nor was this the only military failure. Nivelle's boasted offensive also achieved nothing, except to shatter the morale of the French army, and there were serious mutinies there in the summer of 1917. Moreover, the Russian Revolution provoked, for the first time, a violent cleavage in public opinion. Hitherto, anti-war feeling had been confined to a few pacifists, and compromise peace had been advocated by men of the right, who feared that further war would shatter the fabric of society. Now the socialist parties in Great Britain and France, and with them a large section of the industrial working class, responded to the new program of the Russian revolutionaries, a peace without annexations or indemnities. The war became the war of the bosses, a war in which the masses had nothing to gain and much to lose. Men were ready to believe that the war was being fought for selfish imperialist aims, even before the Bolsheviks published the secret treaties in December 1917. International socialism, which had disintegrated at the outbreak of war, seemed to be reviving. Previously only a few socialists of the extreme left had met in Switzerland. Now the moderate Russian socialists, themselves in the provisional government, proposed a wider meeting at Stockholm, and they were supported by pro-war socialists in Great Britain and France. In the end, the two governments forbade their attendance, and only Germans met the Russians at Stockholm. Yet even the shadow of the Stockholm meeting was enough to cause a stir. In July 1917, Ramsay MacDonald, not usually a revolutionary, looked forward to the rule of workers' and soldiers' councils in Great Britain. Extreme answered extreme. The agitation for a people's peace could be met only by a people's war. Moderate men were everywhere pushed aside. The conflict took different forms in different countries. In Germany, Bethmann still tried to restrain the High Command, until he was dismissed on its order in July, In England, Lloyd George played with the idea of being the man who made peace before deciding to become the man who won the war. In France, Ribot, the veteran who had made the Franco-Russian alliance, tried to symbolize the will to victory, until he was superseded in November by a greater symbol, Clemenceau. In Russia, Kerensky, head of the provisional government, opened the door to the Bolsheviks by attempting to revive the war. Even the Habsburg monarchy, so long moribund, tried to show a last sign of life. Francis Joseph had been content to trail hopelessly behind Germany until his death in November 1916. The new Emperor Charles saw disaster approaching. The Allied peace terms of January 10, 1917 foreshadowed the dismemberment of the Habsburg monarchy. A German victory would mean its domination from Berlin. Charles said in May, "A striking military success by Germany would be our ruin." Czernin, whom he had made foreign minister, also despaired of victory, but he despaired just as much of breaking loose from Germany. Still, the peace offensive of 1917, so far as it had any meaning, sprang from Austria-Hungary's initiative, the last effort of a monarchy which was bound to perish in a fight to the finish. Emperor and foreign minister differed in their tactics. Charles hoped for a separate peace with the Allies. Czernin hoped to persuade Germany into making peace merely by threatening to desert her. Both lines were barren. If Austria-Hungary had been strong enough to break with Germany, she would not have needed to do it. As a result, Charles and Czernin deceived both their allies and their enemies, and they also deceived each other. Charles approached the French through his brother-in-law, Prince Sixte of Bourbon-Parma. He agreed to support the French claim to Alsace and Lorraine. Serbia should receive an access to the Adriatic, but should prevent any agitation against Austria-Hungary. At a later stage he offered concessions to Italy, on condition that the Habsburg monarchy received adequate compensation, presumably in Albania. In other words, it was assumed that Austria-Hungary had won the lesser war in the Balkans, and that Germany had lost the greater war for the mastery of Europe. Yet the opposite was the case, and this was the only motive of Charles's action. The British and French statesmen were, at first, greatly excited by the prospect of a separate peace with Austria-Hungary. They had no reason to desire the destruction of the Habsburg monarchy. Lloyd George wished to lessen the strain on the British Navy in the Mediterranean and welcomed the reputation of making peace with somebody. Poincaré would not be sorry to play off Austria-Hungary against Russia at Constantinople. In fact, the Western Allies had no scruple in abandoning Russia and never revealed Charles's peace offer to her. They did not even mind abandoning the political independence of Serbia, though its defense had given the occasion for war. Italy was a more difficult matter. She alone was fighting Austria-Hungary and would have to agree to make peace with her. Admittedly, she was almost as near collapse as the Habsburg monarchy and, in fact, suffered a great military disaster at Caporetto in November, after the negotiations were over. Her very weakness kept her in the war. Her statesmen dared not make peace without a striking success, for fear of the internal disturbances that would follow. In April, Lloyd George tried to sweeten them by offering Smyrna as compensation for the promised territory in the Adriatic. The Italians insisted on the Treaty of London, though, in the confusion, they managed to carry off a promise of territory in Asia Minor as well. In any case, the French soon turned against the idea of a separate peace with Austria-Hungary. There was always a deep jealousy between the two Latin sisters, and it would be intolerable for the French, if they were still fighting for Alsace and Lorraine when Italy had already received her Erd-Enta of the Tyrol. Besides, the French suspected that, if the Italians made peace with Austria-Hungary, they would improve the occasion to seize the objects of French ambition in the Near East. This was not the decisive objection. Even Lloyd George had to admit that nothing would be gained merely by making peace between Austria-Hungary and Italy. Charles must agree to impose the peace terms on Germany. The British government even proposed to turn Austria-Hungary into an ally by offering her the part of Silesia which she had lost to Prussia in 1742. This was an impossible fantasy. Bismarck's victory of 1866 could never be undone. There could never be a South German Confederation, presided over by the Habsburg Emperor, nor an Austrian alliance with the Western powers against Prussia and Russia. Such projects were nearly a century out of date. Charles was Germany's prisoner. If he had attempted to turn against her, he would have been resisted by the Germans and Hungarians who dominated the Habsburg Empire. The negotiations between Austria-Hungary and the Entente ran into the sand. Czernin, meanwhile, tried his own line of winning over Bethmann. He insisted that Austria-Hungary could not face another winter of war and offered to hand over her share of Poland, if Germany would surrender Alsace and Lorraine to France. Bethmann encouraged him by suggesting, in great secret, that he would offer to France something more than the old frontier of 1914. Czernin did not understand that the price for this trivial concession was to be the iron fields of Lorraine. In any case, Bethmann, at the very moment of discussing moderate peace terms with Czernin, underwrote the extreme demands of the High Command on 23 April: military control of Belgium, the Lorraine iron fields, and Russian territory as far as Riga. Bethmann's own explanation of his action was characteristic: "I have signed the minutes because my resignation over such fantastic matters would be ridiculous. But I shall not let myself be tied in any way by these minutes. If somewhere and somehow possibilities arise for peace, I shall pursue them." He planned somewhere and somehow to cheat the High Command. In reality, he was their prisoner. More, the High Command was soon able to get rid of Bethmann altogether. In the Reichstag, the Social Democrats and the Centre, pushed on by popular discontent, agitated for a peace of understanding, and Bethmann welcomed this agitation in order to play it off against the High Command. Instead, he was caught between them. At the beginning of July, Ertberger, a leader of the Centre Party, launched a peace resolution. Hindenburg and Ludendorff accused Bethmann of weakness and threatened to resign unless he was dismissed. The Reichstag parties of the left supported this demand in the hope of putting Bülow in Bethmann's place. But William II had never forgiven Bülow for his behavior over the Daily Telegraph affair in 1908. The High Command hastily nominated an unknown bureaucrat, Michaelis, as Chancellor, and William II accepted him without demur. Henceforth Ludendorff was supreme in Germany. When the peace resolution was passed by the Reichstag on July 19, Michaelis endorsed it as I understand it, and he understood it to include all the annexationist aims of his masters. The peace resolution was an incident in German domestic politics, not an act of diplomacy. The Entente saw in it a sign of weakness, not a gesture of conciliation, and its only practical outcome was the fall of Bethmann, the one man who had tried, however ineffectually, to check the appetite of the German generals. The disappearance of Bethmann really determined that the war would be fought to a finish. Nothing else would break Ludendorff's ambition. Nevertheless, there was a last attempt at peace from an even older authority than the Habsburg monarchy, the papacy. The Pope had long wanted to end the war and, in particular, to save the old order in Europe. Now he felt the competition of the socialist agitation for peace. As William II said to the papal representative, it is in the interest of the Catholic Church that peace should be introduced by the Pope, not by the Social Democrats. The Pope was lured by Bethmann's usual vague conciliation. Belgium, he said, would be fully restored and, as to Alsace and Lorraine, peace would not fail because of this problem. Bethmann's fall hurried the Pope on. He wanted to anticipate the German High Command. Therefore he proposed peace to the belligerent powers on 10 August. Only Belgium was mentioned specifically. She should be restored with full guarantees of her political, military, and economic independence against every power. Otherwise there should be a return to the status quo of 1914. Of the Western powers, Great Britain was alone represented at the Vatican, and even she was pledged to Italy not to accept the help of the Vatican in peace negotiations. Nevertheless, Balfour, the Foreign Secretary, replied to the Vatican on August 23, though the Central Powers have admitted their guilt in regard to Belgium, they have never definitely intimated that they intend either to restore her to her former independence or to make good the damage she has suffered. Even this reply was too much for France and Italy. They protested, and Balfour withdrew his inquiry. It had been made, he said, by mistake. The Vatican, however, still saw its chance of peace. If the British could be satisfied over Belgium, they might drop the French claim to Alsace and Lorraine and, even more important from the Vatican's point of view, Italy's claim to Tyrol, and insist on peace. On August 30 the Vatican asked the Germans for a precise declaration of their intentions concerning the full independence of Belgium. Kielman, who had become Secretary of State on August 6, tried to follow Bethmann's line, though more feebly. He planned to give up Belgium if Great Britain would abandon her allies. But he meant to use Belgium as a pawn to bargain with, and therefore would not commit himself to withdrawal publicly. Who told you that I want to sell this particular horse? He is the finest animal in my stable. Moreover, he wished to negotiate directly with the British through the Spanish government and therefore brushed papal mediation aside. But he used it to extract some concessions from the High Command. On September 11 the Crown Council was held, ostensibly to decide on a reply to the papal inquiry. Kielman, and even Michaelis, urged the renunciation of Belgium. The generals, as usual, put up their terms every time they were asked to define them. Ludendorff demanded Liege and the line of the Meuse. The spokesman of the Admiralty added his claim to the Flemish ports Zeebrugge and Ostend. William II gave a contradictory verdict. The annexation of Belgium would be a risky operation, perhaps contrary to Germany's true interests, but strategic and economic precautions must be secured under cover of restoring Belgian independence. The generals had won. An empty answer was given to the Pope on September 24. Papal mediation came to an end. Kielman made some further effort to negotiate with the British through Madrid. He never came out with a clear offer to restore Belgium. In any case, the British were in no mind to desert their allies. With the Italians defeated at Caporetto and the French armies still shaken by Nivelle's failure, they were far more afraid that their allies would desert them. They would consider only a general peace, and this was the very thing that Kielman was determined to avoid. To silence rumors of his negotiations in Germany and to strengthen his hand, as he supposed, for a withdrawal in Belgium, he announced on October 9 that Germany would never surrender Alsace and Lorraine. 2 days later, Lloyd George answered by making the French recovery of Alsace and Lorraine, for the first time, an essential British war aim. All hope of a compromise peace between Germany and the Western powers had vanished. Both sides still hoped for a decisive victory. The Germans counted on the collapse of Russia, the Entente on aid from the United States. Both were right. In 1918 the Germans won the European War, only to see victory snatched from them by America before the end of the year. The Russian army had ceased to exist. In November 1917 the Bolsheviks seized power. They recognized no obligation to Russia's allies and looked to an international socialist revolution for their salvation. When the German proletariat failed them, they made some tentative approach to the Entente. Lenin said he was in favor of taking potatoes and ammunition from the Anglo-French imperialist robbers. This, too, failed, and on March 3, 1918 the Bolsheviks made a peace of surrender with the Germans at Brest-Litovsk. Russia lost the Baltic provinces and the Ukraine. The Germans dominated all Eastern Europe, but, instead of being content with this, they regarded it only as preliminary to victory in the West. They counted on defeating the British and French before American troops arrived. Alternatively, they hoped that Great Britain would make peace from jealousy of losing the leadership of the Entente to the United States. In essence, the Germans still had no defined war aims and expected victory to provide them. The German hopes were disappointed. The forces of the Western powers held together, and American aid arrived in time. But with it there arrived also America's program for reconstructing the world. Wilson was as much a utopian as Lenin. He, too, planned to end the balance of power in Europe, not to restore it. As well, he was in idealistic competition with the Bolsheviks. He wished to show that America's war aims were, like theirs, anti-imperialistic, and so to persuade them to continue in the war. The 14 points laid down on January 8, 1918 were the outcome. Self-determination was to supersede the historic states of Europe. Belgium, of course, was to recover her independence, Alsace and Lorraine were to return to France, and all Russian territory was to be evacuated. But, as well, Poland was to be restored, the peoples of Austria-Hungary and the Balkans freed. Secret diplomacy was to be ended, and a League of Nations to take the place of the balance of power. The defeat of Germany was for Wilson merely a preliminary, whereas to Great Britain and France it was the essential aim. Yet they did not acquiesce in the 14 points solely in order to commit the United States. They, too, had a public opinion which thought of a war to end war and demanded a permanent peace, secured by some other means than the balance of power. Not only had men ceased to believe in the balance of power, it had, in any case, ceased to exist. Though Germany's bid for the mastery of Europe was defeated, the European balance could not be restored. Defeat could not destroy German predominance of the continent. Only her dismemberment could have done it, and, in the age of national states, this was impossible. France was exhausted by the First World War. Great Britain, though less exhausted, was reduced no less decisively in the long run. Their victory was achieved only with American backing and could not be lasting without it. On the other side, old Russia was gone for good. The Bolsheviks refused to accept the permanence of a system of independent states. They continued to count on a universal revolution, which would make them masters of the world. When they restored Russian power, they found their principal resource in international communism, not in the play of alliances. Moreover, the political and economic boycott with which the rest of the world answered them drove them, willy-nilly, further into the isolation which had always been a temptation for Russian statesmen. The Tsars had often been urged to base their strength on Asia. The Bolsheviks had no choice. In January 1918 Europe ceased to be the center of the world. European rivalries merged into a world war, as earlier the Balkan Wars had prepared the conflict of the great powers. All the old ambitions, from Alsace and Lorraine to colonies in Africa, became trivial and second-rate, compared to the new struggle for control of the world. Even the German aim of dominating Europe became out of date. Europe was dwarfed by two world powers, the Soviet Union and the United States, implacable, though often unconscious rivals. This was more than a rivalry of power, it was a rivalry of idealisms. Both dreamt of one world, in which the conflict of states had ceased to exist. Universal revolution on the one side and the 14 points on the other presented utopian programs for achieving permanent peace. Ever since the defeat of the French Revolution, Europe had conducted its affairs merely by adjusting the claims of sovereign states against each other as they arose. In 1914 Germany had felt strong enough to challenge the system and had aimed to substitute her hegemony over the rest. Europe was to find unity as Greater Germany, the only way in which the continent could become a world power, capable of withstanding the other two. Though Germany was defeated by a narrow margin, the legacy of her attempt was Bolshevism and American intervention in Europe. A new balance of power, if it were achieved, would be worldwide. It would not be a matter of European frontiers. Europe was superseded, and in January 1918 there began a competition between communism and liberal democracy which has lasted to the present day.